Παρακαλώ. Παρακαλώ. Ναι, μπορείτε να μου στείλετε link για να μπω σε 5 λεπτά. Ναι. Έλα, λοιπόν, σε 5 λεπτά. Έλα, Χρήστο. Έχετε ήχο. Παρακαλώ. Έχετε ήχο.
Ωραία.
Πάμε. Ναι, μπορείτε. 5 λεπτά. Λοιπόν, αποκαταστάθηκε ο ήχος. Συνεχίστε. Μάλλον ξεκινήστε.
Χρήστο, είμαστε έτοιμοι.
Ναι. Νίκουμε. Ξεκινά, ο Χρήστος θα ξαναμπεί. Εντάξει, λύθηκε.
Εντάξει, είχαμε μείνει τον εκλογούτε.
Νίκο, έχεις να μιλάς στο πάλι στο...
Ναι, εντάξει. Θα ήθελα να περιγράψω αυτή η χώρα, η είχαμε αναφερθεί και όχι μόνο εμείς, για αυτό το καιρό για τις πλατφορμών κινημάτων. Η καλύτερη πλατφόρμα τέτοιου είδους
Τζόναθαν, εγώ ακούω μουσική των...
Ακούτε?
Και έξω το ήχο.
Ναι,
Τώρα
ναι,
ακούγεται.
Να στηθώ.
Τώρα ακούγεται. Ωραία. Νομίζω το λύσαμε το πρόβλημα. Σιγά σιγά. Οπότε, Νίκο, θα πρέπει να δώσεις όλο το κλίμα που μας έδωσες πριν, αλλά δεν ακούγαμε.
Δεν σε καθόλου.
Ωραία, αποκαταστάθηκε.
Εγώ, παιδιά, δεν σας ακούω πάντως αυτή τη στιγμή.
Τώρα μας ακούς, Νίκο.
Δεν σας καθόλου.
Τώρα μας ακούς, Νίκο.
Δοκιμάσεις κάνουμε, δυστυχώς. Είναι κανένα. Όχι, φύγανε. Κάποιος θόρυβος ακούγεται.
Ακούγεστε κανονικά.
Να συνεχίσουμε.
Έχεις αλλάξει.
Ναι, σας ακούω και τους δύο. Είστε και στο feed.
Ωραία. Νίκο, μας ακούς. Ο Νίκος δεν ακούει. Μας έκατσαν μάτια. Μας έχουν κάτι. Στην πιο κρίσιμη μέρα μας ματιάσαν. Δεν πειράζει. Θα τα καταφέρουμε.
Ακούγεστε πάρα πολύ και οι δύο. Νίκο.
Από ό,τι μου στέλνουν, Τζόναθαν, έξω δεν
Πέστε μου αν πρέπει να συνεχίσω.
Μπορείτε να συνεχίσετε και οι δύο. Ακούγεστε πάρα πολύ καλά.
Okay. Μας στέλνουν κάτι μηνύματα ότι έχει πολλά delay το link, Τζόναθαν, έξω.
Εγώ δεν σας ακούω καθόλου, παιδιά.
Είναι σπαστά. Ο Νίκος δεν μας ακούει.
Ωραία, τότε να κάνουμε λίγο υπομονή, να αλλάξω, έχει delay, έτσι, επειδή διάλεξα στην τύχη ένα stream, το όχι delay μεταξύ μας, delay στους τρίτους. Θα κάνω μια μικρή Ωραία, θα κάνω μια μικρή διακοπή, θα βάλω ένα πιο γρήγορο stream. Σε 20 δευτερόλεπτα θα έχει αποκατασταθεί. Ωραία. Μπορεί να συνεχίσετε, βγαίνω εγώ. Νίκο.
Ναι, είμαι έτοιμος. Αν θέλετε να πάμε από την αρχή λίγο να κάνουμε μια ανακεφαλαίωση.
Μόνο Νίκο, κάποιος έχει κάποια τηλεόραση ανοιχτή.
Το βγάζω εγώ το YouTube από εδώ πέρα.
Ναι.
Εντάξει,
Πολύ
πάμε
ωραία.
να κάνουμε μια ανακεφαλαίωση και να δώσουμε το κλίμα εδώ στη Νέα Υόρκη και γενικά στην Αμερική. Όπως είπα, προσωπικά δεν έχω ψηφίσει ποτέ νωρίς. Πάντα την τρίτη των εκλογών, και όχι μόνο εγώ και όλη η ομάδα μου Hellenic Scope. Φέτος αποφασίσαμε οι περισσότεροι από εμάς, οι 8 στους 10, το πούμε έτσι, να ψηφίσουν νωρίς. Πράγματι πήγα συνοδευόμενος από τον οικογενειό μου στο τοπικό εκλογικό τμήμα για πρώιμη ψηφοφορία και αυτό το φαινόμενο που είδα ήταν πράγματι ενθαρρυντικό για το πού πηγαίνουν τα πράγματα. Ήταν περίπου 250 με 300 άτομα στην ουρά. 1,5 ώρα κράτησε η πορεία μας προς το εσωτερικό.
Άρα θα μπορούσε να πει κανείς, Νίκο, ότι βλέπουμε και μεγαλύτερη προσέλευση κόσμου πλέον σε αυτές τις εκλογές. Περισσότερο κόσμο.
Ναι, πράγματι. Τα νούμερα που έχουμε δει μέχρι στιγμής, τα 80 εκατομμύρια δηλαδή που έχουν ήδη ψηφίσει μέχρι χθες το βράδυ, είναι εκπληκτικά νούμερα. Δεν έχουν ξανασυμβεί ποτέ. Και είναι βέβαιο ότι αυτό θα ευνοήσει τις πιθανότητες του Τραμπ, διότι συνήθως οι Ρεπουμπλικανοί, όπως εξήγησα, δεν πηγαίναμε στην ψηφοφορία νωρίς. Αυτά ήταν συνήθειες των Δημοκρατικών και τις εκμεταλλεύτηκαν στο έπακρο, αλλά αυτό που είδα χτες με τα τόσα άτομα στην ουρά σε μια περιοχή που είναι καθαρά ρεπουμπλικανική και ειδικά το φαινόμενο 3 ατόμων με αναπηρία σε αναπηρικές καρέκλες, σε αναπηρικά καροτσάκια, ήταν πραγματικά πρωτοφανές. Αυτά δείχνουν όλα, μαζί με το γενικό κλίμα και εδώ και σε άλλες περιοχές, του ενθουσιασμού και της ενέργειας της θετικής που έχει εκστρατεία Τραμπ, ότι υπάρχει μεγάλη αυτοπεποίθηση και μεγάλη βεβαιότητα για την επανεινίκη. Για την ομογένεια ειδικότερα έχω πει πολλές φορές από το 2016 και έχω κατηγορηθεί, παρότι παρουσιάζω τα στοιχεία, τουλάχιστον σε ποσοστή μεγάλα, εγώ τα βάζω γύρω στο 80%, η ομογένεια της Αμερικής ψηφίσει Τραμπ. Και το έχω αποδείξει με διάφορους τρόπους, επειδή λόγω και των σπουδών μου των μεταπτυχιακών έως το διδακτορικό στις κοινωνικές επιστήμες, έχω ειδικευτεί και τόσο στις δημοσκοπήσεις, όσο και γενικά στο να παίρνουμε τον παλμό του κοινού. Οι περισσότεροι δημοσιογράφοι δεν έχουν ιδέα ούτε πώς να κάνουν κάποιο δείγμα προς δημοσκόπηση, ούτε κάνουν κάποιο δειγματολόγιο και το ελέγχουν έτσι ώστε να καλύπτουν τα κενά που έχουν τα ερωτηματολόγια. Είναι λίγο πιο ευαίσθητο σε αυτά και πολύ πιο ενημερωμένος και γι' αυτό ακριβώς επέμενα το 2016 ότι η ομογένεια εγγραφεί σχεδόν σε ποσοστό 80% υπέρ του Τραμπ. Βέβαια, οι διάφοροι, όπως ξέρετε, παρόντες εδώ, οι δημοσιογράφοι, οι δότες και διάφοροι άλλοι, το αμφισβητούν. Δικαίωμά τους, αλλά είναι δυστυχώς τελείως ανημέρωτοι στο θέμα και απέδευτοι. Και η γνώμη τους δεν αποδείχθηκε ότι δεν έχει κανένα νόημα. Και στις δύο προηγούμενες εκλογές, το 2016 και το 2020, σε γενικό, εδώ είναι φανερό ότι οι δημοσκοπήσεις υποτιμούσαν την επιρροή του Τραμπ. Αυτό το παραδέχονται οι πάντες, γιατί είναι πραγματικό γεγονός.
Αυτό φάνηκε,
δημοσκόπηση...
φάνηκε περίτρανα και στις δικές. Ναι, αλήθεια είναι αυτό. Να σε ρωτήσω,
Δεν σε ακούω αυτό μου. Δεν σε ακούω. Δεν σε ακούω. Δεν σε ακούω.
Νίκο, μ' ακούς?
Δεν σε ακούω. Πολύ λίγο έτσι. Ο ήχος πρέπει να ανεβεί αν υπάρχει τρόπος. Ναι.
Αν ακούς καθόλου, Νίκο, θέλω να μου πεις αν γενικά η επαφή με τους Ρεπουμπλικάνους της ομογένειας διαχρονικά είναι τέτοια ή αν έχει μεγαλώσει, ας πούμε, λόγω της υποψηφιότητας Τραμπ.
Από το 2016 που έβαλε Τραμπ υποψηφιά, σημειώθηκε τεράστια στροφή υπέρ του. Υπάρχουν λόγοι που μπορούμε να τους εξηγήσουμε για αυτό. Πριν το 2000, δεν είμαι ο μόνος που το έχει διαπιστώσει. Υπάρχουν αρκετοί που έχουν στενές σχέσεις με την ομογένεια. Παράδειγμα, μέλος της κυβέρνησης που τον Αύγουστο του 2010, ο οποίος έχει πολύ στενές σχέσεις με την ομογένεια και κάθε καλοκαίρι συναντά τουλάχιστον 150 ομογενείς και η οικογένειά του σε ένα από τα νησιά του Αιγαίου. Λοιπόν, και έτσι από συνήθεια τους ερωτούσε για το τι θα ψηφίσουν στις επερχόμενες εκλογές. Το 2016 παρατήρησε και εκείνος, όπως και όλοι μας όσοι έχουμε αυτές τις ευαισθησίες στην ειδίκευση, ότι υπήρχε τεράστια στροφή της ομογένειας υπέρ Τραμπ. Και μάλιστα ήταν τόσο σημαντική αυτή που μου εκμυστηρεύτηκε αργότερα, ότι μετέδωσε αυτή την πληροφορία στον τότε Υπουργό Εξωτερικών, τον Τσίπρα, ο οποίος εκμεταλλεύτηκε, διότι ήρθε το Σεπτέμβριο του 2016 εδώ στη Νέα Υόρκη, που γίνεται η Συνέλευση των Ηνωμένων Εθνών, και έχοντας διαπιστώσει το ρεύμα υπέρ του Τραμπ, φρόντισε από το Σεπτέμβριο να καλλιεργήσει σχέσεις με το κύκλωμα του Τραμπ, με το κτλ. Και έτσι τον Γενάρη, νωρίς τον Γενάρη, πρωτού καν γίνει ο Προέδρου, είχε ήδη διασυνδέσεις με την καινούργια κυβέρνηση της Αμερικής. Αυτό σας το λέω για να αποδείξω ότι δεν μου βγήκε από το κεφάλι αυτό το ποσοστό, αλλά ήταν από κάποιον είχε και κάποια επίσημη σχέση και είχε και κάποιο αποτέλεσμα στα εθνικά μας θέματα, διότι είναι διαφορετικό να έχεις μια καινούργια κυβέρνηση εδώ στην Ουάσιγκτον και να μην υπάρχει επαφή καθόλου. Στην περίπτωσή μας, η διαπίστωση του τεράστιου ρεύματος υπέρ του Τραμπ έγινε, εκμεταλλεύτηκε τότε ο Υπουργός Εξωτερικών ο Κοντιάς και πράγματι ενίσχυσε τις σχέσεις του νωρίς. Το τελικό αποτέλεσμα είναι για άλλη ώρα να το κουβεντιάσουμε, αλλά ακριβώς τι νόημα είχε και μπορεί να έχει αυτού του είδους η διαπίστωση για το εκλογικό αποτέλεσμα αν γίνει έγκαιρα. Είναι πολύ σημαντική. Αλλά όταν έχεις να κάνεις με γράφους και άλλους αναλυτές οι οποίοι δεν έχουν την καλή επαφή, την ευαισθησία, τη γνώση να ερμηνεύσουν τις πολιτικές εξελίξεις, καταλήγεις να πολιτική εξωτερική σε λάθος βάσης. Και δυστυχώς είμαστε σήμερα με αυτά που βλέπουμε. Αλλά εντάξει, να πάμε και παρακάτω αν θέλετε τις επόμενες ενδείξεις, πολλές ενδείξεις ότι επέρχεται νίκη του Τραμπ. Είδα πριν από λίγο την άνοδο του χρηματιστηρίου, την οποία εκείνοι που κάνουν αναλύσεις χρηματοοικονομικές αποδίδουν 100% στην πεποίθηση ότι οι χρηματιστηριακοί κύκλοι έχουν ήδη επενδύσει και προσπαθούν να καρποθούν ωφέλη από την επερχόμενη νίκη του Τραμπ. Διότι όλοι όσοι είμαστε σε επιχειρήσεις, και εγώ φυσικά έχω μια μικρή επιχείρηση εδώ, περιμένουμε άνοδο της οικονομίας από την επερχόμενη νίκη. Αυτό καθρεφτίζεται στα σημερινά αποτελέσματα του χρηματιστηρίου, το οποίο έχει σημαντική άνοδο. Λοιπόν, είναι ένα πολύ σημαντικό γεγονός.
Ακούγαμε για τα κρυπτονομίσματα και για τη στάση του Ντόναλντ Τραμπ για τα κρυπτονομίσματα, Νίκο.
Ναι, αυτό είναι εξίσου σημαντικό. Αυτό μπορούμε να το συνδέσουμε με την παρουσία του Τραμπ στον πιο δημοφιλή podcaster, τον Τζο Ρόγκαν, 18 εκατομμύρια followers, ο οποίος απευθύνεται κυρίως στους νεότερους, 40 ετών και κάτω. Διότι και τα κρυπτονομίσματα, όπως όλοι γνωρίζουμε, είναι πολύ στους νεότερους Αμερικανούς. Λοιπόν, πράγματι η εξαγγελία του Τραμπ ότι θα πάρει τα νομίσματα έχει φουντώσει το ρεύμα των νεότερων Αμερικανών, ειδικά των ανδρών υπέρ του Τραμπ, το οποίο είναι πρωτοφανές. Μπορεί να έχει ο καθένας τους θέσεις, αλλά όλοι όσοι κάνουμε ανάλυση εδώ και χρόνια γνωρίζουμε ότι η νεολαία συνήθως τίνει προς τα αριστερά. Αυτό δεν συμβαίνει φέτος. Είναι κάτι που βλέπουμε για πρώτη φορά. Είναι πολλά που γίνονται για πρώτη φορά για αυτές. Το σπουδαιότερο απ' όλα είναι εξής. Για πρώτη φορά οι Αμερικανοί ψηφοφόροι έχουν να διαλέξουν μεταξύ δύο ανθρώπων που έχουν ήδη κυβερνήσει. Ο Τραμπ φυσικά την πρώτη τετραετία και η Κάμαλα.
Αυτό ήθελα να σε ρωτήσω τώρα. Αυτό ακριβώς ήθελα να σε ρωτήσω τώρα, γιατί θυμίζει λίγο οι εκλογές οι σημερινές στις ΗΠΑ. Θυμίζουν οι τελευταίες εθνικές εκλογές στην Ελλάδα το 2023. Δηλαδή, δύο πρώην πρωθυπουργοί αντιμετώπισαν ο ένας τον άλλον με υπαρκτό έργο ο ένας και ο άλλος θετικό, αρνητικό ο καθένας. Ομοίως τώρα, είναι το ίδιο και στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, δηλαδή έναν Τραμπ με μια πλήρη τετραετία και με όσα έργα έκανε τόσο στην οικονομία όσο και στα εθνικά ζητήματα, τις παρεμβάσεις, τις συμφωνίες Αβραάμ κλπ. Και την ίδια στιγμή μια σύγκριση με την πολιτική Biden, η Χάρις δεν κατάφερε να βγάλει από πάνω της τον Τζο Μπάιντεν, γιατί το ξέρω ότι προσπάθησε κάπως να προστασιοποιηθεί και Biden, αλλά δεν νομίζω ότι τα κατάφερε στο τέλος, Νίκο, έτσι δεν είναι? Οι Αμερικάνοι αυτή τη στιγμή ψηφίζουν Χάρις ίσον Biden, σωστά?
Ναι, έτσι είναι όπως το λέει. Διότι και η ίδια ατυχώς για το παραδέχτηκε σε μια συνεντεύξη. Είχε λόγο να το παραδεχτεί. Αν κοίτασε το συμφέρον της, θα έπρεπε να πει ότι ναι, δεν ήμουν στην κυβέρνηση, αλλά δεν μου δόθηκε ευκαιρία να αποδώσω. Και ο σκοπός μου είναι να αποστασιοποιηθώ και να κατευθυνθώ προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Αυτό θα έκανε αν είχε ολοκληρωμένη θέση και ήθελε να ξεχωρίσει τη στάση της, που θα ήταν σωστό για την υποψηφιότητά. Αντίθετα, επιβεβαίωσε ότι συμφωνεί με όλες τις επιλογές του Biden. Μεγάλο λάθος, τεράστιο, και τη στοίχησε ακριβά. Αλλά ναι, βασικά έχουμε να κάνουμε δύο υποψηφίους που έχουν κυβερνήσει. Ναι. Δεν σε ακούω καθαρά, Χρήστο μου. Ναι. Έχουμε προβλήματα τεχνικά. Τι γίνεται, τι κάνουμε? Χρήστο, εντάξει? Δεν σε ακούω.
Ναι, νομίζω επανήλθα. Μ' ακούτε τώρα?
Για να δω εδώ. Πολύ ελαφρά σε ακούω. Πρέπει να βάλω το αυτί μου στο τηλέφωνο. Για να βάλω
Ό,τι προβλήματα ζητούμε συγγνώμη από τον κόσμο, όλα τα προβλήματα θα λυθούν μόλις επιστρέψει ο Τζόναθαν. Γιατί έχει μια συνέντευξη αυτή την ώρα. Μόλις επιστρέψει ο Τζόναθαν θα λυθούν όλα τα προβλήματα. Λίγη υπομονή, παιδιά. Ο Νίκος τα λέει πολύ καλά και για τους δυο μας. Οπότε, Νίκο, συνέχισε.
Να συνεχίσουμε με τι απ' όλα. Είπαμε ότι πολλά μπορούν να συμβούν σήμερα. Εγώ θα επιμείνω όχι στα battleground states, τα λεγόμενα, τις πολιτείες δηλαδή που υπάρχει μεγάλη, είναι αμφίροπα και θεωρούνται ότι γίνεται μεγάλη μάχη. Εγώ θα επιμείνω σε μια πολιτεία όπως η Βιρτζίνια, που είναι κοντά στην πρωτεύουσα την Washington DC, και όπου έχουν εμφανιστεί πολλά σημάδια ότι μεταστροφής υπέρ του Τραμπ. Και τούτο είναι ιδιαίτερα σημαντικό, διότι όπως γνωρίζουμε σε αυτή την πολιτεία υπάρχουν, κατοικούν σε μεγάλο βαθμό οι υπάλληλοι της κυβέρνησης, η αμερικανική γιγαντωθεί, και οι οποίοι έχουν προσωπικό συμφέρον να ψηφίσουν υπέρ της Κάμαλα, διότι τους δύο ψηφίους ο Τραμπ είναι αντίθετος στην εξάπλωση της κυβέρνησης και μάλιστα θέλει να την περικόψει, και ο ΜΑΣΚ έχει ήδη την υπόσχεση του Τραμπ ότι είναι ευθύνος για τις κοπές των κυβερνητικών δαπανών. Όπως ξέρουμε, ο Elon Musk στο Twitter, X, με το που το ανέλαβε, απέλυσε τεράστιο ποσό των υπαλλήλων και έτσι το διέσωσε και το έφερε σε σωστές βάσεις. Φαντάζεται κανείς ότι το ίδιο θα κάνει και στην αμερικανική κυβέρνηση, η οποία ασχολεί εκατομμύρια απόσχολους και διεφθαρμένους. Αυτό είναι ένα από τα βασικότερα μηνύματα της κυβέρνησης της υποψηφιότητας Τραμπ, και γενικά κάθε ρεπουμπλικανός υποψήφιος. Είναι γνωστό ότι το νούμερο ένα που μας ενώνει όλους είναι η μείωση της δύναμης της κυβέρνησης, το οποίο πηγαίνει πίσω, αγαπητοί τηλές, πηγαίνει πίσω 200 χρόνια στο ίδιο το Σύνταγμα Αμερικής. Οι ίδιοι οι λεγόμενοι ιδρυτές, οι founders Αμερικής, ότι το Αμερικανικό Σύνταγμα συντάχθηκε όπως συντάχθηκε, συντάχθηκε με ένα βασικό στόχο, το να πετσοκόψει την δύναμη της κεντρικής εξουσίας. Όσο μικρότερη κυβέρνηση, τόσο περισσότερη ελευθερία των πολιτών. Λοιπόν, με βάση αυτό το πλαίσιο, είναι πολύ σημαντική μια νίκη του Τραμπ, και επίσης, εάν αυτό συμβεί στη Βιρτζίνια με τόσες εκατομμυριάδες υπαλλήλους που είναι γύρω στην Ουάσιγκτον, θα είναι ενδεικτικό τι τεράστια επιρροή έχει δημιουργήσει η υποψηφιότητα του Τραμπ στις μέρες. Ναι. Είναι πάντως το νούμερο ένα θέμα εκλογών. Ήταν πάντοτε και φέτος επίσης πολύ σημαντικό, ότι είναι γνωστό ότι η δημόσιο χρέος 35 εκατομμυρίων δολαρίων, και ουσιαστικά βαδίζουμε προς χρεοκοπία εάν δεν ληφθούν μέτρα να περιοριστεί το χρέος. Και καταλαβαίνετε τι συνέπειες θα έχει όχι μόνο για τη χώρα, τον κόσμο, να οδεύει καταστάσεις χρεοκοπίας στην Αμερική. Γι' αυτό και έχουμε την αίσθηση τελευταία ότι ολόκληρος ο πλανήτης και η ίδια η χώρα είναι σαν να κρατεί την ανάσα της μπροστά στις εκλογές αυτές. Είναι τόσο τεράστιες οι συνέπειες. Αλλά οι μεγαλύτερες έχουν να κάνουν φυσικά με του πολέμου. Η μεγαλύτερη αντιπαράθεση είναι ανάμεσα στο κόμμα του πολέμου, που είναι δικομματικό, είναι δημοκρατικό και ρεπουμπλικανικό στην Ουάσιγκτον, και είναι οι χαρακτηριστικές οι φάσεις που ο Τραμπ επιτέθηκε στη Λουσέινη, που η ίδια και ο πατέρας της έχουν οδηγήσει στην Αμερική σε πολλούς πολέμους εδώ και 20-25 χρόνια, και στην ουσία έχουν καταστρέψει οικονομικά. Και
να σε ρωτήσω, Νίκο,
το σημείο...
Ναι. Στην προεκλογική περίοδο τώρα, το χαρτί της παγκόσμιας ειρήνης παίχτηκε αρκετά από την πλευρά Τραμπ. Δηλαδή, το ότι ο Τραμπ μπορεί να μεσολαβήσει μεταξύ Πούτιν, Ζελένσκι, Ισραήλ, Χαμάς, Χεσμπολάχ για τον τερματισμό των πολέμων, παίχτηκε προεκλογικά.
Νομίστηκε αρκετά, και όχι από τον ίδιο τον Τραμπ, αλλά και από τον αντιπρόεδρό του, τον Γιάννη, και λοιπούς. Μην ξεχνάς ότι ο Τάκερ Κάρλσον επέμεινε και κατάφερε να με τον Πούτιν, η οποία έχει πρωτοφανή νούμερα. 1 δισεκατομμύριο views διεθνώς. Την είδαν για να το καταφέρει αυτό ο Τάκερ Κάρλσον, ήθελε να δώσει φωνή σε εκείνους που θέλουν να ακουστεί η πλευρά η απέναντι, όχι να τα μέσα που φέρνουν την προπαγάνδα και παρουσιάζουν διάφορες θεωρίες επίοικως υπαρκτές, για να μην πω ηλίθιες και φιλοπολεμικές. Έτσι, το γεγονός ότι ακούστηκε η φωνή του Πούτιν στη Δύση μέσω της παρέμβασης του Τάκερ Κάρλσον ήταν πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Μην ξεχνάς ότι αυτή τη φορά ο Τραμπ περιστοιχίζεται από τους ας πούμε συμβούλους όπως ο Elon Musk, ο Tucker, ο RFK Jr. Και είναι σειρά άλλων. Και είναι φυσικά και η γη του, ο J.D. Vance, ο οποίος είναι ο Steve Bannon από την παλιά φρουρά που μόλις βγήκε από τη φυλακή. Πρόκειται για μια ικανότατη ομάδα που έχει εμπειρία ήδη και αν εκλεγεί, αυτή η ομάδα θα εγγυηθεί ότι θα πάει η χώρα προς την κατεύθυνση την οποία προφόρει και την οποία έχει επιλέξει ο Τραμπ. Δεν θα επιτραπεί φιλοπόλεμους του λεγόμενου UNI Party της Ουάσιγκτον να έχουν αποφασιστική θέση. Όποιος αναφέρει και προχθές στον ελληνικό τύπο, τον Πομπέο πήγε στην Αθήνα και συναντήθηκε με το Μητσοτάκη. Υποθέτει θα λάβει το Υπουργείο. Δεν το πιστεύω προσωπικά. Το γεγονός ότι ένας όπως ο Πομπέο, που είναι η καθαρή έκφραση του κόμματος του πολέμου, θα είναι στο Υπουργείο Άμυνας, θα αντιφάσκει με τις προεκλογικές υποσχέσεις του Τραμπ. Και από εκεί και είναι τόσο αντιρρόστος, θα μπορούσαμε να μιλάμε για τα χάλια του για πολύ καιρό. Δεν νομίζω ότι θα επιτρέψουν στον Πομπέο να αναλάβει το ισχυρότερο από άποψη οικονομικών Υπουργείο της Αμερικής. Το Υπουργείο Άμυνας διαχειρίζεται $1 τρισεκατομμύριο ετησίως. Είναι το πιο δυνατό Υπουργείο από άποψη οικονομική. Ναι.
Θέλω να συμφωνήσω απόλυτα με τον Νίκο και θέλω να I would like to welcome to our company James Gosart, Republicans Overseas Vice President. Sorry, Jim, for keeping you so long. We had a few technical problems
Not a problem.
At the beginning of the show, which had to do with the sound, and I think went a little bit back. James will talk to us about Republicans overseas taxation. We will get back to Nick Stamatakis in about half an hour. Nick, it was
Please allow me
great.
to go for a while. Okay?
Yeah, we're going to give you a rest, but we really need you to keep us in current. Με αυτό, I would like to ask James Gosart to tell us a little bit about the Republicans overseas. And hold on, let me close. Okay, we have a little bit of a background sound. I don't know where it's coming from. I think it's coming from. Okay, James, you have the floor. Please tell us about Republicans overseas.
Okay. Well, Jonathan, first of all, thank you for having me join your broadcast. This
It's
is
not
really
my
an exciting
broadcast.
day.
It's Republicans overseas broadcasts. It's our
Thank you for letting me
organization.
join the Republicans Overseas. Thank you for letting me join the Republicans Overseas broadcast. It's an honor to be here. Yeah, and it's also been, look, it's been a really hardworking, exciting, and quite demanding election cycle for us this year. As you know, Jonathan, we have about 35 chapters around the world, and most of them have been very, very heavily engaged this election cycle, more so than I've really ever seen in voter registration and get out the vote efforts, and just engaging with voters in general. And what's really, I think, the most exciting development this year has been something that we as Republicans Overseas have been working on for about 10 years. And that is, we had a huge development. President Trump has signaled to us through a formal statement and through a recorded video that he supports ending the double taxation worldwide of Americans living abroad. And that was no snap decision, as you know. It was a result of 10 years of work on the issue, and we are just thrilled.
James, tell us a little bit about how Republicans overseas, and Christos, please be free to join, because you know, between James and myself, there are a lot of things that we take for granted, and you, Christos, can provide an insight, can make the real pertinent questions as to what Republicans overseas offers both Americans and the countries that they live in. So just a little bit on the history of the Greek chapters. We were formed in the 2019. Solomon YUE, who is our man, invited me to become the chairperson of Republicans Overseas Greece. And from then until now, I think we've done pretty well. We have tens of thousands of registrations, about 40,000 in 2020 cycle, about 5 to 10,000 this cycle. And we have been running what you're currently watching, Republicans Overseas Web TV, the I Love Patrida a website, which is mainly focused for Greek-speaking viewers, since there are about 3 million Greek Americans living in Greece. And we're currently in our new headquarters and really enjoying all this work. Of course, it took a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of effort. But Jim, tell us what was before and what is coming, and how Republicans Overseas are structured.
Okay, yeah. Republicans Overseas was founded right around 2012, 2013 timeframe. The predecessor organization, Republicans Abroad, at that time ceased to exist. And so what happened was Solomon YUE, who you've just mentioned, and Michael DeSambri, who at the time was both the president of Republicans Overseas Worldwide, as well as the chapter president of Republicans Overseas. The two of them connected with Reince Priebus, who was at the time the chairman of the Republican National Committee.
Who's also of Greek descent.
There was a lot of...
Who's also right. of Greek descent.
That's right. And that's right. And a huge supporter of forming the organization, and remains a great supporter of us today. So it was really the three of them that got together and said that, you know, we have to capitalize. We have to have an organization that represents and seeks to represent the interests of Americans living abroad. And what happened was we absorbed many of, but not all of, we absorbed many of the chapters of the previous organization, Republicans Abroad. And since that time, we've added a number of chapters to the organization as well. And we currently have about 35 chapters operating worldwide in the Americas, and many chapters in Europe, Middle East. We have chapters in Asia, where I used to live, and in Latin America. And as I say, we've been very active this election cycle, more so I think than ever. But one of the themes that has been consistent since the founding of Republicans Overseas has been advocating for Americans living abroad in the area of tax reform. And that's where this year we've had this huge breakthrough that I mentioned, where President Trump has personally confirmed and recorded a video indicating support for ending double taxation of Americans living abroad. And that's been that's been a huge boost to our efforts this year.
And
let me also add, though, we've got some.
How many?
Just add, though, we've got a lot of chapters. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. How many hundreds of thousands of voters do Republicans Overseas reach out to?
You know, it's a little difficult to measure exactly. It's north of 100,000. We know that for sure. And the reason is that all of our chapters don't have a consistent way of measuring their membership. So that north of 100,000 is a number reflective of members of our chapters or close followers of our chapters. The number of Americans that we reach abroad, we believe, is in the millions. There's roughly 9 million Americans living abroad. There's probably 4.5, 5 million of voting age, and so we think we're reaching at least 25 to 30% of that number.
Later on in this show,
May I ask a question
Oh, yeah.
to Mr. Vice
Absolutely.
President?
Yeah, go ahead, Christos.
Mr. Vice President, let me ask you a question. We see here in Greece, many journalists don't like our president, our Donald Trump. So they give the picture that Kamala Harris is far away the winner with difference between us. So I have to ask you a question. In the other countries where they seem like Kamala has an advantage over Donald Trump. Is that true?
Look, this race, Christos, and that's a good question. You touched on a couple of points there, and I'll try to address them. But what we're hearing on the ground here is that this race is very, very tight. If anything, President Trump has a slight advantage at this stage. Right in the middle of Election Day, he has a slight advantage compared to where he was against President Biden in 2020. And as you know, that election came down to about 40,000 very carefully placed votes in 3 or 4 key swing states. And the early results as of right now are showing that President Trump is performing better than he did at this point in 2020. So that's what we can tell right now. And the reason for that is the results on early voting. Well, you know, the rules for early voting vary state by state. So there's no absolutely consistent.
We're in a better position than 2020. This time we're
That's
in
correct.
a better position
That's correct.
than 2020.
There's no question that we are at this stage of the game. And some of the internal polling. Now there was an interesting interview on Tucker Carlson a couple of weeks ago. He interviewed a journalist named Mark Halperin. Mark Halperin is now operating on his own, but he was a journalist for NBC News for many decades, and he is no longer at NBC. He operates on his own. But Mark Halperin made a really, really important point, and that is that the polling that is published there's sort of 2 levels of polling. One is the polling that you see being published on a regular basis. It could be the Wall Street Journal, it could be Quinnipiac College, there are Rasmussen, there are many polls that are published. The ones that are published for public consumption, according to Mark Halperin, are not as expensive and not as accurate as the polling that the political parties pay for and use internally in their own campaign planning. Now, that's a really important point because, as Mark Halperin pointed out, just the way the sampling is done by the major polling institutes, they tend to oversample Democratic voters. Therefore, those polls that we see day in and day out tend to give a slight advantage in this year to Vice President Harris. Whereas the polling that the the parties are using internally, it's more expensive to do highly accurate polling. And it's also proprietary information. But the campaigns use this information to direct the campaign, to direct the candidate. Where should President Trump have a rally? Where should Kamala Harris go to have a rally? Where should she engage her surrogates? And if you look at the behavior of both of those campaigns, it does rather indicate that that Trump is probably performing better than the dead 50-50 results that or prediction that is in place. Now, it's very early today. We haven't. The polls are still open for another at least 4 hours, and there's a long way to go here. But that interview of Mark Halperin by Tucker Carlson was, I think, very revealing in terms of.
I'm sorry. Somebody has.
Where is there a tiebreaker here?
Does somebody have a television on? Oh, okay. Okay, please go on.
Let me ask you another question, Mr. Vice President. According to Republicans overseas, we have a picture that Donald Trump, that President Trump, will interfere and will end the two wars. Our territory here, Ukrainian war, that the whole has right now.
I'm sorry, I couldn't make up that question.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Mr. Vice President?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hear
Yeah.
me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it's very faint, but I can hear you.
Voters, do our voters believe that Donald Trump will end the two wars in our territory, Mediterranean Sea, Gaza and Ukraine?
Yes, it's very faint. I think what we can be absolutely sure of is that it's going to be a top priority. It's going to be a top priority for President Trump. I wouldn't begin to suggest what approach he will take, but he's made it very clear that he wants both wars to end. And I think if you look at, like I said, I'm not going to suggest I know what actions his incoming administration will take. And if President Trump's past record is any indication, he does want to keep his adversaries guessing. He's not going to share his actual.
There's been one development which is very interesting. Benjamin Netanyahu fired Gallant, his foreign secretary, who was in line with the Democrat Party and the Kamala Harris aides. And he was replaced by Israel Gantz, who was very pro-Trump. So we assume that this has been discussed with the Trump campaign, and there are very specific measures that will be taken. And they won't even bother to wait for the inauguration. As DJ Trump said, we will start tackling these issues as president-elect, and it's very easy for the war in Ukraine. Obviously, it's much more difficult for the war in Gaza, and the reason there is because you have many players. You have Iran, you have China behind Iran, and you have Iran, and you have Turkey. So basically, you have Turkey and Iran pushing.
And Russia.
Russia, we've managed to play Russia completely into China's hands. Okay, that's something that Trump has noticed and has always talked about. The problem is that, and James, I'm sure you agree that everybody, the moment Donald J. Trump opens up his mouth and says something which is not hateful against Russia, everybody starts from the Democrat Party start calling him a Russian operative, which is stupid. I mean, how stupid can you get?
It is.
Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have never picked up the phone to talk to any of the people involved. They've never talked to Putin. They've never talked to Xi Jinping. They've never talked to the mullahs in Iran. I'm sure that Donald J. Trump will be picking up that phone. He will be making the calls. He will be sending out surrogates. And the reason is you can't answer all threats by taking out a six-shooter and killing everybody. That's not the way you solve international problems. Donald J. Trump.
The bottom line, he's a doer. He wants the job done. So
that's right. Well, I think also if you look at, I think I think if you look at the record and the way that the Abraham Accords played out, it is really extraordinary. And it's another reason why I'm kind of hesitant to make any suggestion of what Trump actually will do. Because if you look at the Abraham Accords, these were highly unprecedented in the approach that President Trump took, because he went up against many decades of doctrine within the State Department. You know, the State Department had pretty much baked it into American foreign policy that any road to peace in the Middle East had to directly involve, begin with, and have the full cooperation of the Palestinians. And Trump dumped that right on its head. And he negotiated one by one with individual countries. Next thing you know, he had 5 peace deals. But he did so by going and highly successful. And guess what? Each of those peace deals they're still in place 4 years later, aren't they? And,
exactly.
And I think it's an example of his willingness to look at unconventional ways of getting things done. But he very much is an individual and a leader who is dedicated toward peace.
Ό,τι θες. Υπάρχει, ξέρω. Να δεν υπάρχει.
The 1st of November. Can you hear me, Mr. Vice President?
Yes, go on ahead. We have a new guest coming in soon, ΠΕΤΡΟΣ TASIOS, but who's going to be very interested in this conversation.
Okay.
Before we continue to James on the matter of Middle East and all that, James, what's this story from the battlefront in the election? What have you heard the last hours?
Well, you know, actually, I got today some interesting data. I can tell you now where I live right now, Christos and others. I lived abroad for about 26 years. Most of that was in China or Hong Kong or somewhere. So that's my background living abroad, and I live on the west coast of Florida in Sarasota County. And we've got some interesting data in. It'll give you an idea of what's been going on. First of all, the turnout. Turnout has been huge. And in Sarasota County, they finished on November 3rd was the last day of early voting. And the turnout among Republicans was 67%. Turnout among Democrats was 70%. And you know what? That's about the same as a turnout of the entire election in 2020. That's about so the early voting is already up there, almost as high as the entire voter turnout was 4 years ago. So I think the early indication is we're seeing is that there's going to be a huge turnout for this election. Now, who has turned out? Well, because we don't know any of the voting results, but we know by party affiliation who has turned out. And in Sarasota County, there was roughly 100,000 Republicans that voted during early elections. So that's as of November 3rd, there were 100,000 Republicans that voted versus Democrats that voted. And that is unexpectedly high in terms of the margin of Republican versus Democrat votes that were cast in Sarasota County in the early votes. To put that in perspective, Sarasota County is a Republican county in the state of Florida. It's not considered a swing county. It's considered a safe county for President Trump. But in 2020, President Trump won Sarasota County by about 7 points. So what all this data mean right now, it's impossible to be conclusive, but the indicator is that Republican turnout in Sarasota County, first of all, voter turnout is huge. And second of all, Republican turnout versus Democrat turnout is highly, highly favorable for Republicans at this stage. Now we'll see. Long way to go, and it's going to be a long night for all of us. And but that's Jonathan. That's all I know at this point in terms of sort of new data that's coming out here.
I want some information, Mr. Vice President. Now that I have you, I need to ask you. The 1st of November, we had a meeting here in Greece between our Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis with the former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. That was a meeting. Some of us explained that our Prime Minister saw Mike Pompeo because we can see Donald Trump as a winner tonight. So the Greek government had to approach the Trump's side by Mike Pompeo. Is that true?
I don't think I can add anything to that. I did not realize that Secretary Pompeo was in Greece, so that's new information to me. But I do know that Secretary Pompeo remains a very trusted advisor to President Trump. That's about all I could share on that at this point.
Άστο τώρα να βγούμε στην εδώ και θα το δούμε.
And Jonathan, if before I'm very sorry, but I can join you later, but I'm going to have to drop off. I would just like to add one more point before I leave, and that is regarding Republicans overseas. We have 2 representatives that are in Mar-a-Lago right now who are attending what is a very, very small gathering, highly selective gathering of people at an election watch party at Mar-a-Lago, at President Trump's residence in Florida. And that is our CEO, Solomon Ye, and our senior advisor to Republicans overseas, Kerry McQuiston, who ran for governor in the state of Oregon a couple of years ago. Both of them are there at a very, very highly selective gathering for this watch party. And Jonathan, I think I can tell you with confidence that that is a very, very high, strong vote of confidence for who we are as Republicans overseas, and the importance of our role, and the significance. And hopefully, we'll be hearing from Solomon as the night wears on. Can't hear you, Jonathan.
Jonathan, δεν ακούγεσαι.
Yes, Solomon. Sorry, I forgot to unmute my mic. Solomon will be coming in about an hour and a half from now. James, it was great hearing from you. As you know, you have an open link. You can join. Now we're joined by Mr. Peter Tasios, who's a...
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Christos. Okay,
we'll see you later.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Mr. Vice President.
Πέτρο, σε ακούμε.
Καλησπέρα, Ιωνάθαν. Καλησπέρα σε όλους.
Μας ζάλισες λίγο με την κάμερα νωρίτερα, πάνω κάτω, λέω πότε θα τελειώσει αυτή η κάμερα να σταθεροποιηθεί.
Όχι, απλώς είμαι... Έχει παρουσιαστεί. πρόβλημα με τον υπολογιστή μου. Okay, τώρα, εντάξει, γιατί συνδέθηκε και μέσω κινητού και μέσω υπολογιστή.
Ωραία, λοιπόν, θέμα, γι' αυτό. Πέτρο, δεν ξέρω τι άκουσες από τον James. Η μετάδοση αυτή είναι μαραθώνια. Θα γίνει και στις 2 γλώσσες. Γιατί θα έχουμε πάρα πολλούς προσκεκλημένους από την Αμερική. Ήδη ξεκινήσαμε με τον Νίκο το Σταματάκη. Βέβαια είχαμε ένα πρόβλημα με τον ήχο. Τελικά ήταν ένα μικρό κουμπάκι που έπρεπε να πατηθεί. Δυστυχώς, θα μου επιτρέψετε, ο ταλέπορος ο πρόεδρος σας είναι κονσόλα, είναι παρουσίαση, είναι δημόσιες σχέσεις, γιατί απ' έξω έχουμε καμιά 20 δημοσιογράφους που περιμένουν για συνεντεύξεις. Είναι καθαριστής, είναι φτιάχνει τους καφέδες. Λοιπόν, ζητώ συγγνώμη από όλους που μας ακούνε. Συνεχίζουμε τώρα στα αγγλικά.
Να μεταφέρω μόνο, συγγνώμη Τζόναθαν, να μεταφέρουμε λίγο ότι αυτή τη στιγμή ο J.D. Vance έκανε δήλωση να μείνει ο κόσμος στα εκλογικά κέντρα για να ψηφίσει. Επί της ουσίας, ο υποψήφιος αντιπρόεδρος δίνει τον τόνο ότι η μάχη είναι μέχρι τέλους και να μην επαναπαυθεί κανείς με βάση κάποια προγνωστικά που δίνουν ότι ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ θα κερδίσει σήμερα. Η μάχη είναι μέχρι την τελευταία στιγμή.
Και εγώ δυσκολεύομαι να πω για κόκκινο κύμα. Διότι ακόμα και η φωνή μας εδώ στην Ελλάδα ακούγεται στη ΣΥΠΑ. Κανένας δεν μπορεί να μείνει, και το λέω για εσάς που μας ακούτε στην Αμερική, κανένας δεν μπορεί να μείνει σπίτι του. Γιατί? Διότι μπορούν να συμβούν αυτά που συνέβησαν στην Αριζόνα την προηγούμενη φορά, που κατά τις 5-6 ώρα Αμερικής κλείσαν τα εκλογικά κέντρα, άλλοι λέγανε δεν είχαν χαρτιά, ότι πρέπει όλοι να κατεβούν να ψηφίσουν. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικές αυτές τις εκλογές. Εδώ θα σας αφήσω για λίγο, γιατί πρέπει να δώσω 2 άλλες συνεντεύξεις. Πέτρο και Χρήστο, συνεχίζουμε, διότι επόμενη σύνδεση θα έχουμε από το Mar-a-Lago, από τον Solomon YUE, μέσα από το Mar-a-Lago. Λοιπόν, Πέτρο, για όσο χρόνο μπορείς, θα τα πείτε με τον Χρήστο. Εμένα θα μου επιτρέψει να βγω εκτός κάμερας. Θα κάνουμε την ανασκόπηση και σύντομα θα είμαι μαζί σας σε αυτή τη μαραθώνια σύνδεση, η οποία θα κρατήσει ίσως και μέχρι αύριο το μεσημέρι. Όσο χρειαστεί θα είμαστε εδώ και θα κάνουμε βάρκες. Εκκλίνε μου που θα είμαι συνέχεια. Λοιπόν, Πέτρο και Χρήστο, το έχετε για 1/4 20 λεπτά. Θα μου επιτρέψετε να βγω εκτός πλάνου.
Δώσε τα φώτα σου, Τζόναθαν.
Τα λέμε αργότερα.
Πέτρο, θέλω να μας δώσεις μια πρώτη εκτίμηση για το σημερινό. Τι είναι αυτή περιμένουμε, πόσο κλειστή είναι η μάχη, πόσο στήθος με στήθος πηγαίνει και ποιο είναι κατά τη γνώμη σου για το επικρατέστερο σενάριο.
Ναι, ακουστήκανε μια σειρά από πολύ ενδιαφέρουσες τοποθετήσεις. Κάποιες εγώ θα τις επαναλάβω. Δηλαδή, καταρχήν, νομίζω ότι δεν πιστευόμαστε σε καμία περίπτωση, τουλάχιστον όπως τα είδαμε για το 2016 και το 2020, τα δημοσκοπικά ευρήματα. Είτε λόγω αποτυχίας των δημοσκόπων να αναλύσουν σωστά τα δεδομένα, είτε λόγω κάποιων υποκειμενικών προτιμήσεων που είχαν γίνει. Δηλαδή, να θυμηθούμε λίγο γιατί ίσως αυτή η μάχη στήθος με στήθος δημοσκοπικά δεν ισχύει. Το 2016 θυμούμαστε ότι η Χίλαρη Κλίντον ήταν 4,1 μπροστά στη λαϊκή ψήφο. Τελικά νίκησε με 2% και τελικά έχασε το σώμα των εκλεκτόρων. Πάμε στο 2020. Τότε λοιπόν ο Biden προηγούταν στις δημοσκοπήσεις με την εντυπωσιακή διαφορά των 8 ποσοστίων μονάδων στη λαϊκή ψήφο. Τελικά κέρδισε με 4% και είδαμε τον τρόπο που οι αμφίσιμες πολιτείες ουσιαστικά κρυθήκανε σε μερικές χιλιάδες ψήφους και μια σειρά καταγγελιών για παρατυπίες, κυρίως μέσω των επιστολικών ψήφων, έτσι που εκεί ανατραπήκανε νόμοι μαθηματικών και στατιστικής. Τώρα λοιπόν αυτό το οποίο δείχνουν τα δημοσκοπικά ευρήματα τους τελευταίους 3 μήνες και η προβλέψη εκλογικού αποτελέσματος είναι ότι οι δύο υποψήφοι πρόεδροι είναι πάρα πολύ κοντά. Παρά όλα αυτά όμως υπάρχουν κάποια ποιοτικά χαρακτηριστικά τα οποία θα πρέπει να λάβουμε υπόψη μας το ποιος θεωρούμε ότι έχει το momentum αυτή τη στιγμή στις εκλογές του 2024. Και τα ποιοτικά χαρακτηριστικά τα οποία διαφοροποιούν τους εκλογικούς παραμέτρους είναι ως εξής. Το πρώτο χαρακτηριστικό είναι βασικά ότι σε όλες τις δημοσκοπήσεις περισσότεροι αυτοπροσδιορίζονται πια ως ρεπουμπλικάνοι παρά ως δημοκρατικοί. Αυτό βασικά είναι το ένα στοιχείο. Το δεύτερο στοιχείο είναι ότι πολλοί οι οποίοι δηλώσανε στο παρελθόν ως ανεξάρτητοι είναι αυτή τη στιγμή πιο κοντά στον Τραμπ ποσοστιαία σε σχέση με τους δημοκρατικούς. Υπάρχει επίσης το κομμάτι το ότι οι ψηφοφόροι πλειοψηφικά εμπιστεύονται τον Τραμπ σε δύο κέρια σημασία ζητήματα. Αυτά που αποτελούν βασικά κριτήρια επιλογής. Το πρώτο κριτήριο βασικά είναι το θέμα της οικονομίας. Όλες οι δημοσκοπήσεις έχουν τον Τραμπ μπροστά από 10 έως 15 μονάδες ως τον πιο αρμόδιο, τον πιο κατάλληλο πρόεδρο για το κομμάτι της οικονομίας. Και το δεύτερο είναι βασικά το θέμα της μετανάστευσης, το οποίο εκεί αποτελεί ένα δεύτερο αλλά πολύ σημαντικό κριτήριο δεδομένου της μεταναστευτικής κρίσης εισβολής, η οποία ουσιαστικά έχει γίνει κατά τη διάρκεια της προεδρίας Biden-Harris. Να πούμε λίγο τα νούμερα για να μην μιλάμε αυθαίρετα. Περίπου επί προεδρίας Μπαράκ Ομπάμα είχαν μπει παράνομα γύρω στα 4,5 εκατομμύρια μετανάστες, ελαφρομετανάστες από τα νότια σύνορα μέσω Μεξικού. Στην περίοδο Τραμπ ήταν γύρω στα 4,5 εκατομμύρια και αυτή τη στιγμή στην προεδρία Biden-Harris έχουμε φτάσει στα 10 εκατομμύρια. Αυτό λοιπόν είναι ένα ακόμη στοιχείο το οποίο λαμβάνουν πολύ σοβαρά οι ψηφοφόροι.
Υπερδιπλάσιοι επί της ουσίας. Υπερδιπλάσιοι.
Είναι υπερδιπλάσιοι από αυτούς που έχουν βασικά υπολογιστική καταγραφή προφανώς.
Ναι, βέβαια.
Ένα άλλο στοιχείο βασικά έχει να κάνει με το κομμάτι βασικά αυτό που λέμε το momentum, αυτό το οποίο νιώθουν οι ψηφοφόροι ότι υπάρχει. Να δούμε λίγο ότι η εκλογική διαδικασία έχει διεξαχθεί σε μία άκρος κατάσταση πόλωσης με τοξικά χαρακτηριστικά. Ουσιαστικά είναι σαν οι εκλογές του 2020 να μην τελειώσανε ποτέ. Και λόγω βασικά της αμφισβήτησης του αποτελέσματος από τον Ντόναλντ Τραμπ, αλλά και λόγω της διαδικασίας η οποία υπήρχε από τους δημοκρατικούς, εργαλειοποίησης, κομματικοποίησης και πολιτικοποίησης της δικαιοσύνης εναντίον του πρώην Προέδρου. 4 υποθέσεις, 3 ποινικές, 1 αστική, οι οποίες μάλιστα αυτή τη στιγμή με εξαίρεση την ποινική, την αστική υπόθεση που αφορά δήθεν την παραπλάνηση των στοιχείων του οίκου Τραμπ προς τους δανειστές, οι άλλες έχουν είτε καταπέσει ή βασικά είναι στο συρτάρι λόγω ότι στερούνται στέρεας νομικής βάσης. Έχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον να πούμε και κάποια στοιχεία ότι οι 3 πόλοι βασικά της εξουσίας στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, που εκεί υπάρχει διάκριση ρόλων σοβαρή, είναι τα check and balances τα οποία υπάρχουν μεταξύ δηλαδή εκτελεστικής, νομοθετικής και δικαστικής. Η δικαστική εξουσία αυτή την περίοδο έχει ανακτήσει, ας το πούμε, έχει έναν έλεγχο αρκετών πτυχών του πολιτικού συστήματος. Υπάρχουν 3 βαθμίδες. Υπάρχει βασικά στο Supreme Court, το ανώτατο δικαστήριο, και είναι 9 οι δικαστές από τους οποίους ελέγχεται αυτή τη στιγμή, το βάζω εντός αγωγικών, ελέγχεται, είναι φύλλα προσκύμενοι ρεπουμπλικάνοι, με πλειοψηφία 6 εναντίον 3. Υπάρχουν επίσης τα δικαστήρια τα οποία κάνει στην έμφαση, τα οποία εκεί πλειοψηφικά είναι πάλι ρεπουμπλικάνοι δικαστές, και υπάρχουν τα πρωτοβάθμια δικαστήρια που εκεί πλειοψηφούν βασικά δημοκρατικοί. Οπότε νομίζω έχει και σημασία να δούμε και γιατί σε πρώτο βαθμό μπαίνουν υποθέσεις εναντίον του Τραμπ και γιατί μετά σε μια δεύτερη φάση, είτε αυτά είναι διαδικασία που κάνουν έφεση ή ανώτατο δικαστήριο που εκεί καταπέφτουν. Έχει και αυτό την σημασία του. Δεν λέω κατά ανάγκη ότι όσοι είναι ρεπουμπλικάνοι δικαστές έχουν ως κριτήριο νομικό την πολιτική του ταυτότητα, αλλά έχει και αυτό τη σημασία του.
Έχει τη σημασία του, ναι, βέβαια.
Ως τελευταία παρατήρηση, εγώ θα έλεγα ότι αυτό που έχει πολύ μεγάλη σημασία να πούμε για να δούμε το γενικότερο πλαίσιο είναι ότι οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες ουσιαστικά από το 2016 και σε φάσεις που οποίες βλέπουμε να εξελίσσονται βρίσκονται σε μια εμφύλια διαμάχη χαμηλής έντασης, σε ένα εμφύλιο πόλεμο. Είναι ένας πόλεμος πολιτιστικός, δηλαδή με ταυτοτικά ζητήματα, όπως έχουμε δει, δηλαδή το θέμα της μετανάστευσης, το θέμα των δημοκρατικών δικαιωμάτων, της οπλοχρησίας, της οπλοκατοχής, το θέμα των αυλώσεων, και υπάρχει επίσης μετά ο πόλεμος αυτός έχει μεταξελιχθεί σε πολιτικό εμφύλιο, με όλα τα χαρακτηριστικά τα οποία έχουμε δει, και υπάρχει μία πρόβλεψη, αυτό δεν είναι προφανώς κινδυνολογία, είναι έρευνες όποιες έχουν γίνει, έχουν γραφτεί βιβλία από σοβαρούς αναλυτές, θεωρούν λοιπόν ότι οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες στην παρούσα φάση, και ανεξάρτητα το ποιος θα βγει, πληρούν όλα τα κριτήρια ώστε να υπάρξει μια ένοπλη εμφύλια σύραξη μέσα στα επόμενα 10 χρόνια. Αυτό έχει να κάνει βασικά και με δημοσκοπικά ευρήματα, όπου 4 στους 10 Αμερικανούς θεωρούν ότι θα υπάρχει εμφύλια σύραξη κάποιας μορφής, έστω περιορισμένης, μέσα στην επόμενη δεκαετία. Έχει να κάνει ότι περίπου το 60% των Ρεπουμπλικάνων θεωρούν ότι οι δημοκρατικοί είναι εχθροί τους και το 40% των δημοκρατικών που θεωρούν ότι απειλείται η ζωή τους από τους Ρεπουμπλικάνους. Επίσης, ένα 61% θεωρεί ότι μετά το τέλος της εκλογικής διαδικασίας, όποιος και να νικήσει, η χώρα θα βρίσκεται σε μια πορεία η οποία δεν θα έχει καμία είδους συνένεση.
Τώρα, για να τα φέρουμε λίγο, Πέτρο, και στην περιοχή μας, πιο κοντά σε εμάς. Εδώ οι περισσότεροι λένε τέλος πάντων διάφορα για τη χάρις και για το κατά πόσον θα μπορούσε να αλλάξει η εκλεγή. Δεν ξέρω, εσύ πιστεύεις ότι μπορούν να αλλάξουν, και αυτό εξαρτάται από τον πρόεδρο των ΗΠΑ ή από την πολιτική που θα ακολουθήσει η χώρα μας, ας πούμε?
Αν μπορείς λίγο να επαναλάβεις την ερώτηση, διότι είχε χαμηλή ένταση και δεν σ' άκουσα.
Πολλές φορές συζητείται εδώ στην Ελλάδα το πώς θα είναι οι σχέσεις μεταξύ της ελληνικής πλευράς με τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες ανάλογα με τον πρόεδρο που θα εκλεγεί. Αυτά πράγματι από το ποιος πρόεδρος θα είναι στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες ή από την ελληνική πολιτική?
Είναι μια πάρα πολύ στοχευμένη ερώτηση. Συγγνώμη, είχα μια επιστροφή ήχου. Λοιπόν, αν κατάλαβα σωστά, είναι το ερώτημα πώς θα εξαρτηθεί η πορεία των αμερικανικών σχέσεων ανάλογα με το αποτέλεσμα των αμερικανικών εκλογών. Σωστά?
Των ελληνοαμερικανικών σχέσεων, η σχέση μεταξύ Ελλάδος και Ηνωμένων Πολιτείων Αμερικής.
Ωραία, ωραία. Λοιπόν, εδώ να πούμε καταρχήν το πλαίσιο. Υπάρχει μια απόλυτη διακομματική συνένεση μεταξύ Ρεπουμπλικάνων και Δημοκρατικών όσον αφορά τα συμφέροντα των ΗΠΑ στην Ανατολική Μεσόγειο. Αυτό έχει ξεκινήσει από το 2017, τέλη του 2016. Τότε λοιπόν είχε δοθεί το μεγαλύτερο πρόγραμμα διάσωσης του Διεθνούς Νομισματικού Ταμείου προς μια χώρα με χρέος, με παρέμβαση του Μπαράκ Ομπάμα. Εκεί λοιπόν στα τέλη του 2016 κατάλαβε οι ΗΠΑ ότι έπρεπε να αντικαταστήσουν την Τουρκία και να βάλουν ως αξιόπιστο εταίρο την Ελλάδα. Χτίστηκε λοιπόν η στρατηγική εταιρική σχέση Ελλάδας-Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών από το 2018 και μετά, διοίκηση Τραμπ-Πομπέο, και μπαίνοντας στις ράγες συνεχίστηκε και το 2021 με την τωρινή διοίκηση. Μπορώ να πω βέβαια ότι την πρώτη τετραετία τα πράγματα πήγαν, θα έλεγα, πιο γρήγορα όσον αφορά τη στρατηγική εταιρική σχέση. Μπήκαν τα θεμέλια, ήταν μια διαδικασία, θα έλεγα, πολύ πιο γρήγορη σε σχέση με ό,τι ακολούθησε το 2021-2024, χωρίς να απομειώσω βέβαια και όλα αυτά τα οποία γίνανε τα τελευταία 3-4 χρόνια. Απλώς η πρώτη τετραετία φαίνονταν να είχε μεγαλύτερη δυναμική. Αυτό λοιπόν το οποίο είναι η δική μου πεποίθηση, ότι δεν θα περιμένουμε καμία είδους έκπληξη από τη μεριά είτε εκλεγούν οι Δημοκρατικοί είτε οι Ρεπουμπλικάνοι στο θέμα Ανατολική Μεσόγειος, σχέσεις Ελλάδας και ΗΠΑ, υπάρχουν όμως κάποια πράγματα τα οποία οφείλουμε να πούμε. Το πρώτο πράγμα είναι ότι μία εκλογή των Ρεπουμπλικάνων θα φέρει σίγουρα σε θέση κέραια πρώτης γραμμής το Μάικ Πομπέο. Ο Μάικ Πομπέο είναι αυτός ο οποίος έχτισε ουσιαστικά ως Υπουργός Εξωτερικών τη στρατηγική εταιρική σχέση. Ο Ρίξ Τέλερσον είχε κάνει τα πρώτα βήματα, αλλά ήταν, θα έλεγα, αρκετά αδύναμος σε αυτή τη διαδικασία. Χέρι άκρας εκτίμηση από όλο το πολιτικό κατεστημένο της Ελλάδας και έχει μια εξαιρετική χημεία. Άρα λοιπόν, εφόσον εκλεγεί η διοίκηση Τραμπ, θα δούμε τον Πομπέο πιθανώς στο Υπουργείο Άμυνας, το οποίο και αυτό θα είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Επίσης, η διοίκηση Τραμπ, όπως είδαμε βασικά να εφαρμόζεται, έχει την γραμμή του hardline foreign policy των Ρεπουμπλικάνων. Δηλαδή, το peace through strength. Είναι αυτό το οποίο είχε πει ο Ρόλαντ Ρίγκαν και εφάρμοσε. Άρα λοιπόν, ίσως επί διοίκησης Τραμπ να δούμε μία εξωτερική πολιτική που θα είναι ακόμη πιο σκληρή έναντι της Τουρκίας και θα γίνω σαφής. Από το 2021 ως 2024 οι σχέσεις ΗΠΑ-Τουρκίας έχουν επιδεινωθεί ακόμη περισσότερο από όσο ήταν στην περίοδο 2017-2021. Αυτό κυρίως βασικά επιλογής της Τουρκίας. Η Τουρκία έχει στρέψει τον προσανατολισμό της προς την Κεντρική Ασία, προς τη Μέση Ανατολή, έχει γκαλιάσει το δόγμα του ευρυσιανισμού, εναγκαλίζεται με τους στρατηγικούς ανταγωνιστές των ΗΠΑ, Ρωσία, Κίνα και Ιράν. Και ουσιαστικά οι σχέσεις ΗΠΑ-Τουρκίας είναι συναλλακτικές. Ήταν συμμαχικές, ήταν στρατηγικές και τώρα είναι συναλλακτικές. Ο Τραμπ λοιπόν σε δύο περιπτώσεις εφάρμοσε μια σκληρή πολιτική εναντίον της Τουρκίας. Θα θυμίσουμε την περίπτωση του Αμερικανού Πάστορα, όταν λοιπόν με ένα Twitter γκρέμισε την τουρκική λίρα κατά 20% και δεν ξαναπήρε ποτέ η τουρκική λίρα πάνω, άσε που έχασε και λόγω δικών των δομικών στοιχείων, και οι κυρώσεις σε άνθρακα και χάλιβα. Άρα λοιπόν υπάρχει περίπτωση οι σχέσεις να είναι ακόμη καλύτερες μεταξύ Ελλάδας και ΗΠΑ με τη διοίκηση Τραμπ, λόγω ότι είναι απρόβλεπτος έναντι ανταγωνιστών των ΗΠΑ. Αν βγει Καμάλα Χάρις, προφανώς επειδή υπάρχει διακομματική συνένεση και στο Κογκρέσο βλέπουμε το πώς ουσιαστικά ρεπουμπλικάνοι και δημοκρατικοί ψηφίζουν με πολύ μικρές διαφοροποιήσεις θέματα που αφορούν τις σχέσεις Ελλάδας και σχέσεις Τουρκίας με τις ΗΠΑ, αλλά έχω έναν μικρό αστερίσκο να επισημάνω, μπορεί να είναι λεπτομέρεια, μπορεί να μην παίξει ρόλο. Οφείλω μας να το πω, υπάρχει ο Φίλιπ Γκόρντον. Ποιος είναι ο Φίλιπ Γκόρντον? Ο Φίλιπ Γκόρντον ήταν υφυπουργός εξωτερικών.
Το πήρες από τα αυτιά μου, από το στόμα μου, Πέτρο. Θα μιλούσα τώρα για τον Γκόρντον. Δεν είναι μόνο όμως ο Γκόρντον. Πες μας για τον Γκόρντον, διότι έχω να πω πολλά. Και διότι γίνανε πολλά τώρα πριν από μερικές ώρες και να ενημερώσουμε. Συνέχισε.
Ωραία. Λοιπόν, ο Φίλιπ Γκόρντον ήταν υφυπουργός εξωτερικών του Μπαράκ Ομπάμα. Καταρχήν είναι άνθρωπος του παλιού αφηγήματος. Είναι αυτός δηλαδή ο οποίος θεωρεί ότι η Τουρκία πρέπει πάση θυσία να παραμείνει στο δυτικό στρατόπεδο και να έχει την σχέση όσο μπορεί να είναι αυτή με τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες. Αυτό λοιπόν το είδαμε επί διοίκησης Μπαράκ Ομπάμα. Έχει κρατήσει πολύ σημαντική θέση στο Συμβούλιο Εθνικής Ασφάλειας, Προεδρία. Επειδή οι δημοκρατικοί της τωρινής έχουν, αν το δούμε, ποιοι ήταν επί περίοδο Μπαράκ Ομπάμα, ποιοι ήταν επί περίοδο βασικά Biden-Harris, είναι ελάχιστες διαφοροποιήσεις. Λοιπόν, αυτός λοιπόν θεωρεί, είναι άνθρωπος ο οποίος θεωρεί ότι η Τουρκία σε κάθε περίπτωση πρέπει να παραμείνει στο στρατόπεδο των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών. Οπότε νομίζω, επειδή θα είναι ένας σύμβουλος της Καμάλα Χάρις σε περίπτωση που εκλεγεί με κέρια θέση, σίγουρα θα παίξει κάποιον ρόλο. Και να πούμε επίσης και κάτι άλλο. Οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, η περίοδος Biden, μπορεί πράγματι να μην κάνει καμία συνάντηση με τον Ερντογάν. Τα πράγματα να ήταν ψυχρά. Βέβαια, είδαμε προσπάθειες ρημούλκησης της Τουρκίας, έστω και σε εναλλακτικά πίσω. Πώς το είδαμε? Δεν θα σας πω για τα F-16, γιατί εκεί περάσουν και 28 μήνες ώστε και αν υπάρχει διακομματική συνένεση για να υπάρξει η συμφωνία πώλησης και αναβάθμισης. Αλλά είδαμε ότι η προσπάθεια που έγινε με τα F-35, δηλαδή ουσιαστικά τους είπανε αποθηκεύστε τους S-400 για να μπορέσουμε να ξανανοίξουμε το πρόγραμμα των F-35. Λοιπόν, νομίζω ότι τα πράγματα θα πάνε πιο γρήγορα. Πάλι επιτρέψτε μου να πω ότι δεν θέλω να ακυρώσω τη διακομματική συνένεση που υπάρχει, γιατί τα πράγματα, κατά τη δικιά μου άποψη, εφόσον η Τουρκία έχει αυτό το μονόδρομο εναντίον της Δύσης, είναι μη αναστρέψιμα. Απλώς θεωρώ ότι θα είναι σε κάπως καλύτερη κατάσταση με μια ομάδα των Ρεπουμπλικάνων, η οποία θα είναι με κέρυας ουσιαστικά σημασίας θέση ο Μάικ Πομπέο.
Εδώ θα διαφωνήσω μαζί σου, Πέτρο. Το όνομα που θα πρέπει να προσέχουμε είναι Ρικ Γκρενέλ. Ο Ρικ Γκρενέλ είναι πάρα πολύ κοντά στην οργάνωσή μας. Και μιλάμε για το ΙΠΕΞ. Είναι από τους πολύ στενούς συνεργάτες του Ντόναλντ Τραμπ. Επίσης είναι και πολύ στενός συνεργάτης της οργάνωσης των Ρεπουμπλικάνων στο εξωτερικό. Ο Ρικ Γκρενέλ είναι μια προσωπικότητα, καταρχάς έρχεται πολύ συχνά στην Ελλάδα, τουλάχιστον μια φορά το χρόνο, πηγαίνει στη Μύκονο. Ήταν πρέσβης στη Γερμανία, τον μισούν οι Γερμανοί, πραγματικά τον μισούν, διότι τους έβαλε τα δύο πόδια σε ένα παπούτσι και είναι τόσο κοντά όσο δεν γίνεται στο Τραμπ. Αντίθετα, ο Πομπέο μπορεί να έχει θετικά, αλλά έχει πάρα πολλά αρνητικά. Και δεν θα είναι στη νέα διοίκηση. Αποστασιοποιήθηκε πάρα πολύ από το κόμμα, σε σημείο να είναι μαύρο πρόβατο. Πολλοί να τον αποκαλούν προδότη. Εγώ δεν θα το πω. Δεν συμφωνώ με αυτήν. Αλλά εντάξει, κόμμα είμαστε, δεν συμφωνούμε πάντα όλοι. Αλλά ο άνθρωπος που θα πρέπει να προσέξουμε για το ΙΠΕΞ είναι ο Ρικ Γκρενέλ, ο οποίος ξέρει τη διπλωματία, ήταν πρέσβης και ξέρει πώς να καθαρίσει και τον κόπρο του αυγείου, διότι δυστυχώς σε πάρα πολλές πρεσβείες γίνανε έσχοι και δεν λειτουργούν. Και εδώ θα μιλήσω και σαν Ρεπουμπλικάνος στο εξωτερικό, γιατί είναι εδώ πρεσβεία, η οποία ουσιαστικά υπολειτουργεί. Δεν εξυπηρετεί τους Αμερικανούς πολίτες, σωστά. Γι' αυτό αναγκαστήκαμε εμείς το Ρεπουμπλικανικό κόμμα. Εμείς το κόμμα αναγκαστήκαμε και φτιάξαμε δικό μας ΚΕΠ, το Κέντρο Βοηθείας, το οποίο έχει εξυπηρετήσει τα τελευταία 3 χρόνια, καθίστε καλά, 65.000 περιπτώσεις. 65.000 περιπτώσεις που δεν εξυπηρετούσε η πρεσβεία. Κάνουμε αιτήσεις για επικότητα, κάνουμε αιτήσεις για επιδόματα, κάνουμε αιτήσεις για συντάξεις. Όλα σαν ΚΕΠ, έτσι. Όχι, δεν το κάνουμε επαμοιβή, το κάνουμε για τα μέλη μας. Λοιπόν,
γιατί η πρεσβεία αρνείται να βοηθήσει αυτό?
Η πρεσβεία ασχολείται μόνο με τα δικαιώματα των ΛΟΑΤΚΙ και με τις περιθωριακές ομάδες. Όπου ΛΟΑΤΚΙ τρέχουν σαν παλαβοί. Λοιπόν, αλλά όταν έρχεται να εξυπηρετήσουν τους χιλιάδες Ελληνοαμερικάνους που βρίσκονται σε χωριά, σε κομμοπόλεις επαρχίας, σκασίλα τους μεγάλη και 10 παπαγάλοι, με συγχωρείτε, θα το πω έτσι πολύ χοντρά, διότι έχουμε τρελαθεί εμείς στο κόμμα να δουλεύουμε εδώ χρόνια, δηλαδή η Μαρία Ιβρακά, η Μαρίνα η Μεθενίτη, τα υπόλοιπα στελέχη του κόμματος, εθελοντές, έτσι. Έχουμε τρελαθεί να τακτοποιούμε υποθέσεις και δεν οι αντίστοιχοι μας δημοκρατικοί ασχολούνται μόνο με το θέμα να ψαρεύουν ψηφαλάκια. Εμείς λύνουμε πραγματικά προβλήματα και τα λύνουμε καθημερινά, σε καθημερινή βάση. Αν έρθεις, Χρήστο, και δεις τα mail μας, θα τρελαθείς κάθε μέρα. Έχουμε ολόκληρο τηλεφωνικό κέντρο της MediaTel που αναγκαστικά ασχολείται με αυτό το θέμα. Γιατί μην ξεχάσουμε το εξής, ότι εμείς στο Ρεπουμπλικανικό κόμμα δεν παίρνουμε καμία επιχορήγηση από την Αμερική. Αντίθετα, πληρώνουμε $14.000 το χρόνο σαν συνδρομή προς το κόμμα. Και είμαστε υποχρεωμένοι να μαζεύουμε και donations. Και ουσιαστικά στο τέλος του μήνα αδειάζουμε τις τσέπες μας, τα στελέχη του κόμματος, για να μπορέσουμε να τακτοποιήσουμε. Και όπως ξέρετε, υπάρχει ένα μέγαρο εδώ, υπάρχει ένα στούντιο, υπάρχουν μισθοδοσίες, υπάρχουν κόστη, τα οποία τα καλύπτουμε όλα εξιδίων. Και αυτό το λέμε σε πολλά τρολάκια που κυκλοφοράνε στο διαδίκτυο και λένε διάφορα και κάτι γκρουπάκια της πλάκας, τα οποία ούτε έχουν προσφέρει στην ελληνοαμερικανική κοινότητα, ούτε προσφέρουν στους Ελληνοαμερικανούς ή έστω στις ελληνικές διεθνείς σχέσεις. Ο Πέτρος τα ξέρει, εσύ τα μαθαίνεις, νομίζω πρέπει να τα ακούσουν και οι ακροατές μας. Ότι εδώ χτίσαμε, ο πρόεδρος ήταν με το μυστρί, με το ελικοπτεράκι να στρώνει μπετό, να φτιάξουμε ολόκληρες αυτές τις τεράστιες εγκαταστάσεις που έχουμε κάνει με προσωπική εργασία μας. Με προσωπική εργασία. Και πληρώναμε από την τσέπη μας μόνο τα υλικά. Αυτό να το ακούσουν μερικοί, διότι για να μπορέσουμε εμείς να βγάλουμε δεκάδες χιλιάδες ψήφων από την Ελλάδα για τον Τραμπ, αλλά να βοηθήσουμε και τους Ελληνοαμερικανούς, έχουμε χύσει αίμα και πολύ υδρότα. Λοιπόν, σταματάμε εδώ, διότι απλά θέλω να ενημερώσω για κάποιες εξέλιξεις. Κάποιες εξέλιξεις. Κοίταξε, νομίζω ότι σε αυτό το τηλεμαραθώνιο, διότι θα έχετε την ευκαιρία σιγά σιγά να έρθετε και στα γραφεία του κόμματος αργότερα. Σήμερα η βραδιά είναι μόνο για τους δημοσιογράφους, αλλά αργότερα θα ανοίξει το κόμμα. Βλέπω ότι τα αποτελέσματα για τους δημοκρατικούς στο mail-in vote, δηλαδή στην επιστολική ψήφο, είναι τραγικά. Είναι τελευταία στιγμή που βλέπω στο feed και βλέπω ότι έχουμε διάφορα προβλήματα. Βλέπω εδώ πάλι κλείσανε 2 εκλογικά κέντρα σε κόκκινες περιοχές στην Πενσιλβάνια, τάχα μου, ότι υπήρχε διαρροή αερίου. Γι' αυτό και βγήκε ο Τραμπ και λέει θα κάτσετε στην ουρά μέχρι τέλους. Σε αυτά τα 2 εκλογικά κέντρα δόθηκε παράταση 2 ώρων. Και να ξέρουμε ότι στην Αμερική τα εκλογικά κέντρα, το εξηγώ αυτό, δεν είναι όπως τα δικά μας εκλογικά κέντρα που είναι 300-500 ψηφοφόροι. Είναι 10.000, 20.000 ψηφοφόροι. Εν τω μεταξύ χαλάσανε τα μηχανήματα στη Τζόρτζα πάλι και έχουν γίνει ουρές χιλιάδων ψηφοφόρων και δεν νομίζω ότι όλα είναι αυτά τυχαία. Πάντως πάμε καλά, όπως είπε και ο Νίκος νωρίτερα. Θα τον ξαναέχουμε τον Νίκο, θα ξαναέχουμε και τον James. Περιμένω σε λίγο να μπουν ο Solomon Yu από το Mar-a-Lago, να έρθει και ο Mark ZELL από το Ισραήλ, διότι να εξηγήσουμε ότι τα 2 μεγαλύτερα τμήματα των Ρεπουμπλικάνων στο εξωτερικό είναι πρώτα το Ισραήλ, γιατί είναι και παλιό τμήμα, είναι περίπου σχεδόν 20 χρόνια, έχει 150.000 μέλη. Και σε αυτό τον εκλογικό κύκλο έφτασε τα 200.000 μέλη. Βέβαια, στο Ισραήλ είναι εύκολο, διότι οι περισσότεροι Ισραηλινοί έχουν και αμερικανική υπηκότητα, αλλά και εμείς στην Ελλάδα δεν πάμε πίσω. Έχουμε 180.000 Ελληνοαμερικανούς, εκ των οποίων 45.000 είναι εγγεγραμμένοι ρεπουμπλικανοί ψηφοφόροι. Και όπως σας είπε και ο Νίκος από την Αμερική, κάτι αντίστοιχο γίνεται και στην Ομογένεια. Με όσους ομογενείς μιλάω, έχουν αποκηρύξει το Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα, επειδή έχουν καταλάβει πλέον ότι το Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα δεν ενδιαφέρεται για εμάς τις μειονότητες. Παιδιά, στην Αμερική οι Ελληνοαμερικάνοι είμαστε μειονότητα. Μπορεί να μην είμαστε, είμαστε μειονότητα. Το Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα βασίζεται σε αυτό που λέμε εμείς στην Αμερική WASP, δηλαδή η σφίγγα, είναι τα αρχικά, White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Κόψαμε το Protestant, διότι είναι άθεοι, αλλά είναι Anglo-Saxon λευκή. Υψηλής εισοδηματικής τάξης, φραγκάτη δηλαδή, και απόφοιτη πανεπιστημιακής μόρφωσης. Τα πανεπιστήμια δημιουργούν δημοκρατικούς. Η βάση του εκλογικού σώματος του Ρεπουμπλικανικού Κόμματος είναι αυτό που λέμε rednecks. Τα λέω τις λέξεις για να τις καταλαβαίνουν και κάποιοι ακροατές που δεν ξέρουν ενδεχομένως. Redneck δεν σημαίνει κόκκινος λαιμός. Ποιος έχει κόκκινο λαιμό? Αυτός που φοράει t-shirt όταν δουλεύει και όχι γιακά. Άρα έχει κόκκινο λαιμό, διότι είναι έξω και δουλεύει στον ήλιο. Και αυτοί είναι οι εργάτες. Αυτό είναι το σώμα. Δεν είναι τυχαίο ότι στα δημοψηφίσματα που έγιναν στο σωματείο των Ιταλικέριδων, πήραμε 60%. Οι Ιταλικέριδες, εντάξει, παραδοσιακά στηρίζανε δημοκρατικούς. Σε πρώτη φορά δεν στηρίξανε. Και στην αυτοκινητοβιομηχανία, αν ο πρόεδρος του στήριξε, αλλά τον κράξανε, και έχουμε από τους εργάτες της αυτοκινητοβιομηχανίας που είναι έγχρωμοι, είναι Λατινοαμερικανοί, είναι φτωχοί άνθρωποι, δεν είναι φτωχοί για την Αμερική, έτσι. Εκεί έχουμε πλειοψηφία. Δηλαδή η Αμερική δεν είναι η Αμερική που νομίζει, οι Ρεπουμπλικάνοι δεν είναι αυτό που προωθεί η αριστερά, το κόμμα των ελίτ.
Πλέον στην πράξη έχει αλλάξει πολύ αυτό. Δηλαδή νομίζω ότι πλέον η ελίτ εκφράζεται πολύ περισσότερο από τους δημοκρατικούς παρά από τους ρεπουμπλικάνους.
Και ξέρετε τι. Ναι, ξέρεις τι. Πλέον το αφήγημα είναι εμείς, οι ρεπουμπλικάνοι, ενάντια στους νεοταξίτες. Δεν είναι πλέον ο διχασμός της αριστεράς και δεξιάς. Και θα σας πω και ένα μυστικό. Ξέρετε ότι στους 42.000 μέλη μας υπάρχουν και πάρα πολλά μέλη που εδώ στην Ελλάδα ψηφίζουν αριστερά. Ακόμα και κουκουέ. Και συμπαθούν τον Ντόναλντ Τραμπ. Γιατί? Διότι ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ μπορεί να είναι δισεκατομμυριούχος, αλλά αυτό είναι και το ατού του. Ότι κανένας δεν μπορεί να τον εξαγοράσει. Αντίθετα, η κυρία Πελόζη έβγαλε $250 εκατομμύρια μπαίνοντας στην πολιτική άφραγκη, και πριν από 2 εβδομάδες πούλησε τις μετοχές της Visa ακριβώς την προηγούμενη μέρα, πριν γίνει σκάσει το σκάνδαλο και γίνει η έρευνα. Πώς ήξερε η κυρία Πελόζη και πούλησε τις μετοχές της? Γι' αυτό έβγαλε 250 εκατομμύρια από την πολιτική, μπαίνοντας χωρίς τίποτα. Αυτό θυμίζει και άλλες χώρες. Δεν θα πούμε ονόματα. Έτσι, δεν θα πούμε. Ναι, δεν θα πούμε. Αλλά ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ είναι από τους λίγους πολιτικούς που μπήκε στην πολιτική πλούσιος και έχασε. Βέβαια, όταν έκανε το True Social, του πήρε τα παντελόνια, γιατί έβγαλε $3,5 δισεκατομμύρια από αυτό, αλλά αυτό είναι ένα άλλο θέμα.
Από την πολιτική βγήκε φτωχότερος από όσο μπήκε.
Ακριβώς.
Από τους ελάχιστους που το έκαναν αυτό διεθνώς και γενικότερα στην ιστορία.
Και το λέει στις ομιλίες του τόσες φορές, ότι εγώ θα μπορούσα να είμαι τώρα σε μια ωραία παραλία, να λιάζομαι και να μην έχω. Και τέλος πρόεδρος είπε, κανένα, θα είχα και τα Secret Service, θα τα είχα όλα. Αντίθετα, εγώ προτιμώ να είμαι εδώ, να τρώω σφαίρες για σας. Και το λέει συνέχεια. Είναι πολύ ενωτικός ο πρόεδρος. Λέει, είμαι για όλους τους Αμερικανούς, ανεξάρτητος χρώματος. Και αυτό είναι που προσπαθούν οι δημοκρατικοί με το κουτάλι να σερβίρουν στους ψηφοφόρους. Δήθεν ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ είναι ρατσίστης. Ρε παιδιά, ποιος είναι ρατσίστης? Ο άνθρωπος ο οποίος...
Να πούμε κάτι, Τζόναθαν, να πούμε κάτι εδώ. Τις διακρίσεις ανάμεσα σε κοινωνικές ομάδες τις συντηρεί η αριστερά. Τις συντηρεί ο σοσιαλισμός. Γιατί πλέον μόνο αυτό μπορεί να είναι το αφήγημά του. Αν μιλήσουμε όλοι και πούμε ότι πραγματικά πλέον ποιος ασχολείται με το τι κάνει ο καθένας στην προσωπική του ζωή, αν είναι μαύρος, άσπρος, κίτρινος, κόκκινος, αν είναι
δεν έχει καμία σημασία.
Δεν μας ενδιαφέρει καθόλου. Αλλά αυτούς τους ενδιαφέρει για να μπορούν να συντηρήσουν το αφήγημά τους.
Ακριβώς.
Δεν έχουν άλλο αφήγημα.
Ο
δεν
Ρίτσαρντ
μπορούν να μιλήσουν
Γκρενέλ
για οικονομία. Δεν μπορούν να μιλήσουν για τη φύση. Δεν μπορούν να μιλήσουν για τίποτα. Μόνο για δικαιώματα. Ψευδώς για δικαιώματα.
Προσέξτε τη διαφορά. Ο Ρίτσαρντ Γκρενέλ, που σας μίλησα πριν, είναι δεδηλωμένος ομοφυλόφιλος. Ο άνθρωπος είναι με τη γραβατούλα του, με το κουστούμάκι του. Ποτέ δεν προτάσει το σεξουαλικό του προσανατολισμό. Ούτε, τίποτα. Αν τον δεις δεν το καταλαβαίνεις. Και βλέπεις από την άλλη πλευρά τους τρανς υπουργούς και τέτοια με τα φουστάνια, τον άλλον τον διευθυντή της υπηρεσίας πυρηνικής ενέργειας.
Αντί να προβάλλουν το βιογραφικό τους, προβάλλουν την ιδιότητά τους, τη σεξουαλική τους προτίμηση και όλα αυτά. Δεν προβάλλουν βιογραφικό και προβάλλουν
για να καλύψουν
το ανθρωπιστικό τους.
Πάμε τώρα λοιπόν να απαντήσω λίγο στον Πέτρο, διότι το πλατιάσαμε. Αλλά αναγκαστικά πρέπει να το πλατιάσουμε απόψε. Όχι επειδή πρέπει να καλύψουμε πολλή ώρα, αλλά επειδή νομίζω ότι για πρώτη φορά μιλάμε εφόλησης ύλης στους ψηφοφόρους του Ρεπουμπλικανικού Κόμματος, αλλά και στους φίλους μας που μας παρακολουθούν, διότι μας παρακολουθούν και στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και στην Αμερική ομογένεια. Θέλω να προσθέσω μερικά ονόματα. Amos Hochstein. Ο Amos Hochstein ήταν ο άνθρωπος ο οποίος συνέταξε το χάρτη Biden του 2012. Αυτός ο χάρτης προέβλεπε ότι το φυσικό αέριο του Ισραήλ δεν θα πάει από τον EastMed, που ήταν το αρχικό σχέδιο, αλλά θα πάει στο Σεϊχάν, στην Τουρκία. Ο ίδιος Amos Hochstein, που ήταν τότε σύμβουλος Ομπάμε, μετά εργάστηκε στην τουρκική εταιρεία πετρελαίων, μάλιστα έκανε και πολλά σποτ, τα έχουμε, δεν τα έχουμε σβήσει, γιατί αυτοί προσπαθούν τώρα να τα σβήσουν. Και ουσιαστικά δούλευε για τις τουρκικές μυστικές υπηρεσίες. Ο ίδιος άνθρωπος, ο Amos Hochstein, έγινε ενεργειακός σύμβουλος του Ομπάμα και της Χάρις και θα παραμείνει. Ποιος είναι ο άνθρωπος αυτός? Αυτός ο οποίος θα απαγορεύσει, ήδη απαγορεύει στην Ελλάδα να εξορίξει τα πετρέλαια της και το φυσικό αέριο. Έχουμε πετρέλαιο λίγο, αλλά πολύ φυσικό αέριο. Και είδατε ότι ενώ η ExxonMobil ανακοίνωσε προμηνών ότι θα ξεκινήσει γεωτρήσεις το 2024, έσπευσε κατ' εντολή του επιτελείου της κυρίας Χάρης ο Υπουργός Οικονομικών της Ελλάδος να πει ότι αυτό μεταθέτουμε για το 2026, χωρίς να αιτιολογήσει γιατί. Το βέβαια, να εξηγήσουμε στον ελληνικό λαό ότι η ευημερία του θα πάει λίγο πίσω για να κάνουν τα πολιτικά τους παιχνίδια οι δημοκρατικοί, αυτό είναι ένα άλλο θέμα. Έχουμε επίσης και άλλους συμβούλους, την κυρία Λιτσέτ, η οποία είναι από τα γεράκια. Να πούμε έναν όρο εδώ, είναι οι λεγόμενοι neocons, neoconservatives, στους οποίους ανήκει ένα μεγάλο τμήμα των οψίμων ρεπουμπλικανών που στηρίζουν το Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα. Λις Τσένι, πατέρας της, ο Ντικ Τσένι, μας έβαλε στους ατελείωτους πολέμους. Και την καταλάβαμε τι κουμάς ήτανε, και η απάντηση ήταν ότι δεν υπήρξε ποτέ πολιτικός στην αμερικανική ιστορία που να φάει τέτοιο κράξιμο στις κάλπες όταν προσπάθησε να κατέβει ξανά υποψήφια. Έδωσε γραμμή ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ, μαυρίστε την, και πραγματικά τη μαύρισαν στο Wyoming. Τέτοιο ρεζιλίκι δεν έχει ξαναγίνει. Αυτή λοιπόν η γυναίκα έτρεξε, η οποία τι θέλει, ατελείωτους πολέμους. Αυτό που συζητούσαμε πριν με τον James, λίγο πριν μπει ο Πέτρο. Αυτά τα σκουπίδια, πραγματικά για σκουπίδια μιλάμε, πολιτικά σκουπίδια, αυτά είναι που θέλει ο Τραμπ να διώξει από την αμερικανική πολιτική σκηνή. Και δυστυχώς το επιτελείο της Χάρης έχει και από τους... καταρχάς έχει πάρα πολλούς αδελφούς μουσουλμάνους. Οι αδελφοί μουσουλμάνοι είναι για την Ελλάδα το πιο επικίνδυνο υπάρχει. Το πρόβλημα είναι αυτό που δεν έχουμε καταλάβει εδώ στην Ελλάδα, είναι ότι η Τουρκία καθοδηγεί το εντός εισαγωγικών παλαιστινιακό κίνημα σε συνεργασία με το Ιράν. Είναι δύο περιφερειακές δυνάμεις οι οποίες θέλουν να ανελιχθούν στην τοπική σκακέρα και χρησιμοποιούν το Παλαιστινιακό ως όχημα. Δεν τους νοιάζει τι θα γίνει η Παλαιστίνη. Καθόλου. Πόσο τους ενδιαφέρει να προωθήσουν τις δικές τους βλέψεις. Και ειδικά για την Τουρκία, η κόντρα η μεγάλη είναι για το θέμα το θρησκευτικό. Ποιος θα ελέγξει τα 2 δισεκατομμύρια μουσουλμάνους. Και αυτό περνάει μέσα από τις φτωχογειτονιές της Ραμάλα. Όταν είχαμε πάει στο Ισραήλ πρόσφατα, και αυτά θα μας τα επιβεβαιώσει ο MARC, το οποίο μίλησα νωρίτερα, ZELL, ο ομότιμός μου, θα βγει γύρω στις 12.30. Αν πας στη Ραμάλα, θα δεις τουρκικές σημαίες να ανεμίζουν στα σπίτια των Παλαιστινίων. Και εμείς οι Έλληνες, αυτούς τους Παλαιστίνιους, όχι οι Έλληνες, τους θεωρούμε φίλους μας. Και ξεχνάμε ότι στην κατοχή υπήρχε η Αραβική Λεγεώνα, η οποία ήταν παλαιστινιακή δύναμη των SS με ένα σύνταγμα το οποίο στρατοπέδευσε, ήταν στην Ελλάδα από το 1941 έως το 1943 και συμμετείχε στις σφαγές των Καλαβρίτων, του Διστόμου, της Καλοσκοπής, στο Κυριάκι, υποχωρώντας προς Ιουγκοσλαβία το 1943 μαζί με τους Τσάμιδες κάναν σφαγές στην Ηπείρο και όταν πήγε στην Ιουγκοσλαβία, στην Πρίστινα, έσφαξε όσους Έλληνες βρήκε εκεί και όσους Εβραίους. Αυτά δεν τα μαθαίνουν στα σχολεία, διότι δεν ταιριάζει στο αριστερό, προοδευτικό, νεοφιλελεύθερο αφήγημα. Μπορείτε να δείτε την ιστορία αυτή που σας είπα για την Αραβική Λεγεώνα. Η Αραβική Λεγεώνα είχε 3 συντάγματα. Ένα κατατροπώθηκε και είχε ως αρχηγό τον Αλ Χουσέινι, τον κολλητό του Χίτλερ. Ήταν ημάμ στην Ιερουσαλήμ. Αδελφός μουσουλμάνος. Προσέξτε. Οι αδελφοί μουσουλμάνοι τώρα που έχουν έδρα στην Κωνσταντινούπολη. Ποιος τους αβαντάρει? Η τουρκική ΜΙΤ. Ποιος ήταν ο αρχηγός των αδελφών μουσουλμάνων με το που μπήκε στην Τουρκία? Ο Ερμπακάν, ο πολιτικός πατέρας του Ερντογάν. Λοιπόν, μη σας πιάνουν κορόιδα, παίζετε χοντρό παιχνίδι και οι δημοκρατικοί, οι αδελφοί μουσουλμάνοι έχουν εισχωρήσει, όπως ο Τρότσκι με τον εισοδισμό, έχουν εισχωρήσει στο Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα και ουσιαστικά το ελέγχουν. Εκ των έσω, το έχουν διαβρώσει. Λοιπόν, εσείς που στηρίζετε δημοκρατικούς, προσέξτε τι στηρίζετε, γιατί κάποια στιγμή θα ξυπνήσετε και ή θα είσαστε σφαγμένοι από αυτούς που στηρίζετε ή θα αισθανθείτε πολύ άσχημα προδομένοι. Αντίθετα, το Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα τα ξέρει όλα αυτά και γι' αυτό βλέπω έναν πολιτικό άνδρα όπως ο Γκρενέλ, και προφανώς έχουμε και τις πληροφορίες μας, ο οποίος θα παίξει την Τουρκία μπεγλέρι. Μην ξεχνάτε τη βαθιά σχέση Γερμανίας και Τουρκίας. Πολύ βαθιά. Πέτρο, τα ξέρεις αυτά και ιστορικά ξέρεις και τις σχέσεις της Τουρκίας και το πόσο βοήθησαν οι Γερμανοί στις εθνοκαθάρσεις των Ποντίων, των Ασσυρίων, στο Μικρασιατική καταστροφή. Οι Γερμανοί ήταν πίσω από όλα αυτά.
Βεβαίως, δώσανε αυτό που λέμε την τεχνογνωσία.
Συγγνώμη, Πέτρο μου, πριν ξεκινήσει την απάντηση, Τζόναθαν, θα σου ζητήσω μια μερική αποδέσμευση για καμιά ώρα, μια μισή και θα επιστρέψουμε ξανά αν είναι.
Ναι, έγινε
με την καινούργια μέρα και για αποτελέσματα.
Έγινε, Χρήστο. Καληνυχτίζουμε, θα συνεχίσουμε με τον Πέτρο το Τασιό, θα δούμε ροή σε λίγο. Έγινε. Οκ. Λοιπόν, Πέτρο, συνεχίζουμε. Κάτσε να αλλάξω και την εικόνα του Χρήστου. Box 2. Ζητώ συγγνώμη, αλλά κάνω και το control μαζί. Οκ. Λοιπόν, Πέτρο, σε διέκοψα, συνέχισε.
Όχι, είναι αυτό το οποίο λες. Πραγματικά χρειάζεται η τουρκική ηγεσία. Πήρε τη τεχνογνωσία από τους Γερμανούς για να κάνει όλα αυτά τα οποία γνωρίζουμε σε διάφορες εθνότητες. Μεταξύ ουσιαστικά πρώτου και δευτέρου παγκοσμίου πολέμου.
Λοιπόν, από ό,τι βλέπω λοιπόν στη ροή, απλά θα μου επιτρέψετε λίγο να γυρίσω το κεφάλι για να βλέπω και τον δεύτερο υπολογιστή. Τα τελευταία νέα που έχουμε από την Αμερική είναι με βάση είναι ότι στο Harris County χαλάσανε οι δίθεν υπολογιστές. Θα διαβάσουμε την είδηση. Στο Τέξας, στο Harris County, τάχα μου χαλάξανε οι υπολογιστές. Είναι μια βαθιά μπλε περιοχή, αλλά το πιάσαμε. Μπήκανε μέσα, τα διορθώσανε και γυρίσανε αυτές οι ψήφοι στο Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα. Δυστυχώς, θα το πω αυτό. Η τεχνολογία μπορεί να φαίνεται πολύ ευχάριστη, να είναι για τους γκατζετάκηδες, αλλά έχει πάρα πολλούς κινδύνους. Ίσως θα έπρεπε να έχουμε μαζί μας στην εκπομπή ένα software analyst ή ένα hardware analyst να μας το πει, αλλά το σύστημα στην Αμερική είναι πάρα πολύ διαβλητό. Και πέρα του ότι είναι διαβλητό, δημιουργούνται και πάρα πολλά προβλήματα από τις λειτουργίες τους. Ενώ το παλιό καλό χαρτάκι που εφαρμόζουμε ακόμα στην Ελλάδα μπορεί να είναι λίγο ταλαιπωρία για μας τους δικαστικούς αντιπροσώπους όταν βγάζουμε τα αποτέλεσματα των εκλογών, αλλά έχει τη σιγουριά ότι ακόμα και να υπάρχει singular η οποία κάνει την άθρηση, μπορείς να γυρίσεις το χαρτί, να κάνεις την άθρηση με την κλασική μέθοδο χαρτί μολύβι και να φτάσεις σε ένα ασφαλές αποτέλεσμα για να έχεις σωστές εκλογές. Και να μην ξεχάσουμε ότι και η Κλίντον αλλά και πολλοί δημοκρατικοί πολιτικοί, θυμόμαστε τη Stacey Abrams στη Georgia, πολλές φορές είχαν κάνει μεγάλες ιστορίες για τα αποτελέσματα και ήταν άδικο κιόλας, διότι εμείς οι Ρεπουμπλικάνοι δεν είχαμε τον έλεγχο των εκλογικών κέντρων, αυτοί τα είχαν. Πέτρο.
Έτσι είναι ακριβώς. Είναι περίεργο πώς μια τόσο δημοκρατικά βαθιά χώρα που φαίνονται ότι όλα λειτουργούν στην εντέλεια, ότι έχουμε πει σε μια διαδικασία που, όπως ξέρουμε, η κάθε πολιτεία έχει τον τρόπο, είναι υπεύθυνη για να οργανώνει την εκλογική διαδικασία. Δηλαδή, κάποιες είναι με ταυτοπροσωπία, με επίδειξη ταυτότητας, κάποιες είναι με στολική ψήφο, κάποιος είναι υβριδικό σύστημα. Και εδώ ξεκινάει αυτό που λέμε περίπου ο παραλογισμός. Δηλαδή, υπάρχουν, ας πούμε, περιπτώσεις π.χ. στην Καλιφόρνια, που σωστά το έχεις πει και θα το επαναλάβω, η Σοσιαλιστική Δημοκρατία της Καλιφόρνιας, που προσπάθησαν να περάσουν ένα νόμο που να περιορίζει βασικά την ψήφο χωρίς την ταυτότητα, δηλαδή ουσιαστικά αυτοζητήσαν το αυτονόητο. Κάποιοι κυβερνήτες account σε κομιτείες που θα έπρεπε να δείχνουν την ταυτότητά τους. Βγήκε λοιπόν ο κυβερνήτης.
Λοιπόν, θα σε κάτσε λίγο να βάλουμε το Σόλομον, γιατί έχουμε νέα από το Μάρα Λάγκο. Μη φύγεις από τη γραμμή. Περίμενε να τον βάλουμε στην γραμμή μας. Box 2, Solomon U. Windows, το 18. Solomon.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, very well, very well. Solomon, hold on, let me just move you a little bit to, just give me a second, I'm adjusting your image.
Okay.
Θα μας συγχωρέσει 2 δευτερόλεπτα να βάλουμε, μην χάσουμε τον Πέτρο. Solomon, just a sec, let me adjust your image. Can you move your camera? Can you move your camera a little bit to your left?
Like that?
I'm only getting half of your face. I need a little bit to your left. No, have it point to your left. I'm only getting there, a little bit more. There, perfect. Solomon, you're on air. Tell us all the latest. First of all, where are you now?
I am in Palm Springs Beach and Florida, and get ready for Trump's victory party tonight. And Kerry and I got invited as VIP guests of the president. And the whole thing starts at 7 p.m. So I don't know how bad noise is going to be there. If I have an opportunity, I will contact you and call in from over there if the condition permits, because you talk about Wi-Fi on one hand, and line could be very, very busy. And signal, could be weak, all those conditions, and also too many people are calling.
Yes, I can understand that. Now, since we have you now, And I've been reading a couple of reports that a few gas lines broke, allegedly ruptured, and a couple of polling stations were closed. Others, there were computer glitches that gave all the votes for Harris. Give us the latest news that you've heard.
Well, the latest news actually very positive, and you could see some kind of things happened in polling place and things like that. However, the most important things I have been watching today is what is going to happen to Pennsylvania for a good strategic reason. If Trump is going to take the Pennsylvania, let's say, and that would cut Harris' path to victory completely. Just cut him off or her off, right? And from that perspective, we expect Trump to take Pennsylvania for a couple of reasons. We saw Amish vote came through.
Yes.
We saw local Jews votes come through, Jewish votes, okay, local Jewish votes. We also saw Jewish American votes from Israel come through. So
Yes.
those are new votes for us.
Yes. Unfortunately, from Greece, we weren't able to get that many votes, new votes, maybe about 5,000 registrations. Actually, we're happy because we got about 800 of them in Pennsylvania. So
Right.
we're doing our bit over here in Greece. We're just worried about the shenanigans that the Dems will try to repeat again on this
Understood.
cycle.
Right. This cycle, actually, RNC is on the job. In the sense, RNC on the job means RNC lawyers on the job, and they're suing everywhere. And they're not going to wait until election is over, start suing. Okay.
Yes,
So that
we
is
saw
a
we saw
huge-
what happened in Arizona. We saw what happened. We've been watching it. Okay. Yes, keep talking. Keep talking.
Yeah. So this is kind of game changer for us because you want to be proactive, right? And this is happening. And the only thing we don't know is also we win those lawsuits so far. And only thing we don't know is what kind of shenanigan they're going to bring out late in the evening, right? But definitely we're shutting them down at this point.
Yes. Sorry, we're running the studio with only volunteers, and I'm doing all the work. We have a couple of guests coming in for the show. It's going to be a long nighter. Give us some more info on the voting procedure, or what you've heard, because
The voting procedure is a state-by-state procedure in the sense the voting process and also when polls are going to be closed based on each state law. But what we try to do is try to monitor what is going to happen and indications. One of the good indication is Guam poll closed and Republican took over state legislature. That is huge in Guam.
Yes, many times we talk about the presidential elections. It's not we don't only have presidential elections. We have down ballot. We have congressmen. We have senators. We have state election officials. We have to change this country. It's not just a matter of changing the commander in chief. We have to go way down the ballot, down to school boards, down to very important district attorneys. Tell us a little bit about all the fight we've been doing to get the down ballot votes.
It's not much a fight anymore. The reason is all swing states, 7 swing states, the good indication is about early voting. We're winning the early vote in all 7 swing states. And also on the election day today, Democrat votes are not turning out. Okay, but still got a couple hours to go until 8 p.m., right? And but so far, okay, and that helps our down ballot because there is no energy on Tommy Mala side. And so that's exciting, right? It will help our down ballot, help our down ballot. So I am actually predicting we're going to win the presidency and we're going to maintain the Senate majority, House majority. As a matter of fact, we are going to expand the House majority and capture the Senate majority. Now,
we need to
go further than this, predicting, okay? We are going to win the popular vote. That's how this thing is going to
it looks like out. It looks like it. Okay, now Solomon, now that we've covered all that, because this is one of the few times you managed to appear. I don't know how much time you have, but I would like you to talk a little bit about Republicans overseas, so our viewers all around the world, because this show is going to be watched, and it's going to be watched by everybody. They could be in France. They can be in. Tell us a little about RO, what we do, how we operate, and what our goals is. And James talked a little bit. Please tell us about our huge victory in getting the regional-based taxation.
Right. Republicans Overseas is a policy advocacy group. We are not a state party of RNC. And the Democrats abroad actually is a wholly owned state party of DNC. As a result, DNC gave $300,000 to Democrats abroad to register overseas voters. Now, my senior advisor, many of you guys know, Carrie McChristen, actually gave me a great idea called division of labor. That means they can register all overseas votes, and then we will get president's message out to end double taxation, basically pull the rug under them. We did exactly that. And what is so fascinating is that this ending double taxation is going to be next year's Trump tax reform. Just like 2017, we tried to be part of a Trump tax reform, and we couldn't get a score from House Ways and Means Committee, and so we've been left behind, right? Now, this time, we are going to be part of that process. It is a sausage-making process, require babysitting. I will be the one personally babysitting that process and make sure this time 9 million overseas Americans will get ending double taxation. Okay, that's exciting. This is the first time in our Republican Party history a presidential nominee campaign actually is targeting overseas vote, actually solving their problems by ending the double taxation. So that's what we're going to do. You still there?
It's very funny. The Dems tried to launch a campaign to reach out to overseas Americans, and they had absolutely nothing to say. At the same time, we came up with getting rid of FATCA and double taxation. It was a joke. And at the end of the day, all the overseas Americans voted red.
Totally. And it is a pocketbook issue, I told the president. And also, more likely, and right now proven, overseas Americans, they would vote vote Trump to protect their pocketbook, okay? And what makes things very, very interesting is that Kami Mala's White House reacted to our initiative by hastily schedule the what they call, okay, the first ever White House Zoom call for Americans abroad stakeholder. Now, if you're going to do that, you better have something concrete to offer. Guess what they offered? 52 Democrat lawmakers asked IRS to allow overseas Americans to do e-filing. What we do, right?
Yeah.
And when Trump ends double taxation, they don't have to
Exactly.
file for tax return. And what is e-filing good for now, right? So you talk about this kind of bullshit stuff. And
Okay.
I'm glad it's not public air. Otherwise, you will
Yeah.
be in trouble. You will get a fine for me to say that. All right. The other point is 7 days later, they backdated a letter supposedly issued by Harris campaign and talking about we know your difficulty on banking and on tax issues. When we get elected, the next administration will use you as a consultant to address those issues. Hey, what we do? You can do it 4 years ago, right? And stupid enough, that Democrat, the deputy chairman of the Democrats abroad actually was quoted in one of the newspapers that Democrats, White House did a survey. So they already know overseas Americans' difficulty in filing tax return, as well as open bank accounts, all this kind of stuff, right? Guess what? And you have to wait until next administration to do it, and next administration will listen to you again. I mean, who are you kidding, right? And so I think at that moment, I realized if you react to our offense twice, it tells me she is hemorrhaging on one hand, and also the only White House Zoom call did not stop hemorrhaging. Then they
Yes.
had to issue a letter, and letter didn't help her either. So we already see the results.
Yes.
Here.
You know, Solomon, two countries in the world have additional criteria for overseas Americans in terms of voting. Number one is Israel. Number two in Greece. And both of those countries, overseas Americans vote for not only their pocketbooks, but they also vote for what we call reasons of national concern. Now, I will be hosting Mark ZELL, who's the R.O. chapter leader in Israel. And
Right.
one of the things that we feel that R.O. is very helpful is promoting these issues that trouble Greek Americans, Israeli Americans, and those are the issues of safety, of peace, which definitely Donald J. Trump has the upper hand. Now, we've seen the polling. Americans do not trust Kamala Harris when it comes to foreign policy. They don't trust her as a commander-in-chief. I mean, look at it. If she has Liz Cheney as her advisor, what is that going to mean for America? Endless wars, misery,
endless wars after wars.
And I want you a little bit to tell your story It's a very important story. It has to be heard. Tell us how you came to America, because most of us are immigrants in America. I mean, my family is. You are. Tell us a little bit about the story, because our viewers will understand a lot. Where did you start out from?
Yeah, I was born in Shanghai, China, and lived under communism for 20 years. And my late grandfather actually owns a tailor shop in Shanghai, and my suits, right, still made by his tailors. And also, he was elder of Shanghai Methodist Church. On top of that, he was deputy commissioner for British Shanghai Concession. Now, after Opium War and Shanghai was divided into several foreign concessions. So the day I was born, there were 3 strikes against me. Because you're working for a foreign power, my grandpa was a enemy of the state per the new communist government standard. And because he was elder of Shanghai Methodist Church, so he was the opium pusher, spiritual opium pusher, because, you know, according to Marxism and religion is the opium of the masses. And then he is a dirty capitalist pig because he owns a tailor shop, and very successful, right? And for that reason, and I have to do self-criticism, and during Mao's Cultural Revolution, and they searched our house, took properties, and took assets, and we had to vacate 2 rooms for working families to move in. Can you believe this? So ever since, I couldn't keep my mouth shut. And my parents were told if I couldn't keep my mouth shut and continue to criticize the government, they could make me disappear in the night, and my parents would pay for the bullet. And for that reason, and my dad scared to death and told my grandpa, and you got to get him out of the country. So for lucky me, grandpa was attending a World Methodist Conference in Hawaii. And he ran into his friend, Dr. Glenn Ords, and told him the same story. And Glenn said, don't worry, I could get him out of the country. How so? He said, I would write to U.S. Consul General's office in Shanghai. I will give him a student visa and give him a scholarship. And within 6 months, I was out of the country for very simple reason. Dr. Glenn Orts actually was U.S. ambassador to UNICEF under Kennedy administration. So basically, my Methodist connection and my Democrat connection saved the day. I landed in Anchorage, Alaska on October 23rd, 1980. Now, that was my liberation day. I only knew thank you and Coca-Cola. That's how I started. Jonathan, did I have you online?
Solomon?
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
Dimitri Sapokis just came into the studio. Keep on telling your story, and he's going to get Dimitri Sapokis is a great, very well-known Greek journalist, and he will like to
Right.
interview you. Keep with the
Okay.
story. Keep talking. We can listen to you. You're on speaker. I've just muted myself.
Sure. Okay. And since I finished my BA in Management Sciences and MBA in International Trade, and one of the U.S. company hired me under third preference. That is expert in the field of international trade, and apply for green card for me. U.S. Labor Department actually had to certify me as international trade economist. So that's how I got my green card, and then 5 years later, I got my U.S. citizenship.
And you also tell us a little bit about your Greek connection.
My Greek connection, I married a Greek doctor, Dr. YUE, and so all the Greeks in this country consider me a family member. So that's the connection.
Okay, Solomon, Dimitris is going to be sitting here in my seat. Sorry, we had a little bit of a glitch. So I'm giving my seat to Dimitris.
Hi, Dimitris.
Yes, hi, Mr. President. I'm Dimitris Apokis. I'm a Greek journalist and political analyst. I spent almost 20 years in Washington, D.C. I studied there and I worked there as a journalist for Greek media and for BBC and other and various media outlets. This is a very crucial election. And as you can imagine, the information we receive here in Greece and in Europe in general is a little bit sketchy because we have this bias of the legacy media all over the Western world against President Trump. And I'm wondering if you can give us some kind of fresh information. How is it going there? As I see it from X, which is probably the most free media outlet right now in the world, I see that there is a tremendous presence of Republican voters, not only on the early vote, but today on election day across the country. And it seems to me, because since I know the United States, that in places like New York, in places like New Jersey, in places like New Hampshire, and some other blue states, traditionally blue states,
right,
we have a tremendous presence of Republican vote. Is it true? Is it accurate? Or is it just spread of information?
It's true, but I have to share some detail with you how you see those early indicators. Good indication is from Guam, and Republican actually flipped Guam legislature, and now Republican actually control state legislature in Guam, and that really is a big deal because
it's
that
13
is
years.
totally Democrat control territory, and so that's one of the early indicator. Then fast forward to all seven swing states, and Republican actually based on internal polling. Trump is 2 to 3 points, could be as high as 6, 7 points ahead. Arizona is a very, very good example of that. And then you also take a look at early voting. Early voting, Republican is ahead big time. And those translate to we are not going to have a long night. We will know what is going to happen early on tonight. And even though the poll won't close until 8 o'clock, and East Coast first, and all the way to West Coast, then Alaska, then Hawaii. And for that, we think we will know how this thing is trending, okay, how the election is trending. And the other thing is Democrats behind based on early voting numbers. Now they are actually in-person voting numbers, they are way down. And that means we will have a wonderful night. And we will know.
It seems to me that
early.
Yeah, it seems to me that I saw some numbers on election day vote, today's vote, that, for example, in Florida, which is amazing, the Republican vote is 1,135,000 votes in front of the Democrats, which is something incredible for the it's something historic. And
returning home, it's for the old league. If they also, it's under Fox, and so they also, it was heard in the United States, which I wasn't told when she interviewed me. It was one of our voters in Pennsylvania that I helped, and she said, "Can I interview?" And I said, "Sure." And it ended up that after she interviewed me and everything, all of a sudden I from one of my friend's sons, and she said, "I just heard you on the car radio." I said, "What?" So I said, "Wait, is it heard in the States? You want me to send it to you?"
Yeah, send it. We should post it. Send it to Mayan. Particularly, they have it posted.
Okay, I'll send it to Mayan.
That'd be great. All right, let's see.
Talked about my then I talked about the Republicans, and I talked about you.
Okay.
Marcel,
Fantastic. Let's see how that's around here.
I'll put him in the
Jonathan, there is a feedback.
For me, I don't want to be looking at.
Oh, that should be down below. No, where is it? Maybe there? Richard?
No, that means, that just means.
Jonathan, I can hear Marcel talking, and there is a feedback.
Yeah. Is it okay now?
My computer, so what you can put them on the.
Best of Mark.
Put the website.
Mark Solomon is on the line too. Awesome, το faccio χωριζόντιο. Keep talking to Solomon.
Okay, now you're listening to me again?
Yeah, I can hear you, and good.
Yeah, okay. As I was saying, in Florida, it is amazing. It is amazing that more than 1 million votes for the Republicans. They are in front of the Democrats, and also it seems, according to some information, that a historic event will take place, that Miami-Dade County is going Republican in this election.
Right, but Florida is no longer considered as a battleground state or swing state.
Yeah,
and
but the margin is huge compared to the last election.
And that's correct. And, Florida is considered a safe, red state, right?
Yes.
And other 7 states were fighting, but all the data come through, early voting data, and looks very, very promising.
You have any information, for example, what is going on in Nevada and Michigan, that these 2 states are very crucial for President Trump, it seems to me, because if he gets Nevada, Michigan, and North Carolina, of course, Pennsylvania, it's going to be a done deal.
Yes, Nevada, I think the entire state of Nevada is based on service industry economy. That means waiters, waitresses, they do both, right? And on top of
Yes.
it, and Trump promised to no tax on tips, and that really helps a lot. And Michigan, actually, union members are coming out voting for Trump. And based on the promise, he is going to put a tariffs on cars made in Mexico, owned by a Chinese manufacturer and sent to U.S. And because the manufacturing plant China built in Mexico could produce more cars than the entire Detroit, the production capability. And after that, and China actually made an announcement that they're going to shut down that manufacturer.
Yes. Let me ask you something else. It seems to me that there are some positive information for the Republican Party and for President Trump in two states that no one could imagine that. One is New Hampshire, and the other one is Virginia. There, the governor is doing a great job, Glenn Golkin. It seems to me, do you think that it is possible to have a surprise tonight in one of these two states or both of them?
I think both of them could go red tonight. And we are watching what is going on in New Hampshire very closely and what's going on in Virginia. And the reason is very simple, okay? Those two states are not considered as swing states. So from that perspective, Trump campaign is not targeting them. But just like anything else, sometimes you got a momentum, and that momentum actually generating votes for you. And you know, you could have a clean sweep. And I call, if that happens, it's going to be blowout election night.
Yeah, I see some information running through X right now, latest information. Actually, there is a post by President Trump which says that cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. There is a warning that from President Trump that there is a cheating in Philadelphia, which is something expected, in my opinion, for people who deal with elections. We know about the Democratic machine in Philadelphia. What's your sense, according to the latest information regarding Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania, actually, their in-person vote turnout is quite low. And right now, probably we had a overall early voting advantage of 500,000 votes. That's significant.
Yes, very significant. It seems also that in rural areas in Pennsylvania, the turnout on election date is big, and there is a problem in the main areas like Philadelphia. It seems that in the last few hours, there is a movement by the Democrats in Philadelphia, but in any way, in the rural areas in Pennsylvania, it seems to me that there is a huge Republican presence on the polling stations today.
Right, but also keep one thing in mind. This time, Trump's coalition is a blue-collar coalition, also involved in independents and the non-Democrats and all so-called traditional Democrats like RFK Jr., right? They think the Democrat Party left them and they are voting for Trump. And the other thing didn't come through is so-called Harris banking on the vote for the woman vote, and the woman vote did not come out, and the woman vote also divided, and between the woman is married and the woman got a kids and single woman, and so the abortion vote is not there for them.
Mhm. So overall, it seems to me that we can be cautiously optimistic about the result. What's your expectation? You think we will have a result tomorrow early morning or late morning, or you expect some progress?
Actually, my expectation is that we will know the results early tonight, and not going to wait until tomorrow or next week like before.
So
this is a new election.
Mm-hmm. Your optimism probably comes from your belief that Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona, Georgia, probably Wisconsin, because I see some information that right now Wisconsin is flipped to toss up, and when you listen pollsters to say toss up in this election, it seems to me that Trump is in front.
Well, as you know, one of the tricks they play, I'm talking about Harris side, is that they got a media to get out the propaganda pieces, including polling. Without those so-called tie or, Harris is ahead, those news headlines, and their voters are not going to come out. And that's why you see so-called everything is flipping back towards Harris. Those are pure propaganda.
And my last question, Mr. President, if I ask you to make a prediction on electoral vote, on the electoral college, what's your prediction? Cautiously, not very optimistic. Your moderate prediction for tonight's election.
I think Trump is going to win the popular vote as well.
Yeah, there are some indications about that. But as far as electoral college, how many votes you expect there?
I expect probably 312. Actually, that's very conservative.
Okay, and usually in outside the United States, we forget that today in the US there is not only presidential election, there is a very important election for the Senate and for the House of Representatives, the Congress, which is very important for President Trump to have majority in both houses of Congress, in both chambers of Congress. What do you expect for the Senate, for example?
We will capture Senate majority tonight, and we will expand House majority as well.
So your prediction is that we will have at least the two first years of the second term of President Trump with a trifecta, as we say in soccer, football.
Right, because this is a red tsunami, not just a red wave anymore. Okay.
I will remind you that in the last elections for Congress, we expect also a red tsunami, and it didn't come out. So, are you a little bit worried about something like that?
No. The reason is, if you think about last election cycle, the year of 2022, actually, Florida did everything right. They did have a red wave. The red wave stopped because RNC did not do its job. That's why RNC chairman Ronald McDaniel was fired by Trump himself. And Michael Whatley as RNC chairman and his daughter-in-law Laura Trump as RNC co-chairman. So you have a new shelf in the town to manage this election.
So, and yeah, it seems to me that in this election cycle, RNC has a much better ground game. Also, a very capable, according to the latest decisions, legal team and a presence in polling stations. So, as you say, that's the reason that it's not 2022.
That's correct. Another thing, keep one thing in mind. Our Trump campaign political director, James Blair, actually tweeted out a website. If we hear something regarding election integrity issues, report to that website. And this is real-time reporting now, right? And if compare that to 2020, and those Republican poll observers got kicked out, and they didn't know who to call, which lawyer is in charge of their state on election integrity issues.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I wish you good luck, and I wish good luck to President Trump and the Congress Republican candidates. And I have to go to take part in the fight on Greek media for the president, in order to have someone here in Greece to present the position of the Republican Party and President Trump in the Greek media. Thank you very much for the discussion. I will
Thank you for talking to me.
Yes, it was an honor, and I will call Jonathan back to the microphone.
Sounds good.
Solomon, it was great having you. Dimitris Apokis is one of the leading journalists here in Greece, and we were very happy to have him on our show. Let's hope we could get some news on later on from you from Mar-a-Lago. And about how much time do you think you're going to be there?
I have to check in at 7 o'clock, and now I don't know for sure I will have my phone.
That's okay.
Usually I will be able to keep my phone, and if I do, I will be able to call in from the Trump's victory party and make sure if I have the signal.
Yes.
And
okay.
if the noisy level is not that high.
Well, actually, we'd love to hear some noise from inside Mar-a-Lago. Even if we don't understand, we'll understand if it's a victory or if we're just starting to get worried about the results. Solomon, it's been absolutely great having you. R.O. is really your brainchild, and we're all we'd love to see you in Greece back again soon. It's been a long time since you've been here, but we want it under a Trump administration. So, guys,
thank you.
I'm going to keep on the show. We're going to let Solomon go now. It was great. And we'll keep our next guest. We'll try to get connected again with Mark Zell from Israel. Solomon, it's good night from here in Greece, and make America great again. Okay, bye.
Yes.
Λοιπόν, αυτός, φίλοι μου, ήταν ο Solomon YUE και ο Δημήτρης Απόκης. Σε λίγο θα κάνουμε ένα πολύ μικρό διάλειμμα για να μιλήσουμε, να καλωδιώσουμε τον Δημήτρη τον Απόκη σε μια άλλη θέση, για να μπορέσουμε να τα πούμε μαζί του πριν μας αφήσει. Μικρό λοιπόν διάλειμμα, 3-4 λεπτά, να κάνουμε τα αναγκαία, διότι δυστυχώς ο μιλών πρόεδρος είμαι και ηχολήπτης, είμαι και boomman και gopher, οπότε λίγο υπομονή και δεν τελειώνουμε, συνεχίζουμε σε 3-4 λεπτάκια. Θα φύγεις τώρα, περίμενε.
Πρέπει να φύγω να πάω εκεί.
Λοιπόν, συνεχίζουμε το πρόγραμμα. Τα νέα λοιπόν είναι ότι New Hampshire πάει πάρα πολύ καλά, ανέλπιστα καλά. Wisconsin πάει πολύ καλά. Παρά τα όσα προβλήματα φαίνεται να υπάρχουν, φαίνεται να το έχουμε. Φαίνεται να το έχουμε ήδη. Το New Hampshire το περιμέναμε ότι μπορεί να γυρίσει. Δεν είναι πολλές ελεκτορικές ψήφοι, αλλά λίγο υπομονή. 2 η ώρα περίπου θα έρθουν τα πρώτα αποτελέσματα. Θα κάνουμε μια μικρή κοιλιά σε αυτό το πρόγραμμα, σημείο, διότι έχουμε ένα μικρό προβληματάκι. Είχαμε προγραμματίσει αυτή τη στιγμή να βγει ο MARC ZELL, το οποίο έχει κολλήσει η κάμερα και δεν μπορεί να γυρίσει η κάμερα του κινητού. Θα το λύσουμε. Ετοιμάζουμε την καρτέλα του. Νομίζω ότι ο Σόλομον μας είπε πάρα πολλά. Θα συμπληρώσω εγώ λιγάκι για το ελληνικό τμήμα. Έχουμε ρίξει πάρα πολύ δουλειά εδώ. Δουλειά που δεν φαίνεται. Είναι σε πολλά επίπεδα. Κάποιοι βγαίνουν απλά σε κάποια κανάλια, κάνουν τους έξυπνους, λένε μια κοτσάνα 2 και εντάξει, τελείωσε, πάμε σπιτάκια μας. Εδώ στους Ρεπουμπλικάνους στο εξωτερικό δεν είναι έτσι. 20 ώρες την ημέρα σχεδόν, πολλές φορές, δουλεύουμε ασταμάτητα. Γιατί έχουμε ένα γεωστρατηγικό κέντρο, το οποίο μελετάει και συνεργάζεται με άλλα γεωστρατηγικά για να συνδιαμορφώσει την πολιτική του Πρόεδρου Τραμπ. Στα ενεργειακά, κάνουμε συνέδρια, κάνουμε βιντεοημερίδες. Μετά έχουμε το κέντρο βοηθείας. Τι είναι το κέντρο βοηθείας? Το κέντρο βοηθείας είναι σαν ένα ΚΕΠ για Αμερικανούς πολίτες. Επειδή ακριβώς όπως είχαμε εξηγήσει και νωρίτερα, υπάρχει τεράστιο έλλειμμα στην αμερικανική πρεσβεία και στα προξενία, τα οποία ειδικά της Θεσσαλονίκης είναι σκιώδες η που λειτουργεί εντελώς. Αναγκαστήκαμε εμείς σαν Ρεπουμπλικανικό κόμμα να ιδρύσουμε το Help Desk, το οποίο έχει, όπως ακούσατε ίσως νωρίτερα, έχει εξυπηρετήσει 65.000 περιπτώσεις που μπορεί να είναι απονομή σύνταξης, μπορεί να είναι η συμβολή μας στα βοηθήματα Τραμπ του κορονοϊού, τα οποία ακόμα εργαζόμαστε για να πάρουν πολίτες. Βλέπω είναι ο MARC ZELL.
אני מקווה שזה מספיק. אנחנו צריכים המון קולות כדי לקבל את הסיכום של הדמוקרטיה. Hi. Hello.
Hi. Let me just fix your audio.
The problem I have is like when I'm looking at you, I'm looking at myself. I like to turn it around.
Okay, Mark. Hold on. Let me just put you in the picture. Oops.
You'll
there. Okay, so. Okay, let me.
Okay.
Box 124. Okay, well, we're getting MARC ZELL into the picture.
Yeah,
Mark,
well, I don't want them to see me. I like them to see everybody else here.
Well, you can turn the picture, the mobile phone sideways. Okay, first of all,
I'm going to turn it. Are we on the air, Jonathan?
Yes, we are on the air.
I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's happening here at Mike's place. Our people are just beginning to come. It's only 12 o'clock. So here you got Fox News over here. Here we have the blank map of the United States. We'll be tracking all the votes as the states are called. And over here, we have a little document put together called Election Night, Closing Times and Electoral Vote Tabulation. So everything is zeroed out right now with the electoral votes in the left hand or middle column there. And then around you can see some of the other folks that are here to show you something very special that the people here at Mike's Place prepared for us. I see we got some press here. They're not the center of the attention, but they're here. And here's some pictures of our special cakes that they baked just for the occasion tonight. That's the all son. This is Channel 14. He's filming in here. And there's our man of hell. He's fantastic. He's already been on I-24 News tonight and did a great job. And here's everybody getting ready. You got press around here, and you got a billiard table in the USA set up. So you got an idea of what's happening here in Jerusalem, the capital of the state of Israel. Okay.
Okay. Tell us.
What can I tell you?
Okay, tell us a little bit about R.O. Israel. Tell us a little bit about yourself. It's not every day we get you on the horn.
Well, let me just say that I'm the chairman over here, Republicans Overseas Israel, and 1 year old. And I'm sitting here with a couple of our great team. We're just getting assembled. Here's Sarah Corin. She's our coordinator for Pennsylvania. We have a lot of problems over in Pennsylvania, right, Sarah?
Yeah, absolutely. I do a lot of troubleshooting.
Yeah, we need help from the RNC. And here's Jordan, the head of the office in Jerusalem. He's done a fantastic job. And here we got some of our supporters here. They're coming in. There's Mariana, executive director. This is going across the network from Greece. Mariana Yaakov, our executive director, got here late. And we've had a fantastic campaign here, Jonathan. About 500,000 voters in Israel. And just tonight I know that we've got tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands who were registered and have voted. Almost 100% for Donald Trump. Today I had one Israeli soldier who just got out of Gaza. She's from Nevada, so she's voting for Kamala Harris. I said, okay, you got to have one in every batch. And we are just waiting here for the results, just like you and everybody else around the world.
Well, actually, we're not just waiting for the results. We're here broadcasting. We're getting all the chapter leaders and everybody from Republicans overseas. We want to hear your story. We want to hear what you've done. We want to hear your story, what you've done in Israel for Republicans overseas, how you've...
Well, look, what we've been...
Yeah.
Are you there with us?
Yes.
So what we've done, Jonathan, is we have reached out. We had probably over 300,000 virtual door knocks. Now we send messages to 200,000 first-generation Americans, and then their kids. Bring us up to $300,000 or $400,000 number. And we've been contacting them, and then we ran some spot ads on the conservative channel here in Israel, and that just generated a flood of inquiries that's from really all over the country. We have about half of our voters are from New York, and the rest are from around the country. But we have about 10% from Pennsylvania, about 9% from Michigan, and then we've got every other state in the union be represented, including Georgia, with Arizona, many, Nevada I mentioned. I love Nevada because it's so easy to register and vote there. So anyway, and we've got teams of fantastic people, our volunteers really all over the country. I'm sitting here with some of them tonight, and we have, they're really representing Americans and every place where there are large concentrations of Americans. We've done a lot of media work here. We're doing a lot of good eating here, as you can see. See some of the food that's coming here. Nice kosher bar food. Anyway, that's our story, Jonathan. I guess like everybody else is doing around the world, we've been doing a lot of legal work vis-a-vis the various states and their requirements, their funny business that some of them are engaged in. So we are really we're just happy here. You can see we got some Trump banners here. We got guys wearing Trump flags, and we got Trump signs. Everything is here. It's exciting. Everybody's really getting excited. We got our shirts. Here's some of our shirts over here that we made with, this says Trump and Vance. Also says something else in Hebrew. Yedid Emet, this is a true friend of Israel. Make your voice heard. 2024, make America great. And we have our symbol for our hostages in Gaza, that we pray for their return every day. And there you go. So you got some. You can see a little bit of what we're doing here. I don't know what to tell you. I've got to go up to the television station in about an hour.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. I have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
First of all, I'd like to give a message from Israel to our Greek friends over here. Anti-Semitism is on the rise in Europe, in America. For us, Israel is a valuable friend, a valuable ally, and we love you guys.
Oh, Caroline! Here's Caroline.
I understand you're having a lot of fun over there. The results seem to be good. Just give us a last shout out from Israel, and I'll let you go on the shows that you're programmed to visit.
Well, I just want to say, I want to say hello to all of our friends in Hellas, in Greece, and Jonathan, a special word of congratulations to you for your excellent work in Republicans Overseas Television. You've really broken the technology barrier and made it possible for everyone around the world to see how amazing the Republicans Overseas chapters are. Israel has a very special. We together with Greece really formed the foundation of Western culture, Western civilization, which is really under assault today by these woke progressives represented by the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris and so on. So we change all that. That's why we're all working like you are in Greece with thousands and thousands of voters here to change the course of American-Israeli relations and to change the course of the American history, even the history of the world. We're really at a kind of an inflection point here in the world history, and it's up to us here in the Republican Party and all of our friends in Greece and around the world to make that help them make that change happen. And maybe tonight, our prayer is everybody's here is kind of on pins and needles, but our prayer is that we will see that change. Maybe even tonight, the night is out. So, Jonathan, thank you. God bless you. God bless all of our friends in Greece. And thank you for all the amazing things that you do.
Am Israel Chai. Am Israel Chai.
From Greece, fantastic.
And shalom from Greece.
Shalom, shalom, Jonathan. God bless you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Σε αυτό το σημείο, αγαπητοί ακροατές, θα κάνουμε ένα μικρό διάλειμμα για 5 λεπτά και θα είμαστε πολύ σύντομα μαζί σας με ακόμα περισσότερους προσκεκλημένους και θα κάνουμε ένα tour ουσιαστικά στον κόσμο. Θα πάμε Σιγκαπούρη, θα πάμε Παρίσι, αλλά τώρα 5 λεπτά διάλειμμα. Είμαστε και πάλι μαζί σας. Σε λίγο συνδέεται ο Γιάννης ο Παπαγιάννης, ο οποίος είναι ο δικός μας άνθρωπος. Είναι ο chapter leader της Ηπείρου. Μόλις τώρα έφτασε από τα Ιωάννενα, ο δικός. Είναι λιγάκι ταλαιπωρημένος, αλλά είναι τόσο καλά τα νέα. Με τα exit poll που ακούσαμε, που είμαστε μια μονάδα μπροστά. Θα μας δώσετε λίγο χρόνο. Έχουμε και τη Virginia Taki. Ας πάρω μια συνέντευξη. Είναι από την Αργεντινή. Virginia, hi. Hi, Virginia. Virginia?
Hi, Jonathan. Can you hear me?
Yes. Give me a second. Let me pop you into the flow. We're live. People can hear you. Just let me put you in the flow. Give me a second. You're number 17. Yes, you're in. Virginia. First of all, tell us a little bit about yourself, what you're doing down way over and under. In Argentina,
Okay,
Republic.
in Argentina. I'm the chair here of Republicans Overseas. Now, I mean, for a couple of months already, I've been campaigning with Trump Force 47. This time, I was not in the United States. Well, that was my decision, actually, because I was outside the country for 2 months, so I wanted to stay here. But still, I could help a lot with calls, also texting. And well, it's a hard work. I really like it, and I can tell you, Jonathan, that we have a complete different outcome in the spirit of the people of Americans. I see something completely different of what I saw 4 years ago that I was in Pennsylvania, knocking doors and making calls and texting and going all around. And this time people is encouraged to go and vote, to vote for Donald Trump, and they lost this fear of telling what is their candidate. So I've been working on this, of course, doing some interviews and media and analysis. That's what I do, actually, and well, expecting to have a victory for America and for the world as well.
Yes. Tell us a little bit about the RO Argentina, how it started. Today, we're doing a world tour. All the chapter leaders are going to be coming out and telling a little bit about their experience. It's not going to be just a show about the elections. We have plenty of time. I think it's a great opportunity for us and Republicans overseas to explain what we're doing, how we're doing it, and it's also it's a lesson for future chapter leaders and new chapters that would like to get involved, or even if we want to. So tell us a little bit about our Argentina's history with the Republican Party.
Well, I've been a chair like for a decade already, 10 years. This allowed me to contact a lot of Americans here. The American community in Argentina varies a lot. We have like a peak, like 5 years ago. We had the American club, so everything was easy. Now it's getting more difficult to get in contact and in touch with people because we don't have the American club anymore. The embassy is demoed, so they prefer, what happened with Republicans overseas. Sometimes the embassies, they don't give a space to us, but we have the spaces. We make our own spaces to make people participate. In this decade, what I saw that I think it has to do with the zeitgeist, I mean, the spirit of the times, but also with the work of Republicans overseas, is that the message of the conservative movement in America, that is quite different of the conservative movement maybe outside America. I mean, because, you know, each society has a different definition of their conservatism. And now people know more about it, is more interested. And my work mainly was not only to bring information here for those who are living, the expats and everyone, but also to Argentinians who are interested in what's going on in the United States. Many of them also work in and live in the United States. So it's like an exchange of information, data, and they know that they have a place to go and ask and have, you know, information that we can provide to them and help with anything they need. So I mean, in Argentina, actually, since we don't have much chapters on Latin American, sometimes we also cover some questions from someone. For example, I don't know, someone in South America, or I cover here also Mexico. We have another chapter, so I think we divide that. Mexico is a much larger community, but we're expecting to expand it. Let's see, that's going to be next year. But what, you know, it's I managed this the best I could, and now it's a community that is known. This is a name that is quite famous here in Argentina. It's if they want to know something about America, they know there's a Republican Overseas Chapter, and so always working to expand this, you know. So I'm very happy to be part of this team and this group. And now, after a long time working and promoting that taxes have double taxation have to be, you know, reduced and eliminated. We have Mr. Trump saying that, okay, he agrees with our agenda and he's going to do something about it. So mainly that, Jonathan, I think each chapter has its characteristics. You're in Greece is just amazing. All you do, all the impact you have. Maybe we don't have that impact here, but we grew quite a lot, and I mean, we're a reference here. So I'm very proud of that. Hello?
Λοιπόν, έχουμε exit polls. Ναι, φαίνεται ότι τώρα αποκαθίστε τη ροή. Θα φτιάξουμε λίγο το πρόγραμμα. Λοιπόν, σε πολύ λίγη ώρα θα έχουμε μαζί μας από την Ηπείρο τον Γιάννη τον Παπαγιάννη. Εντάξει, ακούγεται δηλαδή. Εντάξει, ακούστηκε. Okay. Ζητούμε συγγνώμη από τους ακροατές μας. Λοιπόν, βάζουμε στην κάμερα προς το παρόν κατά λογότυπα του κόμματος. Σε λίγο θα συνδεθεί μαζί μας ο οποίος είναι έτοιμος εδώ στο στούντιο και περιμένει, ο Γιάννης ο Παπαγιάννης. Είναι chapter leader της Ηπείρου και θα μας πει τι δουλειά που έχει γίνει στην Ηπείρο, αλλά θα μας πει, έχουμε και τη Virginia. Virginia, hi. Virginia? Okay, okay, I'm putting you in the show. Sorry, what happened is our computer crashed. Let me just pop you in so you can finish telling us about, okay, number 14. Okay, great. You're on air, you're live, and the problem has been solved. Okay. Tell us a little bit more about all the work that you've been doing in Argentina. Tell us how you started. What got you into Republicans overseas? ¿Podemos hablar en español? ¿Con permiso? Yo hablo español más. We have to do this in English, unfortunately, because the auto-translate is set for English to other languages. Yeah. Yes, we have to explain something. ROTV is the vehicle for all Republican overseas chapters to get their voice heard. As you see, it's very easy to dial in. Okay, we have a computer crash. Actually, it's a financial problem. We need money to buy new computers. So we're working with an old i5. Whereas we should have an i9 for this very advanced program. But eventually we'll get some. We don't have any donors because everything comes out of our pocket money. And obviously, you know, R.O. has needs as well, needs our contribution. And many people overseas think that political activists like us, because I consider myself a political activist for the MAGA movement, that we get paid for this. Actually, no, we pay to get this. That's something that all our viewers should understand. And we rely on small, medium, large donations to get. I mean, we have office buildings, about 400 square meters. We have personnel. We have the studio. We have salaries to pay, and that comes out of our money. If you don't have donations from small to, you can't run this thing. I mean, we're working on a shoot. You saw what happened. I mean, the computer crash. Little things like that, they count. So continue on with our Argentina, because we're really going around the world. Okay, so tell us. Mm-hmm. Virginia, I'm just going to have to interrupt you. Don't be alarmed. I'm going to have to get. I'm going to let you keep talking, but I'm going to have to get off the seat. I can hear you on speaker, but keep talking because I have to switch Giannis's camera around. You see, I have to do everything myself around here. So keep talking. I can hear you.
He explained to me what Republicans Overseas was, what Republicans Overseas does and proposed me to become the chair of Republicans Overseas. I had a couple of interviews with all the people of Republicans, the main board of Republicans Overseas, and well, here I am. And since then, the movement here in Argentina, I mean, it's not a movement like Republicans Overseas, like an organization, has become like, okay, it's a place where media, for example, if they want to have some information or an opinion, they come to us. Of course, I separate my opinions from what Republicans Overseas is, but also for data, information, and we used to have an activities.
Yeah.
But also to have an analysis, that's my, that's what I do. So they also rely on me on that. And well, we are trying to expand this in Latin America. So hopefully next year we will have some news. But for now is that. And as you say, we don't get paid for this. We do it because we are activists. We believe in what we are doing, in the ideas. We believe in the conservative ideas of America, the Constitution, and everything America represents, and what it means for freedom, not only for America itself, but for the rest of the world. And well, we are here to give a voice, to give a hand to expats. So, that's actually also my activity here. But also, as we have many countries with many languages, sometimes when someone writes something in Spanish and okay, we elaborate something to answer and be in touch, even if it's not Argentina. So we have our chapters, but as you know, we work like a worldwide community, and that's great. So mainly that.
Yes, it was great, absolutely great to hearing from you. We're going to continue. We're going to put, don't leave. We're going to put Giannis Papagyannis. He's my chapter leader from a district chapter leader from northern Greece. Are you starting to organize sub-chapters? Because Argentina is a huge country. I mean, how many thousands of miles long? Because you go from Tierra del Fuego up to to Brazil.
Yes, well, I was born in the very north of Argentina, so I can tell you now I live in Buenos Aires, and I come and go, but I live in Buenos Aires, and yes, it's a complete, I don't know what's the distance, to tell you the truth, but it's like different countries.
Okay, now we have Giannis Papagyannis in the picture. Giannis, can you hear us?
Hello.
Put your microphone on your jacket. The microphone.
Yeah, my microphone, I think,
let's see.
is on.
Just give me a second. I have to turn on slightly.
All right.
Μιλά.
Ναι. Ακούγεται.
Μπορεί να μην έχει πατήσει το μυαλό.
Λέει ότι ακούγεται πολύ φασαρία στο στούντιο.
Ναι. Οκ. Okay. So, Giannis, give us the latest on what's going on with the polls and the exit polls.
Can I speak in Greek? Because
yes,
some
Giannis
viewers
will have to speak in Greek for a moment, Virginia.
So to understand us, the viewers are seeing right now. Το τελευταίο exit poll, Ιούνα, που βγήκε από το NBC, δείχνει τις θεματικές βάσεις τις οποίες ψήφισαν οι Αμερικανοί πολίτες, τα ποσοστά πάνω στις θεματικές αυτές. Οι θεματικές οι πρώτες είναι αυτές που ευνοούν τον Ντόναλντ Τραμπ. Για παράδειγμα, για 67% συνολικά πιστεύουν οι Αμερικανοί ψηφοφόροι ότι η οικονομία της χώρας, της Αμερικής, είναι χάλια. Είναι χάλια. Αυτό ευνοεί τον Ντόναλντ Τραμπ. Συνεπώς, μέσος όρος αυτή τη στιγμή, παναμερικανικά, υπάρχει ένα ξεκάθαρο προβάδισμα του Ντόναλντ Τραμπ. Και θα μου επιτρέψει τώρα μια προσωπική εκτίμηση ότι αυτό θεωρώ ότι δεν θα αλλάξει. Έτσι. Θα δούμε. Έχουμε ακόμα ώρες μπροστά μας. Ήδη έχουν κλείσει κάποιες κάλπες. Έχουμε κάποια πρώτα αποτελέσματα που δείχνουν 19 εκλέκτορες υπέρ του Ντόναλντ Τραμπ. Έτσι, δεν γνωρίζουμε ακριβώς, δεν βλέπω ποιες πολιτείες έχουν κλείσει, ποια πολιτεία έχει κλείσει πρώτα. Πάντως, σύμφωνα με το πρώτο exit poll, υπάρχει ξεκάθαρο προβάδισμα του Ντόναλντ Τραμπ.
Okay, well, basically, Virginia, what we're hearing is the first exit polls are clear in favor of Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance ticket. It seems that, as we expected, Donald J. Trump outperformed the polls. That was natural because they're very biased. And Republicans, as a rule, generally don't take part in the polls because they're busy working. They're busy working, trying to make a living to counterbalance all the losses we've had under the whatever her name is, this crazy Biden-Harris administration for the last 4 years. Tell me, how does South America hope to see the new Trump administration? Because how does South America hope to change things under Donald J. Trump? Obviously, you have a lot of change. You have Milei down there, and we're all in agony to see if things are going to be going as well as we expect down in Argentina.
Well, in Argentina is different. For example, now Greece, Brazil, or Chile. Chile is quite a more stable country. They have a very left government. I think the leftist government of Chile, they don't want Trump to win, but businessmen, if Trump wins, Chile is good news for the world. I think they will not make a mess out of this, and nothing will change much. In Argentina, it's different. We have like the government that is many years. Before Milei, we had an administration that was being close to Trump, but no other pictures. And the ideas were like they tried to get the pictures with Trump, but also realize Trump and the United Nations and that. No Milei.
I love the chainsaw. The chainsaw Milei.
Yes, that was his campaign object. Well, he's getting something down here. I think he needs to do more, with taxes and everything, but he's just have to tell you that society has changed a lot. Maybe, I haven't seen this, but maybe if you make a poll in Argentina, many people will prefer Donald Trump than Harris. I see that. I mean, some years ago, that was a thing. You see in Europe now,
Δεν ακούγεται αυτή πάλι.
but
Δεν ακούγεται, λέει η Μαρίνα.
also in Brazil, you have a big movement fighting with Republicans, and that's quite new now. So that's good news. It will be good for the country. It will be good for South Africa. We need someone who puts borders, you know, because drug dealing and organized crime, and it affects us. So if Trump wins and makes what he promises, then it's going to be good for us. So I think the expectations are that he will win. That will be a good news for us. How the
Great.
government
Great. Virginia, it's been great hearing from you from Argentina. I hope we have a chat soon. We're getting our victory hats ready. And adios. And we will talk again very soon. Dear our viewers, that was Virginia Tucker from Argentina. We're going to switch back to Giannis Papagyannis, who's going to give us the latest on polling and whatever new developments we have. Giannis, the floor is yours, and I'm going to be getting. Let me just do a sound check on you, and we're going to be moving on to establishing live feed now as exit polls have been coming in. Τώρα έρχονται τα exit polls, θα αναλάβει για λίγο ο Γιάννης, ο Παπαγιάννης, ο υπεύθυνος του Ρεπουμπλικανικού Κόμματος Ηπείρου, που είναι μαζί μας στο στούντιο και τον ευχαριστούμε που έκανε το ταξίδι από τα Γιάννενα, αλλά νομίζω ότι το πρώτο πάρτι της δίκης που θα πάρουμε το πρωί φαίνεται να είναι πολύ κοντά. Γιάννη.
Ο Τραμπ έκανε 4 ομιλίες κάθε μέρα, πετώντας από πολιτεία σε πολιτεία. Πώς θα έρθουμε εμείς από τα Γιάννα στην Αθήνα για να πανηγυρίσουμε όλη αυτή τη μεγάλη νίκη?
Έχεις απόλυτο δίκαιο, και ο πραγματικό άνθρωπος είναι τούρμπο. Είναι τούρμπο, δηλαδή δεν υπάρχει πραγματικά αυτό που έκανε.
Ακούραστος και έδινε
η Χάρις, που υποτίθεται ότι ήταν πιο νέα, έκανε ομιλίες των 5 λεπτών μόνο με τελεπρόμπτερ, και θυμόμαστε όλοι όταν χάλασε το τελεπρόμπτερ και κόλλησε οι βελόνες στο 32 και έλεγε 32.
Ακριβώς.
32 για 3 λεπτά. Λοιπόν, Γιάννη.
Και μάλιστα να πούμε, Ιωνα, ότι σε όλες τις ομιλίες της Χάρης προσπαθούσε να γεμίσει τους χώρους που μιλούσε.
Με τραγουδιστές.
Κάποιον στάρ, έτσι.
Ναι, και όταν και έφαγε το γιουχάρισμα της αρκούδας στο Όστιν. Στο Όστιν, όταν η Μπιονσέ δεν τραγούδισε.
Έτσι ακριβώς.
Και πρόσεξε τι γινότανε. Έκανε το λάθος ότι στις αρχές μιλούσε αυτή μετά τους τραγουδιστές. Αλλά τι γινότανε, τραγουδούσαν οι τραγουδιστές και μόλις τελειώναν τα τραγούδια, ο κόσμος σκέφτηκε. Οπότε μετά τα άλλαξε και έβαλε τον εαυτό της πριν τους τραγουδιστές, αλλά οι τραγουδιστές δεν το θέλανε αυτό, γιατί κανένας δεν ήθελε να ακούσει την Καμάλα Χάρις. Και τέλος πάντων, πες μας λίγο για τα exit polls, ώστε να ετοιμάσουμε τις νέες μας συνδέσεις. Πραγματικά, παιδιά, θα είναι ένας μαραθώνιος, θα κάνουμε ταξίδι σε όλο τον πλανήτη, με όλους τους, ελπίζουμε να έχουμε και το Σόλομον ξανά μέσα από το Μαρ-a-Lago, θα είναι μια μεγάλη επιτυχία για το Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα. Απλά εξαρτάται, όπως μας εξήγησε και ο Σόλομον στη συνέντευξή του με τον Δημήτρη Απόκη, αν θα έχει σήμα και αν θα το επιτρέψουν να πάρει το κινητό του. Γιάννη, σε ακούμε, για να ετοιμάσω τις επόμενες συνδέσεις.
Προς στιγμή, πέρα από το exit poll του NBC News, δεν έχει βγει κάτι άλλο, οπότε όλα τα ειδησιογραφικά πρακτορεία παγκοσμίως έχουν μείνει σε αυτό, έτσι. Έχει ενδιαφέρον πολύ όμως να δούμε τα ποσοστά βάσει των οποίων ψήφισαν οι ψηφοφόροι. Λέει το NBC ότι πρώτα έπαιξε ρόλο στην ψήφο των Αμερικανών ψηφοφόρων η δημοκρατία. Αυτό σε πρώτη φάση ακούγεται ότι βοηθάει την Κάμαλα Χάρις βέβαια, αλλά έχουμε κατόπιν την οικονομία και μετά αμέσως επόμενες θεματικές ήταν οι αμβλώσεις, η μετανάστευση και η εξωτερική πολιτική. Συνεπώς, όταν έχουμε την οικονομία στη δεύτερη θέση ως σημαντικότερο θέμα βάσει το οποίο ψήφισαν οι Αμερικανοί ψηφοφόροι και είναι στο 35%, δηλαδή το 35% των ψηφοφόρων δηλώνουν ότι ψήφισαν με βάση την οικονομία. Στο 14% της αμβλώσης, 11% μετανάστευση και 4% για την εξωτερική πολιτική. Όλες αυτές οι θεματικές, πλην της μίας που είναι η πρώτη, το 35% δηλαδή που είναι η δημοκρατία, ευνοούν τον Ντόναλντ Τραμπ. Είναι θέματα τα οποία έχει αναλύσει σε όλη την προεκλογική εκστρατεία ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ και έχει επιχειρηματολογήσει υπέρ αυτών. Επίσης, για την οικονομία τώρα συγκεκριμένα λέει το NBC στο exit poll ότι το 51% των ψηφοφόρων εμπιστεύονται τον Ντόναλντ Τραμπ και το 47% μόλις την Κάμαλα Χάρις. Άρα,
είναι συντριπτικός αριθμός.
Είναι συντριπτικός αριθμός. Συνεπώς αυτό που λέει ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ ότι we will fix it, ότι χάλασε δηλαδή η Κάμαλα Χάρις και εμείς θα το διορθώσουμε, είχε αντίκτυπο στους ψηφοφόρους του. Άρα, πιστεύουμε ότι δεν θα αλλάξει αυτό. Έτσι, δεν θα αλλάξει αυτό. Και μέχρι το πρωί θα δούμε τα αποτελέσματα κυμαίνονται πάνω σε αυτά τα ποσοστά. Αυτό είναι μάλιστα και οι αναλύσεις που κάνουν οι δημοσιογράφοι και στο CNN πριν λίγο, που παρακολουθούσα, αλλά και στα ελληνικά και στο Sky. Ο κ. Παπαγιάννης είναι αυτός ο πρώτος που ανέφερε ότι υπάρχει μια προηγείται ξεκάθαρα προς στιγμή ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ. Ιον αυτό το βλέπαμε σε όλη την προεκλογική εκστρατεία. Βλέπαμε τον κόσμο που συνέρε στις συγκεντρώσεις του Τραμπ και λέγαμε δεν είναι δυνατόν αυτό το κύμα, αυτό το red wave να ανασταλεί, να αλλάξει. Βέβαια, είχαμε τις επιφυλάξεις μας γιατί είδαμε τι συνέβαινε και το 20, έτσι. Και να θυμίσουμε το 2020, ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ ήταν νομίζω ο πρώτος πρόεδρος στην ιστορία που πήρε περισσότερο ως sitting president, πήρε περισσότερους ψήφους από ό,τι είχε πάρει το 2016, αν δεν κάνω λάθος.
Ναι, σωστά, σωστά. Και επειδή ήμουν σε όλη τη μαραθώνια μετάδοση, να θυμίσουμε ότι ενώ πήρε πάρα πολλούς ψήφους, ξαφνικά ήρθαν εκείνα τα spike με τις επιστολικές ψήφους, οι οποίοι τελικά αποδείχθηκαν ότι ήταν φτιαχτές.
Πώς έγινε όμως αυτό, έτσι, να θυμίσουμε ότι ενώ μέχρι το πρωί δείχναν όλα τα πράγματα που κυλούσε ομαλά η καταμέτρηση των ψήφων, ότι ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ θα πάρει τα swing states, ξαφνικά ανακοινώνονται σε κάποια εκλογικά τμήματα ότι σταματάει η καταμέτρηση. Έτσι,
με συγχωρείς, να σε διακόψω σε αυτό το σημείο. Είμαστε και οι δύο δικηγόροι. Έχουμε κάνει πάμπολες εκλογές. Εγώ κάνω εκλογές από τότε που διορίστηκα, από το 1995. Διανοείς εσύ ποτέ ως δικαστικός αντιπρόσωπος να κλείσεις το κέντρο, ούτε για νερό.
Αν θυμάσαι καλά, ήταν το πρόσχημα ότι είχε πάει 3 η ώρα, λέγανε εκεί οι αρμόδιοι, και λόγω της διασποράς COVID θα πρέπει να προφυλάξουμε τους ανθρώπους που καταμετράνε τους ψήφους, να σταματήσουμε την καταμέτρηση και θα τη συνεχίσουμε μετά από 2-3 μέρες. Και συνέχισε την Παρασκευή. Και αυτά τα συγκεκριμένα κέντρα ήταν που αλλάξαν.
Ναι, αλλά τα συγκεκριμένα κέντρα, ενώ ήταν κλειστά, συνεχίζανε καταμέτρηση ψήφων, οι οποίες όλος τυχαίως, όλες ήταν υπέρ του Biden. Δηλαδή ερχόντουσαν πάκα. Με συγχωρείς, έχεις κάνει πολλές εκλογές σε διαφορετικά τμήματα, υποθέτω. Σου έρθε ποτέ τμήμα το οποίο ψήφισε 100% υπέρ ενός υποψηφίου? Είναι μαθηματικά.
Δεν γίνεται αυτό. Επίσης, να πούμε κάτι πολύ σημαντικό, ότι οι δημοκρατικοί στεναρά αρνούνται σε πολιτείες δημοκρατικών το voter ID, έτσι. Σε δυτικές δημοκρατίες δεν υφίσταται να πηγαίνει ψηφοφόρος και να μην επιδεικνύει την ταυτότητά του. Ποιος είναι αυτός που ψηφίζει.
Ναι, είναι πραγματικά τρελό.
Και μάλιστα ρώτησαν ήδη, αν θυμάσαι καλά, πριν ένα μήνα και την Κάμαλα Χάρις, μία δημοσιογράφος, σε μία από τις λίγες συνεντεύξεις που έδωσε live, της λένε ποια είναι η γνώμη σας για το voter ID. Δηλαδή, για την υποχρεωτικότητα, ο ψηφοφόρος που πάει να ψηφίσει τη στιγμή πάνω στην κάλπη να δείχνει να επιδεικνύει την ταυτότητά του. Και είπε το εξής αμίμητο, που μόνο γέλιο προκαλούσε. Ότι, το θυμάσαι, έτσι, και γελούσαν όλοι όσο το. Λέει, δεν μπορούμε, λέει, να εξαναγκάσουμε, λέει, ανθρώπους οι οποίοι μπορεί να μένουν σε απομακρυσμένες περιοχές από τα κέντρα που μπορούν να προμηθευτούν ταυτότητες, να τρέξουν να προμηθευτούν τις ταυτότητες.
Ναι, αλλά με συγχωρείς. Για να αγοράσουν ποτό.
Αλλά να μην ψηφίσει όμως αυτός.
Για να αγοράσουν ποτά από την Κάβα πρέπει να δείξουν ταυτότητα.
Απίστευτα πράγματα.
Για να πάνε στην τράπεζα πρέπει να δείξουν ταυτότητα.
Ναι.
Για να πάνε στο συνέδριο των δημοκρατικών πρέπει να δείξουν ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν πρέπει να δείξουν ταυτότητα για να ψηφίσουν.
Πράγμα που σημαίνει ότι ένας άνθρωπος μπορεί να ψηφίσει και 10 φορές, και 20 φορές και 100 φορές.
Μα αυτό βρέθηκε ακριβώς στα voter rolls του Michigan, ότι 200.000 ψήφοι αντιπροσωπεύαν 15.000 άτομα.
Έτσι.
Τώρα βρέθηκε.
Πάντως αυτό που λέγαμε, που έλεγε μάλλον ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ, κάντε too big to rig. Δηλαδή τρέξτε όλοι, σηκωθείτε, να ψηφίσετε όσο περισσότερο γίνεται, ώστε περιστατικά νοθείας να μην μπορέσουν εν τέλει να επηρεάσουν το εκλογικό αποτέλεσμα. Και δεν αυτό έγινε, έτσι, γιατί το είδαμε και από το early voting.
Η νοθεία, Γιάννη μου, έχει και αυτή το ταβάνι της. Την είδαμε το 2020 και υπολογίσαμε ότι εντάξει. Τι είπε ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ? Κατεβείτε όλοι να ψηφίσετε. Και να εξηγήσουμε και κάτι, ότι στην Αμερική υπάρχουν κατηγορίες ψηφοφόρων που δεν ψηφίζανε. Άμις, Ευαγγελιστές, Μορμόνοι.
Αν και οι Άμις δείξαν την προτίμησή τους προς τον Ντόναλντ Τραμπ, έτσι. Είδαμε κάτι σημαίες, κάτι εκδηλώσεις συμπάθειας, που αυτό είχε την επιρροή βέβαια, έτσι. Επηρέασαν και αυτοί.
Τώρα σε αυτές τις εκλογές ψηφίσανε. Στις προηγούμενες δεν ψηφίσανε.
Τώρα κινητοποιήθηκαν όλοι υπέρ του Τραμπ.
Και κινητοποιήθηκαν για έναν πολύ απλό λόγο. Οι Άμις στην Ελλάδα δεν ξέρουμε, αλλά είναι ευκαιρία να πούμε τι είναι η Άμις. Η Άμις είναι μια αίρεση χριστιανική, η οποία θεωρεί ότι η χρήση της τεχνολογίας είναι αμαρτία.
Αυτό βλέπουμε με κάτι άμαξες και τα λοιπά, έτσι.
Ακριβώς. Δεν θέλουν ηλεκτρονικά, δεν θέλουν. Αυτοί όμως έχουν και πολύ ανεπτυγμένη γεωργία. Αλλά προσέξτε, αρνούνται πεισματικά να χρησιμοποιήσουν γενετικά τροποποιημένους σπόρους και σπόρους της Μονσάντο, σπόρους υβρίδια. Τι είναι ο σπόρος υβρίδιο, για όσους δεν ξέρουν? Είναι ο σπόρος τον οποίο αγοράζεις, αλλά αυτός το φυτό που θα παράγει δεν θα παράγει νέο σπόρο. Αυτή είναι η καινούργια σκλαβιά του αγρότη που εφήβραν οι εταιρείες που εμπορεύονται τα βιοτεχνολογικά υλικά, για να υποχρεώνουν τον αγρότη κάθε χρόνο να αγοράζει σπόρο. Η Άμις σου λέει όχι, θα σπείρω, θα κρατήσω, και όχι υβρίδια, κανονικούς σπόρους, θα κρατήσω ένα κομμάτι για την επόμενη χρονιά. Αυτό πλέον απειλούνται επίσης, όπως απειλούνται και με το θέμα της σφαγής. Αυτοί κάνουν πολύ ανθρώπινη σφαγή των ζώων, αλλά δεν την κάνουν με χρήση της τεχνολογίας, και αυτό επίσης απειλείται. Δηλαδή θα μείνουν οι άνθρωποι χωρίς δουλειά, χωρίς πόρους, χωρίς τροφή, δηλαδή τους οδηγούν σε κυριολεκτική εξαφάνιση. Και πέραν το ότι απειλείται και η ίδια τους η θρησκευτική πίστη, όπως και οι καθολικοί. Οι καθολικοί ιερείς και ακτιβιστές είναι συνέχεια στο στόχαστρο του FBI. Πάρα πολλοί χριστιανοί καθολικοί είναι στη φυλακή αυτή τη στιγμή, διότι τόλμησαν να εκφράσουν τα θρησκευτικά τους πιστεύω. Και η μάχη, μία από τις μάχες που γίνεται σε αυτές τις εκλογές της ΗΠΑ είναι ακριβώς για το First Amendment. Το δικαίωμα, δηλαδή το αναφέρετο δικαίωμα να εκφράζεις τις πολιτικές, θρησκευτικές σου πεποιθήσεις χωρίς αυτό να αποτελεί αντικείμενο διώξεων. Και βλέπετε όμως ότι τα μέσα μαζικής εξαπάτησης δεν είπανε τίποτα γι' αυτό. Μόνο οι λίγες φωνές που ακούγονται στα μέσα καταφέραμε και το περάσαμε. Και αυτοί οι άνθρωποι πλέον ψηφίσανε. Που δεν ψηφίζανε. Η έννοια ήταν αμαρτία να ψηφίσεις. Δηλαδή θεωρούσαν ότι η ενασχόληση τους με τα εγκόσμια, αλλά καταλάβαν ότι απειλείται η ίδια τους ύπαρξη. Οπότε τι θα κάνουν? Αναγκαστικά θα ψηφίσουν. Και ψηφίσαν. Και αυτή η μαζικότητα μας έφερε 10 με 15 εκατομμύρια νέους ψηφοφόρους. Και θα δείτε,
στη λαϊκή ψήφο δηλαδή πιστεύεις και εσύ ότι θα είναι ακόμα και εκεί μπροστά ο Τραμπ, έτσι?
Ναι, θα δείτε ότι στο τέλος της ημέρας θα έχουμε θεαματική αύξηση ψήφων και για το Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα και συνολικά, αν και εγώ πιστεύω ότι θα έχουμε αποχή από την πλευρά των Δημοκρατικών, διότι είναι πολύ
φάνηκε στο early voting αυτό.
Ναι, δημοκρατικοί οι οποίοι δεν είναι οι ακραίοι, οι οποίοι δεν θεωρούν ότι όσα αυτά βλέπουν τους εκπροσωπούν. Και το πιθανότερο είναι ότι έχουν διαλέξει ήδη το δρόμο της αποχής. Και το είδαμε στα exit polls.
Και πάνω σε αυτό, Ιωνα, να πούμε κάτι που όλος περίεργος δεν το αναφέρει κανένα από τα μέσα μαζικής ενημέρωσης, έτσι, και στην χώρα μας αλλά και στο εξωτερικό. Έχουμε ένα μέλος, το πιο ενεργό μέλος αυτή τη στιγμή πολιτικά, της ιστορικής δημοκρατικής οικογένειας των Κέννεντι.
Βεβαίως.
Έτσι. Τον γιο του Μπομπ Κέννεντι, του θρυλικού Μπομπ Κέννεντι, δολοφονηθέντος, και ανιψιό του Τζον F. Κέννεντι, να λέει πριν κάποιο διάστημα: κατεβαίνω, παιδιά, υποψήφιος στο Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα για υποψήφιος πρόεδρος των ΗΠΑ. Τι πιο λογικό, ένας Κέννεντι να κατεβεί στο Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα. Τον διώχνουν άρον-άρον από εκεί, πολύ απλά γιατί φοβήθηκαν ότι θα κερδίσει εσωκομματικά στους δημοκρατικούς ο Κέννεντι. Κατεβαίνει ανεξάρτητος, φτάνει στις δημοσκοπήσεις ένα ποσοστό που κανένας ανεξάρτητος υποψήφιος Ιωνα δεν το έχει φτάσει ποτέ, αν δεν κάνω, έχει φτάσει στο 15-16%.
Ναι, είχε πάει πάρα πολύ καλά.
Πάρα πολύ καλά. Και λέει μετά, παιδιά, σταματάω την πορεία μου γιατί ταυτίζομαι στο 80% με τον Ντόναλντ Τραμπ και το Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα. Και λέει ότι το Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα αυτό, γιατί είπες για αποχή πολλών δημοκρατικών, το Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα αυτό δεν είναι το Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα που πρεσβεύει τις αρχές του θείου μου και του πατέρα μου. Και δεν έφυγα εγώ από το Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα, το Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα έφυγε από μένα.
Βλέπουμε παράλληλα, όπως βλέπεις και εσύ στην οθόνη σου, ότι στις δύο κούρσες δημοκρατικών και House και Σένατο, ότι μάλλον κερδίζουμε.
Κερδίζουμε και εκεί.
Ναι.
Είναι προφανές. 51 Democrats. Το άλλαξε και δεν προλάβαμε να δούμε τα ποσοστά.
Ναι, κάτι επειδή παίρνουμε από YouTube το feed, κάτι έγινε.
Ναι.
Θα το κλείσω και θα το ξανανοίξω.
Και επίσης, πολύ σημαντικό για να συνεχίσουμε για τον Κέννεντι, είπες πριν για τις τροφές, έτσι.
Ναι. Μα αυτό είναι και που είδαν και οι Έλληνες και όλοι αυτοί ότι...
Τι δουλειά θα κάνει ο Κέννεντι στη νέα κυβέρνηση του Τραμπ?
Ο Κέννεντι θα είναι υπουργός υγείας και θα έχει αρμοδιότητα για όλα τα τρόφιμα.
Θα φέρει πάλι την υγεία στους Αμερικανούς πολίτες.
Το γεγονός ότι οι Αμερικανοί είναι οι πιο παχύσαρκοι στον κόσμο οφείλεται ακριβώς στη κακή ποιότητα της τροφής τους.
Έτσι. Θα ελέγξει, λέει, ξανά τον FDA, θα ελέγξει άλλες υπηρεσίες.
Μα κοίταξε τι γίνεται. Στην Αμερική δυστυχώς ο ελεγχόμενος είναι και ο ελεγκτής. Δηλαδή οι μεγάλες φαρμακευτικές εταιρείες, οι εταιρείες τροφίμων και η Μονσάντο και όλα αυτές ελέγχουν τις υπηρεσίες που τους ελέγχουν. Και καταλαβαίνετε ότι τους ελέγχει κανένας. Και έχει φτάσει σε ένα σημείο αυτό να είναι μια υγειονομική βόμβα για τους Αμερικανούς πολίτες.
Και επίσης κάτι πολύ σημαντικό που το είχε αναφέρει και ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ και ο Κέννεντι, θα αρχίσει ένας ορθολογιστικός έλεγχος στις φαρμακευτικές εταιρείες. Ποιος άλλος τόλμησε να πει ότι θα βάλουμε χέρι στις φαρμακευτικές εταιρείες παγκοσμίως? Κανένας.
Ναι. Λοιπόν, ξαναβάλουμε τη ροή. Βλέπουμε, θα παρακολουθούμε συνέχεια το Newsmax. Τώρα, όσο να πει, κερδίζουμε, ο Κρούς κερδίζει την έδρα από τον Όλρετ. Και αυτά είναι σημαντικά, γιατί μιλάμε για τη γερουσία. Κάτσε μόνο να βάλω, θα το βάλω στη ροή.
Αναφορικά με τους εκλέκτορες δεν έχει κάποια πρόοδο, βλέπω, Ιώνα. Μόνο 19 μπροστά ο Τραμπ, αλλά δεν μας λένε ποια πολιτεία είναι, ποια πολιτεία βγήκαν.
Κοίταξε, τώρα η ώρα είναι η ώρα τώρα που πλησιάζει 2 το πρωί σε εμάς. Οπότε έχουμε τις πρώτες πολιτείες οι οποίες θα δώσουν αποτελέσματα. Είναι η Τζόρτζια, η Ινδιάνα, Κεντάκι, Σαουθ Καρολάινα, Βερμόντ και Βιρτζίνια. Για μένα το κλειδί είναι η Βιρτζίνια. Αν η Βιρτζίνια δώσει πολύ σημαντικά πιο κόκκινα, στροφή προς το συντηρητικό κόμμα, η υπόθεση έχει τελειώσει. Δεν χρειάζεται να συνεχίσουμε την εκπομπή. Αν η Βιρτζίνια έχει... Εγώ δεν σου λέω να αλλάξει. Η Βιρτζίνια έχει 15 πόντους υπέρ Biden. Αν τη δούμε με 3 πόντους υπέρ Καμάλα, το παιχνίδι έχει τελειώσει. Η Βιρτζίνια είναι και μια ιδιαίτερη... Έχει πάρα πολλούς δημοσίους υπαλλήλους στην ανατολική της πλευρά. Δυτικά είναι πιο νοικότιτες περιοχές. Η άλλη βέβαια, η πρώτη πολιτεία που θα δώσει αποτελέσματα είναι η Τζόρτζια. Εντάξει, εκεί δεν νομίζω να είναι πλέον τέρμι.
Νομίζω έχει δοθεί η Ινδιάνα για Κεντάκι, 11 και 8 και έχει πάρει ο Τραμπ. 19.
Λοιπόν,
Ινδιάνα για Κεντάκι.
Νομίζω, ας ακούσουμε λίγο, ας βάλουμε λίγο ήχο στο ροή του... Νομίζω όχι. Λοιπόν, ας ακούσουμε λίγο, έπαιζε και δεν το είχα πάρει χαμπέρ, έπαιζε ήδη η ροή και μιλούσαμε πάνω από τη ροή. Οπότε πήγανε σε διαφημίσεις, οπότε συνεχίζουμε εμείς.
Ναι. Δεν ξέρω, η ώρα νομίζω έχει δοθεί η Ινδιάνα για Κεντάκι, δεν ξέρω αν ακούστηκε πριν. Είναι 11 η Ινδιάνα και 8 το Κεντάκι, οπότε οι 19 που δίνουν τώρα στον Τραμπ είναι αυτές οι δύο πολιτείες, λογικά.
Ναι, αυτό είναι. Είναι οι 19.
Άρα αναμένουμε, λες, Τζόρτζια και Βιρτζίνια επόμενα.
Κοίταξε, εδώ είναι το ωραίο. Αυτό που λέγαμε πριν, ότι εάν δοθούν η Βιρτζίνια, αν η Βιρτζίνια έχει σημαντική στροφή προς το Ρεπουμπλικανικό κόμμα, τότε το παιχνίδι είναι over. Θυμίσουμε ότι στις προηγούμενες εκλογές η Βιρτζίνια είχε 15 μονάδες. Αν τη δούμε τώρα στις 3 μονάδες, νομίζω ότι έχει τελειώσει το παιχνίδι. Ό,τι και να κάνουμε.
Εδώ να επισημάνουμε κάτι. Ισχύει όντως ότι, αν δεν κάνω λάθος, το 65-70% των Ισραηλινών υπέρ Τραμπ, έτσι.
Ναι, όπως μας είπε και ο Μαρκ Ζελ, το Ισραήλ ψήφισε 99%, δηλαδή ομογενή στο Ισραήλ, αλλά και η εβραϊκή ψήφος στην Αμερική.
Στο Κεντάκι έχει μεγάλη κοινότητα Ισραηλινών, έτσι, που δείχνει ότι την έχει πάρει ο Τραμπ.
Λοιπόν, τώρα σε λίγο θα ξαναμπούμε. Λοιπόν, το πρώτο κύμα των πολιτιών, μετά οι επόμενες τα αποτελέσματα θα είναι σε 7,5, που θα έχουμε μια πολιτεία που είναι σχετικά ενδιαφέρουσα, αν και τη θεωρούμε εμείς σιγουράκι, είναι το North Carolina. Παλιά ήταν οριακή πολιτεία, έχει 16 εκλέκτορες, δεν νομίζω ότι θα έχουμε πρόβλημα εκεί, διότι τα κάνανε μαντάρα με το τυφώνα η δημοκρατική. Ο κόσμος ταλαιπωρήθηκε πάρα πολύ. Σε κάθε περίπτωση νομίζω ότι είναι άνετα δική μας αυτή η πολιτεία. Για Οχάιο και West Virginia δεν το συζητάμε. West Virginia είναι πιο redneck από redneck. Δεν υπάρχει πιο βαθιά ρεπουμπλικανική πολιτεία, έτσι. Είναι η επιτομή. Εκεί είναι το σπίτι των Hillbillies. Οπότε εκεί οι δημοκρατικοί δεν πλησιάζουν καν, ούτε καν να ζητήσουν την ψήφο.
North Carolina Ιωνα δίνανε συν 1,5 διαφορά Τραμπ, έτσι.
Ναι,
οι
κακές γλώσσες λέγανε ότι όταν έπιασε ο τυφώνας, σκοπίμως η ομοσπονδιακή κυβέρνηση δεν ήθελε να επέμβει για να δυσκολεύει, επειδή ο τυφώνας χτύπησε σε κατακόκκινες περιοχές, για να μην μπορέσουν να πάνε να ψηφίσουν. Έτσι. Αλλά έλα όμως, αυτοί όχι απλά πήγαν και ψηφίσαν. Για να σου πω κάτι, αυτοί είναι ορεσίβοι, δεν καταλαβαίνουν τίποτα. Πήραν τις κοινούλες τους, κατασκηνώσαν έξω από τα εκλογικά κέντρα και πήγαν και ψηφίσαν. Και τρίβαν τα μάτια τους στη Washington οι καραφλόροι. Διότι η δημοκρατική είναι wimps, έτσι, Karens και wimps.
Μην θυμίσουμε τι έγινε με τον Μίλτον στη Φλόριντα, έτσι. Που η Φέμα ξαφνικά τους άδειασε.
Καλά, η Φήμα, με συγχωρείς γιατί δεν πήγε. Η Φήμα είχε εξοδέψει όλα τα λεφτά για να ταΐζει λαθρομετανάστες.
Και μάλιστα όταν πήγε ο Elon Musk να τοποθετήσει, λέει, δωρεάν και να επανακτήσει τις επικοινωνίες, τους διώχνανε.
Ναι, διότι δεν υπήρχε οικονόμα. Αν πήγαινε να βάλει ο Μάσκ, πώς το λένε, δορυφορικά πιάτα σε λαθρομετανάστες, θα τον παρακαλάγα.
Σίγουρα. Θα δίνανε και επιδότηση.
Ναι. Λοιπόν, για να γυρίσουμε πίσω, να ακούσουμε λίγο τι λένε εδώ.
Ναι. Έχουμε εδώ τα παραδοσιακά.
Γελάσουμε λίγο με αυτό.
Τα παραδοσιακά, ναι. Βγαίνουν αυτά όμως, Ιωνα.
Λοιπόν, εντάξει, αυτά είναι λίγο αστιότητες. Αμερικανίες, εγώ νόμιζα ότι θα πηγαίναν απευθείας στα πρώτα αποτελέσματα, δεν πειράζει, θα το παρακολουθήσουμε σε λίγο. Το βλέπουμε τώρα χωρίς ήχο. Τι βλέπεις εσύ?
Θέλω λίγο, όχι πριν, Ιωνα, να μας πεις για την περιβόητη Πενσιλβάνια. Πάρα πολύ ντόρος έγινε εκεί.
Λοιπόν, η Πενσιλβάνια.
Ο Elon Musk αφιέρωσε 2 μήνες να είναι μόνος στην Πενσιλβάνια. Η Κάμαλα Χάρις χτες έκανε 4 συνεχόμενες ομιλίες εκεί. Τι βλέπεις για την Πενσιλβάνια?
Λοιπόν, η Πενσιλβάνια είναι μια πολύ πονεμένη ιστορία. Είναι μια πολιτεία που εδώ και 200 χρόνια γίνονται. Είναι η πρωταθλήτρια στην οφεία εδώ και 200 χρόνια. Το Tammany Hall, δεν το ξέρετε εσείς, είναι ένα σκάνδαλο που έγινε στις αρχές του 19ου, τέλη του 18ου αιώνα, το 1890, είχε κέντρο στην Πενσιλβάνια και ήταν η εξαγορά ψήφων από τους τοπικούς πολιτικούς. Δεν έχει αλλάξει τίποτα στην Πενσιλβάνια. Δυστυχώς, ενώ είναι γεννήτωρ και δεν είναι πολιτεία, είναι Commonwealth, όπως πολύ σωστά το λέει ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ, είναι η πηγή της νοθείας. Από εκεί ξεκίνησαν όλα. Είναι μια πολιτεία που δυστυχώς τα τελευταία χρόνια, ενώ ψηφίζει πάρα πολύ κόκκινα, και κανένα 2 φορές έχει έρθει στο δικό μας. Δυστυχώς όλες οι τοπικοί άρχοντες, κυβερνήτες, εισαγγελείς, όλοι είναι ομνίουν στο βαθύ δημοκρατικό κράτος. Γι' αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ δύσκολο να πάρει εμείς την Πενσιλβάνια. Το κάναμε το 16 οριακά. Πιστεύω το κάναμε και το 20, διότι όλοι είδαμε εκείνο το spike. Δεν έχω τη φωτογραφία τώρα να τη δείξω. Αλλά αυτή τη φορά ψηφίσανε και ψηφίσανε όλοι οι Ρεπουμπλικανοί που δεν ψηφίσανε το 20. Το 20 δεν πήγαν όλοι να ψηφίσουν. Και με μια αυτοκριτική διάθεση, διότι το έχουμε συζητήσει με το επιτελείο Τραμπ, κάναμε και εμείς ένα λάθος, χοντρό λάθος. Κατεβάσαμε υποψήφιο τον Dr. Oz. Ο Dr. Oz είναι τουρκικής καταγωγής, μια τηλεπερσόνα, ο οποίος δεν είχε καμία γείωση στην αμερικανική πολιτική, διάσημος ναι, αλλά από το να είσαι απλά διάσημος έως το να μπορείς να γίνεις ένας αξιόλογος πολιτικός υπάρχει μια τεράστια απόσταση. Δεν είναι όλοι Donald Trump. Ο Dr. Oz ήταν γιατρός και έκανε ένα TV show και είχε μεγάλη πέραση. Το TV show όμως, όχι ως πολιτικός. Και βέβαια όλη η ελληνοαμερικάνικη ψήφος στην Πενσιλβάνια χάθηκε. Αυτή τη φορά όμως δεν χάθηκε.
Πώς το βλέπεις?
Αυτή τη φορά δεν χάθηκε, δεν υπήρχε ως. Λοιπόν, αυτό ήταν ένα λάθος. Το ομολόγησε σε κλειστούς κύκλους ο Donald Trump και εννοείται ότι ο άνθρωπος αυτός απομακρύνθηκε και δεν θα ασχοληθεί.
Όπως έκανε και σε πάρα πολλά states.
Ουδής αλάθαστος. Και το κύριο του λάθος ήταν ότι στην πρώτη του τετραετία δεν χτύπησε το βαθύ κράτος.
Ακριβώς.
Είχε αυτό το μπαγλάμα, το Φάουτσι. Δηλαδή, ο άνθρωπος ο οποίος δημιούργησε τον κορονοϊό ήταν ο σύμβουλος του Donald Trump για το θέμα του κορονοϊού. Δηλαδή, βάλαμε το λύκο να φυλάει τα πρόβατα.
Κάτι που όπως παραδέχονται όμως όλοι τώρα, η δεύτερη θητεία του Trump θα είναι εντελώς διαφορετική.
Ναι, διότι τώρα ξέρει πλέον. Τώρα ξέρει ποιοι είναι οι καλοί. Και βέβαια ξεκαθάρισε και το θέμα το εξής, μέσα στο κόμμα. Η νέα γενιά των στελεχών, όπως εμείς εδώ που καθόμαστε, δεν είμαστε του Ρεπουμπλικανικού κόμματος του Μπούς. Είμαστε του Ρεπουμπλικανικού κόμματος του Αβραάμ Λίνκολν.
Έχουν φύγει ούτως ή άλλως. Με τις υπογραφές το έδειξαν.
Αυτοί στηρίξανε Καμάλα.
Καμάλα, ξεκάθαρα. Υπέγραψαν.
Ας πάει όλο το βαθύ κράτος να φύγουνε. Δεν τους θέλουμε. Λοιπόν...
Είδαμε ότι σημαντικά στελέχη της Bush administration έδωσαν endorsement στην Κάμαλα, έτσι. Απίστευτα πράγματα.
Ναι.
Και μάλιστα πανηγύριζαν οι δημοκρατικοί ότι πήραμε, λέει, τι λέγανε τότε, χωρίς να μας δείξουν τα ονόματα, πριν 6 μήνες.
Θα φύγουν. Δεν τους θέλουν.
Φύγανε, λέει, πάρα πολλοί από τον Donald Trump και πάνε προς τους δημοκρατικούς τότε. Και όταν διαβάσαμε τα ονόματα, ήταν αυτοί οι οποίοι ήταν όλη η διοίκηση.
Λοιπόν, για να ακούσουμε τώρα λίγο το feed.
New polls, ναι. Και στη Τζόρτζια.
Yes, we showed you some of the states that have just closed their polls. Let's take a look at some of the other important closing times around the country. We're really going to start to stop talking about the narratives and really start talking about the moments. Georgia closing at 7 p.m., then North Carolina at 7:30, and Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. We're going to get those results in. Georgia, North Carolina, expected to come in pretty quickly. Pennsylvania, rather wait a little bit. Next batch of results will come at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Wisconsin, Michigan, a bunch of very close states. Harris, and DC, Nevada, Arizona, all states, crucial battleground states.
These are the battleground states, but this is interesting sort of notations that states like Virginia electoral votes and Florida votes. Could Donald Trump have possibly Virginia in play? And obviously Georgians and the Atlanta voter, I know that Trump state there is very well received. Some of them
Αυτό που είπαμε, έτσι, Κεντάκι και Ινδιάνα. Είναι 19. $60-39.
Ωραία, λοιπόν. Λοιπόν, κλείσουμε τη ρωή από Αμερική, ακόμα είναι νωρίς, είναι αυτά που μας είπες πριν. Εμείς, να πούμε λίγο τι κάναμε εδώ στην Ελλάδα. Καταρχάς, Γιάννη, εσύ είσαι υπεύθυνος για το τμήμα Ηπείρου. Το τμήμα Ηπείρου έχει δύο sub-chapters, δύο ομάδες, η μία είναι στα Γιάννενα και η άλλη είναι στη Θεσπρωτή, αν δεν κάνω λάθος. Και έχουμε και μια ιδιαιτερότητα. Έχουμε δύο τμήματα Ηπείρου. Έχουμε ένα τμήμα Ηπείρου, αλλά έχουμε και ένα τμήμα Βορείου Ηπείρου. Και αυτό σε συνεννόηση με τους Ρεπουμπλικάνους στο εξωτερικό στην Αλβανία. Θα έχουμε τον MARC, τον πρόεδρο της, λίγο αργότερα, ο οποίος είναι παντρεμένος με Ελληνίδα βορειοϊπειρώτης από τη Χιμάρα. Και ακριβώς επειδή δεν μπορούν αυτοί να μιλήσουν για το θέμα το βορειοϊπειρωτικό, αναλάβαμε εμείς στην Ελλάδα να ιδρύσουμε ένα sub-chapter, το οποίο υπεύθυνος είναι επίσης συνάδελφος δικηγόρος ο Θαλής ο Καραριανόπουλος, ο οποίος είναι ένας από τους προτεργάτες για τον αγώνα της Βορείου Ηπείρου. Εσύ όμως είσαι στην Ηπείρο την δική μας. Πες μας λίγο για την εμπειρία σου, τι βλέπεις από τον κόσμο στα δικά σου τα μέρη, τι λένε και οι Ελληνοαμερικανοί και οι, περιμένοντας τα αποτελέσματα, και οι Έλληνες και οι Ελληνοαμερικανοί για αυτό που λένε φαινόμενο Τραμπ. Και κάτι άλλο. Εσύ, λίγο για τη δική σου ιστορία, πώς αποφάσισες να κάνεις αυτό το τεράστιο άνοιγμα, όντας σε ένα κόμμα ελληνικό, να κάνεις το τεράστιο άνοιγμα, να αποδεχθείς την πρότασή μας να στρατευτείς υπέρ του Ντόναλντ Τραμπ και του Ρεπουμπλικανικού κόμματος των ΗΠΑ.
Ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ, και δεν είναι η γνώμη δική μου, είναι η γνώμη των εκατομμυρίων ψηφοφόρων στην Αμερική, αλλά και των υποστηρικτών του σε όλο τον κόσμο, δεν ήταν πολιτικός. Θα μου πεις γιατί όσοι είναι πολιτικοί δεν είναι καλοί σε αυτό που κάνουν. Έχει τη σημασία του. Ο άνθρωπος αυτός ήταν γνωστός βέβαια για τις θέσεις του, πάντα είχε απόψεις πολιτικές στην Αμερική, αλλά δεν ήταν επαγγελματίας πολιτικός. Είναι ένας αυτοδημιούργητο, θα το λέγαμε, διότι πήρε μια κατάσταση από τον πατέρα του οικονομική και την πολλαπλασίασε. Όπως είπε και ο γιος του πρόσφατα, ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ λέει έχει σχηματίσει το skyline της Νέας Υόρκης. Έτσι.
Και όχι μόνο, έχει πύργους σε όλες τις...
σε όλο τον κόσμο.
Σε όλο τον κόσμο. Και θα μιλήσουμε τώρα, θα σε διακόψω, θα μιλήσουμε λίγο για το μύθο που καλλιεργεί η νεοφιλελεύθερη παράταξη. Λυπάμαι που είσαι και σε αυτήν. Και η αριστερά, ότι δήθεν ο Τραμπ έχει ιδιοκτησία στην Τουρκία. Ο Τραμπ συνεργάστηκε με έναν επιχειρηματία, τον Ντογάν, όχι Ερντογάν, προσέξτε, Ντογάν λέγεται ο άνθρωπος, ο οποίος, όπως πολλοί επιχειρηματίες στον κόσμο, άλλοι 15, πήγανε στον Τραμπ και του λένε δώσ' μας τεχνογνωσία, franchise δηλαδή, να χτίσουμε και εμείς κάτι παρόμοιο και πούλα μας το όνομά σου. Και αυτό ακριβώς έκανε τη δεκαετία του 90.
Και γιατί δεν το έκανε επιχειρηματίας.
Και που δεν είχε ο άνθρωπος καμία σχέση με πολιτική και χτίστηκαν δύο πύργοι στην Κωνσταντινούπολη που λέγονται Trump Towers. Δεν ανήκουν όμως στο Τραμπ, ανήκουν στην οικογένεια Ντογάν, προσέξτε, όχι Ερντογάν, Ντογάν, ο οποίος μάλιστα φυλακίστηκε από τον Ερντογάν δεν ήταν πολύ αρεστός. Ο κύριος Ντογάν λοιπόν έκτισε τους πύργους, πλήρωσε τα δικαιώματα στον Τραμπ 9 εκατομμύρια δολάρια, 9 εκατομμύρια δολάρια, τους έκτισε, τελείωσε και του πλήρωνε και 500.000 το χρόνο για 10 χρόνια και τελείωσε αυτό. Ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ δεν έχει κανένα περιουσιακό στοιχείο στην Τουρκία, δεν έχει καμία ανάμειξη, δεν έχει μία ανάμειξη μέλος της οικογένειας του και πάμε τώρα τι έκανε ο Τραμπ στην Τουρκία. Τους πετσόκοψε.
Πριν όμως πεις αυτό είναι το πιο σημαντικό που πρέπει να πεις, ναι. Πολύ λίγοι το ξέρουν και δεν ακούστηκε ποτέ αυτό, ότι ο Τραμπ είχε κάνει, ο Τραμπ Organization είχε κάνει και πρόταση σε υπουργό υποδομών στην Ελλάδα να συμμετάσχει στην κατασκευή τμήματος των ουρανοξυστών στο ελληνικό. Δεν το γνωρίζει ο κόσμος αυτό. Είναι καταγεγραμμένη πρόταση. Και τον έδιωξαν με τις κλωτσιές και δεν ξέρουμε τον λόγο. Δηλαδή επιχειρηματικά ο άνθρωπος έχει μια
για να κάνουμε μια μικρή παύση, να ακούσουμε λίγο.
We are here at Newsmax calling
South Carolina
for Donald Trump, in addition to Kentucky and Indiana. So now we are getting some of these early poll results in. Obviously, we're watching the other East Coast and the other polls closing. Georgia's closing, and it's going to be a long night as we kind of see the Strip landing. We know that there could be some early movement, but then the later the hours go, there will be the West Coast. We're watching, waiting just for anything.
Yeah, a lot of concern and interest about Georgia and North Carolina. We'll get those results to you as soon as possible.
Εντάξει, τώρα Κεντάκι είναι μια κατακόκκινη πολιτεία. Το να είναι 70-30 όμως είναι πολύ μεγάλη διαφορά.
Πολύ σημαντικό.
Να ήταν 55-45 Κεντάκι θα έλεγα εντάξει. Αλλά όταν είναι 70-30 θα μου πείτε σε ποιο εκλογικό τμήμα. Εντάξει, είναι νωρίς ακόμα, έχουμε μικρή ενσωμάτωση, αλλά πολύ σύντομα θα έχουμε... θα βλέπουμε την καρτέλα από κάτω καθώς φεύγει. Δεν θα είναι καθόλου καλή βραδιά για το DNC, το Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα.
Φάνηκε αυτό, Ιωάννα, φάνηκε και στις συγκεντρώσεις του Τραμπ, φάνηκε και στο early voting. Είδαμε ότι ακόμα και στη Νέα Υόρκη, που παραδοσιακά οι Δημοκρατικοί στείνονταν στις κάλπες πολύ νωρίτερα και οι Ρεπουμπλικάνοι το αφήνουν για την τελευταία μέρα, είδαμε ότι η πλειοψηφία ήταν Ρεπουμπλικάνοι.
Κοίταξε, είχαμε νωρίτερα...
Και ποσοστά πολύ αναπτυγμένα και στην Καλιφόρνια και στη Νέα Υόρκη, των Ρεπουμπλικάνων.
Σε 9,5 ώρα είχαμε τον Νίκο το Σταματάκη, ο οποίος είναι εκδότης του Hellenic, είναι ελληνική διαδικτυακή εφημερίδα, πάρα πολύ καλή. Ο οποίος μας είπε ότι έχουν αλλάξει πολύ τα πράγματα στη Νέα Υόρκη. Δεν είναι ο περίπατος για τους δημοκρατικούς. Εντάξει, θα την πάρουμε.
Μην ξεχνάμε ότι η οικονομική δυσπραγία έπληξε πρώτα τα μεγάλα αστικά κέντρα, έτσι. Όταν το γαλόνι από πόσο ήταν πριν κάποια χρόνια εκτοξεύτηκε και δεν μπορούν να κινήσουν τα οχήματά τους, όταν η ακρίβεια στα McDonald's και σε πρώτης ανάγκης προϊόντα έχει εκτοξευθεί, αυτό πλήττει πρώτα τον κόσμο που μένει στα μεγάλα αστικά κέντρα. Οπότε θα δούμε και μεγάλα τεράστια ποσοστά, θα θεωρώ, και στη Νέα Υόρκη, σε συγκρίση με παλαιότερα χρόνια των Ρεπουμπλικάνων.
Πάντως βλέπω τώρα και σε άλλα feed που έχω ανοιχτά, πάμε πάρα πολύ καλά.
Εγώ, Ιωάννα, τόλμησα να προβλέψω ότι δεν θα αλλάξει αυτό το πρώτο exit poll, το NBC, νομίζω ότι...
Κοίταξε, για να το λέει το NBC...
Μετά από έναν κύκλο δημοσκοπήσεων που ωφελούσαν τεχνιέτους στην Κάμαλα Χάρις, θεωρώ ότι για πρώτη φορά το NBC φέτος...
Πάντως στο New Hampshire είμαστε απόλυτη ισοπαλία και το New Hampshire παραδοσιακά ψήφισε δημοκρατικούς. Και φαίνεται ότι ακόμα και στο Vermont δεν πάει καλά.
Έχουμε τώρα 43 μέχρι τώρα εκλέκτορες για τον Donald Trump, 3 Κάμαλα Χάρις, έτσι, μέχρι στιγμής. Αριθμός εκλεκτόρων.
Ξέρεις τι, φαίνεται ότι πάμε...
Η κόκκινη γραμμή του Τραμπ πηγαίνει πιο γρήγορα, μου φαίνεται, προς το 270. Προς το κέντρο.
Ναι, να θυμίσουμε ότι όποιος πιάσει το μαγικό αριθμό 270 εκλέγεται πρόεδρος. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο για την προεδρική...
ναι, είναι γερουσία.
Για τον προεδρικό. Μας ενδιαφέρουν οι εκλογές για όλα τα σώματα. Είναι η Βουλή, Από ό,τι είδαμε θα κρατήσουμε τουλάχιστον 20-25 έδρες παραπάνω. Είναι η γερουσία, διότι ένας νόμος για να περάσει πρέπει να περάσει και από Βουλή και από γερουσία. Βέβαια στη γερουσία θες 60 ψήφους, αλλά όσο παραπάνω είσαι τόσο καλύτερα. Διότι υπάρχουν οι επιτροπές, τουλάχιστον να έχουμε την προεδρία της γερουσίας. Γιατί εκεί είναι το κλειδί, να μην είναι ο Σούμερ. Έτσι. Λοιπόν, καλά, Τζόρτζια βλέπω σαρώνουμε.
Ναι. Πολύ μπροστά.
Δυστυχώς για τεχνικούς λόγους ήθελα να βάλω και δεύτερο feed, να βάλουμε και το Fox ή κάποιο άλλο κανάλι, αλλά ήδη δουλεύει ο υπολογιστής στα κόκκινα και δεν θέλω να κρασάρει όπως την προηγούμενη φορά. Το παρακολουθούμε εμείς, θα τα μεταδίδουμε διαζώσεις, δεν μπορούμε να βάλουμε δεύτερο ή τρίτο feed, θα κρασάρει το σύστημα. Βλέπω η Διάννα είμαστε στο 62%, με αρκετά μεγάλη ενσωμάτωση, 15%.
Μέχρι στιγμής είναι 61,1% Τραμπ, 37,3% Χάρις, έτσι, στο σύνολο, μέχρι στιγμής.
Ναι, καλά, εντάξει. Με καλές ενσωματώσεις, έτσι, που μπορούν να δώσουν ασφαλή αποτελέσματα.
Δεν υπάρχει δικαιολογία, Ιώνα, να μην βγουν πολύ γρήγορα τα αποτελέσματα. Μάλιστα το είπαν.
Κοίταξε, σίγουρα...
Αυτή τη φορά δεν υπάρχει κάποια δικαιολογία, δεν υπάρχει COVID, δεν υπάρχει κάτι.
Εφόσον είναι too big to break,
έτσι.
Τι να πούνε τώρα, ότι μείναν 10.000 ή 100.000 επιστολικές ψήφοι στο περιθώριο της νοθείας του 20, παράδειγμα στην Πενσιλβένια, ενώ είμαστε 700.000 μπροστά. Τελείωσε πλέον. Βλέπω... Καλά, Φλόριντα, άστο, το ξέραμε. Η Φλόριντα μας τα είπε και ο James ο Gosart, ο αντιπρόεδρος του κόμματος, ψηφίζει κατά κόκκινα. Και φαντάζομαι ότι το 16 ήταν swing state. Ξέρεις ότι το 16 τη διαφορά την έκριναν οι επιστολικές ψήφοι από το...
Στη Φλόριντα,
ναι, στη Φλόριντα. Εκεί επέχτηκε όλο. Γιατί πήγαν και στα δικαστήρια.
Ναι, ναι. Αυτή τη στιγμή η Φλόριντα είναι 53 Τραμπ, 45 Χάρις.
Με 45% ενσωμάτωση. Έτσι
βέβαια, 3.218.000 ψήφοι υπέρ Τραμπ.
Μιλάμε για πανεολεθρία. Τη Φλόριντα οι δημοσκόποι τη δίνανε 3 υπέρ Τραμπ.
Ναι,
δηλαδή φαίνεται
είναι ένα δείγμα γι' αυτό, έτσι. Γιατί τι θα έλθει στις επόμενες ώρες.
Τζόρτζα έχει πολύ χαμηλή ενσωμάτωση ακόμα.
Ναι. Είμαστε σε 92.000 ψήφοι υπέρ Τραμπ, 87.000 Χάρις. 51 με 48. Τζόρτζια. Αλλά σταθερά μπροστά ο Τραμπ. Σταθερά μπροστά ο Τραμπ. Κεντάκι έκλεισε 70 με 27. Πανολευθρία Χάρις. Το ίδιο και στην Ινδιάνα, 61 με 36. Δεν θυμάμαι αν το αποτέλεσμα στην Ινδιάνα το 20. Ήταν τέτοια μεγάλη διαφορά, Ιώνα.
Η Ινδιάνα όχι ιδιαίτερα μεγάλη.
Είναι δείγματα αυτά γιατί θα ακολουθήσει έτσι και σε άλλες πολιτείες.
Όλοι περιμένουμε
Εγώ περιμένω ποια θα είναι. Μιλάμε τώρα για εταιρείες δισεκατομμυρίων εισηγμένων στο χρηματιστήριο της Νέας Υόρκης, διεθνών εταιρεών δημοσκοπήσεων, που δίνανε μπροστά έως και 3 και 4 μονάδες τη Χάρις. Ποια θα είναι.
Κοίταξε, αυτό που προσπαθούσαν, Γιάννη μου, να κάνουν.
Δεν έχουν χάσει πλέον την αξιοπιστία τους. Αν θα δούμε έτσι.
Γιάννη μου, ξέρεις από εκλογικούς αγώνες. Έχεις κάνει.
Ρητορικό είναι το ερώτημά μου, βέβαια.
Λοιπόν, ξέρεις ότι χρησιμοποιούνται οι εταιρείες δημοσκοπήσεων για να δημιουργήσουν ψευδές και τεχνητό ρεύμα.
Και η τυφλή αναμετάδοση από τα ελληνικά μέσα μαζικής ενημέρωσης τέτοιων δημοσκοπήσεων.
Καλά, εντάξει, τώρα. Ξέρεις πάρα πολύ καλά ότι τα μέσα είναι ιδιαίτερα εχθρικά.
Αντιγραφή.
Εμείς κοπήκαμε από την ΕΡΤ, το ξέρεις.
Εντάξει, δεν είναι παράλογο. Να επισημάνουμε όμως ότι το τελευταίο 24ωρο μάλλον...
Όπα.
Ναι, τι έχουμε.
Είμαστε πολύ μπροστά στη Βιρτζίνια. Τι σου είπα.
Βιρτζίνια, ναι.
Βγαίνει ο ΚΑΟ.
Άρα έχουμε 13 εκεί στάνταρ, έτσι.
Εάν Βιρτζίνια γύρισε όλη η Αμερική. Διότι η Βιρτζίνια ήταν πολύ μπροστά σε αυτούς.
56 Τραμπ, 42 Χάρις. Μεγάλη διαφορά. Μεγάλη διαφορά. 56% Τραμπ, 42% Χάρις.
Βλέπω οι πλειοψηφίες στα νομοθετικά σώματα να αλλάζουν πολύ. Εντάξει, είναι νωρίς, θα δούμε, διότι θεωρητικά ίσως τα αστικά κέντρα να έπονται, αν και νομίζω ότι όσοι ψηφίσανε, επειδή στην Αμερική οι ψήφοι μαζεύονται ηλεκτρονικά, όσοι ψηφίσαν, τελείωσε. Αυτές μπορούν να βγουν άμεσα, διότι είναι μέσα στις μνήμες των συστημάτων. Δεν αλλάζει αυτό το πράγμα. Δηλαδή θα βγουν τα αποτελέσματα περίπου την ίδια ώρα, είτε είναι σε αστικά κέντρα, είτε είναι σε επαρχιακά.
Ακριβώς.
Ναι, δεν είναι όπως εμείς που ο δικαστικός... Έχω τύχει δικαστικός αντιπρόσωπος σε χωριό με 60 ψηφοφόρους. Εντάξει, εκεί βγήκαν πανεύκολα. Και έχω τύχει και σε αστικά κέντρα με 580. Εκεί βγήκαν πιο δύσκολα, πιο αργά. Αλλά στην Αμερική δεν ισχύει αυτό το πράγμα.
Μέχρι στιγμής, Ιωνα, όσα αποτελέσματα βγαίνουν, υπάρχει συντριπτική πλειοψηφία υπέρ του Τραμπ, πλην του Βερμόντ, έτσι, εντάξει, που είναι.
Ναι, προς στιγμήν είπαμε, στο εκλεκτορικό είμαστε 19-3.
Ναι.
19-3. Και μάλιστα και το Βερμόντ που το πήρε με τους 3 εκλέκτορες, τα ποσοστά της ήταν αρκετά πιο χαμηλά από ότι. Και το Βερμόντ είναι μια παραδοσιακά πάρα πολύ δημοκρατική πολιτεία.
Ακριβώς γειτονιά δίπλα, Νιου Χαμσάιρ, έχουμε Τραμπ 61, Χάρις 37. Συντριπτικές πλειοψηφίες παντού. Πολύ πιο μεγάλη διαφορά από το 20, το 2020.
Λοιπόν, εγώ κοιτάω και Βιρτζίνια. Καλά, η Βιρτζίνια, εντάξει, λίγο σοκαρίστηκα, 56% Τραμπ, 42 Χάρις, ακόμα είναι πολύ χαμηλή ενσωμάτωση, αλλά πιστεύω θα παιχτεί σκληρά η Βιρτζίνια.
Κοίταξε, Ιωνα, τώρα βλέπουμε...
Όχι για να την πάρουμε, αλλά τουλάχιστον να βγάλουμε τον Χανκάο, τουλάχιστον να πάρουμε τον γερουσιαστή.
Έχουν βγει βγαίνουν σιγά σιγά οι πρώτες κάλπες, έτσι, αλλά σε όλες τις πολιτείες τώρα που βλέπουμε...
Τώρα θα κάνω και μια επισήμανση.
Υπάρχει μεγάλη διαφορά υπέρ του
Πρόσεξε με,
Άρα...
Γιάννη, η Φλόριντα, τώρα που μετράμε, έχει ενσωμάτωση 52%.
Ναι.
Πόσο πιο καλά δουλεύει αυτή η πολιτεία με τον Ντεσάντης, τον Ρεπουμπλικανό, από τις άλλες πολιτείες. Σφαίρα τα βγάζει.
Ακριβώς.
Και θα σας πω και κάτι. Στο κέντρο βοηθείας, όταν μας ζητάνε να κάνουμε διεκπαιρέωση για κάποια υπόθεση, όταν μας λένε είναι Φλόριντα, λέμε ευτυχώς. Διότι η Φλόριντα απαντάει αμέσως. Σφαίρα σε όλα τα αιτήματα, την ώρα που οι μπλε πολιτείες δεν απαντάνε ποτέ, ή πρέπει να στείλεις 10 επιστολές και μπας και σου απαντήσουν.
Δεν τους ενδιαφέρει, Ιωνα, στις μπλε πολιτείες πώς θα λειτουργήσει σωστά η πολιτεία τους. Τους ενδιαφέρει η woke ατζέντα κυρίως και πώς θα προωθήσουν κάποιες τέτοιες περίεργες ιδέες. Κάνω λάθος?
Ακριβώς.
Αυτή είναι η προτεραιότητά τους.
Το βλέπουμε εδώ στις προξενικές αρχές. Δεν τους ενδιαφέρει τίποτα για τους Αμερικανούς πολίτες. Παλαιά προξενικοί υπάλληλοι κάνανε περιοδίες ανά την Ελλάδα, στα χωριά, για να εξυπηρετήσουν τα γερόντια. Τώρα, ξέρετε τι τους λένε? Κάντε αίτηση ηλεκτρονικά και θα σας απαντήσουν σε 6 μήνες. Και λες και οι ηλικιωμένοι έχουν υπολογιστές και ξέρουν. Και αναγκαστικά όλα πηγαίνουν στον κλείδωνα. Και τρέχουν σε εμάς για να τους τακτοποιήσουμε τις υποθέσεις. Το οποίο γίνεται βέβαια.
Ναι, έχει γίνει πολύ μεγάλη δουλειά.
Εμείς τουλάχιστον σηκώνουμε τα τηλέφωνα
και την ομάδα σου έτσι, στο κέντρο βοήθειας, αυτό πρέπει να το λέμε. Έχετε βοηθήσει
65.000 περιπτώσεις.
65.000 περιπτώσεις Ελληνοαμερικανών.
Που είναι από παροχή πληροφοριών για διαβατήρια, παροχή πληροφοριών για τα βοηθήματα, για συντάξεις, για υπηκότητες.
Ακριβώς. Ακόμα και για το επίδομα που έδιδε ο Τραμπ επί COVID. Είχατε κάνει πάρα πολύ μεγάλη
τότε είχαν εντός εισαγωγικών διαρρεύσει οι δημοκρατικοί ότι δεν το δικαιούνται οι Έλληνες πολίτες, αυτοί που έχουν διπλή υπηκότητα.
Να κάνουν αιτήσεις, έτσι.
Το είπαμε όπαμαν και βγήκαμε με δελτία τύπου, βέβαια μας θάψανε, αλλά τελικά τα πήρανε τουλάχιστον 50-60
Αν δεις το χάρτη, σε διακόπτω, στην Τζόρτζια, στην πολιτεία, τα εκλογικά τμήματα που έχουν δοθεί είναι διάσπαρτα σε όλη την πολιτεία. Δηλαδή είναι δείγμα αξιόπιστο, έτσι, δεν είναι από μια περιοχή συγκεκριμένα. Και σε όλα τα εκλογικά τμήματα το 40% προηγείται με μεγάλη διαφορά του Τραμπ. Οπότε θεωρώ ότι δεν θα αλλάξει κάτι στην Τζόρτζια. Δεν θα αλλάξει.
Ναι.
Βγαίνουν και από το
και
νότο,
βλέπω διαφορά
ανατολικά είναι.
Ναι, βλέπω στη Βιρτζίνια διαφορές 6 πόντων. Ενώ μιλούσαμε για 15 στις προηγούμενες εκλογές.
Ναι.
Να βάλουμε λίγο ήχο από τη ροή για να ξεκουραστούμε και λίγο.
Θα πλησιάσουμε, θα έπρεπε να πλησιάσουμε τα ποσοστά Ρίγκαν, κανονικά.
Ναι, παρακολουθούμε λοιπόν και τα υπόλοιπα κανάλια. Τώρα, όπως είπαμε, εξηγήσαμε, δεν μπορούμε να βάλουμε δεύτερη ροή στο άλλο παράθυρο για καθαρά τεχνικούς λόγους. Βλέπω, καλά, η Φλόριντα έχει τεράστια διαφορά. Και έχεις κάποιο χάρτη ανοιχτό τώρα, Γιάννη?
Ναι, ναι.
Γιατί
προσπαθώ να συγκρίνω,
ναι,
με το χάρτη του 20 και προς στιγμή βλέπω μεγάλη διαφορά.
Ωραία.
Σε πολιτείες μεταξύ αποτελέσματα του 20 και το μέχρι τώρα, έτσι, αυτό που έχουμε. Και Τζόρτζια, να θυμηθούμε ότι είχαμε χάσει για πολύ λίγες ψήφους. 49,5 Biden, 49,2 Τραμπ το 2020.
Ναι, ήταν πάρα πολύ μικρή διαφορά.
Περίπου.
Και μην ξεχνάς, είχαμε και τα έκτροπα.
Στις 10.000 διαφορά. 10.000 ψήφοι. Και αυτή τη στιγμή είμαστε στη Τζόρτζια. Η διαφορά είναι 57 με 42. 57% Τραμπ, 42% Χάρις μέχρι τώρα.
Εντάξει, συνοψίζοντας, αυτή τη στιγμή είμαστε στο εκλεκτορικό σώμα 19-3. Βέβαια είναι πολύ νωρίς, γιατί όπως είχαμε εξηγήσει, στην πρώτη φουρνιά είναι οι κόκκινες πολιτείες. Να εξηγήσουμε και κάτι, ότι στην Αμερική, αν δεις το χάρτη μπλε και κόκκινο, Σαφώς υπερισχύει το κόκκινο, αλλά οι δημοκρατικοί έχουν μια αρκετά μεγάλη συγκέντρωση πληθυσμών στη Νέα Υόρκη, στο Ιλινόι, εκεί που είναι το Σικάγο δηλαδή, στην Καλιφόρνια, και αυτές έχουν αρκετά μεγάλους εκλέκτορες. Βέβαια εμείς έχουμε Τέξας, Φλόριντα, που έχει πάρει έξτρα εκλέκτορες, διότι αυξήθηκε ο πληθυσμός της. Οι εκλέκτορες δεν είναι σταθεροί για κάθε πολιτεία, αυξομειώνονται ανάλογα με τον πληθυσμό τους. Οπότε επειδή χρησιμοποιήθηκαν τα στοιχεία από την τελευταία απογραφή, κάποιες πολιτείες κέρδισαν, κόκκινες βασικά, και κάποιες έχασαν μπλε. Και γιατί? Διότι υπήρχε μεταφορά πληθυσμού μεταξύ, δηλαδή έφυγε ο κόσμος από τις μπλε πολιτείες που ήταν πολύ ήταν πολύ χάλια. Από την Καλιφόρνια φεύγει συνέχεια κόσμος. Υπάρχει τεράστια ακρίβεια. Δηλαδή, εντάξει, όταν σου λέει, ξέρεις, πρέπει να αγοράσεις οπωσδήποτε ηλεκτρικό αυτοκίνητο, να κινήσεις με ηλεκτρικό αυτοκίνητο. Ναι, αλλά δεν υπάρχει ρεύμα όμως για 4-5 ώρες την ημέρα για να φορτίσεις αυτό το ηλεκτρικό αυτοκίνητο. Εντάξει, καταλαβαίνεις, γιατί χάος δεν έχουν νερό.
Όχι, φύγαν και πολύ μεγάλες εταιρείες που είχαν την έδρα τους στην Καλιφόρνια λόγω της υψηλής φορολογίας και του εχθρικού επιχειρηματικού περιβάλλοντος και μετακόμισαν στο Τέξας, που σημαίνει ότι δημιουργήθηκαν εκεί θέσεις εργασίας. Άρα πολλοί κόσμος πήγε στο Τέξας για να βρει δουλειά, καλά αμοιβόμενη. Μην ξεχνάμε ότι και μία εκ των εταιριών του Elon Musk έφυγε από την Καλιφόρνια και πήγε στο Τέξας. Έτσι.
Ναι. Ολόκληρο. Και η Τέσλα και η διαστημική
εταιρεία. Και η SpaceX, νομίζω, ναι. Και το Twitter, νομίζω πήγε και το X.
Ναι, έφυγε η Tesla, έφυγε η SpaceX.
Που μιλάμε για χιλιάδες εργαζόμενους στις εγκαταστάσεις τους, έτσι. Οι οποίοι φύγουν από την Καλιφόρνια.
Λοιπόν, βλέπω ότι παίρνουμε κι άλλες. Κάτσε να δώσουμε ήχο. Πήραμε κι άλλοι.
Είναι η Τζόρτζια που σου λέγαμε.
Site of the Associated Press right there. The
what we can tell you is that the result in Georgia is pretty typical for something you'd expect.
Είναι αυτό που σου έλεγα, ότι οι πρώτες κάλπες που βγαίνουν από τη Georgia δεν ακούω.
Ναι, σε ακούω ότι έτσι κι αλλιώς η Φλόριντα
είναι αυτό που σου έλεγα πριν, ότι όπως είδα και εγώ με πρώτη ματιά, αυτό λέει ο συγκεκριμένος δημοσιογράφος, ότι τα πρώτα αποτελέσματα, οι πρώτες κάλπες που έχουν ανοίξει στη Τζόρτζια δεν είναι από μια συγκεκριμένη περιοχή. Είναι διάσπαρτες.
Ναι.
Δηλαδή ένα αντιπροσωπευτικό δείγμα και μέχρι στιγμής έχουμε μεγάλη διαφορά υπέρ Τραμπ. Που δεν φαίνεται να ανατρέπεται εύκολα, έτσι.
Ναι, μέχρι στιγμής βλέπω σε άλλες, είπαμε Κεντάκι, Ινδιάνα, Τραμπ. Άρα, Κεντάκι, είναι η 19 και έχουμε και πρέπει να πάρει και άλλους.
Μέχρι στιγμής κοντεύουμε στο 91-34. Κοντεύουμε. Έτσι, δεν έχει οριστικοποιηθεί. 23 είναι οι σίγουροι.
Ναι.
Αλλά κοντεύουμε στο 91, Donald Trump, 34, Kamala Harris εκλέκτορες. Και συνολικό ποσοστό 61,1% Trump, 37,3% Harris μέχρι στιγμής σε όλη την επικράτεια της Αμερικής. 61-37. Ωραίο νούμερο να το βλέπεις, έτσι.
Κοίταξε, δουλέψαμε πολύ σκληρά στο Ρεπουμπλικανικό κόμμα. Δουλέψαμε σταθερά από το 20 και μετά. Δεν σταματήσαμε καθόλου. Εδώ στην Ελλάδα ανασκουμποθήκαμε και δουλέψαμε ακόμα περισσότερο. Δηλαδή, κάναμε τον άθλο το 20 και μαζέψαμε 40.000 εγγραφές ψηφοφόρων. Δεν σταματήσαμε εκεί.
Έτσι είναι.
Πήραμε και άλλες 10.000. Και παρά το γεγονός ότι η Ελλάδα δεν είναι πολύ εχθρική για το Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα, ούτε τα ΜΜΕ μας προβάλλουν, αντίθετα μας θάβουν από το πρωί μέχρι το βράδυ. Γενικά υπήρχε και προσωπικός πόλεμος, θα ξέρεις εσύ, σε βάρος μου και στελεχών του κόμματος. Δεν είναι εύκολο να είσαι ρεπουμπλικάνο, να δηλώνεις ρεπουμπλικάνο στην Ελλάδα.
Εδώ να πούμε είναι ότι, όπως λένε, εφόσον επανεκλεγεί ο Τραμπ, θα είναι ένα από τα one of the greatest comeback in history. Διότι μην ξεχνάμε ότι, και αυτό συζητούσα πριν και με κάποιους φίλους, ότι ακόμα και σε περίπτωση που έχανε τον Ντόναλντ Τραμπ, πραγματικά θα ήταν αξιέπαινος αυτός και το επιτελείο του για τον τεράστιο και καλόν αγώνα που έδωσε. Δηλαδή, από την επόμενη μέρα που έχασαν τις εκλογές του 2020, το Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα και τον Ντόναλντ Τραμπ, πόσο μεθοδικά δούλεψαν, πώς αναδιοργανώθηκε το Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα στην Αμερική, αλλά και η Republican στο Overseas, και τι δουλειά κάνατε κι εσείς έτσι επιμέρους.
Καταρχάς συμβάλαμε στο να αλλάξει η ηγεσία του κόμματος.
Και πώς φτάνουμε σε αυτό το σημείο. Οπότε και σε περίπτωση που έχανε, θα έμενε στην ιστορία ως ένας πολύ δυνατός, για ένα παράδειγμα προς μίμηση, για έναν αγώνα καλό, δίκαιο και δυνατό.
Το 2020 κατεβήκαμε σαν Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα με την ηγεσία της Ρόνα Μακτάουελ. Τώρα η ηγεσία, ας το πούμε, εντάξει, ήτανε κόρη πολιτικού, κληρονόμησε αυτή τη θέση, δεν έκανε τίποτα. Φανταστείτε ότι στις δαπάνες του κόμματος υπήρχε $1 εκατομμύριο για λουλούδια και λιμουζίνες. Μόλις μπήκε ο Βότλεϊ και η Λάρα Τραμπ, όλα αυτά κοπήκαν.
Τακτοποιήθηκαν.
Η Λάρα Τραμπ, ταξιδεύοντας για τις ανάγκες του Ρεπουμπλικανικού Κόμματος, χρησιμοποιεί αεροπλάνο με θέση όπως όλοι μας. Κόψου που λένε.
Ακριβώς.
Απλή θέση. Αυτά κοπήκανε. Ασχοληθήκαμε με τα πραγματικά προβλήματα και νομίζω ότι πείσαμε. Τώρα...
Και ενέπνευσε πάρα πολύ κόσμο, νέους ανθρώπους, έτσι. Ναι. Βλέπουμε τεράστιο κίνημα νέων ανθρώπων.
Καταρχάς γυρίσαμε στις ρίζες του Ρεπουμπλικανικού Κόμματος. Και αυτό μας επέτρεψε να ξαναγιωθούμε, διότι περιγιώσεως λέγεται, με τις ρίζες του κόμματος. Και που ήταν οι ρίζες του κόμματος, ήταν αυτοί οι άνθρωποι που μάχονται για τις ελευθερίες. Δηλαδή, το γεγονός ότι παλεύουμε για την ελευθερία της έκφρασης, όποιας έκφρασης, έτσι, αυτό το τίμησαν οι ψηφοφόροι. Διότι παλεύουμε όχι για τους λίγους, παλεύουμε για τους πολλούς. Έτσι. Για να έχουν το δικαίωμα να ακούγονται. Και οι εκλογές είναι αυτό το πράγμα. Ακούγεται ο λαός κάθε 2 χρόνια στην Αμερική.
Το Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα είναι πλέον το κόμμα της κοινής λογικής, του λογικού, του πατριωτικού, της οικογένειας, της ανεξιθρησκείας, έτσι.
Ναι,
και βλέπουμε τεράστιο κύμα, κυρίως τους τελευταίους 12 μήνες, νέων ανθρώπων. Τους βλέπουμε στα social media. Είμαστε με τον Τραμπ. Νέες κοπέλες, νέα αγόρια. Είμαστε υπέρ του Τραμπ. Που έχουν οι δημοκρατικοί, σου λέει, εμείς έχουμε τους νέους με το μέρος μας, έχουμε τους τραγουδιστές, έχουμε τους ηθοποιούς. Τίποτα. Αποδεικνύεται εντελώς το αντίθετο.
Ναι, με συγχωρείς. Εγώ που είμαι ψηφοφόρος και ζω με ένα πενιχρό εισόδημα, γιατί να πιστώ από μια τηλεπερσόνα ή μια καλλιτέχνηδα εντός εισαγωγικών.
Ή τη Τζένιφερ Λόπες που τη βάλανε και έκλαιγε θεατρινίστικα. Έτσι,
τι κοινό έχει αυτή η γυναίκα μαζί.
Πόσα εκατομμύρια, πόσα πήρε για να στείλει.
Πώς μπορεί να με πείσει. Πώς μπορεί να με πείσει. Τι έχει να μου πει.
Και εδώ, σε περίπτωση που έρθει η νίκη Τραμπ, δεν θα έχουμε μόνο μία πολιτική νίκη, αλλά θα υπάρχει και μία νίκη του αμερικανικού λαού μετά από τόσα και τόσα χρόνια ηγεμονίας του Hollywood και των celebrities, που θα βάλουν ένα μεγάλο όχι σε όλους αυτούς. Θα πάνε κόντρα πρώτη φορά ο αμερικανικός λαός, κόντρα στο Hollywood, κόντρα στους τραγουδιστές, κόντρα σε όλους αυτούς που
διαμορφώσουν. Ναι, αλλά ξέρεις, Γιάννη.
Και τώρα δεν μπορούν να διαμορφώσουν πλέον. Έτσι. Εδώ ανοίγει μια μεγάλη συζήτηση.
Το πρόβλημα, Γιάννη, όμως είναι ότι ξεχνάμε ότι
καλά,
το
τα μέσα μαζικής ενημέρωσης στα αμερικάνικα ήδη ο λαός δεν τα ακούει από το 2016.
Ναι, το Hollywood όμως ανήκει σε κινέζικες εταιρείες. Τα ΜΜΕ ανήκουν σε κινέζικες εταιρείες. Αυτό δεν το σκέφτεται ο κόσμος.
Έτσι.
Όλα έχουν πουληθεί.
Τώρα που για κινέζικες εταιρείες ίουνα, έχω μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον να δω την κατάληξη στο Μίσιγκαν. Έχει κάνει άπειρες ομιλίες ο Τραμπ εκεί, το τελευταίο έτος, και τι υποστηρίζει? Ότι θα αναγεννήσω τη βιομηχανία αυτοκινήτων στο Μίσιγκαν, στο Ντιτρόιτ. Και πώς θα γίνει αυτό, λέει? Είσαι αμερικανική εταιρεία. Κατασκευάζεις τα προϊόντα σου στην Κίνα και τα εισάγεις στην Αμερική.
Δεν είναι αμερικανική εταιρεία αυτό.
Δασμούς.
Δεν είναι αμερικανική εταιρεία.
Δασμούς. Θα αναγκαστούν να γυρίσουν πίσω.
Βέβαια.
Θα θέσεις εργασίας.
Βέβαια.
Μεγάλο εργοστάσιο, λέει, στείλουν οι Κινέζοι στα σύνορα της Αμερικής στο Μεξικό.
Ακριβώς.
Όχι, δεν θα μπορείς να περάσεις αυτοκίνητα εδώ πέρα. Οπότε θέλω να δω, πίστηκε ο λαός του Ντιτρόιτ. 4 χρόνια τώρα έχουν μαραζώσει. Βλέπουμε στο YouTube εικόνες από το Ντιτρόιτ, κατεστραμμένα εργοστάσια, στη φτώχεια. 4 χρόνια.
Άμα ψάξεις στο YouTube, θα βρεις πάμπολους YouTubers που κάνουν διαδρομές, περπατάνε ή ό,τι κάνουν με το αυτοκίνητο σε αμερικάνικες πόλεις και σε πιάνει μετός.
Στο Ντιτρόιτ πραγματικά η κατάσταση είναι απελπιστική, έτσι.
Είναι μια καταστραμμένη πόλη. Ο κόσμος έχει φύγει, έχει εγκαταλειφθεί.
Εγκαταλειμμένη πόλη και έχει γίνει εχθροπραξίες. Πόλεμος. Μιλάμε κτίρια εγκαταλειμμένα. Πολυκατοικίες εγκαταλειμμένες, σπίτια εγκαταλειμμένα. Για ποιο λόγο να ξαναψηφίσουν δημοκρατικούς?
Για να ακούσουμε και λίγο τη ροή.
It's a bribe, basically, is what it is. And what it really underscores is that Kamala Harris and the left at this point will do and say literally anything to get elected. And if you talk about values, the values of evangelicals or Christians across America, the values of any American, we know that lying, stealing, these things are not okay. And what we've seen from the left, it's not the party of Tip O'Neill, it's not the party of Mike Dukakis or Bill Clinton. They have gone dramatically toward the Marxist side of things. They are saying things that I think most Americans know. They'll just say anything, they'll do anything to get elected. So my concern actually is, will they try to steal the election? If Donald Trump wins, will they do what they did 4 years ago and do anything to steal the election? So I actually think this will be over. I think for a few weeks we're going to see the Dems do anything they can. They've hired some people, Marco Elias and others, to litigate, so they're not exactly interested in a fair fight. A lot of voters just waiting.
Ναι, αυτό είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρον και θέλω να το σχολιάσω. Αυτό που είπε ο μιλητής. Ωραία, χάνει η Καμάλα Χάρις τις εκλογές. Τι θα κάνει? Θα φύγει ήσυχα? Φρονούμε ότι όχι. Είναι πάρα πολλά τα λεφτά που κερδίζει το σύστημα και θα προσπαθήσει με νύχια και με δόντια γι' αυτό έφερε και τον Μάρκ Ελάιας, τον περίφημο δικηγόρο για τα εκλογικά θέματα, αλλά θα προσπαθήσει, αυτό εξαρτάται βέβαια και από τη σύνθεση της Βουλής των Αντιπροσώπων, να μπλοκάρει την ανακήρυξη του Προέδρου Τραμπ από την Βουλή. Διότι να εξηγήσουμε κάτι, το σώμα που ανακηρύσει τον Πρόεδρο των ΗΠΑ είναι η Βουλή. Δηλαδή πρέπει να βγουν τα αποτελέσματα, οι ελέκτορες να στείλουν τις συστάσεις τους, δηλαδή εμείς ψηφίζουμε τον τάδε και αυτό το αποτέλεσμα να γίνει αποδεκτό από τη Βουλή, η οποία θα ορκιστεί πιο γρήγορα από τον Πρόεδρο, θα ορκιστεί στις αρχές Ιανουαρίου και θα προβεί στην διαδικασία της ψηφοφορίας. Λοιπόν, κοιτάμε διαφορετικά αποτελέσματα. Βλέπεις, γιατί έχουμε χωρίσει λίγο τα διάφορα μέσα που παρακολουθούμε.
Βγαίνει τώρα η West Virginia, 49,4, Τραμπ 48,5 Χάρις.
Virginia ή West Virginia?
West Virginia.
Αλλά West Virginia δεν το συζητάμε. Δική μας.
South Carolina, 57,8 Τραμπ, 41 Χάρις.
Ωραία, σε ένα τεταρτάκι θα είναι μαζί μας ο Jim Gosart, ο αντιπρόεδρος της οργάνωσης.
Στη Τζόρτζια έχει αυξηθεί η διαφορά, έτσι, 62,6 Τραμπ, 36 Χάρις.
Okay. Σε κανένα τεταρτάκι ο James θα μας δώσει τα τελευταία νέα από την Αμερική, τις λεπτομέρειες, για να δούμε. Ναι, αυτή είναι η διαφορά, δηλαδή ναι, η West Virginia 4, ναι, γι' αυτό είχαμε πάει από το 19 στο 23. Η West Virginia κλείδωσε. Την έχουν δώσει υπέρ μας. Εντάξει, αναμενόμενο, αλλά σιγά σιγά να τελειώνουμε λίγο με τις πολιτείες. Εγώ θα βάλω την καρτέλα κάτω αριστερά του James, οπότε μόλις μπει, γιατί με ενημέρωσε ότι είναι σχεδόν έτοιμος να μπει, να μας πει τα τελευταία νέα. Τώρα θα δείτε, θα είναι μαύρη καρτέλα, αλλά...
Στο Οχάιο, Αϊόβα έγινε πολύ μεγάλος δώρος Ιώνα τις τελευταίες μέρες με τη δημοσκόπηση που βγήκε το Σάββατο, έτσι. Προκάλεσε την οργή του Τραμπ. Γιατί έδινε την Κάμαλα μπροστά.
Α, ναι, η απάτη της Κάμαλα. Ναι, ξαφνικά μια πολιτεία που ποτέ της δεν έχει καν ως μισθή να γυρίσει προς το Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα, ξαφνικά με 5 μονάδες μπροστά. Εντάξει, αυτά είναι πεδαριώδη. Και αυτά είναι ακριβώς αυτό που λέγαμε πριν, ότι χρησιμοποίησαν τις δημοσκοπήσεις για να τραβήξουν το κάρο μπροστά, να τραβάει το κάρο το άλλο. Δεν γίνεται έτσι. Ψηφοφόροι αποφασίζουν, όχι οι εταιρείες δημοσκοπήσεων.
Προσπάθησαν όμως να επηρεάσουν, να αποθαρρύνουν μάλλον, αλλά νομίζω έχει το αντίθετο αποτέλεσμα.
Ναι, διότι
σου λέει ο Ρεπουμπλικάνος, άμα χάσουμε την Αϊόβα πρέπει να κινητοποιηθούμε, έτσι.
Ακριβώς. Ξέρεις τι, Γιάννη μου, ό,τι κάνανε,
τους βγήκε εναντίον.
Προσπαθήσανε να συκοφαντήσουν τον πρόεδρο. Προσπαθήσανε να τον εμφανίσουν ως Ρώσο πράκτορα. Προσπαθήσανε να τον φυλακίσουν. Προσπαθήσανε να τον σκοτώσουν. Προσπαθήσανε να μαγειρέψουν τις δημοσκοπήσεις. Όλα τους βγήκανε ανάποδα. Γιατί? Διότι στο τέλος της ημέρας ο λαός είχε το αισθητήριο. Καταλάβαινε ότι
Ακριβώς.
Κάτι δεν πάει καλά.
Ακριβώς.
Κάτι δεν πάει καλά. Βλέπω διάφορα τώρα μέσα στις δικές μου οθόνες από εδώ δεξιά. Τώρα μιλάνε για Φλόριντα. Εντάξει, δεν μας απασχολεί. Η Φλόριντα είναι κλειδωμένη. Ας ακούσουμε λίγο τη ροή.
I mean, obviously turnout. I mean, turnout, and Philadelphia is really the key to the Democrats. I mean, if you think about this, Democrats, this city of Philadelphia is 12% of the population of the state. It's 5
Έχουμε μαζί μας. Λοιπόν, έχουμε μαζί μας τον Randy Barrett, γυαλός. Randy, just give me a second. Let me put you in the show. Εύγω Παρίσι. Hi, Randy.
Hello, everyone. How's it in Greece?
Very well. We're joined, dear RO viewers, we're joined by Randy Yaloz. Randy is the RO chair for France, but he's also responsible for the World Freedom Initiative. Randy, you have the floor. Since we're quite early in the results, I would like you to talk about both what you do at Republicans Overseas France, but I would also like you to talk a little about the World Freedom Initiative. And you have the floor, just make your presentation.
So here, we're very proud. We've been working here in France at least for the last week or so. We have a team of 5 to 6 media people. We've treated over 100 media appearances, and we've been in 7 different countries, and we're doing an amazing job in different languages, of course, Eastern Europe, France, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Belgium, Spain, Poland, different countries. It's been very, very interesting experience, and we had a party tonight for the Republicans. We had different politics from different parties came to visit us, from different patriotic parties that came to visit us. Good luck for Trump and for winning. They came by. Just they decided, like I promised, to come and see you and to say hello regarding what we do for Republicans Overseas Action, which I'm a president. It's actually together with the World Freedom Initiative. We did a launching in July 2023 with Speaker Mike Johnson. It was amazing. In Paris City Hall. Then we had the World Freedom Initiative in November 2023. We had different leaders from different parties in different countries. They came. We had Mr. Donald Trump in. We had and we also had people, Orban, people out, and we visited, of course. We made a very also memorable experience. It was the 11th of November, and we went to visit the veterans and for the fallen soldiers. This was a very touching event. And then we're organizing next year. We unite like-minded patriots, conservative, right-wing leaders for common issues, trying to find different solutions. And we're trying to create patriotic front. Of course, Europe with the US, we're trying to show leadership, soft-power leadership. We've been very positive, a very positive feedback. People are trusting us, and we have very great interest coming from different countries, and we're looking forward to having our next conference in 2025. After elections, it'll be an amazing experience. So we'll be glad to share it, and of course, with John, it's been an excellent experience, and Republicans Overseas have been doing an amazing job over this last year. I think we brought our activities to a new level over the last year, and that's why we became a very key instrument in these elections. I don't think Republicans Overseas or Republicans abroad was this important in any of the elections. I think it's also thanks to the work that's been done.
Yes, Randy, tell us a little bit how World Freedom Initiative is structured. Would you compare it to a European CPAC, for instance?
I would say no. I would say CPAC. What we try to is to give the grassroots and political movements to give them some sort of solid leadership and share with leaders the possibility of how to win elections. We want to work with them while they're common ground, discuss what issues are affecting them, what works, what doesn't work, and try to create more lasting relationships. We really need to do a lot of work on the Republican GOP soft power across the world. People look up to our party and they look up to Trump, and I think when we win these elections, we will be leading a new wave of conservatives, a new wave of patriots across the world. And so we need to show RO needs to be at the forefront, and this is why the world needs to be important to be at the forefront of this soft power.
Yes, I would say that Make America Great for us, Republicans overseas, should be also translated to making our countries great. So
that's been a clear message, and that's what we do. And that's the message we send to each country, and that we say a strong ally makes a strong friend, a strong friend makes greater prosperity, greater security every place. Again, if we have a strong Europe, we'll have a secure Europe, and we'll be able to deal with the Russian threat more easily.
Well, the Russian threats a little bit may have been overrated. The major threat is from within. For me, the biggest threat is stupidity.
What is, in any case, like I said, if we're going to any way, we need to reinvest in the military. I think we need to bring back jobs. We need to improve education, stop the wokeness. All these issues are common across all our countries, and people are noticing it, whether it be culture, education, cinema, the transgenderism. On you make any calls, again, we have all these common issues that we need to deal with that across the board. And I think these are the key things we need to see. We need to work across the board. I think we need to bring our vision, inject our vision, without it being sort of imperialistically viewed as that we're trying to impose our views. I think people will share our views, because if we want to make what makes each country individually and genuinely great is what's important. And every country has its different qualities. That's what's key to making this event key. So the idea is to reinforce those strong points for each of these countries, and then bringing it forward. And then afterward, this way, we will reinforce the pride in each one's country, bring back jobs, have the pride to love their country. But if people do not love their country anymore, they have no right to country. They don't care about their cultural heritage.
You know, in a speech in the United Nations, Donald J. Trump gave the definition of the world-class leader. And one of the attributes he assigned to leaders, a man who loves other countries, but loves his country more than them. So the Republican ideal doesn't mean you take a six-shooter, start killing everybody who disagrees with you, or you have economic or political contentions. You don't just shoot them to enrich your arms dealers. You go out and talk to them, and you make a deal. And that's what the DJ Trump has taught us. You make a deal. And you have the military, because you have to have peace through strength. And that's what he managed for 4 years, and the world was a safer place for it. And that's what you and I and Solomon and James and all the RO leaders are trying to explain to the world. And our message is make the world a better place. Like we make America a better place, we make our countries great again. And what you're doing with the Wi-Fi is commendable. We will try to be more involved next time. When is the next Wi-Fi, by the way? I know, but I'm asking just for the so our viewers can find out. Wait.
We're still discussing.
Okay, you're breaking up. Something's wrong with your connection. It was great having you. We're going to be hosting James Gosart. And later on, feel free to join the show again, okay? Because you're breaking up. You have a bad signal. Dear viewers, that was Randy Yallos coming to you from Paris, France. Until now, we've moved to many countries. Thank you, Randy. Randy is a great patriot. He's also a lawyer. He works in France, and he's in charge of the World Freedom Initiative. Για να το πω και ελληνικά, ο Ράντι Γιαλός που μόλις ακούσατε είναι ο πρόεδρος του ομότιμου για τη Γαλλία και είναι υπεύθυνος για το διαρκές συνέδριο, λέγεται η Παγκόσμια Πρωτοβουλία για την Ελευθερία και αυτή τη στιγμή θα βάλουμε, μέχρι στιγμής οι σίγουρες πολιτείες που έχουν δοθεί είναι Ινδιάνα, Κεντάκι, South Carolina και Φλόριντα για μας και Βερμόντ για τους Δημοκρατικούς. Δηλαδή είμαστε τώρα 58-3 στο σκορ, βέβαια, εντάξει, δεν το λέμε τόσο. Ποδοσφαιρικούς έχουμε το Jim Gosart. James, you're on. Let me put you on the screen. Hold on, give me a sec. James, give me a moment. Gosart. James, let's go. Okay, latest news. Latest score, if we can use athletic term, is 73-14. Oops, we just have a change. James?
Yeah, hello Jonathan, I can hear you fine.
Okay, perfect. The latest I'm watching through the feed is Florida, which have been called Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Missouri, Kentucky, Indiana, and just Vermont and Connecticut for the Republicans. It'll be interesting to see the data on Connecticut, because that used to, I think it's dropped, and Vermont, which I would attribute to the fact that a lot of Democrats haven't turned out to vote. But I'm over here thousands of miles away. You can give us a little bit more on that.
Well, I'm a native of Connecticut. Well, were you referring to Connecticut?
Yeah, I think it's, the numbers for the Democrats are lower than last cycle.
Yeah, well, I don't doubt it. I think, but look, as a native of Connecticut, and I still stay pretty closely in touch with the place, I think the chances of President Trump winning any national office in Connecticut are very, very slim. But you know, the thing is that these indicators of more Republican, stronger Republican showing than accepted, all of these, I think, are playing into the results we're going to see as the night progresses.
Okay, I see Solomon. Yep.
Someone's puppy dog is doing fine.
Say that again.
Someone's dog in the background is doing fine, I hear.
Okay. No, I'm seeing Solomon. Solomon just put up a picture of David Bossie. And, okay. David Bossie is one of the Trump campaign personnel that we've been working very hard with over the last months. Both in different... both in developing the proposal for the avoidance of double taxation. Okay, we're getting a result.
Question for you.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Look, I saw a report come across not long ago, and there's some chat going on that the embassies in Europe are planning to shut down their watch parties at 2 a.m. Central Euro time, which I think would have been about 5 minutes ago. Now, I don't want to read too much into these kind of signals, you know, but I'm curious to whether you've heard anything about this, because if that's the case, it's really, really unusual. You know, you have embassies across Central Europe, all, of course, the ambassadors serving under a Democratic president. And if the results at this stage are looking promising for a Democratic election, they're going to keep these parties open. They'll keep the parties open all night. Now, I don't know whether the report, but I saw this report online maybe about 20 minutes ago. Have you heard anything about it?
No, as a Republican chapter here in Greece, we're never invited to things like this. Traditionally, the State Department, and I know back from my times in the military, the State Department was very hostile to us. And the reason is that 20, 30 years ago, there were always bingos. And that has to do with the way that the State Department admissions work. They enter the State Department by examinations which are tailor-made to suit Ivy League college. So people like us have no chance of ever getting into that service. Basically, answers are given in specific Ivy League colleges, which are always living like hell. I mean, I remember taking the State Department test once. I flunked it for 3 out of 1,000 points, but which is a surprise because I expected to flunk it much worse. I failed the English test. Okay, that's illogical because it's logical because I've worked overseas almost all my life. Even in the military was overseas. I mean, you can't do a lot of English language training in Somalia by dodging enemy fire. Anyway, I'm looking at I see Oklahoma's being given too. Yeah. And Maryland is being given. Okay, we kind of expect that.
Yeah, no surprise. Well, that's kind of my take so far too. You know, as I watch these results come in, my take is there's been no surprises so far. You know, you know what's been reported so far is very early. West Virginia has been called for President Trump. That's no surprise. There is an early result that. I actually sent the chairman, Republican Party chairman, a congratulatory note about 20 minutes ago. But the local legislature in Guam. Now Guam is on the other side of the international date line.
Yeah, they're first.
Polls are closed. Results are in. Right, but the Guam local legislature, for the first time in a couple of decades, has flipped from Democrat to Republican. And,
that's something.
Look, Jonathan, a win is a win. And so I sent Juan Carlos Benitez, who's the chairman of the Republican Party, I sent him a text and congratulated him. Haven't heard back from him yet.
I think you met the guys from Guam at in Milwaukee, right?
Oh yeah, we did, and they're really a terrific committee of patriots. And you know, it may seem like rather inconsequential news to a lot of people that are not aware of Guam. But look, I lived in Asia, as you know, Jonathan, for 26 years, and you know, Guam. In terms of American national security, is truly the tip of the spear.
Oh God, yes.
It's really they are on the front line of of our national security as it relates to the Pacific Ocean and our relationships. It is far more critical than most people in the United States realize, most people around the world realize. And, you know, so it's encouraging to see that the citizens of Guam have cast their votes in the direction of liberty and security and freedom. You know, it's one of these elections that a lot of people may consider as being rather insignificant. I don't. I think it's an indicator. Like I said, I sent Juan Carlos a little congratulatory note. I'm sure I'll hear from him at some point, but he's probably pretty busy right about now.
They're busy partying. Okay.
Oh yeah, I hope he is.
And from what I saw at Milwaukee, they know how to party.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they do. They are great people, and they certainly know how to party, and they know how to make their presence known.
And having served a really far point,
and honestly, for good reason. You know, as you saw in Milwaukee, the Guam delegation is there, and they have a big delegation, and they are very, very serious about making their presence known when they attend forums like that, because they consider each of them consider themselves an ambassador in a very, very important mission, and they do a good job.
You know, places like Guam or even like Israel are the spearhead of Western presence, and they're really the tip of the spear, because they're going to they're facing the aggression every day. I mean, Israel, obviously. And Americans living there deserve our wholehearted support and attention. And it's been despicable since the Obama years how the American government has treated us. It's not just double taxation. It's the way the consulates work, don't work. We have a consulate in Thessaloniki which doesn't work. Whatever you want, you're sent off to Athens, about 500 kilometers away. And the only thing they're interested in, and I'm going to be very blunt about this, in taking part in the LGBTQ stuff. That's all they do. And maybe broker a few deals with some of the multinational companies. We were talking extensively earlier about the fact that our help desk is being used 65,000 times. We have answered 65,000 queries and assisted a U.S. citizen, and the embassy does nothing. They don't pick up the phones. They've stopped the phone service. They've stopped in-person service, supposedly due to COVID. Basically, they're just lazy. They don't want to work. And as for election night, I'm going to be very blunt. Although we're on the watchdog list of the American Embassy and organizations that pass on the message, I'm just saying hello to a couple of volunteers that came in because it's going to be a long night. And tonight we're having a press night, so we have our volunteers helping out with the press. Despite all of this, the embassies don't work. Now that's a huge insult to American citizens. They can't get, it's just really basic stuff. And they're getting no assistance. I mean, I don't know, what in Christ's name does the ambassador supposedly have to do? Just sit here and dictate woke agendas to the countries that they represented the United States. That's basically what we see. It's awful. Yeah, and they never invite us to any events. And frankly, I don't think I'd like to. I mean, the last time they had a 4th of July celebration, it had a DEI theme, diversity, equity, and inclusion theme. Could you imagine that? I mean, they became the laughing stock of Greek media.
We're all in favor of gay rights. That's a good thing. I have here locally here in Sarasota, a good friend of mine heads up the conservative Republicans, the Sarasota County Conservative Republicans, and he has regular sessions. And Patrick will tell you that he does a great job. He brings gay conservatives together here locally, and they have regular meetings and so forth. And everyone, the members of that group will tell you that these days, if being gay is comparatively easy, but if you're a gay Republican, a gay conservative, you really have a challenge because you're vilified within the broader community of gays. And I have tremendous respect for gay conservatives.
It's a reverse. Reverse racism.
But that's one thing. It is quite another thing to transform the identity of American sovereign territories, or anywhere else in the world in the form of a consulate or an embassy, and your main mission is to fly the rainbow flag. There should be only one flag that flies
the American flag
in the world, and that's the American flag.
Just one flag.
But great respect that I have for especially gay conservatives who really stick their neck out to support their convictions. They truly have the courage of their convictions, and I believe that they're voting in much larger numbers than most people realize.
Jim, we're the party of common sense. We don't vilify anybody. Everybody's free to exercise their First Amendment rights, their rights to live in our society. Nobody has the right is to try and ram down our throats something that we don't believe in, whatever that may be. And the problem is that the Biden-Harris administration has been vilifying conservatives, has been taking away our First Amendment rights, our right to free speech. We've seen the horrible censorship. We've seen that all protests are faced with prison terms. How many Christian Americans are now in prison for peacefully protesting? I mean, really peacefully protesting, just sitting maybe outside someplace, and they're slammed into jail just because they don't fit the narrative. We have to think about it. This is not the America. This is not the America we want. This is not the America this is a woke agenda on steroids. This is 1984 coming, the book. And it's a dystopian society that nobody wants. We were talking about the Amish earlier, and we explained how the Amish are under literally the threat of extinction because they can't. They're not allowed to plant non-organic seed because the big tech is forcing all the farmers to plant hybrids. Which, could you?
That's a really interesting point. I will tell you that you may not believe this, and your viewers may find this surprising. But in Sarasota, Florida, there is a very, very large Amish and Hellenic community. Yeah, but there is a very large community, and they've been here for many decades. It's just a connection with Ohio and Western Pennsylvania, and so I've gotten to know over the years, some of the leaders of that community. They are very, very conservative, largely, and this time around, very openly and supportive of President Trump, and also, their livelihoods are under threat because they own huge farmland in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, and Wisconsin, And this lifestyle is under huge threat.
Because
President Trump, and it's good for you to bring the Amish into the conversation. They're terrific people. They are incredibly patriotic Americans and deserving of all respect and support.
Yes, and they're being vilified by the government. I mean, you see how small stuff. Later, about 2 weeks ago, we all saw the story with the squirrel, and the squirrel that was killed off by the wildlife services in New York, Peanut, if I remember. This is government overreach. It's not the government jobs to dictate our lives. They went into this man's house, they took a squirrel, and they killed it. Together with a raccoon. Okay, there are millions of squirrels. One squirrel or less, maybe. But it's the way the government treats us. For a squirrel and a raccoon.
By the way, I'm getting a lot of noise in the background. I can't tell where it's coming from, but
hold on, give me a sec.
Yeah.
Hold on, give me a moment. Let me see if there's anybody. Let me see if there's somebody just joining the show. What about now?
It's the same.
Oh,
it sounds like there's a conversation with background noise. I can just barely. Make up.
Okay, give me a second. Let's see. What about now? Same. Now?
There you go. Yeah,
okay.
There you go. You got it.
Okay, fine. Well, the other camera, the microphone, it stayed open. Somebody's listening to news feed. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, now you're back on. The sound.
Great.
Okay, sorry about that. So
no, that's vastly better.
It's government.
Better.
It's government overreach, and the problem is that it was if Kamala Harris had won the elections, it would have become permanent, and it's a dystopian society, and that's exactly what we Republicans feel. We want to return back to our basic freedoms.
Yeah.
Don't forget
Sure. And by the way, I got a call from Solomon maybe an hour ago, and you may have talked to him. I don't know, but he reported that. Oh, good. He reported that the mood in Mar-a-Lago, because he's at the watch party, and he's also he's one of the he and Kerry McQuiston are in the VIP section of the watch party. And what he's reporting back is that the mood there is extremely positive regarding the potential for the election results tonight. The president, the Senate, and the House. And it leaves me, frankly, I just hope they're not overconfident, Jonathan. It leaves me a little concerned about election improprieties. There's a lot of reports coming out. You've probably seen them.
Yeah, seen them
regarding election equipment malfunctions and bomb threats and who knows what. So I hope that he's right. I hope the feedback is positive. I hope the feedback is not misplaced. And I am curious about this. The embassy parties in the rest of Europe shutting down early.
Yeah, I'm just reading that article. It's appeared in Gateway Pundit, which is a valuable source of information that all the parties have been canceled. Listen,
that's unusual. That's very, very unusual. If they were expecting a positive night, they'd keep those parties open all night, as they always do.
They would be boozing up until morning. I know because, very simply put, embassies generally hate our guts, to put it very mildly. And it's not that we want to be invited to their little woke parties, but it's an indication. The problem is that embassies use soft power or cash or whatever to influence local media. And especially and this was a problem under our own administration, for instance, in Greece, we had a Democrat activist called Pyatt, who was he's buddy with the Pelosi gang. He's from California. And he set up an entire misinformation ring together with the liberal Greek government to badmouth Republicans. And it's in place even now. And this is not the kind of embassy we want to be working as an operative for the Democrat Party. And when we, as RO, became very active and very successful, you can't imagine the lawfare that came against me.
It's really, and it's recent, isn't it? I can remember, let's see, go back to, say, 10 to 15 years ago, more or less, and our relationships as Republicans overseas with the consulate in Hong Kong. And during the Obama administration, it was really quite a respectful relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really discouraging that it is politically changed so much in during the past years. There's a lot of, as you know, just tremendous people who work in the State Department. I think my personal feeling is that the State Department could use really solid leadership to redirect things, and a lot of this stuff has to be cleaned out. But I also feel that there's a tremendous number of career State Department employees who are deserving of our respect, but they're also deserving of better leadership. And, I think wherever the new head of Department of State comes in, Secretary of State, the guy's got to get in there, or man or woman's got to get in there and clean house.
I know that RG could do it. Our good friend. Rick.
He could.
Rick could really do the job.
Yes,
and nobody from there could accuse him of when he bans the LGBT flag of being anti-LGBTQ. That will be the joke of the day.
He did a tremendous job as ambassador of Germany.
German. And he knows how the system works. He knows how the system works.
And he was very activist. He got involved in the key issues involving NATO and energy policy and so on, and economic policy. And he wasn't afraid to take a stance. And
he's a sharp player. And because, the word of the town is that he's going to get the job.
I hope so. I really hope so. Well, I think Michael Desambre was a similar ambassador.
Okay, RG, just for those who didn't get the initials.
Rick
Riddell.
Yeah.
Okay, is our very good dear friend. He's been on how many video calls with us in RO?
Yeah, several.
And he knows exactly the problems because it's an administrative problem, and it's a matter of refocusing the embassies they have to serve the American people. That's their prime. The first job of an American embassy is to serve the American public. Number one. Number two, promote American businesses abroad. Okay. Number three, keep good relations with the countries and not try to cram woke and DEI agendas down their throat. I mean, we've had that in Greece, and unfortunately, the U.S. Embassy has been very bad for this country in the last year.
I'm aware of that, but I'm sorry to hear that.
And this is an old-time thing. Back from when my late mother and my father was... my natural father, my adoptive father, was in the government service too, and the CIA. Okay, and my mother was in the military. She was a military employee, a civilian military employee in the American mission in Greece. And there was always this big fight between the American mission, which was a military, political military branch, and the embassy. The embassy was just overreaching all the time. And it goes years and years and years back. They were trying to pass this agenda from back then. But the last 3 years, it's just become intolerable. And to the expense of the American, for instance, IRS offices, they've closed around all over the embassies. They used to have IRS in the big embassies. Now they've closed it. It's very important to get the tax help because otherwise it's just the accountants and the big law firms that make all the money.
Well, they give you the excuse that let us hire 87,000 more people and double our budget and we'll take care of these. But what a bunch of BS. You know what that's all about.
Yeah,
they want to build their own bureaucrocy. They want to build their own bureaucracy and they don't want to, invest in modernizing and doing the jobs. They don't need 87,000 people. That's nuts.
It's okay. RO filled the gap. We're doing their job for them. Unfortunately, we're doing it for free. We're doing their job for free. Okay, 65,000 cases solved.
But you're saving 87,000 head count on the IRS. You got to be proud of that.
Well,
hey, but I began to mention Michael Desambri and his role as ambassador in Thailand when you were talking about Rick Grinnell and his exceptional role as ambassador to Germany. Michael Desambri, I think perhaps many of your viewers aren't familiar with some of the issues in Asia, and that's of course where I spent most of my time living abroad, when Michael was ambassador to Thailand, and just as a reminder, Michael was the one of two founders of Republicans Overseas, and he was president of Republicans Overseas for many years, and was also president of Republicans Overseas in Hong Kong, which at the time, 15 or so years ago, was one of our most active chapters. But when Michael became ambassador to Thailand, he also, like Rick Grinnell, was very activist in the way he handles his job. He got very involved in an issue that much of the rest of the world doesn't appreciate is such a big issue locally in that region, and that is the water rights of the Mekong River and several other rivers that nourish Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, and so forth. And the thing is that these rivers, there are about 5 or 6 main rivers that originate in Tibet.
Yes, one of the main problems of the Middle East is water rights. Nobody's ever tackled that. Turkey has been starving Iraq and Syria of their water.
Yeah, and Michael hit that one head on. China has declared that these rivers it's their water, because the source of all of these rivers that feed everything from Pakistan across to Vietnam and the South China Sea, they have declared that that's all their sovereign rights and sovereign territory. So they dam the rivers, they divert water flow, and the people of Thailand and elsewhere in Southeast Asia are suffering badly from this. And Michael stood up to that. He did an incredible job locally. He also he had at least two op-eds published in the Wall Street Journal that hit this issue extremely hard. And unfortunately, our State Department ambassadors are oftentimes reluctant to take these issues on. Michael did, and Rick Grinnell did in his own way in Germany. Now obviously Michael was after water rights, and Rick Grinnell was more after the national security, NATO type issues. But both guys shared the common denominator that they really stood up and were vocal advocates of standing up for the rights of the people that they were representing on behalf of the United States government.
Exactly. Rick Grinnell's been a fighter. I mean, I've been watching it.
Very much so.
We have the problem here in the European Union of the German domination of the European Union. And Rick Grinnell was one of the first people who actually stood up and fought for the smaller countries. And Germans hated their guts. You know that they had banned all their personnel from attending U.S. embassy functions.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
They hate it.
I didn't know that.
And Rick Grinnell was also instrumental in the downsizing of the forces in Germany, because Germany was really taking advantage of us. They wanted us to pay for the entire bill. Basically, Rick Grinnell started the Trump policies before Trump even started them. He was a visionary. Yeah. He is a visionary. Yeah. And I remember how we passed on the dehermitification plan, the one when we had the conference in Athens, where MARC ZELL and all the people from R.O. were there, and how he grabbed that idea, sent it to the Trump campaign. He was acting NSA director then. Because of Congress, because of Democrat influence, wouldn't confirm him.
Not the National Security Agency. He was acting National Security Advisor.
Yeah, acting National Security. Yeah. They wouldn't allow him to be confirmed. But anyway, he picked it up. And what did we have? The Abrams Accord. I mean, this guy's brilliant, because he managed to grab the idea that we formulated. MARC ZELL was instrumental too there. I mean, he took that thing, took the proposal, he took it straight to Washington. Solomon helped a lot, because that's the way we work in RO. How did you guys get the avoidance of double taxation? Through hard work, good contacts, and solid leadership.
Yes, and it was really it was 10 years of commitment, Jonathan. You know, there were some major initiatives along the way. You know, and one of the origins of that whole effort was in Hong Kong. Maybe not the first, but they were a major player in around 2013, 14, and 15.
Okay, just to interrupt you, sorry. Latest headline: CNN panel and utter shock after seeing huge 20-point swing towards Trump among independent voters in Georgia. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. But we won't hold the champagne, because shenanigans will happen. We're there. We're going to be following. It's still quite early to call out generally, but it seems that the red wave, Trump was underreported. Please go on ahead, because I interrupted
I think the
you.
issue there for your I think the issue there for your viewers, Jonathan, that people need to keep in mind is, you know, in states like Georgia, what tends to be reported early is the more rural counties, which lean heavily towards Trump. And what tends to be reported very late in the game is the urban areas. And what your viewers ought to watch is Fulton County, which is of course Atlanta. And that's where all the controversy was in 2020. And it's an urban area. It's heavily Democratic. And so Trump could be leading in Georgia by many, many points. And but you really got to watch, and how does the reporting start to come in from Fulton County? Then we'll know for sure. But I think for now, what all indicators are, and I'm reluctant to get, I hope nobody else is getting overconfident because I'm really worried about this stuff. But what is the indication now, and what your viewers ought to be aware of, is that Trump is performing better now at this stage of the game than he was at this stage of the game in 2020. That seems to be common across the board here. Oh, you're muted, Jonathan. I can't hear you.
Sorry, because I was talking.
There you go.
Yeah, we have to be very careful of what we compare. We have to compare the same time to the same time. We can't compare 5 o'clock in the morning to 1 o'clock in the morning as it relates to 2020. But still, it seems that polls have underreported our ticket. It seems, and that's why I'm looking at the results from the other states to make sure that even deep blue states, it seems that first of all, certain Democrats didn't show up to vote because they weren't persuaded by Harris's endgame or whatever.
Yep.
That's number one. And the second is that in certain minority groups, we have gained great support. Blacks, Latinos, Asians, Greeks. I mean, for instance, Greek vote this time will appear in Pennsylvania. Last time it didn't. That was a specific problem because of the choice of Dr. Oz as a candidate. But this time they'll vote. Same thing with the Armenian and Jews. That's why one of the reasons we didn't do well in Pennsylvania was the choice, not the choice of the presidential ticket, but the choice of the senatorial ticket. Because we just... I mean, Fetterman just walked over.
The Senate races are going to be critical. I think and a couple things that come to mind.
Okay, give me a moment. Keep talking. I have to make a pause, but keep explain to our viewers a little bit about R.O. Give me a couple of minutes because I have to talk to a reporter. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, go right ahead. Yeah, I think what's important in terms of the Senate races is it is very, very likely that the Republicans are going to retake control of the Senate. Now, that could be a slim majority. It could be 51 to 49. It could be 52 to 48. But what is highly likely is that the Republicans will regain control of the Senate. Now, two issues there that I'd like to point out. One is that is absolutely essential because in the American system, if President Trump wins the presidency, then one of the things that is absolutely critical is that he get his people on board as quickly as he can. And that takes Senate approval for cabinet positions, ambassadors, and so forth. And if the opposition has control of the Senate, then getting all that done is extremely difficult. For example, just a couple of minutes ago, we were talking about our friend Michael DeSambri, who was he's former ambassador to Thailand. Well, it took 2 years to get Michael's appointment confirmed by the Senate. And because it was under a Democratic controlled Senate. So the Senate races are very, very critical here. Now, the other thing to realize about the Senate is one of the reasons that that the Republicans are... Hey, Jonathan, I'm getting a lot of background noise.
Hold on, let me fix it. Let me fix it. I just put on Nick Ηπείρου. He's a reporter from Greece, and I have to fix his mic. Just give me a moment. Let me fix his mic.
Okay.
Hello.
He can't hear you. Hold on. I'm just fixing this. Okay.
I can hear you, Nick, but there's a lot of background noise.
Yeah, I'm fixing that right now. Λίγο εύστοχο.
Πολύ δυνατή φωνή.
Το φτιάξω τώρα.
Πρέπει να χαμηλώσει.
Ναι, το κάνω τώρα. Νίκο, μίλα λίγο.
Hello.
Oh, good. Gotcha.
Okay, I had to put the filters on. Okay,
Nick, it's a pleasure to meet you.
A pleasure to meet you too, sir.
Nick, this is James Gosart. He's Vice President of Republicans Overseas. He's talking to us from Florida. We were talking about various issues with RO and the elections. Basically, what James has been telling us is we have to be very careful. It's too early to start
To call for anything. I was actually following the process as it is presented by the American press. And it's too early to call for anything. I see, though, a couple of things that are really worrying. I mean, I don't like what I'm actually seeing right now in Texas. For some reason. But it's too early anyway. It's a long way to go to Tipperary, as a British reporter would say. Now, what I can contribute to the discussion is the Greek vote. It seems that more than 70% of the Greeks in US soil have actually voted for Donald Trump. This is a trend that's continuing, that started in 2016. And it is continuing and it's growing. You know, Greeks are socially conservative. Many years ago, because of their immigration status, they had a reflex and they were sort of attached to the Democratic Party. Now that has changed, and it has changed radically, because the agenda of the Democratic Party is so radically left that has actually enstrained these people. I mean, they're not happy with it. They're family people. They're very close to the Orthodox Church. They're not the people who are actually eager to listen to things like trans rights, men and women's sports, too much about abortion, all these issues that actually cause some sort of a negative reflex to the normal people. So, the Greek vote is given, is offered to Donald Trump. So, I can't tell more. It seems that here in Greece, Trump is very popular, not surprisingly, because Trump actually expresses some sort of an anti-system mentality that Greeks, they would be eager actually to take. That's what I can contribute. What is really worrying is that the sort of European Popular parties in the European Parliament are very negative towards Trump. Their people are actually praying that Kamala Harris will win. This is actually a deviation from their ideological principles and their ideological platform, and it has to do with some so-called of pragmatic evaluations of international affairs, which is wrong, of course. But the right wing, the populist vote, the so-called national conservative parties in Europe that are actually growing seem to love Trump very, very much. They're very attached to the new Republican Party, which is actually representing in their eyes the low classes, working people, low middle class, even middle class. So the transformation, and I'm actually closing my argument with this, the transformation of the Republican Party, which is becoming actually the representative of the working classes in the US, is actually attracting the national conservative parties in Europe, because the working classes are thinking in Europe in a very different manner that they were thinking 20 or 30 years ago.
Yeah, that's, you look, Nikos, you've made a lot of really excellent points, and I think, you know, to your point about the negative reaction to Trump in many quarters of various European governments, and certainly the European media. You know, I think, first of all, we have to ensure a Trump victory. You know, none of this happens unless Trump wins. And we're at right now at, it's just coming up on 9 o'clock Eastern time in the US. A lot of polls are going to begin closing in 10 minutes. But getting Trump across the finish line is the most important thing, with a majority, at least in the Senate and hopefully in the House. And then, you know, a lot has to be put into action. You know, Trump has a lot of key advisors that have left the American Democratic Party. And their story is all very similar. I'm talking about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., you know, one of the most famous, respected names in American politics in my lifetime. Tulsi Gabbard, who's not just an average Democrat. She was the vice chairman of the Democratic National Committee. She's now one of President Trump's key spokespeople. And I could go on, Elon Musk and so forth. Even Jamie Dimon. Jamie Dimon in Davos.
Who by the way, is Greek.
Right, he is, yes. And incidentally, he's Greek, but incidentally chairman of largest bank in the U.S.,
Yeah.
JP Morgan Chase. But look, when he was interviewed in Greece, at Davos earlier this year, he responded that, look, you have to appreciate that President Trump made the right call on almost every one of his big decisions. And he singled out NATO, and he singled out energy and the economy and immigration and energy. He singled out China, the Middle East. You know, and Jamie Dimon is he's no MAGA Trump supporter, but he's a highly influential, one of the most influential CEOs. And I think what it's going to take is, first we got to get Trump across the finish line, and then we need to make sure these ambassadors, incredibly talented and respected spokespeople, do their job. And Europe, among the many governments in Europe and with the EU, do their job and as ambassadors for the United States, because it's going to take. Look, most of Europe still leans left, but they are key allies for the United States, no matter what the circumstance. And we've got to first of all break through this narrative that Trump is some crazy fascist. Of course he's not. You know, but the media and his opponents want you to believe that.
Jim.
And so there's going to be a lot of work to do once he's inaugurated.
Jim, fascists promote a huge state. They don't want fascists promote a huge state. Well, okay, we're getting a little bit of a return here. Excuse me.
You're right. I know where you're going, and you're absolutely right.
Donald Trump wants government out of our beds, out of our businesses, out of our lives. It's very simple.
Yes.
I think there are some epithets. There is a certain vocabulary that it's actually being used by some, a large part of the press, by actually calling fascists normal people. Well, that has been the focus of a discussion in Netherlands and Belgium and other countries. You are actually leading to the canonization of the word, which is a very, very dangerous thing. You cannot actually calling everyone who is right of center a fascist, right? So these arguments that President Trump is this and the other and blah, 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 it's not gaining ground. And we see in Europe that when it's used, even against extreme populists, it doesn't work. Because in a democracy, there is a space for most people, if not all. And when I say if not all, I actually am talking about people who are that have very extreme views that are actually disgusting to everyone. So what has to be done? It's a new policy. It's a new, let's say, communication from the Republican Party to actually ease the fears of some European major press outlets. Because, I mean, if he's elected, which is very probable, he's going to face, to take decisions, very hard, very delicate issues. Like, for example, what's going to happen with NATO? NATO is a major issue. Trump believed that it has to be redirected. I mean, its policy. I mean, extreme Islamists, China, Pacific, Taiwan is in danger, Iran, and of course, a lot of other rogue states should be the focus of NATO alliance. No one said that we don't need NATO alliance, but NATO alliance has actually to change its dogma in order actually to serve the people of the West.
Yeah, and the NATO, look, it's interesting that when to me, that when Jamie Dimon made his comments in Davos, that he singled out NATO and gave Trump credit for mostly getting NATO. I think the words he used, I'm not exactly sure, Jonathan, I'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure that what Jamie Dimon said, that on the key issues, that Trump got NATO mostly right. And I think what he was referring to is, look, Trump correctly put pressure on European governments to step up and meet their commitments on funding. He was right to do that. And since he first brought this issue up, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's many European governments have raised their funding, actual expenditures and actual funding of NATO. This is long, long overdue. And you can look at 70 years of American presidencies who all treated NATO as if, look, could you please, kindly meet your commitments to NATO funding, and everybody gave them lip service. And of course, Germany has a million reasons why they can't do it. Our bureaucracy is difficult. Yeah. Our government, this and that. But Trump is the one that said, "Look, you don't step up, I'm going to yank the United States out of it." And guess what happened? First of all, the United States didn't exit NATO. But what did happen is many European governments stepped up and provided additional funding to NATO, and it's a good thing that they did, because now we have a crisis on our hands, of course, in Ukraine, and we are dependent on NATO funding to meet this challenge. So you know, Trump was right there. Although, did he win any friends in Europe? Of course not. He's vilified because, you know, the United States isn't paying for the whole thing anymore. Well, not the whole thing. I'm exaggerating, of course, but you know, paying you know 4, 5, 6% of our GDP, where European governments are paying 1% of theirs, and so. But I think these issues, we got to get over the, you know, the vilification of Trump and some of the positions he's taken. First of all, in the first 4 years he was in office, he did not withdraw from NATO. He became a strong supporter of NATO. But what he did succeed in doing is that the major NATO members stepped up their funding and contributed a lot of very, very necessary funding where it's really, really needed.
Yeah,
and look, I could go on in China. I could go on, and I'll save comments on China and Taiwan for later, because that's where I spent. Nikos, you're probably not aware, because I made this remark earlier, but in my life overseas, it was almost all of it was in Asia, and I spent 26 years in China and Hong Kong. So that's in terms of world areas, I got a little more expertise there.
The funny thing is that Germany kept bitching about Trump wanting to cut down NATO, to raise their NATO expenses, when Germany was paying nothing and exporting arms to the other NATO countries and making a killing.
Yeah. And Trump was right when he sat him down and told him, look, you're putting NATO and Europe and yourselves and the world at risk by betting your future, by betting your energy security exclusively on Russia. You know, and it was, you look at some of the videos of Trump in meetings in Europe, you know, criticizing the Germans for betting the farm on Russian energy. And these remarks were cringeworthy at the time. You know, it was the first year or two that he was in office, and for him to be dressing down heads of state of Europe was absolutely cringeworthy. But you know what? He was absolutely right. And where did it get us when American presidents, you know, are treating European governments and their energy policies with, you know, treating them with kid gloves? Where did that get us? You know, we ended up with European security being totally in the hands of the United States, and that's not right for anyone. It doesn't help. Certainly not the United States, and certainly not Europe. Sorry, go ahead.
I do have the impression that a Trump's victory would be a wonderful, actually, opportunity for the European states that belong to the NATO alliance, that said most of them, to actually rethink their policies. They accuse, the European political class accuses Trump of actually being an isolationist. That's a very narrow thinking framework.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. I can't. There's an echo back in Nikos's line. I didn't get that. I'm sorry.
Has it been corrected now?
Yeah. Do you want me to repeat?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. I'm sorry, Nikos.
Okay. No problem at all. No problem at all. No problem.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Well, what I said is that a Trump victory is a wonderful opportunity for all European countries that belong to the European Union and NATO to actually rethink their policies. The European political class accuses actually Trump of being an isolationist. This is a very narrow-minded framework. You cannot actually put boxes and actually fill them with people. Now, he's an internationalist, he's an isolationist, etc. From his background, Donald Trump is a cosmopolitan. He's got businesses all over the world. So if you accuse a man like that of being an isolationist, it's, to say the least, narrow-minded. So what you may say is, what can I do in order to reach a new consensus with Washington in case that Trump wins the presidency? Because you had the fall of the wall in Berlin when it was in 1989, 1990, and since then the policy of NATO hasn't changed. It hasn't been adapted to the new realities, and the new reality is China. That's what it is. That's where the problem comes from industrial espionage that actually boosts economic development in China, and that in the expense of the West. So those are things that being said by Trump 10 years ago, and gradually, Europe is adopting these points. So what's the problem really between Europe and Trump? The problem is that European politicians have a difficulty to adapt, even though in most European countries, you have electoral results, you have a turn to the right, and you have a turn to the right that is exploited by the populist right. Even so, that doesn't seem to convince the political elites in the old continent to actually modify their policies, to adapt to the new reality. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's very, very well put. I couldn't agree with you more. And regarding the China angle of that, I think the rest of the world continues to underestimate the risk involved of the China under Xi Jinping. He's been president for 10 years now, and the Belt and Road Initiative, for one, is extremely threatening to Europe, to Latin America, to Africa, to underdeveloped and undeveloped or developing countries around the world. How many ports, for example, in Europe does China now control? They control a lot.
Well,
and that is a
it controls
pardon?
Piraeus for a start.
Yeah, exactly. For example, and many others. And you go around the world and you see this. It's a slow adaptation of what, in many cases, are really bad deals that countries sign up for to bring China in the premise of greater investment in a country that has going through some economic difficulties, and it's incredibly threatening. And yeah, they're if you look at Iran and what they are doing, well, their back room is China. The threats that what Iran has put together in terms of they're pulling together a network of proxies. The Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah. Well, who's Iran's back office? Their back office is China. And yes, it's an extreme threat, and I look at it also from look. My career was in the American corporate world. I was with GE for 35 years in their industrial businesses, and in Asia, I've spent a lot of time in Taiwan. I've been to the Hsinchu Science Park many times. It is the hub of high-tech semiconductor manufacturing, and the highest of the high-tech semiconductors made in the world are made there in Hsinchu Science Park. And there's a lot of reasons for it. And I don't think there's another country that could duplicate that in any time soon. It would take a decade for China or the US or Korea, anybody else to duplicate what happens in Hsinchu Science Park. But were China ever to launch a military assault on Taiwan, and personally, I don't think they will do it. anytime soon. But were they ever to invade Taiwan and capture Hsinchu Science Park, they could shut down much of the world economy in a very, very short period of time. And it would be extremely difficult for Europe or the United States to recover.
They have a dogma called Tianxia, which is actually, if it's translated, means a place for everyone under the sun. But there is a parenthesis.
Oh, Tianxia. Yeah, you mean it's pronounced Tianxia. Yeah,
exactly.
It's exactly. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, but there is a parenthesis which means under the Chinese control. What the Chinese are doing right now is they're actually expanding everywhere. They have actually conquered the western coast of Africa, the eastern coast of Africa. They are actually trying to do the same on the western coast, and they've already created outposts in Latin America. That means that if they're not controlling the future, and if the West doesn't shift the focus of its geopolitical battle in the Pacific, and we stick ourselves in Ukraine, we are lost.
Yeah, but I think the West also has to realize. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No problem. I've written a book on Sino-American relations. That was in 2015 when it was edited, the book, or was published. But on the other hand, things haven't changed a lot since then. The only thing that changed is what happened in 2020 in Washington, a new administration that hasn't realized the size of the danger. And
yeah, it's well put. And you know, I think what we need to realize about China, though, and I think the Trump administration, first of all, Trump in the America First Policy Institute, I think you've heard of it. It's basically a think tank that was created by one of Trump's top cabinet members during his administration, and it has been in operation since he left office. But I can tell you the China desk in the America First Policy Institute has some incredibly bright people in it. Stephen Yates is former national security advisor or deputy national security advisor during the Bush 43 administration. He was raised in Taiwan. He is as fluent in Mandarin as any Westerner I've ever met, and I have seen him in action, taking on half a dozen or so Taiwanese journalists in Mandarin and performing incredibly well. But Steve Yates is one of the key people in that group. There are others, and they know and they understand these issues, and Trump will be well advised by them. But there are a couple of things that will be that America and the rest of the world has to realize about China, and that is that China needs the rest of the world for two very, very important things. One is China's not self-sufficient in agriculture, and they're not self-sufficient in energy. Yeah, of course, you probably wrote the book on it.
James, may I interrupt? Do you know what's the problem here? What the Biden administration actually succeeded, into quotation marks, is to bring close Russia to China. They were never friendly. Yeah. They had differences. And now China is receiving cheap natural gas from Russia, and it's boosting its economy the way that Germany did 15 and 10 years ago. Now, this is not good management of international affairs. That's the problem, because what they actually did in Washington, the Democratic administration, actually they created a very powerful new pole. And if they continue like that, they will end up putting India into the new bloc, the so-called BRICS. There is a de-dollarization process, and I don't really know what the Biden administration has on its mind about all these issues.
Oh, I look, I totally agree. Yep, totally agree. And look, the dollar has got to for the security of the world. The dollar has got to remain the preeminent currency. You know, it has to. And that you're right. That is the effort. Is to delink the much of the rest of the world from the dollar. I don't know. I don't know enough about global economics to know how feasible that is. But that certainly is their ambition. There's no question about it. You know, and it's quite dangerous. And if you look at what Trump did, back to the China-Russia relationship, you're right that the Biden policies did put Russia back in a close relationship with China. The difference now is that compared to 50 years ago, 40 years ago, where China used to look at Russia as the big brother, now it's the other way around. Russia's the big brother, is the little brother to China, and that's a total reversal of relationships. I don't know where that goes, you know, but that is indeed the relationship between the two
yeah,
now.
but it's a thing that the West should be actually
extremely
right
yes, totally agree. As well as in China, the you know, in a way, Xi Jinping is. There are more radical elements within the senior leadership of China than Xi Jinping, as belligerent as he is toward the rest of the world. If you look at the makeup of the Standing Committee, which is, I think it's 9 members now, the Standing Committee, which is kind of the second sort of in command, if you will, as a committee in China. It was set up initially as to be a check on the power of the president. Under Deng Xiaoping actually set up the Standing Committee, and he set it up as a check on the power of the president, so you wouldn't end up with it in a Mao Zedong type thing. But what Xi Jinping has remade that Standing Committee, where before it was 9 sort of experts and senior wise advisors to the president and the government, and now the Standing Committee is a very hardline group of 9 members. They are the National Security Advisor, the head of censorship, all this other stuff, and when you get past, and the reason I'm bringing this up is what the world needs to appreciate is when you get past Xi Jinping in China, what you run into very quickly is an even more hardline, belligerent a group of leaders, and it's an extremely dangerous situation.
Well, we are in the era that North Korean soldiers have appeared in Russian territory, and they're fighting the Ukrainians. I think this is a very worrying signal. I couldn't imagine that would be a terrible threat, Chinese soldiers on European soil. So what has to be done is obvious. NATO has to change its course. And this is ASAP. That has to be done immediately. That NATO has to actually be cautioned. And a new Trump administration has actually to modify, actually to force NATO to adopt a new dogma. All right. I mean, you have let's say, into the NATO ranks, a country like Turkey, which is actually hosting Hamas. It was hosting Hamas in Constantinople for a long time. It's playing the game of the evasive neutral for decades now. I mean, they're selling to the Russians, they're selling to the Ukrainians, they're selling to the Ukrainians, they're selling to the Russians. They are actually speaking to Iran. They're messing around in Iraq, in Syria, in Libya. They're actually targeting Western interests, and Turkey is a full member of NATO. So things have to be cleared. I'm not talking as a Greek right now. I am Greek, but I'm talking as an observer of what is happening around in the neighborhood where I live. There is still an occupation of a part of Cyprus. 34%, 33 to 34% of Cyprus is being occupied by Turkish forces. So things have to be, let's say, be cleared in the Northeast Mediterranean, as well as, and of course, in the Middle East. I mean, we cannot continue like that. We have to make clear that NATO supports the state of Israel, because if you look around, you see that the Norwegians are misbehaving, the Swedes are misbehaving, the French are misbehaving because they've got interest in Lebanon. The Italians, of course, they have their own interest in Libya and elsewhere. So, even though there is a camp called NATO, there's not a concrete policy, there's not a new geopolitical dogma that is so desperately needed for us in the West in general in order to face the new threats of the new era, because we are entering a new era, right? I mean, who would expect 2 years ago that there would be a very deadly war in the heart of Europe?
Really, exactly. Well, I think what you're making the case for also, Nikos, is the world needs President Trump.
Of course,
and I fear that the rest of the world hasn't figured that out yet. But you know, an American administration that coddles to Iran and enables Iran and other bad actors is so dangerous.
We saw people in America paying ransom to Tehran.
Yeah,
we saw that.
That's right.
So that was shocking. I don't know that thing. I have the impression that this didn't happen even in Carter's years, right? During the presidency of Carter, and it happened afterwards. This is very shocking. These are the signals of a West that it's weak. So what we need, and Jonathan, you will allow me because I've got to go because it's going to be a difficult day tomorrow. It's 4:30 in the morning here. It's being late. Is that what the West needs right now? I agree with your conclusion, James. Is a new Trump administration, which of course is going to see Europe as a partner, not as an opponent. I mean, we don't need a new commercial war. That's not what we need, right? I mean, I think that most people in Europe are not really concerned what is going to be the status of German luxury cars in the United States of America. That's not our problem. I mean, I understand that there is a deficit when it comes to the trade, to a trade deficit when it comes to America and Europe, and that has to be fixed. Well, that's obvious, but on the other hand, that's not the real issue. You understand what I'm saying? This is not the real issue.
I totally agree.
What's the real issue is a new security policy and adaptation to the new geopolitics. That's my conclusion.
Listen, this is a great conversation, Nikos. I wish I could stay longer too, Jonathan. I'm gonna have to sign off. This is but what a terrific conversation. You know, and
nice to meet you, James. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Well, look. I hope we connect. I hope we connect soon. For the good of the United States and for the good of Europe and the world, let's hope President Trump is elected, and let's hope it's confirmed very, very soon. Jonathan, I'm sorry, I got to sign off too.
It's been great having you, James. Later on, we'll be here for many hours. It seems like Wisconsin's going our way. We'll see.
Wow.
It's still very early. Things are. We're not going to call it out, but we're cautiously optimistic. James, great having you.
Jonathan, thank you. Nikos, really enjoyed our discussion.
Nikos is a very good friend, an excellent reporter, and we'll talk again. Catch you later.
I'll try to sign in. If not, a few hours from now, I'll sign in first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah, same link, no problem. We'll be here. Okay,
very good.
So I'm going.
Thank you both. I'm going to sign off.
Okay, bye. Okay.
Jonathan, it was a great discussion. We've got to contribute.
Νίκο, μπορούμε να συνεχίσουμε στα ελληνικά τώρα.
Εγώ νομίζω ότι αυτό που πραγματικά αξίζει είναι μια συνεισφορά σε μια συζήτηση εν ώψη της διαφαινόμενης νίκης του Ντόναλντ Τραμπ στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, η οποία πρέπει να είναι στην κατεύθυνση της επεξήγησης ότι η Ευρώπη και οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες της Αμερικής δεν μπορούν σε καμία περίπτωση να δουν εχθρικά η μία την άλλη. Σε καμία περίπτωση. Αλλά αυτό πρέπει να γίνει κατανοητό και από τις ευρωπαϊκές πολιτικές ελίτ, οι οποίες έχουν την αίσθηση ότι απέναντι στο Ρεπουμπλικανικό κόμμα έχουν παραφερθεί. Έχουν δημιουργήσει δηλαδή ένα ανυπόφορο επικοινωνιακό κλίμα. Έχουν δημιουργήσει και έχουν βάλει ουσιαστικά, δημιουργούν ένα πλαίσιο συζήτησης το οποίο είναι δυστοπικό, χωρίς να υπάρχει απολύτως κανένας λόγος.
Θα έλεγα ότι υπάρχει μίσος.
Εντάξει, δεν ξέρω αν εγώ θα χρησιμοποιούσα αυτή τη λέξη. Θέλω να σου πω απλά ότι είδαμε πολύ ενδιαφέρον την επίσκεψη του Μάικ Πομπέο εδώ πέρα στην Ελλάδα.
Ναι, εντάξει, όμως.
Την είδα, δεν ξέρω ποιος κάλεσε ποιον. Δεν με ενδιαφέρει αυτό. Με ενδιαφέρει ότι υπάρχει γραμμή επικοινωνία. Και με ενδιαφέρει ότι αυτό συμβαίνει με όλες τις ευρωπαϊκές χώρες. Παραδείγματος χάρη γίνονται και ατυχήματα. Να δώσω παράδειγμα. Αυτό που έγινε με τον Στάρμερ και τους εργατικούς στο Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο. Δηλαδή, ο Βρετανός Πρωθυπουργός έκανε μια προσπάθεια να βρει μια άκρη με τον Τραμπ. Και έρχονται τα στελέχη του κόμματός του και κάνουν μια απρόσεκτη ανάρτηση στο LinkedIn, όπου ενημερώνουν για την οργάνωση ομάδας εθελοντών, η οποία θα πάει στην άλλη πλευρά του Ατλαντικού και θα συμμετέχει σε εκστρατείες πόρτα-πόρτα για την Κάμαλα Χάρις. Αυτό, όπως ήταν λογικό, εκνεύρισε το Ρεπουμπλικανικό κόμμα. Δεν θα μπορούσε να μην το εκνευρίσει το Ρεπουμπλικανικό κόμμα κάτι τέτοιο.
Αυτό θα πρέπει όμως να προσθέσει σε αυτό το γεγονός ότι ο Στάρμερ έχει προβεί σε ιδιαίτερα
εχθρικές, είναι επικίνδυνος για την Ευρώπη.
Εχθρικές ενέργειες προς τον ίδιο το λαό.
Δεν είναι αυτό. Είναι επικίνδυνος για την ελευθερία και τα δικαιώματα, τα θεμελιώδη σε μια δυτική δημοκρατία. Ο Στάμερ είναι ο κλασικός κουστούμάτος, ο οποίος δεν μπορεί να κρύψει το σφυροδρέπανο κάτω από το πέτο του. Λοιπόν, κλασική περίπτωση. Τους έχουμε δει πολλές φορές, δεν είναι η πρώτη φορά. Φαντάσου, αγαπητέ Τζόναθαν, ότι γλίτωσαν οι εργατικοί από τον Κόρμπιν για να παίζουν αυτό. Δηλαδή, what the hell που θα έλεγε και ένας Αμερικάνος. Δηλαδή, αυτά δεν γίνονται στα παραμύθια, έτσι.
Πραγματικά.
Λοιπόν, δηλαδή, η Ευρώπη, αγαπητέ μου Τζόναθαν, παράγει περισσότερο αριστερισμό από ό,τι μπορεί να καταναλώσει. Έτσι, είναι προφανές αυτό. Είναι προφανές. Και δεν μιλάω για κομμουνισμό, γιατί αυτοί είναι αριστεριστές, είναι ελευθεριακοί αριστεριστές, είναι, πώς να σου το πω, είναι τα δυσέγγωνα, τα εγγόνια, τα δυσέγγωνα της σχολής Φραγκφούρτης. Είναι επικίνδυνοι άνθρωποι. Οι άνθρωποι αυτοί, παραδείγματος χάρη, κοίτα τι κάνει ο Στάρμερ. Έχω εδώ σε φωτογραφίες στο κινητό μου, γιατί δεν μπορώ να σας δω κανένα print screen, την ανακοίνωση της Βρετανικής Εισαγγελίας που λέει προσέχτε, τι ποστάρετε για να μην πάτε φυλακή. Αυτή είναι μια ανοιχτή επίδεση στην ελευθερία του λόγου.
Κοίταξε, ένα από τα διακυβεύματα των εκλογών στην Αμερική ήταν και η προστασία της πρώτης τροπολογίας.
Το φασταμένο, ακριβώς.
Είναι η απόλυτη ελευθερία της έκφρασης. Η οποία είναι απειλή. Ξέρεις πόσοι καθολικοί βρίσκονται αυτή τη στιγμή στη φυλακή επειδή κάναν ειρηνικές διαδηλώσεις?
Έξω από κέντρα αμβλώσεων, ναι.
Δεν ενοχλήσαν κανέναν, απλά πηγαίναν καθόλου.
Ξέρεις ότι στην Αγγλία ποινικοποιήθηκε και το silent prey. Δηλαδή, θεωρείται ακόμα και αυτό ένα είδος τρομοκρατικής πράξης. Δηλαδή, αν πάει κάποιος και προσευχηθεί κάπου από έξω ένα κέντρο, μπορεί να θεωρηθεί, ας πούμε, δεν ξέρω. Θέλω να σου πω δηλαδή ότι, επαναλαμβάνω αυτό που είπα, ότι στην Ευρώπη παράγουμε περισσότερο αριστερισμό από ό,τι μπορούμε να καταναλώσουμε.
Ναι.
Μπορούμε να αναφέρουμε χιλιάδες τέτοια παραδείγματα. Στη Γαλλία να δεις τι γίνεται. Έτσι.
Καλά, η Γαλλία, εντάξει, το έχει τερματίσει.
Εντάξει. Το τερματίζει όμως ο ένας, το τερματίζει ο άλλος και κάποια στιγμή ο George Orwell τα τελευταία 20 χρόνια δεν πάβει, αγαπητέ Τζόναθαν, να επιβεβαιώνεται μέρα παραμέρα.
Λοιπόν.
Ωραία. Λοιπόν, εμείς εδώ σε αυτό το σημείο θα κάνουμε μια μικρή διακοπή.
Να σε ευχαριστήσω για την παρουσία μου εδώ.
Νίκο, είναι πάντα χαρά μας να σε έχουμε. Σε 10 λεπτά. Θα γυρίσουμε το πρόγραμμα σε ένα live από Αμερική. Δεν θα εκπέμπουν, διότι πρέπει να δώσω και εγώ μια συνέντευξη σε ένα άλλο μέσο. Όπως καταλαβαίνετε, σήμερα είναι μια δύσκολη βραδιά. Νίκο, ήταν πραγματικά χαρά μας που είχαμε για πρώτη φορά στα στούντιο του Ρεπουμπλικανικού Κόμματος εδώ στη Βάρη.
Να με καλείτε.
Η πρόσκληση πάντα ανοιχτή. Εμείς έχουμε τόση πολλή δουλειά εδώ που ουσιαστικά είμαστε μόνιμοι εδώ πέρα. Πρωί, μεσημέρι, βράδυ είμαστε ανοιχτά, διότι κάνουμε και τις εργασίες. Ελπίζουμε σύντομα να έχουμε και το εντευκτήριο του κόμματος έτοιμο και τα γραφεία που θα γίνονται συνέδρια. Πραγματικά γίνεται πάρα πολλή δουλειά, τα είδες και εσύ. Όλη αυτή η δουλειά έχει γίνει με προσωπική μας εργασία, είτε μπετά είτε ηλεκτρολογικά. Δεν είμαι συνέχεια με τη γραβάτα, κρατάω και το μυστρί τις μισές μέρες.
Είχα πολύ καιρό να με δω χωρίς γραβάτα, αγαπητέ Τζον.
Κοίταξε, δεν φοράω...
Σήμερα ήταν παραστράτημα που λέγεται το τραγούδι.
Ναι.
Αλλά δεν πειράζει.
Σήμερα αναγκαστικά η κόκκινη γραβάτα είναι, αν όλα πάνε καλά, θα γυρίσουμε. Πάλι, λοιπόν, τώρα εγώ θα βάλω ένα feed και Νίκο, σε ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που ήρθες.
Και καλή επιτυχία για το Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα.
Κοίταξε, δεν είναι για το Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα, δεν το κάνουμε για μας. Η επιτυχία είναι για τους λαούς, για να επιστρέψει η ειρήνη και η προκοπή. Αυτό είναι το διακύβευμα. Δεν είναι προσωπικό. Και ακόμα και ο ίδιος ο Τραμπ το λέει, ότι ξέρετε, εγώ όλα τα έχω στη ζωή μου.
Ο Τραμπ παίρνει το Οχάιο τελικά, το παίρνει τελικά.
Το παίρνει το Οχάιο, καλά, αυτό δεν θα ήταν θέμα. Βλέπω εγώ 99-178, βέβαια 99 χάρη 178 στο ελεκτορικό. Όμως είναι πολύ νωρίς, γιατί υπάρχουν κάποιες τράμπες. Πάμε πολύ καλά στο Wisconsin, το οποίο ήταν αναμενόμενο. Θα δούμε. Είναι ακόμα νωρίς. Τι ώρα είναι τώρα? Τι ώρα είναι? Είναι 4:30. Έχουμε ώρες μπροστά. Θα έρθει η ενσωμάτωση. Λοιπόν, τώρα θα συνδεθούμε με ένα άλλο μέσο και θα συνεχίσουμε τη μετάδοσή μας από το στούντιο σε κάνα μισάωρο. Λοιπόν, και πάλι Νίκο, σε ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Θα γυρίσω την καρτέλα.
By R. James Rosen, 50-50, he says. All right, well, there's much more excitement, of course, in some of the Donald Trump watch parties in West Palm Beach. Welcoming in now, host of Dick Morris Democracy and former advisor to President Trump and President Bill Clinton, Dick Morris, and also pollster Jim McLaughlin, who is with the Trump 2024 campaign, McLaughlin and Associates. All right, guys, so obviously there are some things breaking Donald Trump's way. We've called North Carolina. We've called other states here. We're ticking up the electoral vote. What is your read right now, Dick, on where things are going for Donald Trump? Because a lot of the mainstream media maybe isn't prepared for what some of the results that we're seeing coming in this evening.
What are you saying the mainstream media is saying?
The legacy media here. Jim's laughing.
What are you saying they're saying?
They're not prepared. Some of these results here, New York Times is forecasting that there's some real momentum that even early indications from the Trump campaign, black voters, blocks of voters that she was struggling with, and now we're seeing some of these results in addition to the record early voting, Dick.
Well, let's set it in the context electorally. You need 270 to win. If Trump carries, as your projection shows, the Sun Belt swing states, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and North Carolina, those four. Then, if in addition to that he picks up one of the three northern states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, he wins the election. So you've already pretty well said that he's going to win the Sun Belt states. I think you've called all four of those states. And the issue now is Pennsylvania, where they initially opened the mail-in votes first that are Democrat, and we're down and we gradually have to come back, and we are. And Wisconsin, where where it just closed, and Michigan, where they just closed. So at the moment, keep your eye on, those Pennsylvania numbers reflect the early vote that's very Democrat. But we have to win one of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to win the presidency. If we win all, if Harris loses all three of those, we win all three, that's the ballgame.
And what we're hearing from Wisconsin is it's looking positive for Donald Trump right now. And ultimately, when you look at his multiple paths to victory, Jim, it seems like there are more options, especially based on what Dick was just telling us, more options for Donald Trump, more paths to victory than Kamala Harris has at this stage of the game.
Yeah, no, as Dick just pointed out, she's got to win all three of those battleground states in the Midwest. She's got to win Pennsylvania. She's got to win Wisconsin. She's got to win. She's got to win the state of Michigan. If she doesn't win all three of those, it's over. But I think the real story here is tonight is Donald Trump has thoroughly changed the Republican Party and changed the electoral map. And the way he's doing it, by the way, is getting record percentages of black voters and record percentages of Hispanic voters. The reason why, and look, Florida is no longer a battleground state, but in Florida, he killed it tonight among Hispanic voters. He took a place like Miami-Dade County that he lost by 30 points to Hillary Clinton, and now he's winning it by 11 points, a 41-point shift. He's getting 15%, according to the exit polls, in Georgia among black voters. And if he can do that with Hispanic voters and black voters in Pennsylvania, he's going to carry, not just is Donald Trump going to win Pennsylvania, but Dave McCormick is probably going to also come across the finish line.
That would be huge. We've already seen, West Virginia went to Jim Justice, Joe Manchin, a Democrat. That's flipped. Also, Ohio has flipped in favor in that Senate race too. So
Bernie Moreno
winning that race over Sherrod Brown. So we're seeing this whole map kind of be remade right before our very eyes. Jim, great to see you. Dick Morris, great to see you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so a lot of attention obviously being paid tonight too, Bianca, to Pennsylvania, and that data is still trickling in. The polls there closing at 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, and it may be a while, obviously, in that state, and it may be a while in Pennsylvania. And they also mentioned Wisconsin, and there might be some longer counting in Milwaukee. But let's look at Georgia right now. Obviously, Trump is ahead there. Georgia, a state that we are looking at the black vote outside of Atlanta. Didn't seem like it turned up as much for Kamala Harris, which is an indicator of, Donald Trump really being able to connect with everyday Americans. You heard Obama go out on the campaign trail telling black men to go out behind Kamala, and it wasn't really received well. Donald Trump, and you'd see the media going into these barber shops, and then she tried to do it, and it just never really rang sort of authentic. And clearly, now we're watching some of the results coming in. National correspondent Mike Carter is in a key state, obviously, of Pennsylvania. He's been tracking sentiment in Pittsburgh, near Butler. Mike, good to see you.
Hey, Bianca. Yeah, we are in the Keystone State, the keyest of the states. We're at Dave McCormick's watch party here in downtown Pittsburgh. I'm just looking at the results as they come in right now in the presidential race.
Και αυτά τα Χριστούγεννα. 50% επιπλέον σε όλους τους συνεργάτες. Κερδίζετε 50% επιπλέον μπόνους πόντους. Όχι τώρα τα Χριστούγεννα. Όχι τώρα.
Το μπόνους φέρνει τα Χριστούγεννα νωρίτερα. Έως τις 12 Νοεμβρίου κερδίζετε 50% επιπλέον μπόνους πόντους με τις αγορές σας σε όλους τους συνεργάτες του προγράμματος μπόνους.
Και θα γίνεται από τώρα σαν τα μπόνους. Από την Αλφα Bank.
Τα όνειρά σας για το αύριο. Εμείς πώς να κοιμηθείτε καλά σήμερα με προσφορές έως 55% στις κορυφαίες σειρές Optimum και Prime. Mediastrom. Κοιμάσαι καλά. Ζεις καλύτερα.
That Senate seat in Texas, Republicans looking to grow an ever-growing majority in the Senate this time around. When it comes to the Senate race here in Pennsylvania, we have about 30% of the vote in, and right now Bob Casey is leading Dave McCormick 52% to 45%. So, look, a lot of votes still need to come in. What we do know is this: Lancaster County, the Amish community, has come out big time in support of Donald Trump this time around. We're also waiting to hear about Reading, Pennsylvania, and Allentown. Those are majority Latino, majority Hispanic communities, and Donald Trump and his opponent in this race, Kamala Harris, are going to both be very interested to see where those areas of the state are trending. 500,000 Latinos call Pennsylvania home. They could very well decide this race. Right now, still too close to call in Pennsylvania. Here at the McCormick camp, people are feeling good. No one's really kind of looking at the big boards. They're enjoying themselves. They know we have a long night ahead of us. Guys?
Paul Rogers, the lead singer of Bad Company, which is Mike, that's who Mike Carter is competing with. You heard a lot of Bad Company all right now coming through. The music is cranking.
Mike Rogers is running for Senate, though.
Mike Rogers is running for Senate in Michigan. Paul Rogers is the lead singer of Bad Company, and Mike Carter is our reporter on the ground.
And Mike has got to preserve his voice because it might be a long night, but it's definitely an exciting one. We know that. So glad you're with us right now, everybody.
All right, let's welcome in now legal fellow at the Heritage Foundation and former member of the Federal Election Commission, Hans von Spakovsky, is with us. Hans, great to have you with us.
Well, thanks for having me.
All right, so tell us what you're looking at tonight. Where's your focus?
Well, I'll tell you something interesting that I don't think has been mentioned a lot. As you know, Texas, Florida, North Carolina have all been called for Trump. What's important about those states is not just that he won them, but, he picked up more electoral college votes because, remember, after the census, the three big states, blue states for the Democrats, Illinois, New York, California, they each lost an electoral college vote each because so many people have moved out of those states. Texas picked up 2 new seats. Florida picked up an extra seat. North Carolina picked up an extra seat, which makes winning those states even more important in this election than it was 4 years ago. And so, Harris went into this already short of electoral college votes in several blue states, which were solidly on her side.
Hans, I'm glad you brought that up because it also brings us to a state that polls are closing at 10 p.m. Eastern, and that is the state of Nevada. it has also had a lot of people that have left California, going to Nevada. You're looking at, you know, Clark County. There's 6 electoral votes there. Also Washoe, which is Reno. That, you know, obviously they have a Democratic machine there. Their ground game is solid in Nevada. But some, you know, Trafalgar and others saying that Nevada is a state that is in play for Donald Trump. Something it could go his way again. The polls have not closed there yet. But your feeling on that and the fact that we're even talking about Nevada being possibly going for Donald Trump now, this time around 2024.
Yeah, but remember, one of the problems in Nevada is that, you know, during the COVID pandemic, they put in an emergency rule of mailing an absentee ballot to every single registered voter. Even though COVID is now over, they actually made that the law. And one of the problems with that is that their voter registration list is so bad, so filled with people who should no longer be on the list, fake addresses and so forth, that there's a real risk, unfortunately, in Nevada of fraud occurring in a very close election. So Nevada is one of the states I actually worry about.
Well, right now, Newsmax has no reason to, you know, believe that any voter fraud occurred in that, you know, instance here. But the fact that, you know, no tax on tips, policies that help American workers, people there who are working in, you know, Las Vegas, you know, the fact that there is some kind of real policy where Kamala Harris has been talking about just joy and vibes. And tonight, the joy and vibes seem to be over in states that you've talked about, like Florida and Texas, where people we are calling it for Donald Trump. Pennsylvania, obviously, still too early to call, but that will be one with 19 electoral votes. Both of them definitely desperately need it.
That is true. And, you know, keep an eye on the fact that, you know, what we're seeing all over the country actually shows the importance of the Electoral College, because Trump is winning some of the less populated states, states in the Midwest, states in the South. Where is Harris winning? The big cities, the big urban areas. And that's why the Electoral College is so important, because if it weren't for that, the big cities would choose who our president was, and the rest of the country would be ignored.
That's right. That's why we live in a republic. So you don't have 3 or, you know, the whole situation where you have 2 lions and a lamb voting on what's for dinner. Hans von Spakovsky, great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
Such a pleasure. Bringing in our next guest right now, author of The Greatest Speeches of Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America, and he is a presidential historian, Reagan biographer, Craig Shirley, and I believe joining him also Jeffrey Lord, columnist at The American Spectator. Gentlemen, great to have you with us. Let's talk about, we are in the process of watching history unfold. Donald Trump, a candidate like none other. You said earlier today to me, Craig, that you see a little bit of similarities to 1980. Talk to us about that.
Well, thank you, Bianca, is that there is a bright red line between the 2 opposing camps. This isn't just a contest between Republicans and liberals, or Republicans and Democrats, or liberals and conservatives, but it is a contest between us versus them. You know, many elections are either about foreign policy, like 1960 or 1968. Some are about economic policy, like 1932 and the rise of the Great Deal. This election is about culture. This is about the culture of the elites, the insulated, corrupt elites, versus the common sense citizenry, and that's what the election really is about this time around. And in that regard, it reminds me of the elections of 1826 with Jackson versus John Quincy Adams, and 1980, as you mentioned, as you asked me about, with Reagan versus Carter. Reagan represented the common sense citizenry, and Carter had evolved into representing the corrupt elites.
And if Trump wins, there will be a Jacksonian style party, I imagine, not on the White House grounds, but out elsewhere across the country. Jeffrey, talk to us about this coalition that Donald Trump has built. Unlike anything we've seen in the Republican Party, drawing in Democrats like Tulsi Gabbard and Robert Kennedy Jr., Elon Musk, captains of industry, and the like, also appealing to a lot of union members who haven't probably gone for a Republican maybe since Ronald Reagan in the 1980s. Talk about the coalition that he's been able to build.
Yeah, it is amazing. I do think that President Reagan began to get this underway and shifted the Republican Party over time from being the so-called country club party to the party of working Americans, what Franklin Roosevelt once called the forgotten man. But, you know, I've been to my fair share of these rallies, and you talk to people, these are, as it were, working blue-collar Americans. When you look at some of these Trump rallies, or all of them, frankly, and you see the audience behind President Trump as he speaks, a lot of these guys are wearing hard hats. They're not doing it for show. They're doing it because that's what they do every day. They get up, they work with their hands, they go to work, you know, they feed their kids, you know, the whole 9 yards. That is a substantial cultural shift here, with the Democratic Party, in essence, becoming now the party of hedge funders and well-to-do elites, movie stars, and all this kind of thing. And you can see tonight that this is having its predictable effect on this election. You know, you've got, once you get outside the sort of elite, if you will, of urban areas, you're out there in the middle of America. This is applying here in Pennsylvania as well. The middle of the state, the top tier on the left and right of the state, east and west of the state, they're all voting for Donald Trump. So this is a significant change. It really is a big deal.
One of your books, The Great Speeches of Donald J. Trump, Craig, we may hear one of them tonight. We're not sure. Earlier when he voted in West Palm Beach, he said, I haven't thought about what I would say tonight. Obviously, we're just riding it through here tonight. But Kamala Harris has been light on speeches and just speaking for 9 minutes, giving the same speech last night, her closing arguments, where Donald Trump closed it out in Michigan, but spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania. His communication style, you know, unique. You know what he is. You know he's authentic. But Ronald Reagan, also an incredible communicator, and words that he said really embrace sort of the, you know, the blue collar, the working the Reagan Republicans.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly, Bianca. He was, of course, he was the great communicator. What Jeff had said, what Brother Lord had said is exactly right. This is a process. The Republican Party is an evolving organism. It's not static, it's dynamic. And it started in 1964 and with Barry Goldwater and evolved through Reagan and now to Donald Trump. But it's become less urban, more suburban, more rural, more blue collar, more populist. And the populism is very, very important. Populism is simply an aversion to big corporations and big government. And that's where the Republican Party today is, an aversion to those two because they inevitably diminish personal freedom and take away personal liberties.
Yeah. Who bought Twitter and kind of revived free speech is watching the results as we speak with Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago. So that says a lot of it as well. Fascinating where we are. It is history in the making. So pleased you are both with us. Craig Shirley, Jeffrey Lord. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you both.
All right, let's check in now with former Lieutenant Governor of New York and Newsmax contributor Betsy McCoy. And Betsy, I wanted to talk to you about what's happening in New York. There are a couple key House races there that are going to be key in determining who controls the balance of power in the U.S. House of Representatives, who has the Speaker's office. Give us your insight on how those New York congressional races may shake out.
Well, of course, they're critical for the Republicans holding the House, the races in New York and the races in California as well. And so far, most of the races in New York look good for Donald Trump. It's so key that he has a House and a Senate that can govern with him. I think it's quite clear now that we'll have a Senate majority in the Republicans' control. That's very important. But in addition, it looks as if it's very likely that the Republicans will increase their margin in the House by 2 or 3 seats at least.
Which is, you know, astounding to think. A lot of people are
Έλα, Λάμπρο, με συγχωρείς, ήμουν σε σύνδεση με Αμερική. Πολύ καλά, πολύ καλά. Τώρα φοβάμαι μερικές κομιτείες που είναι βαριά δημοκρατικές, αλλά κάτσε, δεν έχω τον φίλο μας τον Νίκο, το Σταματάκι που μπαίνει στη γραμμή. Καλά πάμε, καλά πάμε. Νωρίς. Στη Georgia του Fulton County και... εντάξει. Έλα, μπες, sorry, δεν σε είδα, είχα πάει για κατούρμα. Ναι, τι λέει. Ωραία, θες να βγεις τώρα ή θες να βγεις μετά. Ωραία, θες να βγεις τώρα ή θες να βγούμε μετά. Ωραία, εντάξει, έγινε. Εγώ τώρα έχω βάλει λίγο live. Το άλλαξα, έβαλα Newsmax τώρα, επειδή είναι πιο αναλυτικό, έβαλα NBC, έτσι και λες και αυτοί μας βγάζουν μπροστά. Απλά βλέπω κάτι χαζές τράμπες εκεί πέρα αλλά προφανώς είναι επειδή δεν έχουν έρθει πολλά εκεί, όχι Μινεσότα, στο Μιζούρι. Το Μιζούρι είναι δικό μας, το συζητάμε. Πενσιλβάνια, τι ακούς? Ναι, εντάξει. Παίζει, το θέμα είμαστε μπροστά. Είναι το Fulton County. Το Fulton County. Έχει βγει το Fulton County. Πολύ καλό. Ναι, είναι. Από Πενσιλβάνια. Είναι ώρες, είναι πολύ νωρίς. Γιατί αυτοί τα βγάζουν με το σταγονόμετρο. Τα βγάζουν με το σταγονόμετρο τα αποτελέσματα. Μην ξεχνάς ότι είναι η πολιτεία του Τάμανι Χόλ, έτσι. Είναι η πολιτεία των σκανδάλων εδώ και 200 χρόνια. Λοιπόν, εντάξει, ωραία. Χτύπαμε να... Έγινε ναι, τίποτα, το μην βγεις τώρα. Ναι, έγινε. Okay, yeah.
We're really excited for Trump presidency.
Congressman, quick question for you before we wrap it up here. Have you talked to some of your colleagues around the country? How are we feeling about some of these swing district races in California and New York? There's been some talk that Republicans might retain control of the House. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I think that one of the things that is going to be unique about this election is that Trump is actually outperforming a lot of the candidates across the country. You know, in 2020, that was not necessarily the case. But we're seeing, I think this year, we're going to see Trump lead a lot of the members of Congress in their races, and he's going to outperform them. And if Congress is going to maintain control, it's going to be because Donald Trump led the way, and he drug us, congressional members across the finish line.
All right, Congressman Burleson, great to have you with us. Missouri in the win column for Donald Trump, all the Electoral College votes as well. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy the rest of your election night. Well, right now, former White House congressional spokesperson joins us. He's now a Trump surrogate, Harrison Fields, out there with us. And Harrison, obviously, we were at the party there, and it does feel like a festive party, although we are still waiting for some of the polls to close. It's still a little bit early, 10 p.m., more polls, 11, and even 12. We've got to wait for Hawaii and Alaska, and also we're watching Nevada. But tell us how you feel with what we are seeing so far in this historic election.
Well, Bianca, it's always great to speak with you, and it's so good to be back in my home state of Florida. Funny enough, I actually had my high school prom in this building over 10 years ago, so it's a bit of a homecoming for me. The vibes are really high here. Hundreds of people are here, a lot of MAGA hats, a lot of MAGA energy, and I'm talking to a lot of people that are...
I mean, we saw that play out.
Expect to see a call for Donald Trump in Georgia pretty soon. They feel very, very confident about the way things look in Georgia. North Carolina's also looking good. And you talked about it earlier with your previous guest. The early vote for the Republican Party has shattered so many records. I think they banked a lot of vote early. And then, of course, historically, Republicans show up on Election Day. So I think if you had to be in one of the camps, either here in West Palm Beach or Washington, D.C., I think a lot of people would rather be here in West Palm Beach on Election Night because the vibes, to quote Kamala Harris, are way higher over here right now.
Well, it's hard to believe, your prom was 10 years ago. I know you just had...
President
is something that factors in.
Trump was in support of Amendment 3. So there was a contrast between Trump and Governor DeSantis about Amendment 3. But as I said, both of those down ballot amendments failed this evening. This is Trump. Is at some point expected to come here. Whether that happens... Is it another big cheer going up? It looks like having to do with the numbers coming out of Virginia. But the campaign, even former President Trump earlier today, said that he was going to more than likely be coming to the convention center. But it really depends on how this goes. It could be a very late evening. This could stretch into the wee hours of the morning. We'll just have to see. But what we do know, John and Bianca, as I mentioned earlier, former President Trump is at Mar-a-Lago. He's there with family. He's there with close friends, his senior advisors, campaign staff, Elon Musk, watching the election results come in there, and then they'll make that determination when and really at what time. But I can tell you this, the mood here, very energetic, very optimistic, very nervous. I keep hearing that a lot, John and Bianca. People say, man, I'm nervous. I think we've all been. Look, this has been an extraordinary campaign and road to get to this point, this historic evening, and it's certainly being felt here in the room right now, you guys. That's
John, for us live in West Palm Beach, Florida. John? Thank you for that. The update on those amendments. You have to get 60% vote to pass, and they're not doing that. And they
Pennsylvania and North Carolina, it's still very early to call anything.
But
I think the momentum right now is in Donald Trump's favor, and he's widening that coalition to include black men.
You were not allowed to Harrison Fields for us live in West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you, Harrison.
Great to see you, Harrison. We'll be checking back in.
His influence probably being felt there. All right,
So
let's do an update now on the situation in Wisconsin.
We're waiting for that data to trickle in. There have been reports from Mark Halpern talking about the nervous,
Kamala Harris is leading
the
by
nerves
just
of
5 Democrats in Wisconsin, and if the votes going to show up for Kamala Harris. Let's check in now. Logan Raddick, he's live in Jefferson County, Wisconsin, with the latest for us from there. Hey, Logan. He was indicating that some of these counties,
James.
with the election results coming in, we're going to go ahead and turn red, and that's what it's looking like.
This is a big Senate race. Earlier in the program, you guys mentioned that Jim Justice has won the Senate seat in West Virginia. That's a flip of the seat that had been held by Democrats or independent Joe Manchin.
Are shaded red right now for Donald Trump, and this is, this is not good news for the Harris campaign right now. Obviously, they're still in the lead. We got just 43% of the votes being counted, but what's happening right now is it's trending in the direction that Donald Trump wants to see. A lot of the early votes were not counted until the polls closed at 8 o'clock. Those results are coming in, but what we saw is Republicans outperform what they've done in the past with the early voting, with the mail-in voting, and traditionally they have shown up on Election Day as well. And the question was the early voting going to cannibalize the day of voting? And we don't see any evidence of that right now.
And also in Allegheny County, and this is the suburbs of Pittsburgh, it's important to note in the past, this was Clinton plus 17, Biden plus 20. It speaks to perhaps her lack of strength as a candidate.
It is.
And also the black vote. And Donald Trump was in Pittsburgh last night, steel workers. He was at the Steelers game a few weeks ago, and you just saw sort of this wide swath of voters, even announcing he had Rogan's endorsement. He did that in Pittsburgh. He brought Megyn Kelly out. She spoke about the mothers and the trans issues. So Donald Trump has
Bank. At one point, she asked if someone had voted, and she asked their name and said, well, I'm Kamala Harris. And then she said, we're waiting for you to grow 10 years, meaning that the phone banks had succeeded in placing the Democratic Party nominee on the phone with an 8-year-old. In any case, the last we heard from the White House press pool that is holding steady at the vice president's residence was that there was a lid, which is a White House lingo meaning nothing's going on, nothing to cover, no movement, no events, until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. That's just the earliest, according to the White House, that the vice president might set out the few miles journey across Washington, D.C. from the vice president's residence here to her alma mater at Howard University. John and Bianca.
Just real quickly, James, you said there's people gathering there, but no one's behind you. Are they corralled off over? Is there like an open bar or something? It just seems so lackluster there. And
do we have an open bar?
I know said network, they're cheering, so maybe it's TV monitors, or they put you in the cheap seats.
Well, through research and deep investigative reporting, I can confirm that there is no open bar present here tonight. But I'm going to ask my cameraman, Mike Palmer, to widen out and pan out a little bit so we can give you a better view of the scene here, and maybe push in, if you could, Mike, so that you can see the several thousand supporters. The vice president, when she speaks, is going to be standing at a lectern protected by bulletproof glass, aided by teleprompters, in front of Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall, a place of great symbolism here at Howard University and perhaps across the country. Now, I don't know what you can see there. You can see the crowd standing, right? It's an open area, grassy area, fenced in, and well behind them, there are two sections of bleachers. I would say maybe 30 to 40% of this several thousand throng has bleachers seats. The rest are standing. And guess what, folks? They have been standing, most of them, since around 5 p.m., 4 p.m. today, and they have a lot of standing still to go. The question is whether they'll have occasion for much cheering later this evening.
James Rosen, excellent reporting. Thanks for that pan, just to give us sort of a visual of what you're seeing behind you there. Maybe not that much joy, but, well, they're hoping.
Joy is a relative term, Bianca.
Is it really?
You have to be able to find joy, even when the chips are down. Let's welcome in now former National Press Secretary for the Trump campaign and former Principal Deputy Press Secretary at the White House. You know him, you love him. It's Hogan Gidley back with us this evening, holding the microphone like he's a professional, like he's a reporter out there. It's not always easy. It's not as easy as it looks, but Hogan makes it look easy. Hogan, give us an update. It kind of
is that easy.
It kind of is. All right. All right. Maybe just not easy for me. But Hogan, give us an update. We're looking at the numbers coming out of Pennsylvania now. Looks like Donald Trump has just creeped out to a lead there. Things are looking very promising in Wisconsin as well. What are you hearing?
Listen, this has long been a conversation inside the campaign and then within members of the media, too, is to watch what they have done with the early vote and then watch what they're doing on day of voting. The question always was, are you cannibalizing your day of vote? And instead of them voting on election day, you just have them vote early, but the numbers don't change. I don't think that's the case. Right now, what we're seeing, a lot of optimism on our side because those early voters typically don't vote in elections. They're called low propensity voters. You know, they're the 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 scale. They're on the low end of people who support politicians at all. In fact, most of them didn't vote. The last time I guess they participated was somewhere around 2018. So the fact is, those early votes did not cannibalize day of, and now the massive turnout operation that Trump kind of outsourced to other groups looks like right now it's paying off. Of course, there's some high increase in vote tallies in Pennsylvania, or excuse me, in Philadelphia, but it's in the areas where Trump is most popular. So we have a long way to go tonight. You know, who knows when this thing is going to get called, but right now, I'd much rather be where Donald Trump is than where Kamala Harris is. And now I've done this you know, for 2016, 2020. I've never seen numbers like this for Donald Trump.
He was very calm today, too. It said he felt like he ran the best campaign. That's when he was voting with Melania. We know he's at Mar-a-Lago with Elon Musk and friends and family. Obviously, he had his entire family out on the rallies last night. We were watching what, you know, obviously history in the making. Hogan, the messaging, as someone who was once, you know, deputy press secretary, you know what other networks were saying, and the liberal, the fascists, the Nazis, how legacy media really hasn't, you know, been attacking Donald Trump. And Kamala Harris, as a candidate, was able to use that to her advantage, but still maybe not to enough advantage for the American people who are seeing through legacy media's lies.
I think so, and in large part because you know Donald Trump's not a Nazi or a fascist because he was already president and didn't operate that way. Not to mention the whole thing is an absolute lie. If Donald Trump really was a Nazi and they really believe that, then why would Joe Biden put on a MAGA hat at a rally and joke around? Why would Senate candidates on the Democrat side be using Donald Trump in their ads to try and win an election? Why would they sit there in the room while Donald Trump was giving jokes at the Al Smith dinner if he was so bad? They know that's not true. And Kamala Harris is so inauthentic. She's a say anything, do anything politician to get votes, and you know that. She doesn't care if she lies about Donald Trump. She lied about Joe Biden. She said he was a racist and a rapist on a debate stage. The thing about Kamala is you can't sell a bad product. And right now it looks as though, even though the time frame was condensed to a few months, even though they had billions of dollars and 90% positive news coverage on Kamala Harris, billions of dollars of free positive news coverage, it doesn't look like it's really made the impact they thought it would. We got a long way to go still tonight, a lot of numbers, a lot of folks still out there voting. We have to make sure that this thing comes home for Donald Trump.
Yes.
But again, I've seen things now I have not seen in the past in my 25 years in Republican politics.
Yeah. Incredible. That's right. History in the making. We the people. People are still voting. There's actually polls that are still open out west. So Hogan Gidley, great to have you with us as you're kind of giving us a feel of what's going on in the room there. We know we'll be checking back with you throughout this evening and maybe the morning hours. Thanks, Hogan.
We'll be up late tonight. There's an after party, too, I'm told.
Oh, really?
Just kidding.
Here
no after party.
Studio.
It's in our bedrooms. All right.
I just got a fresh coffee, so we're good.
Yes, I did, too. Nice and warm. Thanks to Jerry here in the studio bringing us coffee.
Jerry.
All right, let's welcome in now host of the Leventhal Report here on N2, Rick Leventhal. And we were just talking with Hogan Gidley, Rick, about this realignment. And, you know, it's not just in one state, and there's only so much you can put into these exit polls. But when you look at Wisconsin, Donald Trump has doubled his support among black voters in Wisconsin, and also in Georgia, too. We're talking about between 15 and 20%. And Iowa is called for Donald Trump here, 52 to 47%. And this was a big topic of discussion, that Ann Seltzer poll from the Des Moines Register, thought of as the gold standard. She came out with an outlier poll, Rick, and that had Kamala Harris ahead. But clearly, didn't pan out very well, did it?
Well, I want to share a personal story, John and Bianca. Back in 2016, I was working at the Republican headquarters in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania on election night. And at some point during the night, I started paying attention to the New York Times. They have a graph on their website. I don't know if you can see this, but it's a needle, and it goes either towards the blue for the Democrat or towards the red for the Republicans. And it was incredibly accurate. And I was there until, I think, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning when they finally called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump back in 2016. Well, I've been watching that graph tonight. And I'm reporting on another outlet, the New York Times, but they've been very accurate on these things. And they now have a 78% chance of victory for Donald Trump. 78% chance, according to the New York Times right now. They have him winning 295 electoral votes to Harris's 243. They have Trump winning the popular vote by 0.6%, which would be remarkable if that proves to be the case, based on all of the negative press that Hogan mentioned and all of the stuff that's been thrown at Donald Trump, all the rhetoric, all the nastiness. If he can actually win the popular vote and crush Harris in the Electoral College, which it looks like he might, the New York Times reporting that Donald Trump has a 78% chance of victory right now.
People are texting me that as well about the needle in the New York Times, and I'm sure it kind of
Combine
kills
that
them
with
a little to have to say that.
Combine that with the betting markets, which of course are not
Please.
scientific.
Yes, go ahead.
The way people are feeling about it, you go on Polymarket right now, and it's pinned Donald Trump all the way to the top, Kamala Harris all the way at the bottom. No one's buying Harris, everyone's buying Trump. And what can we figure? This is what people feel, not necessarily based on the results, but the results are probably leading people to feel this way clearly. And stuff like Rick was talking about, the needle pinned in favor of Republicans.
And Rick, I want to ask you too, because Kamala Harris has trotted out every celebrity under the sun that she could to try and get her across the finish line. Oprah, you will never vote again. We heard last night in the closing.
Yeah.
And you're in the West Coast and the Southern California. The celebrity Holly Weird. This has been sort of a crutch for her as a candidate.
Well, it could have backfired on her. Do we really care who Harrison Ford is voting for, or George Clooney says we should vote for, or who Lady Gaga is supporting? I mean, it's really no surprise that she would come out in favor of Kamala Harris. But we saw Hillary Clinton make that same mistake back in 2016. She had a big rally in Philadelphia the night before the election, and she brought out all the stars, and she lost Pennsylvania, and she lost the election. And a lot of people are making that comparison, saying that Kamala Harris spent too much time courting the celebrities and not enough time answering tough questions or connecting with real voters. And when Donald Trump kept asking that question, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? The answer for most people is absolutely not. And that could be a key reason why more people are picking Donald Trump in the voting booths than they are Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and think about the celebrities, too, that were endorsing the different candidates and what they actually do. I mean, Cardi B is going to sing some nasty lyrics to you. Oprah Winfrey is going to talk down to you and tell you how great her life is. But Elon Musk is going to build rockets. He's going to provide a car that you actually need, and Starlink, and provide internet for people who don't have it otherwise.
And bought Twitter.
Right. You think about Robert Kennedy Jr. and how he wants to make America healthy again. These are tangible things that people actually want, as opposed to the celebrities on the Democratic side.
I agree.
Sometimes sing you songs. Sometimes they don't perform, but they're there nonetheless.
Can
I take a moment here just to pat myself on the back? When Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris, I went on Newsmax and said it wouldn't matter. They actually wrote it up in the New York Times.
Yes,
and
that's right.
it's on the. I'm on the record, and it doesn't matter. These celebrities don't do anything for the American public that have seen their grocery bills go up. And what can you do for me? Celebrities, nothing. Basically, that's what it comes down to.
And look at the interview with Joe Rogan. Trump sat there for 3 hours in Joe Rogan's studio. Kamala Harris wouldn't do the interview with Joe Rogan unless Joe Rogan came to her and she wanted to limit it to an hour, which probably meant 28 minutes. But Donald Trump sat there for 3 hours, and he convinced Joe Rogan that he was real, he was authentic, he was funny, and he had a plan. He can answer any question. He's done this before. He's run successful businesses, and he's proven that he knows how to fix stuff and make things work. And he actually had a plan, and he was willing to sit there and take all those tough questions, and he convinced Joe Rogan to vote for him. And I think he convinced a lot of Americans that, hey, this guy is the answer. He's not a problem like Kamala Harris would be. This guy is the answer. And now the New York Times says Donald Trump has an 80% chance of winning this election, which is remarkable.
Watch that needle, Rick.
Yeah, and you know, we heard a lot of reports. It's of course anecdotal about dudes showing up at the polling locations today in different states, and you know, you got to think Joe Rogan with his audience and that you know conversation with Elon Musk, the conversation with J.D. Vance too. Obviously a big impact. It's not just one event with Donald Trump, that interview. It was kind of rolled out
and I
over
think men want to protect their
days.
families and their wives. And, you know, when you economically are getting hammered by an administration, that points to who's going to help me and my family.
Yeah.
They want to be protectors.
Apparently the message got through. The message about the economy, the message about the illegal migrants who are criminals, who are targeting American citizens. The message got through.
Right. All right. We've still got a long way to go. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves.
No,
but it is, of course, as Rick indicated, we're attributing this to the New York Times. They are predicting 80% for Donald Trump. All right. Let's get out to the Vice President of the National Border Patrol Council, Art Del Cueto, and talk about one of the big issues that voters have been using to motivate them this time when they head to the polls. Art, great to have you with us.
Yes, sir. I'm with you guys. I'm pretty excited. I think we're going to get a win today, and it's not a win for Donald Trump. People need to understand it's a win for America. That's what it comes down to. Because look, the chaos that you've seen at the border. If we don't continue, if we continue with 4 more years of this, it's just not going to be able to be withheld. It's been a mess. We've had individuals from 168 different countries come through, and the only people that have been winning is the drug cartels and the smugglers. It needs to end.
Anybody, Art, but when I've talked to Border Patrol agents over the last few years, the morale has been so low. You think about what happened, especially with the horseback Border Patrol officers, the way they were accused of whipping those Haitian migrants, never got an apology, appropriate apology from the Biden administration or the Department of Homeland Security and Alejandro Mayorkas. But just talk to us, Art, about what it would mean for all the Border Patrol officers who've basically been forced to kind of sit on their hands for the last 4 years. What will it mean to them to wake up tomorrow knowing that there will be a new sheriff in town in Washington, D.C.?
Look, I've been around for quite some time. I saw the morale boost back in 2016, but it's nothing compared to the morale that's going to be boosted after this election if you know, we pull it through and Donald Trump is the new president of this country. Because, like I said, look, agents are frustrated. All they're asking for is to do their jobs. That's all they've been asking for. They realize processing is part of the job. However, tracking down smugglers and tracking down individuals that are coming into the country illegally is also part of their job, and they have been handcuffed on that side because of it. You're going to see the biggest morale boost that you have ever seen within the agency ever if Donald Trump can be the next president of the United States again.
Art, the last time I saw you in person, we were down at the border in Arizona with J.D. Vance in Montezuma Pass, and drones flying above our head from the other side in Mexico. But there's the human aspect of this that, you know, the Democrats that purport to be, you know, all for women, they're trying to drive women voters to Kamala. There's 320,000 missing children. There are women being raped as they come across with cartel members. There are children being sold into slave labor, sex trade. And then there are innocent women and children, Jocelyn Nungaray, Rachel Moore, and Laken Riley. We go on and go on. I think that really hit home in the past few weeks, where Donald Trump was able to humanize and tell that message through some really powerful folks, angel moms who came across. Can you just talk to us about the hypocrisy of the left and that issue right there? Because that hurts my heart as a mother.
No, absolutely. It's horrific what this administration has done. They've tried to flip the script and try to control the narrative, but people need to understand the crisis that we're seeing at the border. This administration has caused it. When you're seeing the children that are coming across, that they're missing children, that all falls on this administration because they empowered the smugglers, they empowered the drug traffickers, and they continue. Look, the drug traffickers don't care. They use the individuals that are coming across. They use them almost like human cattle, and this administration, with the lack of consequences towards the crime, have empowered them even more so. And we've all seen it. Look, President Trump had the plan to fix it, and the numbers were low. Day one of this administration taking over, everything boosted up. And the only individual that can fix it is Donald Trump. That's why I continue to say it's not just a win for Donald Trump, it's a win for America. And it's a win for the rest of the world because they're the victims.
And if he was to win, not just deportations, but also penalties, if you kill an American, death penalty, things like that, taking on the cartels. Art Del Cueto, you tell the story so well. We know you're a great force out there on the front line. So thank you so much for being a part of our coverage tonight. We know the Border Patrol has some very dedicated folks there, and we appreciate them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Art.
Yeah, those Border Patrol agents that were accused of whipping those Haitian migrants, hopefully, if things change, they will get the justice that they deserve. Never fully been apologized to. All right, let's bring in now GOP strategist Joe Pinion to get his assessment on where things stand right now. And Joe, tell us what you're focused on.
I mean, look, you got to place your hope in the voters down in Pennsylvania. Certainly that race shaping up to be a tight one. But if you're President Trump, I think you're cautiously optimistic. Same thing with Wisconsin. And so you're checking the box. The southern wall has held. North Carolina in President Trump's pocket. Georgia appears to be trending the same way. And so if you're Kamala Harris, your pathway to victory has become much.
Οι σερβιέτες Τένα Discreet Ultra σε κρατούν στεγνή έως και 12 ώρες. Έτοιμες για τη σωστή προστασία. Τένα.
And I think President Trump is feeling pretty good right now.
All right, Joe, we're just going to jump in here real quick and call Georgia for President Trump. Something we've been looking at for quite a bit, trending in that direction. But now we can officially make the projection that Georgia will be in the win column for Donald Trump. And obviously this is a pickup from 2020. Georgia going to Joe Biden and Democrats in 2020. Now in 2024, it is in the win column for Donald Trump. So a huge victory there. And this is also backing up the information that we had going into tonight that these Sunbelt states would hold for Donald Trump. So you got Georgia and North Carolina both in the victory column for Donald Trump. I'm sorry, Joe, had to cut you off there. Just wanted to get that on
No, I mean,
the
but
air.
I think it points to that specific point, that if you're Kamala Harris now, it's not a matter of if. The blue wall has to hold. Otherwise, she has a path to victory that has not been walked by any of her predecessors in the modern history of the presidency. And so, yes, we turn our eyes now to places like Arizona, where things look good for President Trump, places like Nevada, where Republicans have felt a little bit like Charlie Brown with Lucy in the football. We think we're close, and then next thing you know, you're staring at the sky. And so, look, this election is far from over. But I think if you're somewhere sitting at Trump headquarters and somewhere sitting at Kamala Harris headquarters, you'd rather be at Trump HQ than Harris HQ right now.
Yeah, sure.
Joe, right now on the front page of Newsmax.com, we have an article, and it is low black turnout threatens Harris in key swing states. So obviously some of these suburbs of Atlanta may not have been performing. That's why we are calling the race in Georgia for Donald Trump. Fulton, DeKalb, the most registered black voters. But according to some exit polls that are in, is that when they're talking to folks, there's an overall decrease in black voter participation. But there's also been polls that show Donald Trump has really come up strong with black voters. And even Obama coming out and kind of lecturing them was a backfire. What do you make of some of these exit polls that are saying, you know, this is going to be a problem for Harris? Maybe this is why we're seeing Georgia now, Donald Trump taking that state with the all-important 16 electoral votes.
Black men are sick and tired of being sick and tired. The Democrats, I've often said, they treat us a little bit like the orphan Annie. It's always tomorrow. The promise of America is always a day away when you place your trust in the hands of the Democratic Party. And so you go all the way back to 1964, the mass exodus of black voters from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party complete. I do believe you're starting to see that pendulum swing back, that after decades of empty promises, empty government programs that cost a whole lot of money but didn't yield a whole lot of results, program rich and results poor. People take a chance on what Republicans are offering, and you see others saying, I am not going home.
And, you know, she did do a lot of podcasts with Shannon Sharp, Charlamagne the God. You know, obviously Biden had that famous exchange, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. So she was speaking to black voters for whatever reason. You know, time will tell here of why the message didn't resonate. A lot of what you just said, though, coming back to the economy, coming back to these empty promises. But that could also be for white men as well. There's a lot of empty promises and a lot of college students who said, college, forgive me on debt. They thought they were going to get it. They didn't. So this is, you know, a very interesting thread we're watching here with this very now significant turn in events for the state of Georgia going for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and you can think, too, about that appearance that Donald Trump had at the National Association of Black Journalists. When he talked about Kamala Harris's background, you know, that he was excoriated for saying that type of stuff. But it's, you know, Joe, you can talk to this probably better than I can, but that's the type of authenticity that was lacking from the Harris campaign. It doesn't matter if you're black, brown, white, whatever. People want authenticity these days. They've seen all the tricks. They've lived through these same campaign promises for decades. They wanted somebody who could actually deliver.
Yeah, I think you look at what's happened here. Kamala Harris had all the union leadership support, but she did not have the rank and file support. She had all of the gatekeepers for the black community supporting her, but she did not necessarily have the same buy-in from the black community that Democrats have been able to take for granted for the better part of the last 40 years. And so I think, to Bianca's point, when you look at the fact that all across this country, 70 to 80% of black children not reading at proficient levels, not able to do math at proficient levels, communities that are not safe, migrants who have been here for less than 3 months getting better treatment than people who have been here living in America for the better part of the last century. This is not sustainable, and I think black people, particularly black men in these swing states, finally saying, count me out.
Joe Pinion, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much for your comments and reaction as we are calling some big races here tonight. It is history in the making. We're glad you're with us right now here on N2.
We'll be right back after this.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents.
Saigon, the capital of South Vietnam, fell on the 30th of April, 1975. America's long conflict there may have ended, but it took decades for the nation to heal its wounds.
This is an election 2024.
In 1973,
live from
President
Washington.
Nixon orchestrated the Paris Peace Accords,
Welcome
bringing to
back.
an end America's
You've been looking at
involvement in
live
the
vote
Vietnam
counting
War.
video as it comes
America's
into us from
POWs
Denver,
returned
Colorado.
home, and
And we're
all
coming
seemed
to you
well
now with an
until
AP
March
race
of
call from that
1975.
state.
When
The
Senator
Associated
Ted
Press has
Kennedy
declared
led
Kamala
Congress in
Harris the
cutting off
winner
all aid
of
to South
Colorado,
Vietnam.
as well as the
Within
District
weeks,
of Columbia.
Communist North
So as you can
Vietnam
see,
reneged
those
on the
places are
peace
now
accords
filling in
and
blue
invaded
on our
their
live voting
neighbors to
map.
the south.
And a note on the District of Columbia. It has
South
participated
Vietnam
in
fell to
presidential
the
races since
communists.
1964,
And throughout
and D.C.
Vietnam,
has been won
a
by a
bloodbath
Democrat
ensued.
every single
As
time.
hundreds of thousands
As we
of
look
South
ahead to the top
Vietnamese
of the
who had
next
backed
hour,
the US
polls will be closing
were massacred.
across the state of California,
Empowered by the events
with
in
its
Vietnam,
major haul of electoral
communists in
votes
Laos
at
and
54.
Cambodia soon toppled
As
their
Farnoosh Shamiri, our
pro-Western
congressional
regimes.
correspondent, was
And
telling us
Southeast Asia
earlier,
became a killing
California is
field,
one of those
with the
places
genocide
with some of
of
the
an
races
additional
that could
2
help
million
determine
people.
control of the U.S.
You're
House of
watching
Representatives.
An American Moment.
We'll be coming to you
Newsmax
throughout this
TV.
evening with more AP race calls and election night updates when we come back. For now, we will leave you with pictures coming in from Pennsylvania, that pivotal battleground state where vote counting is ongoing. Back with you in a moment.
Call now.
All right, great to have you back with us. I'm John Bachman alongside Bianca De La Garza, and we are waiting for the final results for Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. We just would call Georgia for Donald Trump. We called North Carolina for Donald Trump, 2 of the swing states And as we mentioned, Kamala Harris there with just the slimmest of leads. Actually, Donald Trump, it looks like, has just retaken the lead in Wisconsin now. And this has been going back and forth, this kind of seesaw back and forth for the last 30 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So we're watching Wisconsin very closely, but it looks very positive for Donald Trump and the granular data
And it feels like a roller coaster, folks. It certainly is, because Wisconsin actually has been decided by less than a point in four of the last 6 elections. So here we are, 10 total votes for Wisconsin. We're watching it closely. And again, Georgia and North Carolina, two battleground states have been held for Donald Trump. Please bring in radio host, conservative commentator John Reed, and host of Saturday Agenda right here on Newsmax, Rob Astorino. Rob, we'll start with you. Obviously, you're watching results just like we are. We've called some big races here. Georgia, obviously, the most recent and one of them, but this Wisconsin race here with Donald Trump 53% and the wow counties could be wowing Donald Trump.
Yeah. No, those wow counties outside of Milwaukee are doing very well for Donald Trump. He had to do well over there to offset some of the Milwaukee numbers. Interesting though, some heavy rains earlier, for about 4 hours in Wisconsin. Went right across, went through Madison.
Milwaukee. You don't know if that held back some of the vote in some areas or not, but she's not doing as well as she should in Milwaukee. You look at like Florida. I mean, it was a complete and utter blowout in Florida. The propositions went down, for abortion and for marijuana. Trump won huge in Dade County, Miami-Dade, and I'm looking at Long Island, for instance. So Suffolk County, which is eastern Long Island, Donald Trump won by 200 votes 4 years ago. He is blowing out Kamala Harris right now, blowing out by tens of thousands of votes. So that's...
Λοιπόν, αγαπητοί μου ακροατές, όπως βλέπετε τα πράγματα πάνε πάρα πολύ καλά για το Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα των ΗΠΑ. Βλέπουμε ότι αυτή τη στιγμή φαίνεται ότι παίρνουμε και τις 4 Rust Belt πολιτείες. Παίρνουμε την Αριζόνα, πήραμε την Τζόρτζια. Παίζει ακόμα και η Βιρτζίνια και το Νιου Χάμψερ. Πάμε για μια σαρωτική νίκη. Θα επανέλθουμε με τους προσκεκλημένους μας σε λίγο, γιατί όπως καταλαβαίνετε τώρα όλοι είναι βιδωμένοι στις τηλεοράσεις και παρακολουθούν τα αποτελέσματα, όπως και εμείς, και παρακολουθούμε 4 με 5 feed ταυτόχρονα, και το NBC, δηλαδή και τα συστημικά μέσα που δεν μας πάνε με τίποτα, αναγκάζονται να ομολογήσουν ότι ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ έκανε μια φοβερή καμπάνια. Ήτανε ακριβής πάνω στα θέματα που ενδιέφεραν τον αμερικανικό λαό. Έκανε τα σωστά ανοίγματα, τις σωστές κινήσεις. Μίλησε για τα προβλήματα του αμερικανικού λαού. Δεν μίλησε για αρλούμπες, όπως μιλούσε η κυρία Χάρις. Και κυρίως κατάφερε και προσέγγισε μπλοκ ψηφοφόρων μειονοτήτων. Να τονίσω ότι και εμείς οι Ελληνοαμερικανοί θεωρούμεθα μειονότητα στην Αμερική, έτσι. Δεν είμαστε mainstream, δεν είμαστε οι white Anglo-Saxon Protestant που λέγανε παλιά WASPs, που ψηφίζουν κατά προτίμηση δημοκρατικό. Βλέπουμε ότι είμαστε ήδη στους 242 ελέκτορες, η κυρία Χάρις στους 108. Ναι, θα έρθει η Καλιφόρνια, είναι μπόλικοι ελέκτορες εκεί, 54, αλλά δεν τις φτάνει. Δεν βγαίνουν τα νούμερα. Κάποιες πολιτείες είναι λίγο νωρίς ακόμα να πούμε οριστικά ότι κλειδώσανε. Πενσιλβάνια, Μίσιγκαν. Στο Μίσιγκαν γίνονται πολλά τρελά, αλλά τουλάχιστον κλειδώνουν βασικές πολιτείες. Τζόρτζια, θα κλειδώσει πολύ σύντομα η Αριζόνα, όπως το βλέπω. Δεν θέλω να πανηγυρίσω, αλλά θέλω αυτή τη στιγμή να μεταφέρω, τώρα που έχουν κλείσει και όλες οι κάλπες, δεν υπάρχει θέμα κάποιοι ψηφοφόροι να μείνουν σπίτια τους. Υπήρξε το κόκκινο κύμα. Είμαστε πολύ καλύτερα από το 2020. Όπως είπαμε, είμαστε στο 2,42 με 108. Θέλουμε να φτάσουμε 2,70. Δεν είμαστε πολύ μακριά. Έχουμε Νεβάδα, Άινταχο, σίγουρα δικό μας, Αλάσκα, και έχουν αυτοί... δεν το βλέπω. Δεν το βλέπω με τίποτα να μπορούν να καταφέρουν. Είναι αυτό που λέγαμε πριν τις εκλογές, ότι είναι σχεδόν μαθηματικά δύνατο η Καμάλα Χάρις να καταφέρει να πάρει όλες, δηλαδή ήθελε 6 από τις 7 swing states. Δεν γίνεται όταν ο Donald Trump είναι τόσο μπροστά. Θα γυρίσουμε τώρα στα feed και σε λίγο, μόλις είναι διαθέσιμοι οι ομιλητές μας, θα κάτσουμε να σχολιάσουμε αποτελέσματα, θα έχουμε και ουσιαστικά περισσότερα, οπότε γυρίζουμε στο Newsmax και προχωράμε.
And if these results hold up, what you stand right now, that's what we're seeing as a rebuke on these types of policies.
I completely agree with you. In fact, for an incumbent presidential party to hold the White House, traditionally that number has to be closer to 42%, and only 30% saying the country's on the right track tells you a lot. And I think that's why you haven't had, and maybe soon in the blue wall we're going to see this, but you've not had that suburban turnout that many in the mainstream media are telling us that are going to come out for Kamala Harris. It's why minorities are not turning out for Kamala Harris, particularly in Pennsylvania, in the way they thought, because what independents are telling you, regardless of party, the two issues they care most about right now are inflation, the rising cost of everything, and border security. And that is why Donald Trump right now is cooking in the Sun Belt and obviously about to crack the blue wall.
John, you had a piece on Newsmax.com way back talking about Donald Trump having this historic opportunity, I think it was, to secure the black vote. It looks like that's exactly what he is doing tonight.
Yeah, Bianca, I wrote a piece after doing an extensive poll. This is before it was fashionable, of black voters. And we had some startling findings that 23% of black voters were open to President Trump. The overwhelming majority wanted the police funded, that didn't approve of transgender stuff, that didn't approve of the leftist, the white university faculty room leftist views that have become dominant in the Democrat Party since 2020. Since 1964, Democrats black people have largely voted with Democrats because of the Civil Rights Act signed by Lyndon Johnson. But that has started to crack when they started to look and realize that they hadn't been served by these policies, by the professional Democrat class. And they started to challenge it and look around, and they found a champion, or many did, in President Trump. And this is not just a once-in-a-lifetime snapshot. You're looking at real political power being seized by black people now, and they're going to make both parties compete for their vote. And this could be part of a broader realignment in upcoming elections.
A lot of promises made on that front, Ford, and yeah, again, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but there are going to be promises, made, promises kept. We'll see on that front. The other thing too I want to talk to you both about is the foreign policy aspect. We've talked about immigration, we've talked about inflation, but something that stands out, I think, a lot of Americans' minds, where we stand as a country on foreign policy, the war in Ukraine, what's going on in the Middle East, the fact that China is on the march and promising to invade Taiwan. How much of a factor do you think that is playing with our posture in the world for looking so weak over the last 4 years?
Oh, it's playing a huge role. I just don't think that many in the mainstream media have caught on to what a big role it's playing. And you see this when you go to Pennsylvania, you go to Wisconsin, you go to Michigan. What's amazing here is the Democratic Senate incumbents in those states are talking about tariffs, China, and Donald Trump. So therefore, when you recognize that, you see real quick in the blue wall, they realize that this cannot stand with China. Obviously, I think China's playing in trade is playing a much bigger role than, say, Israel and Ukraine is. But again, Americans don't want to see money sent overseas when people are drowning in North Carolina, when people are being hurt by spills in Ohio. It's about putting Americans first and understanding put American jobs first.
Obviously, Michigan, the Arab vote, too, plays into what we're seeing in the Middle East, John. And I know you're also a Russia expert, and we've seen sort of Russia get much stronger when it comes to putting, forces in, alignment with North Korea in Ukraine.
Yeah, it's interesting. In the 80s and 90s when we were all growing up, the Republicans were the hawks and we're the party of war, supposedly, or so the left made us out to be. And now this is playing a very subtle psychological, cultural role in this realignment, in that now the party of Donald Trump is the party of peace. And they are the party of war. And that's kind of set the table for many young people, and I think we're going to see this in a lot of the postmortems, that this was a big deal, that being the party of peace kind of made you, kind of smoothed out President Trump's rougher edges, and it was contributory to creating a permission structure to kind of vote for Trump, or at least not be an ardent leftist.
Yeah, we're all kind of tired of the nuclear war headlines that have become way too prevalent as we report on them every single day here. Guys, got to leave it there. Thank you so much, John Jordan, Ford O'Connell. Appreciate you both.
Thank you.
All right, our next guest, former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee, and this is what we call a power panel, Bianca, too. When you got Governor Huckabee teaming up with senior fellow at the American Conservative Union and host of CPAC Now, America Uncanceled. Oh, just Huckabee. We're going to get to Mercedes Schlapp, I think, in a little bit. So
we got all the power right
we still
here.
got enough power.
We need Governor. Great to see you. What a night. Obviously, cautiously optimistic, but we are looking at some really exciting momentum for Donald Trump.
I think there's no doubt about it. And what we're also seeing is not only a Trump presidency, but also a Senate that will be able to confirm all of the appointments that are critical to a president's success. If you don't have the Senate, you're not going to get a lot done. But he can now get judges, he can get his cabinet, he can get ambassadors, he'll get the 7,000 to 10,000 civil service people that he'll be able to appoint and put in agencies to really make more difference in most of our lives than even the president himself will. But there's something bigger going on that I hope people can recognize this. It is a complete realignment of the Republican Party, one that is long overdue. No longer the country club, college-educated elitists, the ones that look down their nose at working-class people. Now we are the working-class party, and I'm thrilled about it. We're no longer a party that's just white people. We're seeing great numbers of Latinos. We're seeing great numbers of African Americans who are voting for Donald Trump. What does that say? People don't care what color we are. They want us to be Americans, and that's a beautiful thing we're seeing tonight.
It's a positive message, and it's one also, I think, with a lot of hope. And, you know, when we look at sort of where we're going as a country, and people say we're on the wrong track, where is the American dream, and who can help best let us build it and build prosperous futures for our children as well? And I loved seeing your daughter out there front and center after Mark Cuban talked about Donald Trump not being behind strong, intelligent women, because there she was, and so many others. There were critical errors by some of these surrogates. Also, our sitting President Joe Biden calling Trump supporters garbage. But these past few days and weeks, that contempt really, I think, has energized people to come out to the polls as well today, Governor.
Bianca, no doubt about it. And having been a candidate many times, I can tell you that when things are said about the candidate, it's not that big a deal. We expect it. We put our names on the ballot. We know it's coming. But when you go after the supporters of the candidate, and then you call them names that are just outrageous, racist, misogynist, threat to democracy, garbage, deplorable, you know, what you're doing there is saying, you're just not as valuable as I am. And that's what has happened. And I think that's why you're seeing people rise up and say, you know, I thought America was a place where we were all equal. And so if we're not as equal as you, maybe you've got the problem. The rest of us don't. That's what I think, to me, is the beautiful thing of what's going on tonight. And I'm loving this because we needed for a long time kind of a little bit of a shaking in America to say, let's get back to who we are, where nobody cares what color you are, or how much money you have or don't have, or how much education. We're both Americans, and all of us get to live in this great country and speak our minds. Free speech is for everybody, freedom of movement, dreaming big and making those dreams come true. That's the country I believe Donald Trump wants to lead us to be.
And Governor Huckabee, one more thought, too, about what you were saying about how this the whole Republican Party has been reshaped. You think back to the 2012 presidential campaign. Basically, these same attacks were leveled at Mitt Romney about his failure to include women, and he had that kind of infamous comment, I have binders full of women. Didn't play very well. The difference now with the Republican Party is Donald Trump can point to
στραγγιστό πλούσιο σε πρωτεΐνη. Θα είναι έτοιμο το κρικρί στραγγιστό από φρέσκο γάλα ημέρας.
And as we were talking before, the potential presidency of Donald Trump with the Senate there, you think about Supreme Court nominations too. There's some talk of some conservative justices wanting to retire. All that is now on the table if Republicans do retain control of the Senate when the White House.
I'm a faithful person. I mean, I pray for this nation, but I have so much hope right now when we're seeing all this. And I know that you're a man of great faith as well, Governor. So, possibility for revival, possibility for peace.
We see the balance of power here up on the Senate. Just 2 more seats needed for Republicans to take control of the U.S. Senate.
It's incredible what we're seeing.
We're seeing some coattails perhaps for Donald Trump as well. Governor, always great to see you, sir. Thanks for being with us.
John, hi. This is Jonathan.
Hi, Jonathan.
Okay, let me adjust your sound. Give me a moment. And let me put your...
Can't hear you.
Yes, you can't hear me. Hold on, I'll fix that. Give me a moment. Yes? Can you hear me now? Hold on. Give me a sec. 20. John? Adjust your sound. John? John? John, you should be able to hear me? No. John? 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 Have you put something on mute?
Because of, I think, his focus on the economy, what his vision has been for these common sense policies when it comes to the economy, when it comes to the border, when it comes to dealing with national security issues. That's what's resonating. That is what's winning, not the Kamala threat to democracy and everything has to deal with abortion. Obviously, her message fell flat and the voters are coming out strong for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and for them in Pennsylvania, your insider to say that, probably just choking on it. And then, New York Times, the Needle were also watching that and saying this. So,
right.
The Needle. But I don't think the
John, I'm making a last attempt. Talk. Αναγκαστικά κάνουμε λίγο, στις απομακρυσμένες συνδέσεις έχουμε λιγάκι πρόβλημα καμιά φορά. Προσπαθούμε να συνδεθούμε με τον John Richardson, ο οποίος είναι στέλεχος των Ρεπουμπλικάνων στο εξωτερικό. Μας έρχεται από Καναδά. Βλέπετε, συνεχίζουμε το ταξίδι μας στην υδρόγειο με όλους τους εκπρόσωπους του Ρεπουμπλικανικού κόμματος. John, I can't, John, you're going to have to get in again. Hold on. I
He's going to tear up the Constitution.
Constitution. We're never going to have another election again.
Δυστυχώς.
Anderson Cooper, who admitted that he's overpaid, right? He didn't even push back, and that's what we're supposed, right? That's what we are.
Δυστυχώς δεν θα μπορέσουμε τώρα αυτή τη στιγμή να συνδεθούμε με τον John. Θα προσπαθήσουμε λίγο μετά.
President Trump has a very good chance of winning the popular vote that we have not seen in quite some time with any Republican. That's very, very significant as well. So, you know, again, I think that for the Trump campaign, they're feeling, talk about joyful, they're feeling joyful tonight. I think that the Kamala Harris campaign, and what I'd love to see now, Lydia, is maybe we should turn on MSNBC, because the meltdown that they're about to have, I mean, I only think it's going to get worse.
It's already started. It started. If you guys, I would just encourage you ladies to take a moment and check out Joy Reid's epic meltdown about the state of Georgia. I'm sorry, the state of Florida. She is probably not welcome in the state of Florida anymore, but she'll probably come anyway. All right, ladies, we got to wrap it up there. Great to see you both, Lydia and Mercedes. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
See, they put Match Lab in the prompter there. But that's obviously.
You got to be on your toes.
A lot of times they are together.
Coffee, right? Exactly. Hey, we're so glad you're watching it right here with us. History being made, and to have you covered. We're going to take a quick break. As we hit the break, though, look at the crowd. This is the watch party for Donald Trump in West Palm Beach. Will it be a victory party? We'll be right back.
In the early morning hours of May 2nd, 2011, the Central Intelligence Agency launched Operation Neptune Speed.
Όπως βλέπετε, αγαπητοί τηλεθεατές, φαίνεται ότι πάμε για αυτό που λέγαμε τη σαρωτική νίκη. Βλέπουμε όλες τις 4 πολιτείες και την Μινεσότα, παρακαλώ, και την Μινεσότα να είναι κόκκινες. Βλέπουμε Βιρτζίνια να έχει χάσει το τεράστιο αβαντάζ που είχε υπέρ του Δημοκρατικού Κόμματος. Θυμηθείτε ότι στις προηγούμενες εκλογές είχε βγάλει 12-13 μονάδες μπροστά, τώρα είναι οριακά να μείνει στο Δημοκρατικό Κόμμα, ομοίως και το New Hampshire. Λοιπόν, δεν θέλουμε να πούμε αυτό που λέμε μεγάλη κουβέντα, αλλά φαίνεται ότι πάμε για μια σαρωτική νίκη. Δεν ανοίγουμε ακόμα τις σαμπάνιες, κρατάμε σε 1-2 ώρες, θα ξέρουμε. Έρχεται η Νεβάδα, έρχεται η Καλιφόρνια που βέβαια ξέρουμε το αποτέλεσμα, έρχεται το Άινταχο και μετά Αλάσκα, και στο χάρτη που σας σημειώνουμε, οι κόκκινες πολιτείες με έντονο κόκκινο χρώμα είναι αυτές που θεωρείται ότι από το Associated Press ότι έχουν κλειδώσει, και οι ροζ είναι αυτές οι οποίες τίνουν. Ομοίως οι μπλε είναι αυτές που κλειδώσαν υπέρ των δημοκρατικών, και γαλάζιες είναι αυτές που τίνουν. Δηλαδή είναι αυτό που κάστρα που έχουμε πει, κάστρα των δημοκρατικών πέφτουν. Και βλέπουμε στο Νιου Μέξικο, το οποίο ήταν άπαρτο κάστρο, βλέπουμε ότι έχουν πρόβλημα, και θα έχουν πρόβλημα και στις επόμενες εκλογές. Άρα, αγαπητοί μου τηλεθεατές, θα έχουν θέμα, και το κόκκινο κύμα δεν είναι μόνο για σήμερα, είναι και μετά. Βλέπω ότι οι προβλέψεις μας είναι σωστές. Είχαμε πει εδώ στο I Love Πατρίδα και στο Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα ότι θεωρούμε ότι είμαστε πάνω από 300 εκλεκτορικές. Το σίγουρο είναι ότι είμαστε πολύ κοντά αυτή τη στιγμή στο 270. Ας περιμένουμε λίγο ακόμα. Θα ξανασυνδεθούμε με το feed από το Newsmax μόλις αποκατασταθεί. Σας περνάω το feed από το Newmax να δούμε λεπτομέρειες για το πόσο προχωράει.
Here, 60% of the votes in some of these lower counties, like down here in Wisconsin, they went for Joe Biden last time around. They are going for Donald Trump this time around. All right, let's take a look at these Senate races too in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin as well. In Pennsylvania, looks like Bob Casey is losing now to Dave McCormick here, a razor-thin margin, less than a point there, again with 64% of the precincts reporting their votes so far. And again, remember, Bob Casey was favored by several points in most of the polls coming into this race. So this shows you how Dave McCormick and Donald Trump are both outperforming. I'm sorry, what's that, Brittany? Can you repeat that? Okay, so we're going to call California for Kamala Harris. A lot of electoral college votes, but no surprise there. Let's go take a look at our national Senate map and head into Wisconsin because Eric Hovde has just jumped into the lead by 1/10 of 1 percentage point right now. Again, this is a razor-thin margin, but a lot of the polls had Democrat incumbent Tammy Baldwin up by several points coming into the race. So it appears at this point that Eric Hovde, the Republican challenger in this race, is outperforming what the pollsters said. 58% of the votes have come in. Some of these southern counties in Wisconsin that went for Joe Biden in 2020 are going for Tammy Baldwin. But again, Eric Hovde is picking up some ground there in Wisconsin. So there's a look at the presidential races in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and those key Senate races as well. Bianca, back to you.
All right, John, thank you. And again, California, no surprise that it went to Kamala Harris, but clearly we are going to be calling races as they come in, and we are very glad to be calling right now. Idaho, we are calling Idaho for Donald Trump. The polls have just closed there, 11 o'clock on the East Coast, also closing Oregon and Washington and California. Idaho going to Donald Trump. Also is the state of Georgia, and we also called North Carolina earlier for Donald Trump. Let's get out to where some of the festivities are. Our John Huddy at West Palm Beach, where the Trump campaign has a watch party. John, you're having a lot of fun mingling with some of the people there in the room. So tell us, what are they saying about all the races being called for Donald Trump?
I wish I was mingling with all the people in the room. That would be wonderful. I've been able to slip off the riser here to go grab some chips and a Coke every now and again, and stretch my legs. But look, people are optimistic. They're excited. They're nervous. I've heard a lot of people say, man, I'm so nervous. I was talking to one Trump supporter who's been very active with the campaign here in Florida and really nationally for that matter, particularly the get out the vote effort that Donald Trump has really been pushing, and this particular supporter has been involved. And she told me, I know we got to take a breath. I know we have to let the numbers come in. We have to be patient, but I want this to be over. I just want this to, end now, though most people understand that it could take some time. And, I think it's looking more and more, Bianca, John, like former President Trump is probably not going to come really within the next hour. We're getting close. We're less than an hour to midnight. So more than likely, if he when he does come here, and we're all assuming he will come here at some point, it's probably going to be in the overnight hours, very early morning hours, as we continue to get the results, and as it's really a toss-up in some of these states, including the blue wall states. But one of the things that we're seeing, that we saw here in Florida, particularly in Miami-Dade County, I talked about this earlier, I'm not going to go on and be redundant about it, but is a surge, is a big support among Hispanic, among Latino voters nationally, particularly in some of those blue wall states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan as well. Again, even though it remains a toss-up, I understand that, but breaking down the numbers, we're seeing a lot of Hispanic, Latino voters voting for Trump. Not only here in Florida, but nationally as well. And in those blue wall states, this is something that I talked about last week as well, and really the last couple of weeks, John and Bianca, quickly. Since 2021, there's been a surge in illegal migrants in a lot of these areas, particularly those blue wall states. So the border crisis, Trump's message about fixing the border, about immigration, that's really resonated with people as we're seeing, and I think we're seeing that, you know, not only in Florida but nationally as well, along, of course, with the economy as well. You guys, back to you.
You're right. He had a news conference the other day at Mar-a-Lago and unveiled that ad with the mother of Jocelyn Nungaray, the 12-year-old from Houston who was found strangled. 2 illegals charged with her murder, and it was so powerful, and he's been playing it at the rally. So I think you're right, John, really putting another human touch on this, and Kamala Harris completely ignoring the border issue in the way to really explain why their open border policies are not a direct result of blood on their hands. John Huddy, thank you so much. Excellent job out there. Go mingle, please. It looks like you're at the party that everybody wants to be at, so enjoy it while you can.
Crunching the numbers.
Yeah, too busy crunching the numbers.
Yeah, so are we. Thanks, John. All right, maybe the party, some other folks are hoping will get a little more lively. James Rosen at Kamala's watch party. She is at Howard University in Washington, D.C., her alma mater. The first time there's been a presidential party on the college campus. So a first, maybe some other firsts we'll see here tonight. Not sure, James.
But it's close. But well, it's a historic night for sure. However, the vote turns out. I would describe the mood of this crowd as apprehensive. They haven't had a whole lot to cheer about in the last half hour or so. They cheered mightily when the big screen showing another network here at the Yard in Howard University flashed that the vice president had won her home state of California. They cheered when that network went to a live feed of the senator-elect from Maryland, Angela Also Brooks, a Democrat, was giving her remarks. But there is a certain sense of apprehension here as they have seen on the network that's broadcast here, former President Trump maintaining slim leads in so many of these battleground states. Throughout this night, in fact, in the days leading up to Election Day, we heard so many times people saying, here's what to watch for. And indeed, there are so many things to watch for on a night like this. Here's something that no one else is telling you to watch for, but being that I cover the White House for Newsmax, I'm going to tell you should be watching this. It gives us a clue to how Vice President Harris and her team are viewing the returns tonight. Earlier in the day, the White House press pool, which is the group of reporters and photographers that are attached to the vice president who go where she goes, they've been hanging out at the vice president's residence pretty much all day, except for the brief period when the vice president went over to DNC headquarters and worked the phone banks and thanked volunteers a little bit. We received notice earlier this afternoon that there was a lid. That's White House lingo for nothing's going to happen, no movement, no events until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. What that meant was the earliest that the vice president might venture out from her residence at the U.S. Naval Observatory in Northwest Washington, just a few miles across town, and come over here to Howard University would be 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, that time came and went. And the latest we've heard from the press pool, and this is something to watch out for, is what's being reported by the pool attached to the vice president, was at 10:18 p.m., almost an hour ago, Eastern Time. We were told by the pool that they have been gathered for potential travel, but they have no information, and they're just holding at the vice president's residence. So in other words, the vice president could have made her way over here if she thought things were going swimmingly well to give a victory speech anytime after 9:45 p.m. It's now well after 11 p.m., and there's no sign of movement from the vice president's residence. Bianca.
Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall at the vice president's residence right now?
I would love to be, or maybe even Joe Biden.
Or Barack Obama. Or anywhere. All right.
We got you.
James Rosen.
James, excellent job out there. All right, so she's not on the move, maybe because there's no reason to be on the move just yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's, look, we were planning to be on the air with you until 2 a.m. this morning.
At least.
We're not going to know a lot of this for sure. And while we are reporting that a lot of this data is trending in favor of Donald Trump, we can't forget what happened on 2020. A lot of people went to bed thinking Donald Trump was going to win Wisconsin, and it didn't turn out that way. Let's talk about the race and where things stand right now, and welcome in a couple of our colleagues here. Host of the Pulse, David Harris Jr. Also back with us, host of the Leventhal Report, Rick Leventhal. Gentlemen, great to see you both.
Hey, guys.
Always great. Thanks, guys.
All right.
So Kamala Harris not on the move. She could be on the move. People are gathering. Obviously, we're looking at states that still are Michigan, Pennsylvania, Blue Wall. Polls just closed, obviously. We just called Idaho. Rick, set the scene for us where you're looking at things. Obviously, you're based out west, too. We weren't surprised that California went to Kamala.
No, that's not a surprise. She's going to win probably the whole West Coast, but what is a surprise is that it's very likely that Trump could win potentially all of the swing states. And I've been watching the New York Times graphs, the needle, and they're giving Trump a 64 to 67 to 95% chance in every one of the swing states to win. They're predicting he'll get 301 electoral votes and that he has an 89% chance of victory right now. It's a remarkable, remarkable performance on election night by Donald Trump. People turned out in droves, people who never voted before. And in Pennsylvania, for example, they signed up a record number of Amish voters. The Amish were upset with the Democratic-led government for a raid that took place on an Amish farm. And all these Amish voters signed up and they voted for Donald Trump. And things like that can make a difference in some states. It's still too close to call, but the odds favor former President Trump becoming future President Trump.
Things like that, the garbage truck in Wisconsin, the McDonald's trip in Bucks County. These are things that you just seared into your memory.
Yes, and I want to have an Amish fantasy camp. Go to Amish country and live there for like 2 weeks. Eat clean, churn butter, build a couple barns. I think it'd be good for...
Get off the grid.
Yeah, get off the grid. Put the cell phone down. I think it'd be good.
Election.
I think it'd be good for everybody. No, David, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just fantasizing about my Amish fantasy camp. But anyway...
I think they would welcome you with open arms. They're like, oh, you've been covering the Trump campaign. Come on in.
Yes, I got a strong back. I'd put in my hard work and, you know... Anyway.
I think they'd put you to work.
They would, and I'm here for that. All right, David, give us your assessment.
Yeah.
You know, what we're talking about here, if these numbers hold up, is a real mandate for Donald Trump. You know, a mandate to do this mass deportation plan, a mandate to make America healthy again, a mandate to rebuild the military. Talk to us about what you think Donald Trump is going to focus on first.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'll answer that in a second, John. But I was just praying because I am a man of faith. I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for God's grace and His mercy and people praying for me. I literally would not be alive today. And I remember in 2020, I remember hearing that Joe Biden was going to win, that he was going to take the Oval Office. However you want to talk about the outcome is really irrelevant because he did take the Oval Office. And I remember praying and saying, God, why would you allow this to happen? And I really remember really remember hearing him say there's a silver lining. It's so people can wake up. You know, there's a Bible verse that says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will heal their land. And we've been humbled this last 3.5 years. As a nation, we've been humbled. Americans going through some of the hardest times, from right after the COVID to then just the economy tanking. Americans have been humbled, and I have been seeing people more than ever praying boldly. People like Russell Brand, that's given his life to Christ and is boldly proclaiming Jesus at every turn. People like Joe Rogan, who used to be a very avowed atheist, now actually having people like Kid Rock on his show and saying, you really believe in Jesus? And Kid Rock says, yes, absolutely. We've seen and heard more and more people over these last couple of years profess their faith and love for Jesus. And I truly believe that it's a spiritual battle that we're in, and that America and Americans have been waking up. We've been humbled. We've been seeking God's face. We've been praying. And we've been turning from even the wickedness of just apathy, even just apathy.
All right. I want to continue
cowardly.
this, too,
that's actually
because
a sin. And so I believe that that's what we're about to see.
We have more to talk about with what we saw in Butler, which I believe was a miracle as well. So we're going to get into that in just a moment.
Absolutely.
Real quick, stand by for 1 second, because that is so powerful and very, very moving. Bernie Moreno, though, just took the podium. He won his race in Ohio for senator. We want to dip in so we can listen to his victory speech here, gentlemen.
But I want to introduce you to my extended family, because as I like to say, we're overperforming Catholics. So I'm going to bring my siblings. If I can bring my siblings up on stage. Where are they? They're all over here. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm gonna say one last thing. You know, my mom and dad left the safety and security of knowing what they had when they left Colombia, South America. They didn't know what America would mean to them. They didn't know what it would mean to the 7 of us, but they did it anyway because they knew that in America, whatever dream you have, whatever ideas you have, you can make come true if you're willing to work hard enough and persevere. And my mom and dad are not alive to watch this moment, but I know they're up in heaven watching down upon us and thinking, this is a great country. And they made the right decision. And I know for one person that my mom and dad would be looking down and saying, this is an amazing thing, is my sister Vicky. We'd be so proud of you, Vicky, for everything that you've done. You've been kind of our substitute mom along the way. Look, Vicky, you were almost like my mom growing up, because both my parents worked really, really hard. So Vicky was the one who would make sure that I always stayed true to myself. My brother Luis, thank you for your leadership and guidance. I think Sherrod Brown and Chuck Schumer owe you a little bit of an apology, by the way. I don't think it will come. I don't think it will come. And to Jose and Alex and Richie, thank you so much for kicking the crap out of me when I was younger. I appreciate it. You made me tough. You made me tough. Hey, look, to all of you, we celebrate tonight not as Republicans. We celebrate tonight as Americans. And and to the people out there in Ohio who didn't vote for me, just know that I will always advocate for you. I will always have your back, and I will work for the next 6 years to win you over. Because my responsibility is to the entirety of Ohio, and I will always work tirelessly to make certain that we do everything possible, that I work my tail off to make your life better. So to Ohio, to all the people I've met on the campaign trail, to the thousands and thousands upon people who prayed for me, prayed for Bridget, and kept us in your prayers, I can't tell you what this means. This is the greatest honor of my life to represent you in Washington, D.C., and I will not let you down. Thank you so much.
All right, that was Bernie Moreno, the new senator-elect from Ohio. He will replace Sherrod Brown there in the Senate. And you take a look at these poll numbers coming in. Something started to change around the 3rd week of October. Sherrod Brown had been favored there, but Bernie Moreno overtook Sherrod Brown in the polls. They were projecting Moreno to win 48 to 46%, but as you saw there, winning by 5 points, not 2 points. So this, again, is another example where we've seen Republicans outperform Democrats and outperform the polls, and also the coattails of Donald Trump.
He even said it's not about being Republican now, and he talked about the power of prayer. And I just want to go back to you, David, for a minute. I ran into Russell Brown at the RNC, and it is people like that coming back to Jesus, returning to faith, and I feel a spiritual revival in this country. And, you know, you listen to that small, still voice of God, and I just have to say, one of my favorite scriptures, Isaiah 43:19, it comes up when I'm, you know, just doing one thing or another. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. I do feel like there is this moment in our nation where there's permission to talk about God and Jesus again. We just heard the power of prayer there, and I just wanted to share that as well.
Can I weigh in on this for a second? Because Governor Huckabee made that point also, that we were returning to American values, to true values, and I wonder how much Tim Walz hurt Kamala Harris. She had a terrible campaign, yes, and she didn't answer questions, and she was awful in many ways. But Tim Walz, I think they thought maybe he checked the boxes that they needed. No. You know, a white guy who was in the military and he was a hunter, but they didn't know that he abandoned his troops. Maybe they didn't do their research. Maybe they didn't know he didn't know how to load a shotgun, and maybe they didn't pay enough attention to the fact that he made his state a sanctuary state for sex change operations for children. And these kinds of things, I think, really disturb most of America. But but the Democrats thought that they had that in their back pocket, but they didn't. They underestimated the values of the rest of America. And now that Donald Trump might have the Senate and maybe the House, what a difference that could make in getting things done. They were sweeping his legs every chance they got when he was president in 2016. Now he might actually be able to
and an actual, a real professionally organized transition team that he has set up as well. That's going to make a huge difference when you think about all the disasters with Chris Christie leading the transition team last time and how that went awry. Our thanks to David Harris Jr. And Rick Leventhal as well.
Thank you both so much.
Sure. Thank you.
Right, let's bring in now Matt Schlapp, chairman of CPAC, and we can put those balance of power graphics back up there because specifically with the Senate, when you look at Bernie Moreno, Republicans have now secured at least 50 seats in the United States Senate, and if Donald Trump does go on to win, J.D. Vance will be the tie-breaking vote in the U.S. Senate. Things are looking pretty strong, Matt. I know you were very optimistic, feeling good going into this evening. Give us your assessment on how you felt then compared to how you're feeling right now.
John, I'm a grizzled veteran. I don't know if I ever feel good, but that win with Bernie Moreno gets us to 51. So Chuck Schumer is officially out of a job. He has got more time, as I said earlier, to make those tofu patties on that fake grill. And look, I think there's a few more victories to come tonight in the Senate. My best counters were up a couple seats in the House, and I think if you're Donald Trump sitting down there in Mar-a-Lago, he hasn't really had any bad news yet. I mean, he's won all these states. They're close, but they've been trending close now for weeks. No disappointing news, but I want the W. I want to get this thing done. The downside is, and you both understand this, because of the ridiculous ways that these blue states are allowing different paths to vote, some of these paths take a long time to scrutinize. So like in the state of Arizona, we could be in a situation where we're taking days to look through a ton of mailed ballots to check signatures. Now, I want them to check the signatures, but why are we the only republic or democracy on the face of the globe that can't find out the winner election night? I'm not saying we won't know the winner tonight. I hope we will. But, it's a little absurd that these blue states run elections this way.
Yeah, we look at, like, Donald Trump. France, same-day voting, they know that.
France, Argentina, Italy, all these places can do it in one day.
Everyone, Japan, Korea, everyone, all these, we do CPACs in all these continents, and they all say, why the heck do you run your elections this way? I say, you got to talk to Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom because, and the other thing is that they can't seem to get their act together on the simple, process to use these systems that they have. My hat goes off to Ron DeSantis and Rick Scott in Florida. They made Florida voting after 2000, quick and painless. Look what Indiana does. Look what Kentucky does. Most of these red states, you get the answers. Most of the blue states, they want to go on and on.
Hey, Matt, you just had CPAC in Mexico, which was fantastic because obviously whoever takes control of the White House, Mexico to the south, our border, such a huge issue. And I know that that was a really fruitful turnout for CPAC in Mexico as well.
And we're
From
going
the Associated
next,
Press,
Bianca.
this is
We're
an
going
election
to have CPAC
2024
Argentina
update. Live
with
from Washington,
President
here is Meg
Javier
Canal.
Milei, who's shaking
Welcome
things
back.
up and
Here are the
putting in
latest
all these
updates
economic
on
reforms to
AP
get
race
rid of their
calls.
terrible
Moments ago,
runaway
the
inflation.
Associated Press
So,
declared
it's
Donald
amazing,
Trump the
this
winner of the
populist
following
conservative
states:
movement,
Idaho,
it's
Iowa, and
wanted
Kansas.
all over
AP
the world.
has
People
also
are watching
declared
what's going
Kamala
on in America.
Harris
I know
the
that
winner
we're
of the states
very
of
divided,
California,
but most people
Washington
looking at
State,
America are
and
saying, boy, those
Maine's
Trump years,
first
how do we
congressional
get that
district.
to work
A
out
reminder
here?
that Maine is one of those states that allocates electoral votes on a statewide basis, as well as by congressional district. You can track all of these updates on our live voting map next to me, with areas popping up in blue and red. It's 11 p.m., so that also means that polls are closing on the West Coast. That includes California, that major electoral vote prize we just mentioned, with 54. Polls are also closed in Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State. So at this hour, that means that all polls have closed in the continental United States. Joining me to break all of this down is Sagar Magadi. Hello. So California is one of these major electoral vote hauls that we've been talking about. Now it's been awarded to Kamala Harris. is this a surprise?
Not a surprise.
You keep telling me that these are not surprises.
I wish I had something other than that.
The citizens of the United States, they just don't want all this woke liberal stuff.
For starters, she's from California.
This was an issue.
California is always heavily Democrat.
Successfully in 2016,
54
the
electoral
Democrats
votes
didn't learn,
is
and so now he's running on it again. And this is an issue that resonates throughout the entire United States. In every single state in the country, this is an issue that is very important to the American people. They know
yet gotten.
the safety
If you
and
go back to
security
the
of
early
their
hours of the show,
depends
those
upon
7
border security. If we
battleground
don't
states,
have that, we're going to
none of
continue
them
to
have
have
been called from
hundreds of thousands of
Georgia
people
heading
dying
out
of
to
fentanyl.
Nevada.
We're going to continue to have
So all these
murders,
states, you're still telling me we don't have calls there.
All of that is purple there, neither red nor blue on the other map. So
crimes that are
that's
committed by people that come to this country illegally. This is something
Right,
that the American
and
people
as we keep
is
saying,
rejecting.
these are the spots
Border
that
security is
the
extremely
margins are
important.
anticipated to be
Donald
so
Trump
close, and so
puts that
we're thinking it's going to take longer and longer and go into the
will
night.
take a good while.
It's an issue that
When
did
we
not
think
have to
about
be
the
this
other
out of
races that are
control,
happening
right? Day
tonight,
one,
not just the presidential
what they did
contest,
was
but those
dismantle.
down ballot races in the House
I've
and
seen you
Senate
out on the field.
that we're also
I've seen you with Donald
following here at
Trump,
the
obviously in the state of
AP.
Arizona
I know that
still,
there have
we have
been a
numbers
few
up
moments
right
of
now.
history that have been happening tonight. Give us an update on that.
Yeah, we could get history
Right on the,
if Kamala
on the
Harris
border, Brandon,
does
but
win
I'm
the
not so sure
presidency. Of
everyone
course,
there
she would be the
gets it.
first
If they're
black woman
transplants from
elected to the
California,
White
what's
House. She was
going
already
on?
the second black woman elected to the
Because
Senate. Only the second.
there
Today
is,
alone,
a
2
question
more
about how
have
these
been
people are
elected.
gonna vote,
Angela
but at the
also
end of the
Brooks
day,
in
it's
Maryland,
not
Elisa
just
Blunt
about
Rochester
the border.
in
It's about
Delaware,
all national
which also
security
made
now.
more
When you see
history,
what's
2
happening,
to
and there's
1.
people from all
Sarah
around the world
McBride
coming
has
in.
been elected
These aren't
to
people
the House. She
who,
becomes the
are even
first
being vetted.
openly transgender member of the U.S. Congress. So
it's just
more
simply
diversity coming into the ranks on Capitol Hill.
Always good to get an update on the other races that we are following with the AP, not just the presidential contest. So thank you for that. We will be back with you in a moment with more AP race calls and election night updates. As a reminder, like we were just talking about, AP has a lot more information on the other contests that we are following on our website, apnews.com. There you can also find continually updated live blogs from all of these contests. Back with you soon.
Σε μια αρκετή προχωρημένη ώρα. Να εξηγήσω λίγο το χάρτη που βλέπετε στα δεξιά. Αυτός ο χάρτης είναι από το Associated Press. Τον κρατάμε επίτηδες, αναρτημένο. Κόκκινο είναι κλειδωμένες πολιτείες που δεν αλλάζει πλέον. Ροζ είναι πολιτείες οι οποίες είναι πιθανό να γυρίσουν. Θα μου επιτρέψετε λίγο να απαντήσω ένα τηλέφωνο και θα είμαι μαζί σας πολύ σύντομα. Λυπάμαι για αυτή τη διακοπή. Όπως καταλαβαίνετε έχουν έρθει όλα τα συνεργεία από όλα τα κανάλια, θέλουν δηλώσεις. I'm not calling it now, δεν το κλειδώνω, αλλά φαίνεται ότι πάμε για ένα θρίαμβο. Λοιπόν, να εξηγήσουμε λίγο το χάρτη που βλέπετε δεξιά σας. Μπλε σκούρο είναι πολιτείες οι οποίες έχουν κλειδώσει υπέρ των δημοκρατικών. Είναι πολιτείες που περιμέναν να κλειδώσουν. Γαλάζιο ανοιχτό είναι πολιτείες οι οποίες ακόμα έχουν μια πιθανότητα να γυρίσουν Τώρα, αντίστοιχα κόκκινο, έντονο κόκκινο είναι κλειδωμένες υπέρ του Ρεπουμπλικανικού κόμματος. Είναι οι αναμενόμενες και ροζ είναι αυτές οι οποίες θεωρητικά θα μπορούσαν να γυρίσουν μέχρι την πλήρη ενσωμάτωση. Αλλά ας κάνουμε μερικά σχόλια. Τζόρτζια, είμαστε 3 μονάδες μπροστά. Πενσιλβάνια, είμαστε 2 μονάδες μπροστά. Wisconsin και Michigan. Το Michigan δεν περιμέναμε τόσο γρήγορα να είμαστε μπροστά, διότι το Μίσιγκαν έχει ένα πάρα πολύ βαρύ ιστορικό νοθείας και στο προηγούμενο κύκλο είχε 200.000 μαϊμού ψηφοδέλτια. Η μεγάλη έκπληξη όμως είναι η Μινεσότα. Η πολιτεία του Tin Walls ή ο άλλος γνωστός Tampon Tin. Συνεχίζουν τα αποτελέσματα. Όπως θα είδατε, παίρνουμε και τα δύο σώματα, και τη Βουλή, όπου βελτιώνουμε τη θέση μας, και τη Γερουσία. Η Γερουσία μπορεί να έχουμε και μία έδρα ακόμα, ίσως και δύο, να πάμε δηλαδή στο μαγικό 53. Όσο πλησιάζει, τώρα είδατε άλλαξε ο χάρτης, προσθέθηκε η πολιτεία του Oregon, δεν περιμέναμε να την κερδίσουμε, είναι μια πάρα πολύ liberal πολιτεία. Βέβαια έχει μια ιδιαιτερότητα το Oregon, ότι η μεγάλη πλειοψηφία γεωγραφικά του Oregon είναι συντηρητική, εκτός από τα παράλια, αλλά εκεί υπάρχουν κάποιες μεγάλες πόλεις. Είναι αυτό που έχουμε πολλαπλώς εξηγήσει, ότι η δύναμη του Δημοκρατικού Κόμματος είναι στους λευκούς, ανωτέρας οικονομικής και μορφωτικής κατάστασης. Άρα βλέπετε ότι ο χάρτης εξελίσσεται όπως το λέγαμε. Το λέγαμε ότι πάμε για το μαγικό 300. Φαίνεται ότι το πετυχαίνουμε, διότι είμαι σχεδόν σίγουρος ότι τώρα που η Νεβάδα είναι ακόμα λευκή, δηλαδή δεν έχουμε αποτελέσματα, και να σημειώσω ότι ο χάρτης αυτός προέρχεται από το EP, το οποίο είναι σφόδρα εχθρικά διακείμενο προς τον Ντόναλντ Τραμπ. Σε λίγο θα γυρίσουμε στο feed από την Αμερική. Βλέπουμε Αριζόνα, είμαστε σίγουρα 2 μονάδες, 3 μπροστά, με καλές ενσωματώσεις, δηλαδή μπορούμε να προβλέψουμε με ασφάλεια το αποτέλεσμα. Είμαστε καλύτερα από το 2016, από την πρώτη, και από την πρώτη νίκη του Ντόναλντ Τραμπ. Κοντός φαλμός αλληλούια, σε λίγο θα το δούμε. Ήδη βλέπουμε να πηγαίνουμε στο 2.44 και θα μου επιτρέψει γρήγορα να γυρίσω, διότι έχουμε πολλά να ακούσουμε από την Πενσιλβάνια.
Now seem to be, trending true. Not just across one state, so they're not one-offs, but they are, across multiple states. And so when you look at Georgia and North Carolina, I mean, we're going to be able to analyze this over the next, couple of days. This is all great news for Donald Trump. It means that his vision, his idea for where he wanted to take America resonated much more soundly than Kamala Harris's. So she's obviously not having a good night. It's going to be hard to explain a lot of the rationale for why Donald Trump was able to pull off what he did, given the adversity that he's been up against. So it's going to be fun watching the Harris team, and more importantly, let's see what Joe Biden's going to do. I heard it looked like he was binging on Netflix tonight, among other things. So we'll see what he has to say tomorrow as well.
There was a picture on X showing Joe Biden in a red suit going to vote, which people were like, it's just interesting kind of fodder, but there you have it. Libby, I mean, women, female voters, Kamala Harris probably thought this abortion issue, she could get maybe the younger, the white, rich, liberal women in the suburbs, but I guess economy, safety of their kids, those are kind of things women care about as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more things that women care about other than the right to kill their babies before they're even born. So I think that backfires spectacularly. It's also a hard sell for a lot of men who have daughters, who have wives, who have sisters, all of whom have mothers, who look at that and say, that's not the most important thing to the women in my life. The most important thing is the grocery bill, is making sure that they can get their kids to school, without breaking the bank on a tank of gas, and making sure that our crime is down in our communities and that our border is secure. So there's a lot more that women care about other than this one issue that Kamala Harris has staked her entire campaign on. And I think, I think that's pretty great. We've been saying for a long time on the conservative side that just because you're part of some identity group and you check a specific box, that doesn't mean you vote as a monolith or that your interests are all, what they're prescribed to be by the powers that be and want them to be that way. So I think that that's really great. And I'm glad to see that so many women did come out for Trump.
Yeah, and you got to wonder, Rick, where the soul searching begins for the Democratic Party. Obviously, they have made the entire thing about gender and identity politics. They pursued these woke ideas. You could talk about the border policy and how at the last minute Joe Biden signed these executive orders that actually did do a little bit to stem the flow of immigration after telling us for years that he needed Congress to act. And again, we caution that these numbers might not hold up, but things are trending very positively for Donald Trump. If he does win, do you think Democrats are willing to be, show a little contrition on some of these policies, or do they just double down on everything that they've stood for?
Oh, no, I think this is judgment day for the Democrats. And, if I were Republicans, I would just sit back for the next 48 hours and just let the Dems go at each other, point fingers, lay the blame. We don't even need to, really come out and analyze anything. And I think that when you listen to what the Democrats are going to say, there will be a lot of blame game. But there's going to be a lot of I think, conversations over the agenda, the policy issues, the inability of Kamala Harris to communicate those policies. I think, obviously, there will be a lot of second guessing on should she have been our nominee? Should we have done a primary or a convention at least to select somebody? There's going to be a lot of issues that are raised by the Democratic Party. I think that they'll try to quickly find a couple of people that can fill the gap. Obviously, I think Kamala, obviously she'll serve out as vice president, but, kind of disappear from the national stage after that. And you'll see a new crop of Democrats, maybe Josh Shapiro, Pritzker, Murphy, others that will try to claim the mantle. But it's going to be a difficult time for Democrats to kind of explain among each other, what happened in all this, because, we still got the Senate and the House to watch too. We haven't talked a lot about down ballot races. So those will be important. But I think all in all, the Democrats are going to do a lot of soul searching on their strategy and whether or not they were focusing on the right issues.
Associated Press.
Sure.
This is an election 2024 update.
Again,
live from Washington.
We are
here
maybe a long way away from this thing actually
Welcome
being
back.
called. But again,
the Associated Press has
lead.
declared Donald Trump the winner of the state of North Carolina. This is the first of our battleground race calls that we are bringing to you this evening. Joining me to break this down is Sagar Meghani. Sagar, we've been saying all night we were waiting for these battleground calls to come in. This is the first one. What are we seeing in North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina traditionally does a fairly quick job counting its votes. So the first of those 7 states and those 16 electoral votes now going into the Trump map. He has spent a lot of time there. He was just there in the days leading up to the election thereafter. Hurricanes, reassuring people. This is the 3rd straight time he has now won North Carolina, 2016, 2020. Both of those are by slim margins, 1.3% in his win over Joe Biden 4 years ago. The margin at this point doesn't matter. Those 16 electoral votes go into his column. He can now mark one of those battleground states off. We're still waiting on all the other ones, from Georgia to Pennsylvania to Arizona. 6 still to go. They, again, we've said this time and again, but it's just the way it is. They will determine what happens, who gets to 270 first.
Absolutely. We have the first one of those battleground calls. We will be on the lookout for more. Thank you so much. And thank you all. Again, we will be bringing you more AP race calls as they come into us. Back soon.
State of the race. Thank you both. Yeah, we will. And we are. They're having fun at the watch party right there. That is in West Palm Beach. Right now, we're
still a lot of pensive faces out there. Again, we're waiting for these final results. We're kind of in this holding pattern right now because we know Pennsylvania and Arizona and some of these states take a very long time to count these votes. So this is the hard part.
It's the fun part too.
It's fun, yeah, but hard.
Yeah.
Hard work is good work. Someone said that a lot on the campaign.
Over and over and over. All right, so let's take you out to the West Coast, where it is a little bit earlier there. We have Emmy-nominated journalist, author Jason Matera. He is live for us. Las Vegas, that is Clark County, Nevada. Polls closed there at 11 p.m. here on the East Coast. Jason, great to see you. Talk to us about the feeling and the sentiment in the room that you are in.
Yeah, great to see you, Bianca and John. We're at Sam Brown's watch party. He's trying to overtake the incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And the RNC officials that we spoke to, they have a cautious optimism, and that's because there's about a 40,000 vote lead Republicans have now on Democrats. Basically, they flipped the switch, meaning usually there's a speaker who is about to be introduced behind me, but basically Democrats usually have the lead coming into Election Day, and now Republicans do, and Democrats are trying to play catch-up. So that's why there's a feeling of optimism, but as one RNC official told me, they want a lead that's too big to question, in their words, and they are dealing with the Harry Reid Nevada machine after all, so votes are still being counted. In fact, they can be counted up until Friday night and Saturday, if you can believe it. A long way to go, but things are hopeful for Republicans.
Well, hope is good, and Sam Brown's an inspirational character. He's obviously suffered the wounds of war and wears those publicly, and has just run a really inspiring race in Nevada. Jason, great to see you. Thanks for being with us. We'll check back in with you when we get some more news.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, let's welcome in our next guest, Newsmax contributor Chrissy Clark. Okay. Do we have Jesse Jane Duff? Okay.
So when you talk about Nevada and you look at Clark County, where there's so many people that you would think no tax on tips would be great. You know, you're working casinos and, bartenders, sort of the gig, economy, which you see a lot of in California as well. But, it's that Democratic kind of mentality here, and sort of the Harry Reid machine where they have such a ground game. It's been sort of that muscle memory, and they know how to flex it. And that's what we were saying in these past few days. It was all going to be about a ground game. But you look at other states that you were talking about as we came back. When you look at Michigan, and we're looking at Wisconsin, where these are sort of now becoming must hold for Kamala Harris. Okay, Nevada, okay, may not go Trump's way. That is, 6 electoral votes. You're looking at Wisconsin, you're looking at Michigan. These are not states that she can afford to lose.
No, absolutely not. And I think the other thing, too, that we're seeing from this is when you don't have a pandemic and everything that goes along with the pandemic, and when laws aren't changed, in the same degree at the last minute because of that, you see a more normal electorate, and you see people remember what life was like between 2016 and 2020 when Donald Trump was in office, short of the pandemic. There was, a lot. When I traveled the country going to these Trump rallies, when you talk to some people that were there for the first time at a Trump rally, I think about the rally in Des Moines, Iowa, back in October of 2021, when Donald Trump was hinting about getting back out there and running again. These people were desperate for a return to the stability, the peace, the prosperity that they felt under Donald Trump, and I think that's part of what we're seeing tonight.
It is, and one thing I will say too, sort of the twists and turns through this campaign and this election cycle, be it the lawfare, not 1, 2, 3, 4 indictments, but also sort of this coalition. Donald Trump right now, there's a picture that's being posted, and he's sitting next to Dana White. He's got Elon Musk, RFK Jr., who came across and is still on the ballot in Michigan. Okay, so if there is some type of, they would not take him off the ballot, even though he is not, running. So we're going to go out to one of our reporters, John Huddy, who is getting sort of the flavor, feeling of the campaign for Trump right now. These are where folks will be waiting if Donald Trump comes out from Mar-a-Lago. John, can you hear us? Okay,
yeah, I can hear you.
So tell us how the mood's changing. Obviously cautiously optimistic. It's still early in some parts of the country here. What are people saying to you there in West Palm Beach?
Well, yeah, we're starting to see some of the folks who are at the Mar-a-Lago party coming into the Palm Beach Convention Center here. I talked to one of the senior staffers on the ground here, trying to get a feel, trying to get a read on when potentially Trump is going to be coming here. Really, we don't know at this point. It's not looking like that's going to happen at least before midnight, as we're coming up to midnight here. So it's probably going to be in the overnight hours. But the feeling at Mar-a-Lago, from what we're hearing, from what I've been told, very good, very optimistic. and also here at the Palm Beach Convention Center. You know, his supporters are optimistic. They feel that this is going in the right direction. Every time a state is called for Trump, a big cheer, big roar goes up here in the crowd. It's getting a lot more busy. So there's definitely an increase in the energy and the excitement. However, people are still being optimistic. They understand there's still a ways to go. So they are cognizant of that. But some of the things we're looking at, and we've talked about this in some of the earlier hits, looking at the numbers, here in Florida, Miami-Dade County, the Hispanic vote, getting that Hispanic vote, winning Miami-Dade County by more than 10 points back in 2020. Trump lost by nearly 10 points. So that's a huge shift. And we're seeing that not only here in Florida, but we're seeing that in some of the battleground states, notably the blue wall states, the so-called blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, where exit polling showed a strong amount of support among the Hispanic, among Latino voters. So really, I think Trump's message, and we're seeing this nationally as well, about immigration, about the economy is resonating with voters, but also about international issues, about the wars in Ukraine, in the Middle East. Keep in mind that Israeli intelligence show that Iran possibly is gearing up to launch another attack on Israel, and there have been some reports in the Israeli media that possibly that was going to happen today to coincide with the election. So people here in the room, people that I've talked to over the last few weeks, feel that not only are there so many things at stake domestically, but also internationally as well. Back to you.
John Huddy live for us at Trump campaign headquarters tonight in West Palm Beach. Thank you, John.
Let's bring in our panel now. Newsmax contributor Chrissy Clark and also Executive Director of Veterans for Trump, Newsmax contributor Jessie Jane Duff, former gunnery sergeant. Let's talk about that, the national security concerns that we have in our country due to wide open borders, but also just the brewing conflict, the chance for a wider escalation because of Iran. Jessie Jane, I'll start with you. It could be just bluster, but there also is real credible assassination plot with Donald Trump to Iran, and we know this administration has been funding them.
Yes, this administration had sent billions of dollars to Iran, so then we consequently saw that the Houthis, the Hamas, and Hezbollah were making aggressive attacks against Israel. Those were credible attacks, estimates of attacks that could potentially happen on Election Day. That is actually true. I've heard that's from an internal source of my own, and up to November 6th, so it's not over. Basically, they were worried that it could happen anywhere in the days preceding or right before the election. But this is all a result of the Biden-Harris policies that enabled terrorism to basically rear its ugly head again, and we're all having this post-9/11 anxiety again. We can't get President Trump back into the White House soon enough.
I know today Netanyahu fired Yoav Gallant, so a lot of movements there happening in the Middle East.
Let's. I wanted to ask Chrissy Clark about something else, definitely a different topic. So we're going to change from foreign policy real quick. Chrissy and her husband did the Macarena recently as a celebration of Donald Trump. It was one of my favorite things I've seen on social media. It was absolutely adorable. But Chrissy, you were one of the voters that the Harris campaign thought maybe wouldn't show up for a guy like Donald Trump. We heard so many Democrats warning young women like you that your life would be in jeopardy if Donald Trump were to win. And again, we're not calling his victory yet, but he is in a lead. And tell us about your choice, why you went with Donald Trump, and your evolution, in politics.
Yeah, this really wasn't my first choice, in all honesty. I really evolved from my decision to not vote for Donald Trump in 2020 to now voting for him and proudly voting for him in 2024. But I really do hope that young women out there see the lies that the abortion lobby is pushing. They've spent 6 times the amount of any pro-life group to lie to young women and tell them that they are not going to have the same rights when they wake up tomorrow, when in fact Donald Trump has promised no such thing. Now, thankfully, I do think that there were organizations out there that were able to get the message out to young women saying that Kamala really can't do much for you if she does somehow eke this out and win the election. So I am hopeful that there are young women that are waking up to this, but I guess time will tell when we see those gender polls and demographics tomorrow.
You know, abortion is such a wedge issue, and you're right. And the media has worked in concert to sort of gaslight Americans too. And so it's this, you know, cacophony of voices in that, you know, liberal stream that is never ending, Jesse Jane. But it's not even just about abortion. He's going to lock you up. He's a fascist. He's a Nazi. I mean, talk about an insult too to Jewish Americans. They're saying, just throwing around this word. All of this smearing somebody because he's an existential threat to the system that replaced Biden and put in Kamala Harris.
Right. They didn't even have an election for her. She basically was selected, not elected. And Americans are very well aware that their lives were in a better standing when he was president of the United States than they were when Harris and Biden were in the White House. They understand this difference. And abortion has been propped up at a level where we have to get away from this normalization that we have, because we have some of the most aggressive abortion policies in this country that were under Roe v. Wade. Compared to the rest of the world, it was almost borderline barbaric, and it became normalized in the United States. I think valuing life is something we can have a conversation about now without being blasted as being too toxic. But President Trump has proven that he is somebody that is willing to work with all Americans. For here he got the vote from Muslim Americans, often in Michigan. He got their endorsements, I should say, and then Jewish Americans on the other hand. It's as if he's like Abraham himself. He, in fact, is expecting a grandchild that will be of Arab descent with his daughter Tiffany, and he has Jewish grandchildren with his daughter Ivanka. I mean, you couldn't write a better script for this. And as everybody has said, this is the greatest comeback, because the mere fact is President Trump was blasted by the left to a point where they overplayed their hand. People weren't buying it anymore because it was just such an over-exaggeration that now they have taken words that should have had some value, like racism or Nazism or Marxism, and watered them down to a man that did nothing but make this country more solid, more prosperous, more secure, and more safe. And now we're going to go back to that.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, I've been watching this Michigan race back and forth while we've been talking here, and it's seesawed back and forth. Donald Trump now is back in the lead, still holding his lead in Pennsylvania, still holding his lead in Wisconsin, still holding his lead in Arizona as well, and we'll watch.
Well, it's still early. It's only 11:52, so we still have a ways to go. Grab your coffee, much more ahead. Chrissy Clark, Jesse Jane, thank you for your thoughtful comments. It is great to see both of you ladies, as always. You know,
thank you.
So much at stake, not just for this nation and, you know, national security, but we talk about global, the war, the world on fire. Donald Trump here, you know, no new wars. And we are watching Michigan, but this blue wall here, we have not heard much from the Kamala campaign. You know,
they don't have anything to say.
Said that she could have moved as of 9:45. There was clearance. Rick Leventhal hosted the Rick Leventhal Report right here, and N2 is going to join us, but no, still very quiet. And I said it's early. I'm somewhat being facetious. It's not early, but it's actually not that late yet. We knew we would be in for a long haul this historic election.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like we're going to get an official decision tonight. That's what I'm hearing, at least, that we may not know for sure until sometime tomorrow. You know, they're still counting votes in many states, and
from the Associated Press,
this
is an election 2024
but it certainly looks like Trump is in a pretty commanding lead. And
we are back to bring you some new AP race call updates. The Associated Press has declared Kamala Harris the winner in 2 states, Oregon and New Mexico. We also have several U.S. Senate calls. The AP has declared Democrat Adam Schiff the winner of the U.S. Senate contest in the state of California. AP has also declared Republican Bernie Moreno winner of the U.S. Senate race in Ohio. So, as a reminder, back to the presidential race, the live voting map is here next to me. The update on the electoral vote totals, 230 for Republican Donald Trump, 192 for Democrat Kamala Harris. Back with me, as always, is Sagar Meghani. So, Sagar, just to go back to our last update, we have North Carolina, that one battleground that's been called for Republican Donald Trump, still the 6 battlegrounds outstanding. These other 2 calls that we just had for Kamala Harris, more of the expected blue states that we were thinking.
More of the same from earlier. North Carolina, of course, not unexpected for the Republican nominee to win North Carolina. You had Barack Obama in 2008, you had Jimmy Carter in 1976. That's really about it for 2 generations of Democrats, but still 16 electoral votes, the first of the battlegrounds that Donald Trump can now claim, looking ahead to those other 6.
What about these Senate calls where we've had winners declared in California and Ohio? Where do these races kind of put us in all that?
This is what Democrats feared. They saw Sherrod Brown, the 3-term senator, as one of the most endangered of them. Keep in mind, a 51-49 Democratic lead in the Senate going into today. That is now, at this moment, 51-49 for the Republicans after you add Justice West Virginia. Angela Alsobrooks won in Maryland, but there are still a few more outstanding. John Tester in Montana, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, 2 Democrats trying to hold on to their seats. The Democrats' best hope right now, can Colin Aldred strip Ted Cruz of his GOP seat in Texas and make this a split chamber once again.
Definitely. Thank you so much. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll have more AP race calls coming your way and election night updates. For now, we will leave you with these live pictures of vote counting as it takes place out in Colorado. Back with you soon.
On the very first day when they handed her the nomination, she should have gone out there, said hello to everybody, answered everyone's questions, told everyone where she stands and where she wants to lead the nation. But she was afraid to do it, and her people were afraid to put her out there because I think they knew that she couldn't handle it.
And the legacy media didn't force her to do it either.
Yeah, they did.
You're right. You're 100% right.
Because
a free and fair press obviously is not something we have here in America right now. We have a propaganda industrial complex, maybe not for long though, and obviously that's why Newsmax, our ratings are soaring, because people know you're getting truth, transparency, just like Elon buying X, and now he is their enemy because he's restored the town square.
Well,
yeah,
I don't know.
He posted about an hour and a half ago. He said game, set, match, Elon Musk. So he's there at Mar-a-Lago.
I know, I'm looking at him.
He's feeling
He's
very
amazing.
confident.
The guy's amazing. He's amazing. And, you know, he is one of the smartest men in the world, richest man in the world. He does build rockets. He did revolutionize the car industry with his Tesla. And maybe we shouldn't all drive electric vehicles, but it's good to have some of them. And it's good to have a guy who's that smart with you to help you make smart decisions for the future of this country.
Χωρίς συντηρητικά.
Doing that? Like, can he really do that? It's remarkable. And, you know, I don't want to repeat myself, but the guy is obviously brilliant.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump's brilliant. And he ran a great campaign, and he put himself out there.
Rick, I'm getting a hard rap here from you. We're going to have you back, though. We got Rick with us throughout the evening. We got to get to a commercial break here. You know how it works.
Pulling an all-nighter, Rick. We're going to take a break.
We got to pay the bills here. All right, don't go anywhere. Our election night coverage continues right here on N2. We'll be right back.
Abraham Lincoln began the war between the states with a single stated purpose: to preserve the Union. So it surprised everyone when in July of 1862, President Lincoln announced his intentions to issue an Emancipation Proclamation to free the Southern slaves. Lincoln was urged to delay his proclamation until the Union Army could boast a battlefield victory. That opportunity came at the Battle of Antietam, when Union forces drove Lee's army out of Maryland. 5 days later, on September 22, 1862, President Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, stating slaves in those areas still in rebellion within 100 days will be freed. This action made slavery the focus of the war and ultimately caused France and England to withdraw their support of the South. An American moment. on Newsmax TV.
We welcome change and openness, for we believe that freedom and security go together. There is one sign the Soviets can make that would be unmistakable, that would advance dramatically the cause of freedom and peace. General Secretary Gorbachev, if you seek peace, if you seek prosperity for the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, if you seek liberalization, come here to this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
All right, welcome back to our election night coverage. John Bachman alongside Bianca De La Garza. We're going to get out to James Rosen, who's at Howard University in Washington, D.C., the Harris campaign watch party. We'll check on the vibes there in just a moment. But we do want to update you on the Senate races across the country and the projection Republicans were expected to take back control of the Senate. It looks like we're getting very close to that type of situation. Let's go ahead and take a look at the map here of these Senate races. And we're going to start in Pennsylvania, where Dave McCormick has opened up a 2-point lead on Bob Casey right now, with 79% of the vote counted so far in Pennsylvania. But again, we are expecting significant delays for the final call in Pennsylvania. And Mike Rogers now has opened up the tiniest of leads in Michigan in that Senate race against Alyssa Slotkin. He has a 0.3 of a percentage point lead there in Michigan. As we move to Wisconsin now, Eric Hovde is very close to getting 50% there. He has almost a 2-point lead on Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent Democrat in that state. And again, we're starting to see maybe some effects of the Donald Trump coattails in a state like Wisconsin and Michigan as well. As we move further west to Montana, another key pickup for Republicans. If they can keep this lead, it looks like they're going to be able to do that. Tim Sheehy is out to a commanding lead from John Tester. Only 15% of the vote is in Montana, but Tim Sheehy, as expected, has opened up a bit of a lead there. Now, as we move down to Arizona, a different story there. We see Ruben Gallego, the Democratic congressman. He has a lead above Kari Lake, 52 to 45%, and there's 54% of the vote in. So there's an overlook of where things stand in these U.S. Senate races. And the balance of power, Republicans do need 51 seats in the United States Senate to gain control. We're also going to see a difference in the leadership in the Senate. There's that hotly contested race to see who's going to replace Mitch McConnell as a GOP Senate leader. So we'll see how that all shakes out if Republicans can maintain these leads.
And I think you also may not have mentioned, too, Bernie Moreno winning.
Yes, in
Ohio. We watched some of his
And Deb Fischer, too, also was just declared the winner in Nebraska, too. So those two pickups. We were talking about the state still open, but Deb Fischer has secured a victory in Nebraska, and Bernie Moreno, as we reported earlier, has secured victory in Ohio. Rick Scott also winning in Florida, too, in a race, and then Ted Cruz in Texas as well. All right, so there's some other victories. You see the red on the map there. Those were the Senate races. Republicans, as expected, picking up some seats tonight.
We want to now go out to our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen, who is at the Kamala watch party at her alma mater, Howard University. We hear the crowds. We don't see them, but they're starting to filter in behind you because they're off to the side there. James, you were saying that there wasn't really there was some anxious, feelings there. Tell us what the sentiment is right now. I know you said after 9:45 she could have come to where this location is.
Right, we've received no additional word from the White House press pool, the group of reporters and photographers who are attached to the Vice President. They have been holding since around 4 p.m. at the Vice President's residence, the U.S. Naval Observatory grounds in Northwest Washington, ever since the Vice President returned from her unannounced visit over to DNC headquarters. And we have not received another update from the White House press pool since 10:18. And
And that was only to say that they were holding and they had no further information. It seems very clear that if Vice President Harris wanted or saw that there was an opportunity to declare victory tonight, she would already have been over here at Howard University. The crowd here has seen how former President Trump has maintained a lead in the Electoral College vote count the entire evening. They have seen on the giant jumbotron that has been broadcasting CNN here that he has maintained these leads in almost all of the battleground states, and that is wearing on this crowd. They've also been standing, I should point out, since around 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Some of these folks have been standing for 7 to 8 hours. Just looking out at the crowd right now, I can tell you it has not thinned out at all. They are assembled in front of Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall here on Howard University, waiting for their candidate. And there's no indication that they're going to be seeing that candidate anytime soon. We also know, by the way, that President Biden, the forgotten man in tonight's balloting, the spectral figure brooding over at the White House, has been making more phone calls. He placed a congratulatory phone call to Angela Brooks, the victorious Democratic Senate candidate in Maryland. And he's also called a number of mayors-elect and governors-elect throughout the evening. But there's no question about it. I've been through previous election nights where, for example, let's say 2012, where President Obama held a commanding Electoral College lead over Governor Mitt Romney the entire evening, and you can see that wear on a crowd. That's sort of what the vibe is here. And frankly, it seems the organizers aren't necessarily liking what they're hearing from the jumbotron that is broadcasting CNN here in the yard at Howard University. We know that because they keep turning off the sound and returning us to the steady diet of hip-hop and rap that you can probably hear behind me right now.
All right, James Rosen, thank you for the ground update there. We'll continue to watch that. And also just in New Mexico is being called for Kamala Harris. Not a huge surprise. Donald Trump had gone to Albuquerque last week to try to see if he could, pick up something there. But again, New Mexico tonight will go Kamala Harris's way.
Yeah, and James reporting there in not any kind of cheers from the crowd. They're not watching intently. One of those things that was expected to happen. Not a big surprise. Right. Some of the results we're getting in other places for Donald Trump. All right, national correspondent Lana Austin is tracking the developments around the country, specifically as it relates to election integrity. She's joining us live now from Washington, D.C. with an update on all of that. Good evening, Alana.
Hi, good evening, John and Bianca. And so, thankfully, according to numerous national security officials, they are saying there is no evidence of tampering with the votes, any type of foreign election interference with the actual vote process, counting those ballots. However, we know there were a number of hoax bomb threats that came in to various polling locations, causing disruptions temporarily, and numerous officials at the state and federal levels tracing that back to Russian domains, but no credible threats at this point.
Έτοιμοι. Δεν φαντάζεστε τι βγήκε. Φανταστικό. Νέα μίνι στρούντελ με λαχταριστή γέμιση φράουλα με κρέμα. Και με αρωματική γέμιση λεμόνι με κρέμα. Και μήλο. Ναι, με κρέμα και κανέλα. Να δίνεις γεύση στη φαντασία. Αυτό σημαίνει φροντίδα. Χρυσή ζύμη. Δεν έτυχε, πέτυχε.
Have a chance at taking control of the House. That still remains to be seen. John and Bianca, good to be with you tonight.
All right, great to be with you as well, Alana, doing a great job for us. Come make sure nothing falls through the cracks tonight. We got it all covered. And I also have an update from my sources at Mar-a-Lago. Apparently, Donald Trump is on the move, head towards the convention center. So we might hear from Donald Trump
With his entourage of Elon and Dana White.
Yes, Elon, Dana White.
It sounds like a bunch of winners, doesn't it?
It does. And we might hear from Donald Trump pretty soon, and he obviously feels more confident about where he stands at this point than Kamala Harris, who James Rosen has reported is not going anywhere.
John's always got the good intel there with his Mar-a-Lago crew. And you know where they'd be going is to where our next guest is, former Speaker of the House in Oklahoma. And Newsmax contributor T.W. Shannon joining us now from West Palm Beach. How's it going, T.W.?
Bianca, it's great. We're here in the convention center. I tell you what, the enthusiasm is still great as the numbers come in. People realize that people are saying no to Kamala Harris' open border. They're saying no to inflation, and they're saying no to endless wars. I just think this is going to be a good night for Donald Trump. I think there's a lot of concern, though, about the House. I don't think we're going to know for 2 weeks. I was looking at a map. We're probably not going to know the outcome of the House of Representatives because the seats that matter, I think it could be 2 weeks before we know about the House. The Senate's looking good for Republicans. I think it's still going to be a good night for the Republicans.
Panning out that way, and we're just waiting to see if these needs hold. As you indicated, TW, it's going to be a while before we know definitively on these places. But again, Trump has about a 2-point lead in Pennsylvania, Michigan, similar story, Wisconsin, similar story, Arizona, similar story. Senate race is a little bit different, though. But TW, I just found out that Donald Trump might be on the move from Mar-a-Lago to the convention center. I know a lot of folks are going to be very excited to see him show up. Have you heard anything? Is there any indication that the situation is changing, the security posture getting a little more strong there at the convention center?
Yeah, you see a lot of movement from Secret Service. People are starting to move to the front of the stage. So I think that anticipation is real. And I think when we get here, what we've seen Donald Trump do that's really amazing, John, he has transformed the Republican Party into the party of the working class man and woman. And what we've seen the Democrats do, they really doubled down on college-educated women. They went all in on abortion. They think that was the target to win. And American people say, we care about inflation, and we care about the border, and those are the issues. But unfortunately, the Democrats went a different direction, and I think they're going to pay the price for it, not just tonight, but I think long-term this is going to be a problem because the Republican Party is now the party of the working class man and woman.
It is.
That's a winning combination.
Even with, you know, the garbage costumes we saw on Halloween, and I saw a picture earlier of someone walking around in the convention center with a hat with the French fries on it, you know, taking the McDonald's, you know, moment. But it really encapsulates a feeling of people saying, like, we're Americans, we will have the country, not the elites, the referendum on establishment Washington. And I love that they were sort of, frankly, more joy in that room that we see than over at Howard University. And they were all about the joy, TW.
No, Bianca, I think you're exactly right. And the problem with the Democrats and the Kamala Harris campaign, they're so tone deaf. They've become the party of the elite, and they don't even know it. I mean, you think about every time they roll out these celebrity endorsements, these are billionaires and millionaires. And, you know, you think about the Barack Obama endorsement where he chastised black men and told us we had to all get in line and vote for Kamala Harris because she's a black woman. What they missed is Barack Obama is no longer the cool guy from the south side of Chicago. He's the rich guy from Martha's Vineyard, and that's a very different model that they're just not used to. They remind me of the Republicans 15 years ago, where Republicans were somewhat out of touch and we didn't know it. Now the Democrats are dealing with that. We are the party of the working class, and that is a winning model long-term for the next 3 elections, I think.
Don't forget Hawaii, because he has neighbors like Oprah and Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, it's not just Martha's Vineyard.
That's right.
And Georgetown. I mean,
have
come
3
on now.
mansions.
And a great Netflix deal. So there you go. Thanks, TW.
And they love to bring up Elon Musk, but he's a different animal. Elon Musk is a cool guy that, you know, relates to the American people in a very different way.
Keep a lookout. John Sources says he's on the move to where you are, TW. So thank you.
Excellent.
Elon Trump.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, Ed Henry joining us now from our New York newsroom. He's been working hard up there, and you know the gang's all back now. We were at the RNC together when you know we saw Donald Trump come out with a bandage in his ear. You know, we didn't know that week that Joe Biden would be kicked off the ticket. Kamala's in, and here we are. What a historic election cycle. And you know what we're watching now truly feels like something that is palpable with a realignment, you could say, but something's going on with Republicans, and it is the working man's party.
Yeah. Memory. You're starting to bring me down memory lane. You know, I'm thinking about all we've been. That's right. The three of us, what we've been through together. But I know you're killing it tonight. Been bouncing back and forth between the channels. We've got a great team. You guys are killing it. And what I think I'm seeing, as I'm sure you are, MatchLab said to us on Newsmax a couple moments ago, look, Republicans have not had a disappointment yet. And I think that sums it up. You look at these Senate races. Ted Cruz is reelected after all of the tens and tens of millions of dollars Chuck Schumer and the Democrats spent. And then one Democrat incumbent senator after another seems to be going down. Ohio, for example. We'll see about the open seat in Michigan. We'll see about the Democrat incumbents in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. But I got to tell you, as I'm looking at this, if Donald Trump is now trending, as you see, as a potential victor, there's a lot more votes to be counted in Michigan. I think Mike Rogers, the Republican, obviously has a pretty darn good shot at winning the open Senate seat. Wisconsin, Donald Trump now taking somewhat comfortable lead, actually, given that these are like 50-50 states with 80% in. A 4-point lead is a lot more than people expected in what the media called a 50-50 race. So it is not there yet, but it feels like Donald Trump is breaking ahead. We see the electoral vote count. Again, a lot more to be counted. We don't want to get ahead of it, but there hasn't been a dramatic loss for the Republicans yet in any of the states like Georgia or North Carolina on the presidential level, or in any of the Senate battles like Ted Cruz. The Republicans so far are on a roll.
All right, Ed, they're telling me I got to thank you. I didn't get to ask a question, unfortunately, but I'll call you the next commercial break. We'll hash it out, I guess. We gotta move on. I guess you gotta get back over to N1.
Well, my boss Aaron said I gotta go back to work.
Okay. All right. You are needed. You are being summoned elsewhere to another studio.
I'm gonna text Ed a meme right now. That's what we do. That's what we just text Ed. We don't even just text memes back. All right. We'll see you soon. All right. Let's welcome in now from the Post Millennial and host of the Ari Hoffman Show, Ari Hoffman, and also back with us, host of Common Sense Central, Dan O'Donnell, two of the original OGs. Been talking to Dan and Ari for a very long time. I think I've known them for close to 10 years, and we got to meet for the first time in Milwaukee at the RNC. So
that was great.
It was a lot of fun to see. I'm going to start with you, Dan. Give us your best assessment of the situation on the ground in your home state of Wisconsin right now.
Well, it seems like Donald Trump is on the cusp of putting this away. There are about 70,000 mail-in votes that are not going to be counted in the city of Milwaukee because of an issue with some vote tabulators. This doesn't seem to be an election integrity issue. But just the seal was broken off of them, and just out of an abundance of caution, about 30,000 ballots were recounted. So we're not going to have the city of Milwaukee's results, and obviously that's overwhelmingly Democratic, until about 3 or 4 in the morning. So it's going to be a long night for me. That said, Trump right now is up 200,000 votes. Even if 100% of the expected ballot dump from Milwaukee goes to Harris, Trump is still comfortably ahead. That's probably also good news for our Senate candidate here, Republican Eric Hubty, who is leading by about 57,000 votes over Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin. I am a little surprised by this. Wisconsin right now looks to be quite possibly the safest of the 3 upper Midwest states for Trump, and could very easily be the one that puts him over the top again, as it did in 2016.
Yeah, if you move that to the column for Donald Trump, things get a lot more interesting for Kamala Harris as well.
They sure do. It's always been so tight in Wisconsin, too, so you're used to having late nights on election night. You know, Ari, let's talk about Michigan as well, because, you know, right now, Mike Rogers is also looking like he's neck and neck, so the Senate also there as well. But her stance comes to Gaza. Sharing different messages depending on where you live. And the Michigan voters, the Arab American, the Muslims in Dearborn, have this sort of, you know, going towards Donald Trump, saying we don't trust her at all.
I think they can see how inauthentic she is. I think they can see that when she's telling different things to different people, she's not the real deal. But as important as that is, and I don't want to take away from it at all, let's not forget all the auto workers who lost jobs because they were sent to other countries. Joe Biden and the Democrats were talking about a Green New Deal, and a whole bunch of those EVs are not being built in the United States of America. They're being sent to other countries. They talked about the Ford Lightning, which Joe Biden was driving. I don't know why you let Joe Biden behind the wheel, but as he's driving that thing, they were shipping the jobs off to Mexico. The average worker in Michigan says enough is enough. When are these jobs going to come back home? Now you factor in what's going on overseas, how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's record overseas has been a colossal disaster on foreign policy. They refunded the Palestinian Authority. They lifted sanctions from Iran. They refunded UNRWA. They have the blood of the October 7th victims on their hands. And I think right now, the people who have relatives in Gaza that are the ones who are suffering under Hamas, under their rule, and don't get to vote in an election like we do, have had enough also.
You're right. The auto workers, Gaza, also the black vote in Detroit as well. I mean, there's a lot of factors playing into Michigan. But here we are, the blue wall. These are must-holds for Kamala Harris. This is probably a nail-biter for her. We haven't seen her, of course.
Out of sight, out of mind, kind of. Not really out of mind, but out of sight for sure. Definitely. All right, thank you, guys. Great to see you as always.
So good to see them.
Dan, have a cup of coffee. It's going to be a late one for you, too.
4 or 5.
All right, we're going to have an after party, too.
What's the thing that we all eat at the RNC? We lost our... What was the cuisine?
The cuisine.
What did we eat? What did we order? Was it bratwurst?
I had a lot of bratwurst.
Okay, there you go.
That Mater's place, which is just, you know, the cool thing about the RNC is they had food inside the compound, so it was great. Anyway, let's welcome in now Bruce Lavelle, Trump campaign surrogate and former small business advocate for the Trump White House. Bruce, he's in Florida, not in Atlanta, where we normally see him, but some of the big news tonight, Bruce, specifically in your home state of Georgia, is how well Donald Trump did with black men in that state. Talk to us about that.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. And I'm really excited. This is number 9 for right now. But listen, I was never worried about Georgia. I did talk to the president twice today. Obviously, I was with him earlier. But also, I saw him in Atlanta, actually over for a rally, Georgia Tech Arena. He asked me again. I said, look, we're going to at least be 2 to 3 points. We're going to win. And you know, the answer to your question on the black man vote, if you want to say, the black male vote that's trending and very strong for President Trump, not just Georgia, but all across the country, is that it's real, you know, and these guys are pretty much fed up. You know, the campaign, as President Trump has challenged, he challenged black culture especially. Look, I ran his diversity coalition. I know this game. He challenged it back in 2016. You know, what the heck you have to lose? And so a lot of these guys are not with Kamala, and they're with Trump. And so it's really going with someone that they knew who he was all along. But, you know, the media, the left media, they went after him and created him to be some kind of racist and all this other stuff. The truth got out that he wasn't, of course. I knew that. And so they're starting to see this. And they're like, you know, he says, are you better off now than you were when I was in office? And they were like, you know, Trump's about that money, man. I'll vote for him. So, yeah, it's a lot of excitement. We're going to deliver Georgia. You see that. I'm very, very confident about that. Extremely.
Bruce, we've seen so much lawfare with Donald Trump. The weaponized government, and Americans see right through it. What is happening in Fulton County? Fonnie Willis, the DA, wins re-election. Now, I know in December there's sort of a hearing to see whether or not she'll lose her, you know, bar license. But tell us about why Fonnie Willis would win a re-election.
Well, you know, listen, it's a very stronghold in her area in Fulton County. You know, I'm very optimistic that obviously that's going to get overturned, obviously, because, listen, the First Amendment, you have the right to challenge, you have the right to ask a question about an election. We all know that. We know that that's going to get thrown out.
From the Associated
Press,
this is an election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg
on President Trump and has avoided.
Welcome back. We are back to bring you some new AP race call updates. The Associated Press has declared Democrat Kamala Harris the winner of the states of Virginia and Hawaii. AP has also made determinations in 3 U.S. Senate contests. Democrats, all of which have resulted in incumbents keeping their seats. They are Republican Ted Cruz in Texas, Democrat Mazie Hirono in Hawaii, and Democrat Amy Klobuchar in Minnesota. Back to the presidential race, again, you can take a look at the live voting map in the screen next to me, with the electoral vote totals now updated to 230 for Donald Trump and 205 for Kamala Harris. We will continue to bring you more AP race calls and election night updates throughout this evening. But for now, we will leave you with a live look at vote counting as it takes place in one of those battleground states, Wisconsin. Back with you soon.
David, I don't know if you've had a chance to check out some of the other networks and how they're covering this, but the recriminations have apparently started. I just saw something from NBC News, and they're on the topic now of, was it the right decision to replace Joe Biden? You know, we're going to talk too about Tim Walz. If these results hold up, you know, Trump has a lead in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. If this holds up, you can talk about, too, the question of her selection of Tim Walz as her VP pick, a guy who was busted basically as a pathological liar throughout the entire campaign. And you think about Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania, would he have been a better pick? And, you know, I had some sources telling me that Josh Shapiro didn't want this job. He treated the interview like he was interviewing Kamala Harris and may have wanted to punt for a better time to run for higher office. I don't know about that. Those are just some of the reports I had. But let's talk about, you know, some of these choices that were made by Kamala Harris to be VP, how she, or who would be her VP, how she ran her campaign, and the results we're seeing now, David.
Well, I mean, again, Joe Biden ran his campaign from the basement in 2020 and took the Oval Office. I think that Kamala was trying to use that same playbook. You know, she was hardly giving speeches. She wasn't giving press conferences. She didn't give any long sit-down, long...
Λοιπόν, αγαπητοί ακροατές, Λοιπόν, αγαπητοί ακροατές στο Hello Πατρίδα, μέλη του Ρεπουμπλικανικού Κόμματος, όπως βλέπετε πλέον φοράω το κόκκινο καπέλο. Είμαστε πάρα πολύ κοντά σε μια σαρωτική εκλογική νίκη. Όπως καταλαβαίνετε, έχουμε φτάσει στο σημείο να είμαστε μπροστά σε όλες τις swing states, πιθανόν πλην της Μινεσότα. Έχουμε μεγάλη διαφορά στην Πενσιλβάνια. Έχουμε μεγάλη διαφορά στην Αριζόνα. Έχουμε διαφορές στο Μίσιγκαν. Έχουμε στο... και πάμε για 300 συν. Εν τω μεταξύ, το πολύ ενδιαφέρον είναι ότι έχουμε κλειδώσει την... με συγχωρείτε, θα κάνω μια διακοπή. Με συγχωρείτε, αλλά όπως καταλαβαίνετε, στο στούντιο γίνεται λίγο πανικός. Είναι θέμα λίγων λεπτών, λίγων ωρών να ανακοινωθεί. Βλέπετε, είμαστε 3 μονάδες μπροστά. Είμαστε σε αριθμό απόλυτων ψήφων 50, είμαστε 200.000 ψήφους μπροστά στην Πενσιλβάνια. Η νοθεία στην Πενσιλβάνια το 20 ήταν 150-200.000. Ακόμα και με την νοθεία δεν μπορούν πλέον να κάνουν τίποτα. Έχει τελειώσει. Είμαστε σε μια ενσωμάτωση 86%. Όμως έχουμε το στατιστικά αδύνατο να πρέπει να συμβεί το ίδιο πράγμα στο Wisconsin, στο Michigan, στη Georgia και στην Αριζόνα. Στο Electoral College είμαστε ήδη στο 248 και με 4 πολιτείες ακόμα μπορούμε άνετα να ξεπεράσουμε το 300. Το 270 αυτή τη στιγμή δεν το φοβάμαι. Θα δούμε και άλλα μέσα. Θα αλλάξουμε και καρτέλα. Σε λίγο θα έχουμε δηλώσεις από όλα τα στελέχη μας. Περιμένουμε επίσημα να κλειδωθεί. Δεν πιστεύω η Καμάλα να βγει να κάνει δήλωση αποδοχής της σύστασης. Αν το κάνει θα εκπλαγώ. Αλλά και αυτό δεν έχει καμία σημασία. Δεν ήτανε μικρή διαφορά και κυρίως αποδείχθηκε ότι όλοι οι δημοσκόποι υποεκτίμησαν το Ρεπουμπλικανικό κόμμα. Και το λέω έτσι πάρα πολύ σεμνά και ταμεινά. Κοινώς μας θάβανε, αλλά αποδείχθηκε ότι δεν ανταποκρίνονταν τα όσα λέγανε στην αλήθεια. Ξέρανε αυτή την αλήθεια, αλλά την κρύβανε από τον κόσμο. Γιατί? Διότι θέλανε... Τζόρτζια, βλέπω εδώ είμαστε 130.000 ψήφους μπροστά, δεν αλλάζει, με 96% ενσωμάτωση. Οι προβλέψεις του ελληνικού παραρτήματος αποδεικνύονται 100% αληθείς. Δεν φοβόμαστε πλέον. Πάμε σε μια σαρωτική νίκη. Ναι, βλέπουμε στη Τζόρτζια τώρα περίπου 120-130.000 ψήφους, 96% ενσωμάτωση δεν μπορεί να αλλάξει. Δηλαδή και μια πολύ μπλε πολιτεία, θα δούμε κομιτεία να έρθει, δεν αλλάζει κάτι. Σίγουρα δεν θα έχουμε την οθεία που είχαμε το 20. Και ένας λόγος που δεν είχαμε την οθεία είναι ότι το νέο Ρεπουμπλικανικό κόμμα με τη νέα ηγεσία του Μάικλ Βότλεϊ, την οποία εργαστήκαμε εμείς οι Ρεπουμπλικανοί στο εξωτερικό πάρα πολύ στενά. Έχουμε κάνει πάρα πολλές βιντεοκλήσεις με τον πρόεδρο του Μάικλ και την Λάρα, τη συμπρόεδρο του κόμματος, την νύφη του Ντόναλντ Τραμπ. Θα σας αφήσω λίγο στη ροή, διότι σε λίγο πιστεύουμε ότι μισή ώρα, μία ώρα, νομίζω θα έχει κλειδώσει το θέμα των αμερικανικών εκλογών. Σαν επιστέγασμα θα ήθελα να πω ότι αυτό οφείλεται σε χρόνια σκληρής δουλειάς, ακόμα και πριν από τις εκλογές του 20, από όλα τα στελέχη της πρώτης γραμμής του Ρεπουμπλικανικού κόμματος. Wisconsin είναι κοντά, χαμηλή ενσωμάτωση ακόμα, αλλά πιστεύουμε ότι θα πάρθει και το Wisconsin. Αρκεί μια-δύο πολιτείες να πάρουμε και τελείωσε το θέμα. Δεν χρειάζεται να τις πάρουμε όλες. Αντίθετα, η κυρία Χάρις πρέπει να τις πάρει όλες. Οπότε, επειδή άκουσα σε κάτι ελληνικά κανάλια κάτι τύπους να προβλέπουν ότι ακόμα μπορεί να το κερδίσει, εντάξει, πρέπει να αρχίσει να ανατέλει ο ήλιος από τη δύση για να συμβεί αυτό. Νομίζω ότι σχεδόν έχει τελειώσει. Απλά είναι θέμα υπομονής για να το ξανά βλέπουμε. Πενσιλβάνια, λίγο αυξήθηκε η διαφορά. Πήγε στις 140.000 ψήφους. Φαίνεται είναι κανονική η ροή των αποτελεσμάτων. Συγχωρείτε, κοιτούσα παλιά καρτέλα. Ζητώ συγγνώμη. 2.48-2.13 αυτή τη στιγμή. Η κυρία Χάρις δεν έχει τίποτα ιδιαίτερα να περιμένει. Θα συνεχίσουμε με τη ροή του προγράμματος και θα δούμε πώς θα εξελιχθεί μετά.
Who are using this contempt language towards America. It doesn't say, well, it's okay to attack a candidate. I think Governor Huckabee was spot on tonight when he says, you start going after the American people, and people are going to say, do we really want to vote for you?
And that's one thing, too. I mean, it's one thing to criticize people and the supporters in the heat of the moment in the campaign, but what we're seeing now is that after the results, too, a lot of the left-wing media are criticizing the American public because they want closed borders. And they're electing Donald Trump. And it's going to be interesting to see if, again, if these leads hold up, how the left-wing media, who's been so negative, calling Trump supporters Hitler and Nazis, how they handle?
Θα προσπαθήσουμε τώρα να συνδεθούμε με Αμερική. Θα καλέσουμε τον Νίκο το Σταματάκη.
Donald Trump is on his way to the convention center, and we do expect him to speak sometime in the near future. Stay with us for that.
When Rosa Parks stepped on that Montgomery, Alabama bus on December 1st, 1955, she didn't set out to make history. She just wanted to get home. Montgomery's segregated buses had divided seating, white passengers in front, colored passengers in the back. When the bus driver needed more seats for his white passengers, he ordered her and 3 others to vacate their seats. The others complied and moved. But Rosa quietly refused and was quickly arrested. Working alongside Dr. Martin Luther King, Rosa's arrest sparked a highly effective citywide protest with African Americans boycotting city buses. Rosa's protest and resulting boycott didn't end segregation, but it sparked a movement that ended the racial system, paving the way for a more equal society. You're watching An American Moment.
All right, great to have you back with us. And a look at the crowd at the Palm Beach Convention Center in West Palm Beach. Donald Trump is somewhere between Mar-a-Lago and that location right there. We do expect him to speak at some point tonight. I'm losing track of time. It's 12:35 here on the East Coast. We're going to be with you for the next little bit, at least until, I think, till 2 a.m. We're standing by waiting for some of these results to check in. While we wait for Donald Trump, let's talk about these Senate races, because this is also going to be critical for the way the country looks for the next 4 years. All right, or at least for the next couple years until we see the next election cycle. All right, let's start with Pennsylvania here, and we see Bob Casey, the incumbent there, losing right now to Dave McCormick. We have 83% of the votes in so far, and Dave McCormick has just about a little over a 1-point lead over Bob Casey. Remember, a lot of the polls had Bob Casey winning this race, Republicans outperforming the polls in Pennsylvania. As we move to Michigan, Mike Rogers still has about a 1-point lead over Alyssa Slotkin there. The Democrat in this race, Mike Rogers, well, we used to be in the House. Alyssa Slotkin is a current member of the U.S. House, both duking it out for that crucial Senate seat in Michigan. Mike Rogers has a lead there now with 62% of the vote in. We move a little bit west to Wisconsin, and Eric Hovde challenging Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat incumbent there. Hovde has about a 2-point lead there over Tammy Baldwin, so that would be another Republican pickup. And you look at Montana, another key state for control of the Senate. Tim Sheehy, the challenger there, is beating John Tester by almost 20 points. So a significant lead there for John Tester, or for Tim Sheehy over John Tester. And then some of the other races that have already been called: Nebraska, Missouri, Tennessee. Marsha Blackburn, who you see a lot here on Newsmax and N2, she has won re-election there. In Mississippi, Roger Wicker has won re-election. Ted Cruz in a hotly contested battle. This was supposed to be close, remember. There was a lot of money spent on this race by Democrats, but Colin Allred was not able to, he lost by almost 10 points in that race. Rick Scott also, this was supposed to be a little bit closer than this. Rick Scott just absolutely trounced Debbie Mucarsel Powell. Trouble pronouncing her last name there, but he had just absolutely trucked her there in that state, a resounding win. Also a pickup for Republicans in West Virginia. Jim Justice, the governor of that state, once upon a time, he will be going to the U.S. Senate, and so will his dog, his bulldog, Baby Doll, which will be a nice addition. That should be fun to see that in the Senate. And then Bernie Moreno picking up Ohio, defeating the incumbent there, Sherrod Brown, another big pickup for Republicans. And what this all means now is Republicans have gained control of the United States Senate, according to Decision Desk HQ. They have an advantage of 2 seats right now, but we're still waiting on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Montana. And if all those go the way they are trending right now, Republicans could have as much as a 6-seat lead in the U.S. Senate.
Pretty incredible. We're also watching Pennsylvania and Erie County. Fetterman had said this afternoon that if Donald Trump was to get Erie County, and it does look like he did, that's, you know, also big. Certain pockets of where we're looking at some of these races and the numbers that are coming in. Let's bring in our very next guest, President of the American Principles Project, Terry Schilling. Terry, great to see you. We hear Donald Trump may be on his way to where you are with Elon Musk, Dana White, and sort of his entourage there. And perhaps Kamala's camp is telling folks, go home, she's not coming out. So signaling something maybe afoot where you are.
Listen, I can barely hear you guys, but I can tell you that this crowd is electric. They just called Georgia here at the victory party. It's looking great across the board. What I'm paying attention to right now is Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. If we win either one of those states, we're going to cruise to victory. And Donald Trump gets so much credit because he never backed down. He kept fighting, and we wouldn't be here today without him.
Yeah, Terry, you know, there was a lot of talk, too, a concern among evangelicals that they weren't going to show up to vote for Donald Trump. This is a historical trend we've seen in the past. A lot of evangelical Christians just simply stay home. Talk about the appeal that Donald Trump has to the evangelicals who did show up to vote and the inroads he's been able to make with that community.
Well, listen, I know the Christian community very well. I'm part of it. And we're concerned about so many things that Democrats pose a major threat. We're concerned about putting men in our daughters' sports, men in our daughters' private spaces. And we're concerned about what they're teaching our kids in schools. And Donald Trump has made these three things central to his platform. And so the evangelical voters, I won't be surprised if it comes out that this has been the largest evangelical turnout in American political history.
As we look at the stage here, and I don't know who is on stage. It looks like a Trump impersonator, kind of. But are we going to see? We got to wonder if we're going to see Elon Musk speak tonight. Are we going to see Tulsi Gabbard, Robert Kennedy? Are we? You know, what is this? What is this scene going to look like? And is Donald Trump going to declare victory? Because it's a little too early to do that right now. But the Trump campaign has to be very confident about where they stand.
Look, I think everyone here feels good. I think the Trump team has to feel good. These numbers are very promising. I do think that Elon Musk will probably make an appearance tonight. We know that he's at Mar-a-Lago with the president watching the results, and that's very good for my children because I promised them that if Donald Trump won the presidential election, I would get a Cybertruck. So congratulations, Bobby, Max, and Peter, and Tucker. You're getting the Cybertruck, guys.
Wow, that was a tough bet to make.
Christmas comes early.
Yeah, I met your beautiful daughter at the RNC, Terry. You're a great family man. It is about values, voting your values, but I think also leaders that have character. Donald Trump's family that we saw, they're at Mar-a-Lago as well. He had him on the trail, but the children he's raised, Barron, you know, versus, you know, the character of these other candidates. I think a lot of people are looking at that as well, and we've seen people pray for Donald Trump. We need to pray for our leaders, and we need to pray and make sure that they have good moral compass because their directions and their choices impact us on so many levels, a multitude, be it national or foreign policy issues.
No, that's exactly right. And look, I think you can tell a lot about a man by what his children think of him and how his children turn out. And if you look at Donald Trump's kids, it's very clear that he's been a very good father. They love him with all their heart. And also, they all turn out pretty successful. But we do need to pray for our leaders. These battles that we're in, it's not just politics and winning the elections. It's spiritual, it's personal, it's everything. And we do need to pray for these guys because they're getting attacked left and right.
All right, Terry Schilling, always great to see you. Enjoy that Cybertruck.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
Thank you so much. Obviously, the mood in different rooms. You know, we're looking at the mood there in West Palm Beach versus James Rosen, who is at Howard University. Let's bring in our very next guest to talk about what we are seeing as the night goes forward now. Morning. We're past midnight. GOP strategist, former New York Senate candidate Joe Pinion. Also Newsmax contributor Chrissy Clark. Great to see you both with us. Thanks for spending the night here. Chrissy, I'll start with you. Female voters also may not have turned out for Kamala Harris.
That's a deal.
Breaking news. Sorry, we want to go out to Washington right now and listen in to Cedric.
I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Well, you hear some cheers there, but those are not the cheers that they were expecting maybe to hear tonight. And you notice there is no VP seal on the podium. That's something that she's kind of been her signature when she shows up to speak. The vice presidential seal is on the podium. Cedric Richmond, former congressman there, speaking on behalf of Kamala Harris, promising an appearance tomorrow. But again, that's not the rhetoric you hear from a campaign that feels confident about their position, talking about that there are still votes that need to be counted, and they are down in all of those blue wall states right now.
Yeah, and it's still, I mean, it's getting late, 12:44, so I guess the time is now for if they're going to let people go home and let them know, and they are going home indeed, as you see the crowd there,
and just
filtering out of Howard University.
Again, just looking at Pennsylvania, again, too soon to call the state, of course, but when you look at Monroe County right now, a county, this is actually where my dad grew up, and I spent a lot of time there as a kid. It used to be a very rural area. It's become more of a bedroom community for New York City, but it's moved progressively left over and over the years. But Donald Trump is now winning there, not by much, by half a point, but he is still winning. And that's a county that Joe Biden won handily back in 2020. And this has been the story on a very granular level all night. These counties that Joe Biden had won crucial places in 2020, Kamala Harris has not been able to put together the same kind of victory, at least not yet. And again, Pennsylvania, 87% of the votes have been counted. We're still going to, we're still planning a long process here before we learn more about that, but it's just one of those counties that we've been watching very closely all night. And as you watch the Harris supporters head home for the evening, much different scene in West Palm Beach, where they are waiting, and I think we're going to hear from Donald Trump very soon. In the meantime, let's bring in Joe Pinion and Christy Clark. They are back with us. So first, Christy, let me get your reaction to what we're seeing there in Washington, D.C., and what we just heard from Cedric Richmond. No word from Kamala Harris tonight. Not a good sign for her, I have to guess.
It's incredibly disappointing for the people that came out there to support her, but also I do see that there is the general sentiment was that when Biden stepped down, there was going to be just a surge of young people going out to the polls to go vote for Kamala Harris. And I think what we can see from the early polling, it indicates that that just wasn't the case. Young people are still disaffected by the two-party system. They're still disaffected by everything that's going on in Washington, D.C., whether it be a Republican or a Democrat. So they didn't turn out to vote for Kamala Harris, and that should be an indication to the Democratic Party of what they need to do next time.
And Joe, we see on some of the exit polls low black turnout they're seeing in swing states like Pennsylvania and Michigan. And obviously the party in this room here at West Palm Beach shows the real excitement. But there has been sort of a sense of the connection with all sorts of blocks of voters that Kamala was struggling with.
Yes, I think they believed that Kamala Harris could just show up with not a single vote cast in her name and inherit the Obama coalition. And it turns out that people didn't think it was a good idea to have a nominee that no one chose then after they basically canceled the primary to protect Joe Biden, a man that was called an old man with poor memory. And so they're sending everybody home. Shades of the Jacob Javits Center. That is not what you do when you believe you're on the pathway to victory.
True.
It's what you do when you realize your candidate can't find the words to realize that after Hillary Clinton became the first candidate to lose, she's on the path right now, if these numbers hold up, in that once famous blue wall.
But come on, she likes hard work. Hard work is good work. That and the middle-class family. I mean, these talking points didn't resonate.
Yeah, but you have to do. You
Not
have
a lot of joy in that room.
Exactly.
The joy is gone, and I think the reality is Americans didn't want joy; they wanted jobs. And President Trump had 7 million new jobs pre-COVID. President Trump had the lowest unemployment for Black Americans while he was president. So these are the facts. And they thought that they were in a pre-2020 America. They were not. They were in a post-2020 America where PTA moms were put on terrorist watch lists, the border was overrun, and they started basically chaos abroad between Gaza and Europe and the South China Sea.
That October jobs report, too, of 12,000 was just another nail in the coffin, too.
Let's we're going to tell Chrissy and Joe to stand by. We'll get back to them in a little bit. We're going to be up late tonight. I guess I should say this morning. But let's get out to James Rosen, who is joining us from Howard University and what once was the Harris Watch Party, but it is not a party anymore, James.
And there's not much left to watch here as the crowd is now dispersing, having been informed by Cedric Richmond, the influential former congressman and former director under President Biden of the White House Office of Public Engagement, who came out and spoke briefly to this crowd, some of which had already begun dispersing, and told them in remarks that lasted only 3 to 4 minutes to go home, that they would not be hearing from Vice President Harris tonight, that they will hear from her tomorrow. It was an extraordinary moment, and you could just sense the disappointment in this extraordinary crowd that turned out here. There were several thousand people here as of, say, 4 p.m., and the crowd grew and grew. And a lot of these people were standing on their feet literally for 7 to 8 consecutive hours. And it's baffling to this reporter, having covered presidential politics for the better part of 3 decades now, why the vice president didn't come here and reward that loyalty and, frankly, that suffering from her supporters. There would have been very little to lose for the vice president simply to appear and to say briefly that the votes are still being counted, to thank these supporters for their faith and to urge them to keep the faith and stay tuned. Even if she had spoken in advance of former President Trump, as long as she didn't declare victory, she would have been on terra firma. And instead, I think it's safe to say that the vice president and her campaign have left a very bitter taste in the mouth of the supporters who showed up here tonight, who waited patiently for their candidate to appear, who stood on their feet for 7 to 8 consecutive hours, and who had to go home empty-handed, in a sense. To be sure, the actual results of the balloting were already casting a pall on the party atmosphere here, but it was extremely, I think, disappointing to these supporters that the vice president not only turned out to be a no-show, but didn't even appear via video, didn't phone into this crowd. Remember how many times we saw presidents before President Trump became the first sitting president to visit the March for Life rallies, the anti-abortion rallies in Washington? How many years we saw presidents call in to those rallies? She could have done that as well. So it's baffling to see, but nonetheless, the crowd is just about gone at this point, and life will return to normal here in the yard of Howard University outside Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall. John?
It's not even phoning it in tonight for watch party. All right, James Rosen, maybe James can get out of there. Well, at least one of us can have an earlier night.
Well, thank you, Jay. Excellent reporting as always. And she'll take some heat, but also we should note Donald Trump is heading to his supporters.
I am never the same, but I am always myself. Paradox Virtual Flower, the new refillable fragrance by Prada.
and called some states, but she'll get heat from that. But Donald Trump is going to show his face, not even just call it in. He's reportedly on his way, perhaps even with Elon Trump, over to the West Palm Beach Convention Center. So we're watching that.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
They were talking. There was a picture of Elon Musk and Dana White and Donald Trump sitting down, huddled up at Mar-a-Lago tonight, and the caption was, "Which government agency are we cutting first?" You know, Elon has, he has the Department of Government Efficiency, and that's really what he wants to do. He thinks he can cut $2 trillion from the federal budget.
Yeah. Well, he's done quite a few things in his life as far as outside of Washington and in business, so I'm sure he'd have some fun doing that, and probably to the benefit of many Americans. All right, let's bring in our very next panel as we wait for Donald Trump possibly to show up at the festivities there. Former New York Congresswoman and board member of the Independent Women's Forum, Nan Hayworth, with us. Also, the national affairs reporter at the National Review, John Fund. Welcome into you both. Thanks for staying with us. We know it's getting a little bit late, but we knew it would be.
Great to be with you.
All right. Kamala Harris, James Rosen, really hammering the point that these people were on their feet. They were outside. They were waiting. She could have done something, if not physically, called, video. Nan, why do you think she didn't come out to do it? Obviously, we think we know why, but Donald Trump's going to at least show some face this evening.
Yeah. Well, President Trump's had a really great night.
Congressman, Nan, can we just stop you real quick? Dave McCormick is stepping out on the stage right now, who's running for Senate in Pennsylvania. He has a lead there. Let's listen in and see if he's going to make a victory speech here.
What a great group of friends. We are so honored to have you all here today. And how about my wife, Dina Powell? So to say that Dina and I are partners in this whole thing, and I wouldn't have done it without her, is an understatement. She is, this is something we decided to do together, something that we felt honored to try to do. It was a mountain to climb, and none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina. And now I want to just ask the question, who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over, but about 85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer. Two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away, and we got to get it back for every single Pennsylvanian and every single American. And we need new leadership. We need new leadership in the Senate to make sure that every single kid in Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it. And so, listen, in the coming days, the election results will be finalized. And when they are, we will look forward to a new agenda, a new America. And we'll look back on this day today, and we'll say that was the day that we turned the corner. That was the day that we had new leadership in Pennsylvania. That was the day that we got our country back on track. And, you know, some of you know, I think most of you probably know, I had the opportunity to go to West Point, and my brother went to West Point, and my mom and dad went with us to West Point for 8 years in a row. And they hadn't gone back for 35 years, and we took them back last fall. And with Dina's parents as well, and we walked past the MacArthur statue, and it has a very famous speech etched in granite. And the speech says, duty, honor, country. Those three hallowed words reverently dictate what you ought to be, what you can be, what you will be. They are your rallying point to build courage when courage seems to fail, to regain faith when there seems little cause for faith, and to create hope when hope becomes forlorn. And that makes sense to me because this is a moment where we don't have enough leaders showing courage. This is a moment where Americans are losing faith. This is a moment where America is losing hope. But we can turn that page. We can look forward. We can have an America that works for everybody. It starts now. It starts with this election. It starts right here in Pennsylvania. And so, from the bottom of our hearts, we have been so honored to campaign across Pennsylvania. 450 visits in every little town, in every city. And the people we've met along the way have given us hope. They've given us faith. They've given us courage to want to represent and serve the great people of our Commonwealth. It'll be the honor of our lifetimes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Pennsylvania, somewhat of a celebratory speech. We won't call it a victory speech yet, but he's got to be feeling very good about where things stand. Let's welcome back in our panel Nan Hayworth and John Fund to talk more about this. Back to you, Nan. Just give us your thoughts on this race and a guy like Bob Casey potentially going down in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. It's been a remarkable saga of everyday Americans confronting, I think, I'm very much unlike, thank goodness for Newsmax, thank goodness for places like Newsmax too, but everyday Americans confronting, finally, with their votes, the machine that has been arrayed against them, against their common sense, against their pocketbooks, against their values. And President Trump was able to make, it seems, the New York Times Needle now has him at a 95% chance of winning the entire thing, the election tonight. But President Trump has brought together a movement of diverse demographics, Americans who felt left behind, who the Democrat Party and their nominee, who never made it through a primary process, who was appointed, was going to be installed, and they said no, we're not doing that. And Bob Casey was a part of that very ungenuine. When he said he cared about the people of Pennsylvania, he still voted. I don't know, must have been at least 95% of the time with the Democrats who were oppressing the people in his own state. And John Fetterman said it. He said from the beginning Donald Trump is going to win. So I think that's what we're seeing, and I rejoice in it.
And John, when you see Bob Casey running ads.
Λοιπόν, είμαστε στο παρατσάκ, έτσι. Κωνσταντίνε, μας ακούς? Κωνσταντίνε. Λοιπόν, όλοι υποθέτω ότι έχουμε πάρει τους καφέδες μας στα χέρια. Είμαστε λίγο πριν την επίσημη ανακοίνωση. Περιμένουμε τον Donald Trump. Βλέπω η εξέδρα στείνεται στο Mar-a-Lago. Έχουμε εκεί το Solomon Hugh, τον πρόεδρο της οργάνωσης. Και πιστεύω ότι είναι θέμα λεπτών για την ανακοίνωση του αποτελέσματος. Δεν μπορεί να αλλάξει μαθηματικά πλέον, τελείωσε. Η Καμάλα έχει εξαφανιστεί και τώρα είναι η ώρα η δική μας. Είναι 4 χρόνια και ίσως και παραπάνω, γιατί πλέον το αφήγημα της woke ατζέντας κατακριμνίστηκε. Κωνσταντίνε, welcome to the show. Μαζί μας είναι, για να κλείσουμε την εκπομπή, είναι ο Γιάννης ο Παπαγιάννης. Να δώσουμε λίγο ήχο στον Γιάννη. Γιάννη, σε ακούμε. Ναι, σε ακούμε. Υπάρχει ένα θέμα επιστροφής, το ξέρεις. Θα είσαι λίγο υπομονή, θα βάζεις και θα βγάλεις. Κωνσταντίνε, περιμένουμε να σε ακούσουμε.
Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Λοιπόν, πώς το είδες εσύ έτσι, ως, όχι ακριβώς τρίτος, διότι είσαι επιτιμωμένος του κόμματος. Σήμερα δεν φοράω το καπελάκι του chapter, διότι ήξερα ότι θα το φορέσεις εσύ. Έχουμε 3 διαφορετικά καπέλα. Κόκκινο άσπρο. Δεν έχουμε το μαύρο, το dark maker. Αλλά θα το διορθώσουμε σύντομα αυτό.
Καλά, τα μαύρα άστα σήμερα για τους liberals, άστα για τους δίθεν προοδευτικούς, άστα για όλους εκείνους και εκείνες που θεωρούσαν ότι ο δυτικός πολιτισμός θα τους κάνει τη χάρη να αυτοκτονήσει. Αδέλφια, το πρώτο πράγμα που...
Στο Μαξίμου έχουν φορέσει και εκεί τα μαύρα.
Ναι, αυτό. Στο Μαξίμου έχουν φορέσει τα μαύρα, στο πρώην κανάλι που εργαζόμουν στον Sky.
Τώρα μόλις μας πήραν από το Sky, εγώ τους ανακοίνωσα ότι δεν δίνουμε συνεντεύξεις στο Sky. Νομίζω ότι μετά τέτοιο το βρυσίδι που έχουμε ακούσει όλα αυτά τα τελευταία χρόνια, όχι, δεν θα πάρουμε. Δεν μας ενδιαφέρει.
Μου έλεγε μια φίλη μου ότι σε έχουν πάρει από τον αντένα να βγεις λιάγκα, κάτι τέτοιο σήμερα. Εγώ πιστεύω πραγματικά ότι θα έπρεπε να βγαίνεις.
Στο λιάγκα θα βγω. Θα βγούμε μετά.
Νομίζω γενικά ότι καλό είναι να βγεις. Και εδώ και στον Sky, δηλαδή, βγες για να τους βρίσεις. Βγες για να τους ταχώσεις. Είναι μοναδική ευκαιρία αυτό το πράγμα.
Έχουμε 4 χρόνια. 4 ολόκληρα χρόνια. Θα βαρεθούν να μας ακούνε.
Κοίτα, μακάρι. Το πρώτο πράγμα το οποίο πρέπει να πούμε είναι επειδή έχουμε μιλήσει ξανά και το ραδιόφωνο και με τον ότι οι προβλέψεις για landslide win τελικά βγήκαν απολύτως
Κοίταξε, Κωνσταντίνε, το είπαμε. Εγώ έλεγα ότι δεν υπάρχει τίποτα κάτω από 300. Και μου λέγανε ότι...
Ναι, το έχεις πει και 2 φορές στην εκπομπή μου αυτό. Το έχεις πει 2 φορές στην εκπομπή μου. Δηλαδή, εδώ πέρα πρέπει να αρχίσουμε πλέον να κοιτάμε το ποιοι όντως κάνανε τις προβλέψεις και ποιοι σήμερα πέφτουν μέσα σε αυτό το αποτέλεσμα. Και ο Τζόναθαν είναι αυτό που λέει, το βλέπεις, το έπαιξες.
Το έλεγα από τον Ιούνιο. Και δεν ήταν θέμα Καμάλα ή Biden ή οτιδήποτε. Είναι θέμα πολιτικής. Δηλαδή, να σταματήσουμε τους ατελείωτους πολέμους. Να σταματήσουμε αυτό τον παραλογισμό που μας οδηγεί αυτό το φιλελεύθ καθεστώς. Το οποίο έχει απλώς τα πλοκάμια του σε όλη την Ευρώπη. Τέρμα πια. Βαρεθήκαμε. Το είδαμε τώρα.
Φαίνεται ότι οι Αμερικανοί έχουν αυτό το ένστικτο της αυτοσυντήρησης. Μιλούσα πριν με
είναι αυτό που λέμε, είμαστε Αμερικανοί, όχι Αμερικανάκια.
Μιλούσα πριν με αρχισυντάκτρια εκπομπής στην τηλεόραση και μου έλεγε, μου λέει το κύμα του συντηρητισμού. Λέω, δεν είναι συντηρητισμός, είναι αυτοσυντήρηση. Εγώ πιστεύω ότι πρέπει να ψήφισαν Τραμπ και πολλοί άνθρωποι οι οποίοι δεν αυτοχαρακτηρίζονται συντηρητικοί. Οι οποίοι απλά θέλουν αυτά τα οποία κληρονομήσαμε από τους γονείς μας και τους παππούδες μας και τα οποία ενδεχομένως θέλουμε να δώσουμε στα παιδιά μας. Πράγματα για τα οποία έχουμε εργαστεί, πράγματα τα οποία αγαπάμε, πράγματα τα οποία δηλώνουν την αξιοπρέπειά μας συνολικά, να τα υπερασπιστούμε. Είναι αυτό που είπε χθες ο Κωνσταντίνος, ότι έκανα σε κάποια στιγμή ένα post και λέω σήμερα ο δυτικός πολιτισμός παίζει τα αρέστα. Πραγματικά πιστεύω από την καρδιά μου και το ανέφερε στην ο Κωνσταντίνος Ρέιβα, ότι αισθάνεται έτσι και αυτό, διότι πρόκειται τελικώς για το last stand. Ήταν ένα άλαμο, ένα μεσολόγιο. Η μόνη διαφορά ότι αυτή τη φορά νικήσαμε. Εάν είχε περάσει, λέω, ήταν ένα last stand, ήταν ένα άλαμο, ήταν ένα μεσολόγγι, με τη μόνη διαφορά ότι αυτή τη φορά νικήσαμε. Δεν χάσαμε για την τιμή των όπλων. Και αυτή η νίκη θα έχει κατακλυσμιαίες επιπτώσεις σε όλο τον πλανήτη.
Καταρχάς...
Ως εκ τούτου...
Ελεύθερη.
Ναι, η πολιτική ορθότητα...
Είμαστε στον αέρα.
Ναι.
Λοιπόν, όταν στις 3 η ώρα, φίλε, που βγαίνανε τα πρώτα αποτελέσματα από North Carolina και είχε βγει το 4 περίπου τα 100 της ενσωμάτωσης της North Carolina 5 και η Κάμαλα Χάρις ήταν 50 ενάντια του Τραμπ, η αλήθεια είναι ότι με έλουσε κρύος υδρότας. Εν τω μεταξύ, έκανα το λάθος να μπω σε κάποια στιγμή CNN και να πω ότι δίνουν την Πενσιλβάνια στους δημοκρατικούς. Οπότε στις 3:30-4 η ώρα...
Και κάποια στιγμή δίνανε και το Μιζούρι.
Πλάκα μου κάνει, αυτό δεν το είδα, να σου πω την αλήθεια.
Ναι, ναι.
Εγώ θα παραδεχθώ στον κόσμο που μας βλέπει ότι κοιμήθηκα 3 ώρες. Κοιμήθηκα από τις 4 μέχρι τις 7. Όταν λοιπόν γύρω στις 4 η ώρα, εκεί 3:30-4 η ώρα, βλέπω να δίνουν ότι η Πενσιλβάνια σπάει και πάει κάμαλα και ότι είμαστε πίσω στην North Carolina, φίλε, να σου πω κάτι. Νομίζω ότι ένιωσα χειρότερα από όσο ένιωσα όταν...
Ναι, μόλις δόθηκε και η Νεβάδα.
Όταν
δεν ήταν λευκό.
Μια επισήμανση εδώ.
Ναι.
Κωνσταντίνε.
Καλημέρα, φίλε, κατά πρώτον.
Καλημέρα. Και να πούμε...
Ο Παπαγιάννης είναι από τον ίδιο κόμμα που ήσουν. Κατέβαινε στη θεσπρωτεία.
Το ξέρω τον άνθρωπο.
Κωνσταντίνε, πρώτα απ' όλα να πούμε συγχαρητήρια, γιατί είσαι ένας από τους τριμμένους, θα λέγαμε, στα δάχτυλα των δύο χεριών πολιτικά πρόσωπα με σθένος, με θάρρος βγήκες και υποστήριζες το ορθό, την κοινή λογική, του Τραμπ. Αλλά ήθελα να πω πάνω σε αυτό που είπες, ότι στέλνωσε κρύος υδρότας σε 3,5 ώρα περίπου για την Πενσιλβάνια. Χαρακτηρολογώντας από όλα, όντως ισχύει. Επειδή παρακολουθούσα ερχόμενο στο Sky, θα μου πεις για ποιο λόγο το παρακολουθούσα. Το παρακολουθούσα για να βγάλω κάποια συμπεράσματα. Στις 3,5 ώρα, όταν είχε περάσει προς την Κάμαλα Χάρις στην Πενσιλβάνια, σία κοσιόνι, σε ύψος είτε περίληπο, μπορεί να βλέπετε ότι είναι μια, όμως από το στρατόπεδο των δημοκρατικών, είναι πραγματικά απεσιόδοξη και δεν θα την κερδίσουν την Πενσιλβάνια. Εκεί με τον φίλο μου, τον Γιώργο, που ήμασταν μέσα στο αυτοκίνητο, λέμε εντάξει, ηρεμούμε, η Πενσιλβάνια θα επιλύσει το Τραμπ. Και έτσι έγινε. Και έτσι εμείς εξαιτίας της σχέσης του.
Είναι θέμα λεπτών. Να σας διακόψω για τους δύο. Να σας διακόψω, ναι. Για το Wisconsin είμαστε 4 μονάδες μπροστά. Είναι θέμα λεπτών. Τώρα ανεβαίνει ο Τάκερ Κάρλσον. Θα διακόψουμε σε λίγο. Μόλις κάνει δηλώσεις ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ, όπως καταλαβαίνετε, και θα επανέλθουμε. Απλά είμαι stand-by. Δεν ξέρω αν το βλέπετε εσύ.
Τι ωραία που ακούγεται ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ.
Μα είναι ο πρόεδρος μας και ήταν πάντα. Και μπορεί το 2020 να κλέψανε, αλλά αυτή τη φορά το κάναμε τόσο μεγάλο, τόσο μεγάλη προσέλευση που δεν μπορούσαν να κλέψουν τόσο πολύ.
Είναι πιο σημαντικό για μένα από το 2020, διότι αυτή τη φορά ο Τραμπ έκανε κάτι το οποίο με σένα νομίζω το συζητούσα.
51-48 Πενσιλβάνια με 91% ενσωμάτωση. Εντάξει,
τελείωσε. Συγχαρητήρια σε όλους.
Το σφύριξε. Είναι πολύ βασικό, το συζητούσαμε τις προάλλες ιδιωτικά, να το πούμε και στον αέρα όμως, ότι ο Τραμπ αυτή τη φορά δεν κατέβηκε μόνος. Δηλαδή,
RFK,
όταν βγήκε, μπράβο, όταν βγήκε πρώτη φορά, κάποιοι από το κόμμα δυσπιστούσαν σε σχέση με την υποψηφιότητά του και δεν ήταν πλαισιωμένος από ανθρώπους οι οποίοι μπορούν να συγκροτήσουν και τη νέα γενιά. Το σκέφτηκα επειδή είπε για τον Κάρλσον. Είδαμε ανθρώπους σε αυτήν την προεκλογική περίοδο οι οποίοι ήταν αποκάλυψη. Ο Βάνος, αποκάλυψη. Ο Ήλον Μάρκ, αποκάλυψη. Για μένα, εμένα μου αρέσει πολύ ο Ραμαξβάμι, δεν ξέρω τι λες.
Ναι, ο Βιβέκ είναι αστέρι.
Πολύ μ' αρέσει ο Ραμαξβάμι.
Και περιμέναμε να τον κρίνει για την πρόεδρο, και τελευταία στιγμή γύρισε στο Βάνς.
Ναι.
Λάθος.
Η επιλογή ήταν, η τελική ήταν ή Μάρκο Ρούμπιο ή Βάνς. Όμως ο Μάρκο Ρούμπιο έχει άλλες δουλειές να κάνει. Πολύ σημαντικός, έχει τεράστια κοινοβουλευτική εμπειρία και πρέπει να δώσει τη μάχη του στα νομοθετικά σώματα. Ο αντιπρόεδρος έχει άλλη δουλειά. Για αυτήν ήταν τέλειος ο J.D. Vance.
Πολύ καλό. Και το βασικό είναι η νέα γενιά. Φτιάχνει μια νέα γενιά ρεπουμπλικανών οι οποίοι μπορούν μετά να πάρουν άλλοι. Διότι ο αγώνας τώρα ξεκινάει.
Κωνσταντίνε, μπράβο, συμφωνώ. Εμείς τα νέα στελέχη του Ρεπουμπλικανικού Κόμματος, διότι εγώ εντάχθηκα ουσιαστικά το 19, όταν στρατεύτηκα για την ακρίβεια. Όταν η Washington, ο Solomon YUE, τον οποίο γνωρίζεις, ή τον είχαμε εκτενώς νωρίτερα στο ρεπορτάζ, όπως είχαμε και τον James Gosart, τώρα αυτή τη στιγμή είναι στο Mar-a-Lago. Προφανώς έχουν πάρει τα κινητά στις εισόδους, γι' αυτό δεν κάνει τη σύνδεση. Σε λίγο θα έχουμε τον πρόεδρο Τραμπ. Όχι εδώ στο δικό μας το κανάλι, θα το δούμε. US House. Καλά, σαρώνουμε. Εντάξει. Λοιπόν, είμαστε η νέα γενιά των μαχητών του κόμματος. Εμείς δώσαμε το στίγμα. Δώσαμε ιδέες. Δώσαμε μάχες. Δώσαμε πολύ πόνο. Φάγαμε πολλά χτυπήματα. Ύπουλα, διαρκή, συνεχή. Και στην Ελλάδα και στην Αμερική και παντού. Όμως δεν σταματήσαμε. Και να θυμηθήσω ότι πολλά στελέχη του κόμματος καταλήξαν και στη φυλακή. Ο Στιβ Μπάνον, ο Πίτερ Ναβάρο και πολλά κινδυνεύουν αυτή τη στιγμή. Και πολλοί άνθρωποι είναι αυτή τη στιγμή στη φυλακή στην Αμερική για τα πολιτικά τους φρονήματα.
Αρκετοί θα πούνε, δεν θα κάτσουν να σκεφτούν πώς έγινε αυτή η δεύτερη ευκαιρία, υλοποιήθηκε η δεύτερη ευκαιρία του Τραμπ. Όμως αυτό που είπες, απαιτήθηκε πάρα πολύς αγώνας, πραγματικά με αίμα, και να δούμε τη μεθοδικότητα του Τραμπ και της ομάδας του. Δηλαδή, αμέσως μετά το 2020, ξεκίνησε την επόμενη μέρα ακριβώς, βήμα-βήμα, με στόχο το 2024, με την αναδιοργάνωση του κόμματος, έτσι. Διώξαμε τους ρήνους, του λεγόμενου ρήνους έναν, με τόσες διώξεις.
Το είδες εδώ στην διοργάνωση των Ρεπουμπλικάνων.
Ακριβώς. Με τόση...
πολλή δουλειά.
Ακριβώς. Όπως έγινε στην Αμερική, έχει γίνει παράλληλα και στις υπόλοιπες χώρες μέσω του Republican Overseas. Πολλή δουλειά, σκληρός απέναντι όλο το σύστημα, όλο το μηδιακό σύστημα, και παρόλα αυτά ο λαός ακολούθησε τον Donald Trump. Και τι είπαμε πριν εδώ στα παιδιά που ήρθαν, τα αγαπητά παιδιά από το Open, ότι οι Αμερικανοί πλέον, ενώ είχαν απέναντι όλο το μηδιακό σύστημα να τους μιλάει για Καμάλα Χάρις και να εξυβρεί τον Τραμπ από το πρωί μέχρι το βράδυ, γύρισε την πλάτη σε αυτό το μηδιακό σύστημα και ακολούθησε τον Τραμπ. Αυτό τι σημαίνει? Ότι πλέον έχουν χάσει πάσα δυνατότητα χειραγώγησης του πλήθους και βλέπουμε αντίστοιχα ανεβαίνουν άλλες μορφές ενημέρωσης του κόσμου, όπως το Twitter, έτσι, το X. Κάθε μέρα ανεβάζει ο Elon Musk ότι το πρώτο ισογραφικό μέσο παγκοσμίως είναι το Twitter σε όλες τις χώρες. Είναι το X. Περνάμε σε μια νέα φάση πλέον ενημέρωσης.
Πράγματι, όπως ξέρει και ο Κωνσταντίνος, έχουμε κάνει πάρα πολλή δουλειά στο θέμα της ενημέρωσης, ακριβώς ανταποκρινόμενοι στις προκλήσεις αυτές που μας έφερε η πολεμική του βαθέως κράτους. Το γεγονός ότι είμαστε σε αυτό το κανάλι αυτή τη στιγμή, το οποίο δημιουργήθηκε εκ των ενόντων, με καθαρά προσωπική εργασία, δεν έχει καθόλου monetization. Είμαστε αποκλεισμένοι από οποιαδήποτε δυνατότητα πηγής εσόδων, όπως και το Αιλοπατέριδα και όλες οι ιστοσελίδες, αλλά παλέψαμε. Δεν σταματήσαμε καθόλου. Σε όλη την Ελλάδα περιοδίες, κρατήσαμε τους ψηφοφόρους, Πενσιλβάνια συνεχίζει να προηγούμεθα, Wisconsin επίσης, δεν αλλάζει αυτή τη στιγμή το αποτελέσματα. Και Κωνσταντίνε, επειδή σε λίγο θα περιμένουμε για πες μας εσείς σαν κλείσιμο πώς βλέπεις την επόμενη μέρα εδώ στην Ελλάδα για τις σχέσεις της ελληνικής πολιτικής ελίτ με το Ρεπουμπλικανικό κόμμα. Διότι αναγκαστικά η ελληνική πολιτική ελίτ ή θα μιλήσει μαζί μας ή θα εξαϊλωθεί.
Το πρώτο σημαντικό που πρέπει να παρατηρήσω είναι ότι αυτό το landslide win είναι πολύ σημαντικό διότι δεν μπορούν να το αμφισβητήσουν. Δεν μπορούμε να τους δούμε να λένε ότι κλέψανε ή ότι το κάνανε με τρόπο που είναι αμφισβητήσιμος και διαβλητός. Αυτό είναι αποστομωτικό αποτέλεσμα. Ο αμερικανικός λαός μίλησε για όλους μας και το λέω με μεγάλη συγκίνηση. Ως εκ τούτου και εδώ στην Ελλάδα θα τους πάρει λίγο χρόνο να καταλάβουν τι συμβαίνει. Το τραύμα για εκείνους οι οποίοι θέλανε την κατάλυση του δυτικού πολιτισμού αυτή τη στιγμή είναι ακόμα ζεστό. Δεν περιμένω σοβαρές τεκτονικές αλλαγές να λαμβάνουν χώρα σε πρώτο και άμεσο χρόνο. Όμως αυτό που συνέβη θα έχει επίπτωση σε όλη την Ευρώπη, Τζόναθαν και Γιάννη. Εγώ το παρακολουθώ αυτό το πράγμα και μέσα από το Brussels Signal, το συντηρητικό site όπου εργάζομαι στις Βρυξέλλες. Το παρακολουθώ και μέσα από τη δράση των συντηρητικών think tank τα τελευταία χρόνια στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, από το Edmund Burke μέχρι το Heritage. Παρακολουθώ και την υπόγεια αλλά στενή επαφή και σχέση που έχει καλλιεργηθεί με τα εθνοσυντηρητικά κινήματα στην Ευρώπη. Είναι για όλους μας μια μεγάλη ευκαιρία. Τώρα, το ελληνικό πολιτικό σύστημα όπως έστρωσε ας κοιμηθεί. Δηλαδή, no tears for the creatures of the night αυτή τη στιγμή. Όπως τα κάνανε, τώρα να τα φάνε.
No mercy.
Ναι. Όπως τα κάνανε, τώρα να τα φάνε. Δηλαδή, αυτό το κλάμα που βλέπω, αυτός ο θρήνος και ο κοπετός που βλέπω από το πρωί στα κανάλια και που αισθάνομαι ότι υπάρχει και στην πολιτική ελίτ της χώρας, για μένα είναι χαρμόσυνες καμπάνες. Λοιπόν, δεν περιμένω ότι θα μας αγαπήσουν από τη μια στιγμή στην άλλη. Δεν περιμένω ότι θα ανοίξουν οι πόρτες από τη μια στιγμή στην άλλη. Αντίθετα, πρέπει να σου πω ότι φοβάμαι ότι όσο αυτό το σύστημα βρίσκεται στον επιθανάτιο ρόγχο του και στον νεκροκρέβατό του, θα γίνεται ακόμα πιο σκληρό, ακόμα πιο απολυταρχικό, ακόμα πιο χουντικό, ακόμα πιο καθεστωτικό. Όμως το ποτάμι πίσω δεν γυρνά. Ως εκ τούτου...
Θα πρέπει να σας διακόψω σε αυτό το σημείο και να πω το εξής. Ακόμα δεν έχει ξεκινήσει ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ, αλλά ένα πράγμα θα πω. Υπάρχει ένας τεράστιος κίνδυνος, διότι η ανάληψη της εξουσίας δεν γίνεται τώρα, γίνεται στις 20 Ιανουαρίου.
20 Ιανουαρίου.
Και αυτό είναι ένα τεράστιο πρόβλημα, διότι μπορεί ακόμα και να παραιτηθεί ο Biden και η κυρία Χάρις να γίνει πρόεδρος, και αυτό θα είναι μια εθνική καταστροφή, τόσο για την Ελλάδα όσο και για τον κόσμο. Βέβαια,
έστω και για 2 μήνες.
Ναι, έχω κόψει τις επιστροφές, αλλά ακούγεσαι Γιάννη, απλά δεν ακούς τον Κωνσταντίνο. Αυτή η περίοδος ίσως σημάνει μια πολιτική αστάθεια η οποία έχει τεράστιους κινδύνους για την ανθρωπότητα. Σε λίγο θα ακούσουμε τον πρόεδρο Τραμπ. Δεν έχουν κάποια αλλαγή είτε προς τη μία πλευρά είτε προς την άλλη στις πολιτείες. Συνεχίζεται η ενσωμάτωση και κρατιούνται τα ίδια ποσοστά. Άρα νομίζω ότι μπορούμε πλέον να μιλάμε για μια σαρωτική νίκη, αλλά πέρα από το θέμα της νίκης είναι το τι θα γίνει την επόμενη μέρα. Και η επόμενη μέρα είναι αύριο το πρωί. Τα προβλήματα δεν έχουν λυθεί. Ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ δεν θα είναι πρόεδρος αύριο το πρωί. Δυστυχώς θα είναι στις 20 Ιανουαρίου. Και φοβάμαι ότι το βαθύ κράτος των ΗΠΑ και οι λακέδες του στην Ευρώπη και αλλού, ναι, βλέπουμε ακόμα στην Πενσιλβάνια είμαστε 200, ανοίξαμε τη διαφορά. 220.000 ψήφους μπροστά. Λοιπόν, οι λακέδες του συστήματος δυστυχώς θα προσπαθήσουν στον επιθανάτιο ρόχο τους να κερδίσουν όσο περισσότερο μπορούν, να βελτιώσουν αυτό που λέμε τις θέσεις τους στον χρηματοοικονομικό τομέα.
Όπως είπε, ξεκίνησε ήδη διαδικασίες πολιτική, και ας μην έχει αναλάβει ο πρόεδρος. Θεωρώ ότι είναι ήδη διαδικασία για την Ουκρανία και την Μέση Ανατολή που θα φέρουν αποτέλεσμα από τώρα. Έτσι. Βέβαια, μη θεσμικά ακόμα, αλλά θα έχει πλέον δύναμη.
Ναι, αυτό θα γίνει, Γιάννη. Περίμενα να ανοίξω την επιστροφή να ακούς τον Κωνσταντίνο.
Να πούμε, Ιωάννα, ότι έχουμε και 5 εκατομμύρια διαφορά μπροστά ο Τραμπ στη φυλακή ψήφο.
Ναι, ήταν σαρωτική. Είναι μία φορά από τις λίγες που συμπίπτει η λαϊκή ψήφος να είναι και... Άρα μιλάμε για θρίαμβο. Και έχοντας και τη Βουλή και τη Γερουσία, ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ θα μπορέσει να μεγαλουργήσει, να κάνει τις συμφωνίες και να βάλει κάθε κατεργάρι στον πάγκο του. Και ξεκινώντας από τον αιώνιο αντίπαλο της Ελλάδος. Βέβαια, υπάρχει εκεί ένα πρόβλημα ότι θα πρέπει να συνεργαστεί και η Ελλάδα γι' αυτό. Διότι η Ελλάδα κυκλοφοράει στα διεθνή φόρα και λέει η Τουρκία τι καλή μας φίλη και οι καλύτεροι μας σύμμαχοι κτλ. Αυτό η Ελλάδα, εάν θέλει να σκεφτεί πρώτα την Ελλάδα, και αυτό είναι το νέο σύνθημα που ρίχνουμε, σκεφτείτε την Ελλάδα πρώτα, θα είναι ένα πολύ σοβαρό θέμα. Δηλαδή δεν μπορεί η Αμερική να καλείται ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ να βοηθήσει την Ελλάδα όταν η Ελλάδα υποσκάπτει από μόνη της τα θεμέλια της εξωτερικής και αμυντικής πολιτικής. Κωνσταντίνε.
Το μόνο το οποίο θα πω είναι ότι έχω μια βαθιά ανησυχία για το τι πρόκειται να γίνει μέχρι τις 20 Ιανουαρίου. Σε όλα τα μέτωπα. Στη Μέση Ανατολή, στην Ουκρανία, το θηρίο σφαδάζει αυτή τη στιγμή και όταν το θηρίο σφαδάζει είναι που το θηρίο είναι πιο επικίνδυνο.
Όμως παρόλα αυτά, όπως έχει πει πολλές φορές ο Ντόναλντ Τραμπ και το έκανε και προεκλογικά, θεωρώ, Κωνσταντίνο, ότι ήδη θα ξεκινήσει να δείχνει το σημάδι του σε αυτές τις περιοχές.
Κοίτα, μακάρι είναι ικανοί να οδηγήσουν τον πλανήτη στην καταστροφή μέσα σε αυτούς τους 2 μήνες που έρχονται.
Αυτό είναι η βούλησή τους, όπως φάνηκε.
Είναι αδίστακτη. Λοιπόν, όλα να πάνε καλά μέχρι τις 20 του μηνός. Αυτό είναι το βασικό.
Έτσι, ακριβώς. Ας δούμε τώρα, Ιωάννα, το πάρτι, έτσι, γιατί ο Elon Musk λέει έχει ξεκινήσει να ανοίγει σαμπάνιες. Κάθονται στο ίδιο τραπέζι με τον Τραμπ και έχουν ξεκινήσει να ανοίγουν σαμπάνιες.
Ναι, εντάξει, λογικό είναι. Είναι μαθηματικά...
Το δικαιούνται.
Δεν μπορεί, δηλαδή...
Δεν βαθίζουμε να ανοίξουμε σαμπάνιες εμείς, αυτοί δεν θα ανοίξουν σαμπάνιες.
Τώρα δεν ξέρω, εμείς σε σαμπάνιες γαλλικό προϊόν, ας ανοίξουμε κανένα τσιπουράκι, κανένα κρασάκι ελληνικό. Εκτός βέβαια, έχουμε και ζήτσα.
Έτσι. Από τα μέρη μας.
Τους Γάλλους, όχι τους Γάλλους, φιλελελουλού.
Καλά, η Γαλλία θα αντιμετωπίσει πάρα πολύ σοβαρό πρόβλημα. Ήδη αντιμετωπίζει πρόβλημα, αλλά θα έχει πάρα πολύ σοβαρό πρόβλημα μέσα στα επόμενα 2 χρόνια. Το έχουν τερματίσει.
Ρε φίλε, και το Wisconsin και το Michigan.
Ναι, απίστευτο. Αυτό είναι απίστευτο τώρα.
Και το Wisconsin και το Michigan. Δηλαδή...
Αυτοκίνητο βιομηχανίες.
Και όλο το Rust Belt. Όλο το Rust.
Ναι, όλο. Ακόμα και η πολιτεία του Τάμποντιν. Κοίταξε, να σου πω κάτι. Είναι άδικο για τους Αμερικανούς να πρέπει να πουλάνε τα δικά τους προϊόντα με δασμούς στον υπόλοιπο κόσμο και ο υπόλοιπος κόσμος να μπορεί να πουλάει χωρίς. Οπότε μόλις το ακούσανε οι εργάτες αυτό, σου λέει κάτσε ρε φίλε, γιατί είναι εμείς να είμαστε οι χρήσιμοι λύθοι και όλοι οι κεφαλαιοκράτες να πλουτίζουν χρησιμοποιώντας τα σκλαβοπάζαρα της Ασίας. Θέλεις να πουλήσεις στην Αμερική, κανένα πρόβλημα. Φτιάξω εδώ και τελείωσε. Αλλιώτικα κόψε τους δασμούς. Μια Harley Davidson, το ξέρεις την αγάπη μου για τις Harley, στην Αμερική κοστίζει 22.000 και στην Ευρώπη κοστίζει 56.
Εισακούστηκε έτσι από την εργατική τάξη του Detroit.
Μα είναι απόλυτα λογικό.
Στην
Το
Πενσιλβάνια.
Detroit είναι μια κατεστραμμένη πόλη.
Στην Πενσιλβάνια.
Κατελημμένα σπίτια, κατελημμένα εργοστάσια και πίστηκαν από τον Ντόναλντ Τραμπ ότι θα δώσει πάλι ζωή. Δεν μπορεί να χτίζεται ένα τεράστιο εργοστάσιο παραγωγής αυτοκινήτων κινέζικο στα σύνορα με την Αμερική στο Μεξικό και να επιθυμούν να εισάγουν αυτά τα αυτοκίνητα χωρίς δασμούς όμορφα και ωραία Αμερική.
Όταν η Κίνα επιβάλλει 200% δασμούς στα αμερικανικά προϊόντα.
Διάβαζα ότι στην Πενσιλβάνια για πρώτη φορά οργανώθηκαν και πήγανε να ψηφίσουν μαζικά οι Άμις.
Βεβαίως. Είχαμε
βλέπω
αναφορά σε αυτό το θέμα.
Και βλέπω τώρα, φίλοι, στην ενσωμάτωση της Πενσιλβάνια στο 92%, ο Τραμπ είναι μπροστά με γύρω στις 200.000 ψήφους.
Ναι, δεν μαζεύεται αυτό.
Οι Άμις στην Πενσιλβάνια είναι τουλάχιστον 150.000 που πήγαν να ψηφίσουν.
Ψήφισαν όλοι.
Οπότε ευχαριστούμε τα αδέλφια μας, τους Άμις. Αν και η αλήθεια είναι ότι βλέπεις το χάρτη και λες οκ, δεν υπάρχουν σχόλια, δεν υπάρχουν λόγια. Διότι λέγαμε προχθές στο ραδιόφωνο ότι, άμα πάρει το Rust Belt, το Sun Belt, δηλαδή άμα πάρει την Βόρεια Καρολίνα, την Νεβάδα, την Τζόρτζια και την Αριζόνα, τότε χρειάζεται μία πολιτεία μεταξύ βουλικών φυλής
και πήραμε 4.
Και παίρνει και τις 3.
Απίστευτο.
Δεν περιγράφω άλλο.
Θεούλης. Καταρχάς, πώς σχολιάζεις το γεγονός, Κωνσταντίνε, ότι ο άνθρωπος αυτός έκανε 3 προεκλογικές ομιλίες την ημέρα επί 70 μέρες. Εσύ και οι δυο σας έχετε κάνει πάρα πολλές πολιτικές ομιλίες. 3 την ημέρα για 70 μέρες. Γιάννη, εσύ θα μπορούσες να το κάνεις αυτό?
Δεν άκουγα γιατί κοίταξα είπες για τις ομιλίες συνεχόμενες.
Ναι, λέω, ο άνθρωπος αυτός έκανε 3 ομιλίες, 2-3 ομιλίες την ημέρα, επί 70 μέρες.
Αυτό λέμε. Και πρόσεξε τώρα, μιλάμε για αποστάσεις στην Αμερική, μεγαλύτερες από ό,τι είναι στην Ευρώπη. Έτσι. Να πηγαίνει να ξεκινάει το πρωί Αθήνα, να κάνει ομιλία, να πηγαίνει στο Παρίσι, να πηγαίνει Βαρκελόνη και Λονδίνο. Έτσι και να γυρίζει πάλι πίσω. Είναι απίστευτη η ενέργειά του. Και σε κάθε ομιλία να έχει την ίδια ενεργητικότητα και τον ίδιο παλμό. Και ο κόσμος από κάτω να παραλυρεί. Δεν υπάρχουν στη Δύση πλέον τέτοιοι ηγέτες από τους τελευταίους που να εμπνέουν τόσο πολύ τον κόσμο.
Η Καμάλα Χάρις στις ομιλίες της μιλούσε 5-6-7 λεπτά το πολύ.
Μα πήγαινε η Beyoncé και ο κόσμος πήγαινε να δει την Beyoncé, δεν πήγαινε να δει την Καμάλα Χάρις. Και όταν δεν πήγε η Beyoncé σε μια ομιλία, αγανάκτησε ο κόσμος και έφυγε. Δεν έκασαν να ακούσει την Κάμαλα.
Τι να ακούσει. Τις ίδιες ομιλίες ακριβώς παίξανε βίντεο τις ομιλίες της και ήταν ακριβώς οι ίδιες χειρονομίες, το ίδιο κείμενο.
Ακριβώς. Αντιγραφή. Παπαγάλη, ένα κείμενο και το ίδιο έλεγε.
Τα βάλανε σε 3 οθόνες, το ένα πάνω από την άλλη, και έκανε τις ίδιες χειρονομίες, έλεγε το ίδιο κείμενο που φυσικά το διάβαζε, έτσι. Ήτανε πολύ αστείο, πραγματικά.
Παιδιά, πέρα από όλα τα άλλα, σε περίπτωση ήττας του Τραμπ, πέρα από τα σοβαρά θέματα που θα προέκυπταν και για τα οποία είμαστε αντίθετοι και γι' αυτό στηρίζουμε Τραμπ, είναι ότι δεν θα μπορούσαμε να δεχτούμε ότι ο αμερικανικός λαός θα επέλεγε την Κάμαλα Χάρις εναντίον του Ντόναλντ Τραμπ. Μια γυναίκα που, όπως αποδείχθηκε, που δεν την ξέραμε έτσι, πριν να λάβει, δεν είχαμε ασχοληθεί ποτέ με την Κάμαλα Χάρις. Και μάλιστα αυτό που λέει και ο Τραμπ, όταν λες φωνάξτε τη Χάρις, σου λένε ποια είναι αυτή. Την Κάμαλα την γνωρίζουν, δηλαδή δεν την ξέρει και ο κόσμος. Και ξαφνικά αρχίσαμε κάτω και προσπαθήσαμε να ακούσουμε μια συζήτησή της, μια κουβέντα της, μια ζωντανή συνέντευξη. Και έπαθα πλάκα με το επίπεδο, μιλάμε για IQ, θα πω έτσι. Δεν θα το δεχόμασταν να υπάρξει ήττα από την Κάμαλα Χάρις.
Ναι, αλλά δυστυχώς θα είναι ακόμα αντιπρόεδρος. Θα είναι ακόμα αντιπρόεδρος. Καλά.
Κλαίνε οι ανώμαλοι, κλαίνε οι παιδεραστές, κλαίνε οι πολεμοκάπηλοι, κλαίνε οι κομμουνιστές.
Ακριβώς.
Ότι έχω να πάρω τέτοια χαρά πολλά χρόνια.
Κλαίνε αυτοί που είναι στη λίστα Epstein.
Κλαίνε οι παιδεραστές, κλαίνε οι ανώμαλοι, κλαίνε οι πολεμοκάπηλοι, κλαίνε οι κομμουνιστές, κλαίνε οι χουντικοί, κλαίνε οι ανελεύθεροι, κλαίνε.
Οι επόμενες μέρες θα είναι αυτό το πράγμα, θα παρακολουθούμε πολύ κλάμα από πολλές τέτοιες ομάδες που λες.
Είναι ατάκα Χάρη Κλίν και κλάμα η κυρία ρε παιδάκι μου.
Και κλάμα η κυρία.
Μα η κυρία ρε παιδάκι μου, αυτό.
Φοβερό.
Είμαστε λοιπόν σε αναμονή της ομιλίας του Τραμπ. Παρακολουθώ στην άλλη οθόνη, θα τη γυρίσουμε αμέσως. Ετοιμάζεται η σκηνή.
Έχουμε κάποια σχόλια από το επιτελείο των Δημοκρατικών. Έχουμε ακούσει κάτι, Ιώνα? Γιατί έμαθα ότι κλείσαν τους οίκους των τηλεοράσεων να μην ακούγονται.
Εξαφανιστήκανε. Θα σας πω και κάτι το οποίο είχαμε πει νωρίτερα. Ξέρεις ότι οι αμερικάνικες πρεσβείες που είναι woke, φιλελεύθ, LGBTQ και δεν συμμαζεύεται, 11 η ώρα κλείσανε τα πάρτι και φύγανε. Εκεί καταλάβαμε ότι το παιχνίδι είχε χαθεί για τους δημοκρατικούς.
Πάντως εδώ να επανέλθουμε ότι τελικά το NBC με το exit poll, το μοναδικό που βγήκε έτσι, έδωσε, είδες που λέγαμε για τις θεματικές βάσεις των οποίων ψήφισαν οι Αμερικανοί ψηφοφόροι και ευνοούσαν τον Τραμπ. Και είχαν δώσει, και το είπε και ο Παπαγιάννης στον αέρα με κλάμα, έτσι, ότι έχουμε 1%, τι ώρα ήταν 11 η ώρα, Ιώνα, ώρα Ελλάδος, 12. 1% δίνουν μπροστά ξεκάθαρη νίκη του Τραμπ. Και είπαμε ότι αυτό δεν μπορεί να αλλάξει. Και όντως δεν άλλαξε. Και δεν ήταν 1%, ήταν πολύ παραπάνω, έτσι, δεν το συζητάμε. Αλλά θέλω να πω ότι...
Καταρχάς, αποδείχθηκε ότι όλοι οι δημοσκόποι μας δουλεύανε ψιλογαζί και το ξέρανε. Ότι ψεύδοντο. Η μόνη που έπεσε σωστή ήταν η Άτλας και η Ράσμους. Που δώσανε 3 συν.
Και εν τέλει και οι στοιχηματικές, έτσι.
Ναι, βέβαια.
Έπεσαν απολύτως μέσα.
Ξέρουν πολύ καλά οι bookies.
Έτσι.
Και φάνηκε ότι η απόδοση του Τραμπ έπεσε δραματικά τις τελευταίες ημέρες. Η απόδοση είναι αντιστρόφως ανάλογος της δύναμης. Διότι όποιος στοιχημάτισε επί Τραμπ στο σιγουράκι δεν θα παίρνει τίποτα. Μόνο όταν παίζει στο outsider μπορεί να βγάλεις λεφτά.
Ναι, βέβαια να πούμε ότι και οι στοιχηματικές τον Τραμπ δίναν φαβορί. Μα
γι' αυτό λέμε η απόδοση πέφτει όταν είναι σίγουρο ότι θα βγει.
Είναι ίσως, έτσι όπως έχει γίνει, η πιο βέβαιη ένδειξη, η πιο βέβαια ένδειξη για το πού πηγαίνει το πράγμα. Οι στοιχηματικές από το 1866 έχουν πέσει έξω 2 φορές. Όλες τις φορές. Για όλε. Τώρα η τρίτη.
Λοιπόν, εξακολουθώ να είμαστε σε αναμονή.
Να πάει και να δώσει τα λεφτά του, έτσι, και θέλει να κερδίσει πίσω, σημαίνει ότι πώς το διοικείται εκεί. Ακούει το περιβάλλον του, το κάνει στο δικό του περιβάλλον, το εργασιακό, το οικογενειακό, ότι θα ψηφίσουμε Τραμπ. Οπότε σου λέει θα βγει ο Τραμπ. Άρα θα παίξω εκεί. Εν τέλει δηλαδή είναι η καλύτερη δημοσκόπηση οι στοιχηματικές εταιρείες. Τα αποτελέσματα των στοιχηματικών.
Λοιπόν, μέχρι στιγμής συν 2 βουλευτές, συν 1 πάμε στο 51.
Το πήρες.
Η Καμάλα είναι ακόμα κάτω από το 200 στους εκλεκτορικούς ψήφους. Δεν έχει καμία ελπίδα. Είμαστε στους 2,46 και 51,2 στην εθνική ψήφο και 47,2 η Καμάλα. Είμαστε 4 μονάδες μπροστά. 4. Είναι σαρωτική νίκη. Δεν μιλάμε για 300. Μιλάμε για 300 συν πολλά.
Πριν σας χαιρετήσω για την ώρα, το μόνο που έχω να πω είναι ότι ξημερώνουν μέρες μεγάλες ευθύνης για εμάς. Είμαι βέβαιος ότι το καταλαβαίνετε, είμαι βέβαιος ότι το ξέρετε, είμαι βέβαιος ότι θα αντιληφθείτε ότι τώρα που ξεκινάει η μεγάλη πολιτισμική αντεπίθεση της Δύσης, της λογικής, της καλοσύνης, της ειρήνης, της κοπής, πολλοί θα είναι εκείνοι οι οποίοι θα θέλουν τώρα, όπως το λένε, μετά Χριστόν, να καβαλήσουν το τρένο. Λοιπόν, θα πρέπει να είμαστε από τη μία πολύ ενωτικοί, από την άλλη πολύ ψύχρεμοι και πολύ προσεκτικοί. Λοιπόν, Τζόναθαν, έχει ευθύνες. Αυτά έχω να πω.
Ως ο εκπρόσωπος του Πρόεδρου Τραμπ στην Ελλάδα, να είσαι σίγουρος ότι θα είμαι ακριβοδίκαιος, αλλά επειδή είμαστε Αμερικανοί και όχι Αμερικανάκια και έχουμε σήμα στο GOP τον ελέφαντα, δεν ξεχνάμε.
Καλά, πρέπει να σου πω, άσχετο τώρα, ότι η κόρη μου είναι ερωτευμένη με τον ελέφαντα στο t-shirt, τον έχει από πίσω τον ελέφαντα. Παιδιά, κάθε φορά φοράω το t-shirt, η κόρη μου έρθει και πάνω στον ελέφαντα.
Αυτό είναι μια ανοιχτή πρόσκληση. Στο δρόμο για το Λαύριο, όποιος έχει πάει Λαύριο, υπάρχει ένας γύψινος ελέφαντας, περίπου 6 μέτρα ύψος. Κάνω δημόσια πρόσκληση προς οποιοδήποτε να βρει τον ιδιοκτήτη του και να τον πάρει για να διακοσμήσουμε, να τον αγοράσει δηλαδή, και να μας τον κάνει δωρεά για να διακοσμήσουμε τα νέα γραφεία, τα γραφεία που βρίσκομαστε εδώ και θα τον βάψουμε κόκκινο και έτσι η κόρη σου θα έρθει να δει τον ελέφαντα σε όλο το μέγεθος.
Λοιπόν, για την ώρα σας φιλώ, σας ευχαριστώ. Θα είστε εδώ
μετά.
Εγώ θα είμαι εδώ, διότι έχω συνδεύξει σε συνέχεια. Τώρα έρχονται τα κανάλια από εδώ, από τα γραφεία, διότι ήταν press night. Είχαμε πει ότι μέχρι το μεσημέρι θα είμαστε ανοιχτοί για το κοινό. Και τώρα, 9 το βράδυ, 9 του μηνός, Σάββατο, στο καφέ Whispers, το ξεπλώνουμε.
Κάτι ήξερες εσύ και είχες βγάλει ήδη την πρόσκληση για το Σάββατο,
Ναι, δεν ήθελα...
Κάτι αισθανόσαι πολύ έντονα.
Ναι, θα πάμε χαλάρα και με την νίκη.
Λοιπόν, μπορεί να τα πούμε πιο μετά.
Ναι.
Μπορεί να τα πούμε και στον αντένα, εμείς.
Ναι.
Λοιπόν, οπότε, για την ώρα, Τζόναθαν, Γιάννη, σας φιλώ, σας ασπάζομαι. Ναι, νικήκαμε.
Γεια σου, Κωνσταντίνε.
Πάντα τέτοια.
Πάμε δυνατά.
Πάντα τέτοια. Με το καλό.
Πάντα τέτοια.
Ωραία.
Καλός αγώνας, αυτά τα αποτελέσματα φέρνει.
Λοιπόν, Γιάννη, θα γυρίσουμε τώρα, εμείς θα βγούμε λίγο εκτός πλάνου. Θα γυρίσουμε Μάρ-Λάγκο.
Ashley Hayek, Joe Pinion.
I think that's excellent.
Thank you.
We got to wrap it up there, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
RFK Jr. you can see in the crowd there as well. And I wonder who else will be speaking tonight.
I don't know. I think it might be an occasion where you give the stage to Donald Trump and Donald Trump alone.
Yeah.
There's no warm-up back.
But the family might be around.
This isn't a rally. I think they'll all be there surrounding him on stage. But it is his night. I mean, this is the man who executed this vision himself. He did it when nobody thought he could. Meredith McGraw wrote a book called Trump in Exile, which really chronicles the entire thing. Donald Trump being in a position, I remember going to CPAC in 2021 with Mark Halpern. Mark Halpern got an interview with Donald Trump, and the prospect, the idea that Donald Trump could actually accomplish this after everything that happened on January 6th, after 2 impeachments, after a lot of people in the Republican Party had written him off for dead. He comes back step by step. We saw him also evolve on certain things like early voting, really embracing that. We saw him vote today, of course, but encouraging other Republicans to do that. And when you have leadership at the top of the party like Donald Trump, people that are, a guy who everyone is going to listen to, you see how a movement is started, you see how effective it is, and you see how energized his supporters are. Some of them have been with him since the day he came down the escalator.
And, the other thing, too, that's real proof of purchase is you have people who used to not support him who are now supporting him.
Yes.
J.D. Vance, excellent pick for vice president. At one point was pretty vocal about how he felt about Donald Trump.
And remember, too, there were a lot of people who were not happy about the J.D. Vance pick. They thought he was too much of an isolationist. They didn't think he, was going to balance out the ticket. But you saw him so effective as a spokesman for the campaign.
And what I love about J.D. Vance is he really is the American dream. And I got to interview him after they were trying to call him weird and the childless cat ladies. He's the same person that you see. Very well spoken, and also he was 40 years old. He was turning 40. So you have sort of the future of the party here, and the work really does begin now. But to my point is that people who used to not be are now coming over to Donald Trump's side, and even Joe Rogan having that thoughtful 3-hour conversation with him. RFK Jr. once running against him, now saying I am all in for him, and this is sort of a moment that you can't even, you couldn't have planned any of this. This is just sort of something that's just unlike anything we'll ever have seen, and history will write the story. We're here. Mark Cuban now has tweeted congratulations to Donald Trump.
Yeah, he said Donald Trump. He said Donald Trump won fair and square. I think Mike Cuban might be a little worried. Right, it was, and obviously, I don't think any of this is going to happen. But it was so interesting to hear people like Michael Cohen and Liz Cheney always thinking that they're like #1 target if Donald Trump wins. They're worried about the reprisals. The military is going to be coming after us. No, Liz Cheney. I think we're just ready to let you ride off into obscurity where you belong.
All right, we're going to wait for Donald Trump to come out. In the meantime, let's bring in our next panel of guests here: GOP strategist, attorney John Jordan, and also columnist for the American Spectator, Jeffrey Lord. Great to see you both with us. John, can I ask you, what is your read on what's going on with the House, though? Because I just talked about something that, we may not know for a while if the Republicans control it, and what type of, that situation that could be setting up for Donald Trump, who we have now called as the winner of the presidential election.
Yeah, that's the next big story. Republicans are going to win the Senate probably with somewhere between 53 to 54 seats. They can move tax reform and fight through a reconciliation. The big issue is the House, and do you have a governing majority? Just having a 4 or 5 seat majority may not do it, because you've got a lot of members from these states that are going to push for SALT, which is a state and local tax deduction, to try to modify the 2017 tax cut law. And Trump's got a lot of promises to keep with regard to overtime pay and tips, and all the while trying to deal with the deficit. So he needs to pad that, but there are a lot of races outstanding, especially out west. But he needs to have a big majority so that the speaker can crack the whip when need be and move some stuff through Congress without everybody being a diva.
Jeffrey, we called Pennsylvania, and that was the clinch for Donald Trump. It's a state you know very well. Your thoughts on where we are in this historic election, and really a new dawn for America, truly.
It is. And, you were talking about the comeback that the only one that I can think of that's remotely close to this was Richard Nixon, who lost a very close race for president in 1960 to John F. Kennedy, then decided to run for governor of California 2 years later, and he got absolutely wiped out. And everybody said, that's it, it's over. Well, of course, 6 years later, he came back and was elected president. but it is a rarity, and Donald Trump is going to hold this very unique position in American politics. And quickly now, things will change as he starts his agenda in progress.
Yeah, and it's realistic at this point to start talking about Donald Trump getting 300 electoral college votes. He has a lead now in Nevada and Arizona. If the leads hold in Michigan, that's not even with Wisconsin. I mean, if you put Wisconsin in that category as well, he could win as many as 312 electoral college votes, which would give him a mandate. And you still think about what are Democrats in the House if they win, John. I mean, how many impeachments are they going to try? The Band-Aid has been ripped off on impeachments. They're shameless about it. If the Democrats do win the House, how aggressive do you think they'll be if Donald Trump has a mandate, like 312 electoral college votes and a 54 or 56 seat, Republican majority in the Senate?
No, I don't think they'll push impeachment. They'll go with obstruction, and you pass a lot of messaging bills to try to put their party back together. But there's going to be a civil war inside the Democrat Party after something like this. Make no mistake. But it's crucial that there be a Republican majority. Kevin McCarthy was on earlier. He thinks they're going to keep the majority, but he has some concerns about how large. Remember, a 3 or 4 seat majority really makes it very difficult to pass complex legislation like tax cuts, because everybody could be a hero, everybody could be a holdout. So that's what I'm really worried about is in terms of the enactment of the Trump agenda.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, Donald Trump accomplished a lot with executive orders. Remember when Barack Obama was in a position where he was blaming Republicans for being obstructionists? He famously told us, I have a phone and I have a pen. I think Donald Trump, he has those big black Sharpies. And I think he'll be the first to point out to Barack Obama he has a bigger phone than him, if that's still a thing. Do you want a bigger phone? Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, no, everything's getting smaller. And, the coalition, we talk about sort of the new Republican Party. And it is Donald Trump who has been sort of the catalyst for this. But I really feel that now it is the American people and the people who have come over and him to be able to reach across the aisle to so many Americans. It's bigger than him, Jeffrey. And I know that some on MSNBC right now are probably having conniptions. I don't even know because we're watching it here.
They're seething.
It's America.
They're seething.
They weren't prepared for this. I'll ask you about that. America was not prepared for this from the legacy media side.
Yeah, this is no longer about a candidate. This is about a movement. And it's a tidal wave here. The American people want change. They want certain things accomplished. That's specifically why Donald Trump has been elected. And they're going to hold him to it. And, on we go. And he gets it. The good thing here is this is his second time around.
Yeah.
He's been there. He's done that. He knows where all the bodies are buried and what the pitfalls are. And I think he'll have a very successful second term.
Yeah.
Well, Trump derangement syndrome, though, is very real.
Yeah, Bianca, to your question there, the liberal media hasn't prepared their viewers or the consumers of their content for the thought that President Trump might win. It's remarkable. They all went into this absolutely certain that they were going to win. And it's going to be, from a psychological point of view, very interesting to see a lot of our friends and neighbors that maybe voted the other way try to process this. Because at least we on the conservative side, we thought we might lose. We understand these things can go either way. But they have been so heavily propagandized that this is a break from reality for them. And it's going to be, I hope it's not too sad or unfortunate to see it unfold in the coming days. But it could be, as Mark Halpern said here on Newsmax, a mental health crisis for many.
Yeah, and going back to some of the things, the Trump derangement syndrome and the threats we've already heard from Democrats. You think about Jamie Raskin, Jeffrey, who's already floated the idea that they could hold up the confirmation process in the House because they feel like Donald Trump is an insurrectionist. Are they actually going to go ahead and push forth with that? I would say that would be a huge mistake, considering the mandate it looks like Donald Trump is going to have. But you can't put anything past these Democrats. They've been shameless about this stuff over the last, 8 years.
You're absolutely right. You mentioned Jamie Raskin, a congressman from Maryland. He is shameless, and I've already read accounts that he has been prepping impeachment resolutions and trying to understand what are the best ways to, stop President Trump and prosecute him and persecute him and all of the rest. So I have no doubt that this is going to go on, but I don't think the American people will take very kindly to it.
Yeah. The other thing, too, John, is Joe Biden, theoretically, is still going to be president until January the 20th of 2025. You're going to have a lame duck Congress, Democrat-controlled Senate. What can Republicans do between now and January 20th to make sure no shenanigans go on? You know, there's still a lot of potential things that can happen between now and January 20th.
Yeah, that's a great question. Let's look at that. First of all, they're not going to get any big bills through Congress or any spending bills because it requires both the House and the Senate, and the House is still in Republican hands. They're going to try to push through as many judges as they can while they still have the Senate. Remember, the Senate changes hands in December. The House does too. That's not January like the presidency. So they have about a month to do that, and that's what they're going to try to push through. Also in the transition period, you have President Trump, who's talked about solving the Ukraine or Russia problem. He has to be very careful with this because there's something called the Logan Act, which prevents private citizens from conducting foreign policy. So he still has to realize there's one president at a time, and not try to not be too far, give the Democrats too much ammunition. He can talk to foreign leaders, he can suggest, he can consult, but still technically anyway, to the extent that Joe Biden is still conscious, we have one president at a time.
Yeah, look at that. John Voight with RFK Jr. Can you imagine that, like those two guys having a conversation a year ago when RFK was running as a Democrat? John
Only
Voight
under
was
Donald Trump would any of this be happening. 1:53 in the morning, a sea of MAGA hats, West Palm Beach. Elon Musk is also going to be there with Donald Trump as well. He kind of saved free speech here.
Yeah, you think about, too, what would this, and this is, I think, a great question for both Jeffrey and for John, what this a campaign in the election would look like had Elon Musk not purchased Twitter. Jeff, first to you on that.
Yeah. Well, I think that that's all part of this cultural revolution, if you will. And Elon Musk stepped up to the task in spades here and really did the deal with this, and both in a technical sense in terms of how this works with social media, but the larger cultural, political significance, this was a big deal. And I can only imagine how close he will be to come to being seen in the new White House.
Not only did he buy X, he was talking about how if Trump didn't win, that it would be shut down. We've heard Hillary Clinton talk about Section 230. There was some real peril about what Democrats might do, what the machine may do, John, if it didn't go this way. Everyone was on pins and needles a little bit, at least those of us who want a free and fair press, which we know is paramount to a functioning civilization.
Well, we commented earlier, too, that both Elon Musk and Oprah Winfrey were basically saying this was the last election ever. The difference, though, I think, Elon Musk believed what he was saying. I think Oprah was just saying it because she was trying to scare Democrats to the polls.
Yeah, Oprah's my mom's neighbor in Santa Barbara, of all things. But let's go back to Elon Musk. What he did is more than a big deal. He broke the media. He broke their ability, their monopoly on information flow, which they were seeking to solidify, to continue to begin down their Orwellian control of American society, to continue down that path. And he broke it. And he set the conditions for Trump, for other newsletters, to break through here and to win. And Elon Musk may be as responsible for saving the republic as Donald Trump.
Yeah, but a lot of things that he's done, too, he wanted to help get down the astronauts, and Boeing was like, no, we're going to let them float up there. He wanted to bring Starlink to the folks that were stranded. He wanted to give $1 million away to energize voters. You know, all of these things point up to people who are looking, saying this government is not just weaponized against Donald Trump. It's kind of weaponized against us. It's keeping us on a hamster wheel. It's keeping us broke. It's keeping us unhealthy. It's keeping us distracted from what may be going on, bigger machinations, even on a global kind of playbook here.
And let's just mention
it's not just a hamster wheel. It's not just a hamster wheel. Remember, they went after the squirrels this week. Remember Peanut?
Yeah. And guys,
no end.
Just a moment ago, too, I want to point out, we showed...
Don't forget the raccoons.
The raccoons and the squirrels are hopefully safe again. Now, I just want to... A second ago, we showed a picture of two gentlemen on the screen, Brendan Dilley and Miguel California. They were two of the meme artists that were so I think this is consequential for Donald Trump and this entire election. I remember the night that Donald Trump announced at Mar-a-Lago. If you know me, you know I'm a fan of memes. I met two memers there, and it was obvious in the beginning. Mostly peaceful memes and grand old memes were there. If you know the names, you know how big of a following they have and how influential they are on social media. The Trump campaign made a concerted effort to reach out in this kind of guerrilla campaigning manner.
Ναι. Χρήστο, έχουμε τεράστια χαμόγελα.
Έτσι, ο πίσω μου βάλε...
Είσαι θεούλης. Είσαι θεούλης. Νομίζω ότι κάτι λείπει. Περιμένετε, μια στιγμή να το φέρω.
Η αλήθεια είναι ότι η χαρά μας είναι μεγάλη και νομίζω όχι μόνο εμών, αλλά και όλων των λογικών ανθρώπων που παρακολουθούσαν αυτές τις εκλογές. Αυτό είναι, Τζόναθαν. Αυτό είναι. Ακριβώς αυτό είναι. Ακριβώς αυτό.
Εμείς τα σκουπίδια διώξαμε τα σκουπίδια από το Λευκό Οίκο. Και θα διώξουμε τα σκουπίδια και από την Ευρώπη και από όλο τον κόσμο. Όπου είσαστε σκουπίδια, we're coming for you. And that's a promise. That is a promise. Το υποσχόμεθα.
Λοιπόν.
Τα σκουπίδια θα φύγουν. Είμαστε λίγο πριν την ομιλία του Donald Trump. Είναι όλος ο κόσμος στο Mar-a-Lago.
Σε λίγο θα μιλήσω, πρόεδρε. Ναι.
Με το Σόλομον, δυστυχώς, που είναι εκεί, δεν μπορούμε να μιλήσουμε. Μου έστειλε text message ότι εντάξει, το κλίμα είναι απίστευτο.
Λογικό. Νομίζω το κλίμα είναι υπέροχο σε όλα τα μήκη πλάτη.
Καταρχάς, μιλάμε για 5 εκατομμύρια ψήφους μπροστά στη λαϊκή ψήφο, έτσι.
Ναι.
Είναι τρελό.
Μιλάμε για μια μεγάλη νίκη. Σήμερα η νίκη είναι μεγάλη. Η νίκη είναι του Προέδρου. Είναι νίκη στο Κογκρέσο.
Είναι νίκη του λαού, είναι νίκη της ειρήνης. Πήραμε Βουλή, πήραμε Γερουσία, πήραμε Προεδρία. Βέβαια, πήραμε καινούριους κυβερνήτες. Πήραμε πάρα πολλές θέσεις district attorney, δηλαδή εισαγγελέων, δηλαδή down ballot. Δηλαδή θα δούμε την αλλαγή σιγά σιγά να εξαλείφει το κράτος του Σόρος στην Αμερική και θα δούμε την επιστροφή της κοινής λογικής όχι μόνο στην αμερικανική πολιτική σκηνή, αλλά κάθε υπερχείληση και στην παγκόσμια πολιτική σκηνή, διότι αναγκαστικά τα ευρωπαϊκά αλλά και τα άλλα κράτη θα πρέπει να προσαρμοστούν στη νέα πραγματικότητα, ότι υπάρχει ένας deal maker στο Λευκό Οίκο. Βέβαια φοβόμαστε το μεσοδιάστημα μέχρι τις 20 Ιανουαρίου. Είναι πολύ επικίνδυνα τα πράγματα, διότι δυστυχώς οι μη τρελοί, οι οποίοι κατηγορούσαν εμάς τους τρελούς, θα έχουν ακόμα την εξουσία για... Είμαστε 5 Νοεμβρίου, Δεκέμβριο, 1,5 μήνα. Συν 2 λοιπόν βουλευτές, άρα κλειδώνει η Βουλή και θα κλείσουμε την εκπομπή έτσι με την παρουσίαση, απλά θα μεταδώσουμε την ομιλία του Τραμπ και θα σταματήσουμε μετά, διότι έχω και εγώ πολλές υποχρεώσεις προς ελληνικά μέσα τα οποία θέλουν οπωσδήποτε να πάρουν συνεντεύξεις. Θα έρχονται εδώ από τα γραφεία του κόμματος, στα στούντιο.
Έχω αυτή τη στιγμή, Τζόναθαν, για να σου δώσω λίγο κλίμα από το απέναντι στρατόπεδο. Έχω ανοιχτό το CNN στην τηλεόραση. Μαύρα πανιά! Μαύρα πανιά σου λέω, δεν υπάρχει.
Για πες μου κάτι. Υπάρχουν κάτι τηλεπερσόνες που έχουν δηλώσει ότι θα φύγουν από την Αμερική και θα μεταναστεύσουν μερικές.
Περιμένουμε, αυτό ήθελα να πω τώρα. Πρώτον, περιμένω να δω τις τηλεπερσόνες που θα μεταναστεύσουν, να δω σε ποια χώρα θα πάνε. Δεύτερον, θέλω να δω τι απολογισμό θα έχουν κάνει για την Καμάλα Χάρις 98% του Hollywood βγήκε και μίλησε υπέρ της Καμάλα.
Καλά, αυτό το είπαν επειδή είναι στις λίστες του Ντίντι και είχαν κατουρίσει.
Ακριβώς, και είχαν λόγο. Έπρεπε να προστατευτούν με κάποιον τρόπο. Έτσι, μπράβο. Λοιπόν, βγήκαν, πώς το λένε, τραγουδιστές, performers, ιστορίες, το να τ' άλλο. Όλοι αυτοί τώρα, καλά, προφανώς, όλοι αυτοί τώρα, θέλω να δω, η επιρροή τους πού είναι, ρε παιδιά, μέχρι το 47%. Δηλαδή, αυτοί από αύριο πρέπει να πέσουν στην κατάθλιψη. Αν δεν μπορούν να επηρεάσουν. Και πρόσεξε τώρα βέβαια, γιατί έχει άλλη μια ανάγνωση. Με όλους αυτούς μαζί η Καμάλα Χάρις φτάνει στο 47%. Χωρίς όλους αυτούς ήθελα να ξέρα πού θα έφτανε. Δηλαδή θα είχαμε μια νίκη 65-35. Αν δεν βγαίναν όλοι αυτοί.
Τελικά, μήπως για τους δημοκρατικούς ήταν καλύτερη επιλογή ο Biden?
Θα μπορούσε. Ναι, θα μπορούσε να είναι καλύτερη επιλογή ο Biden.
Το κρίνω πολιτικά, δηλαδή γελάμε, αλλά κάπου πρέπει να σοβαρευόμαστε. Μήπως ο Παπούλης είχε δίκιο τελικά ότι αυτός ήταν ο καλύτερος υποψήφιος?
Μα νομίζω ότι και εμείς οι ίδιοι από την αρχή το γνωρίζαμε αυτό πάρα πολύ καλά.
Και βέβαια,
όσοι διαβάζουμε λίγο τα πράγματα.
Και βέβαια το τεράστιο λάθος της Καμάλα να επιλέξει, επειδή είναι τόσο ακραία φιλελεύθ, τον Tampon Team έναντι του Τζος Σαπίρο. Γιατί έχασε την πενσίδα. Και διότι ο Τζος Σαπίρο είναι Εβραίος. Και η Καμάλα ήθελε να αλλιεύσει τις ψήφους αυτών που ήταν υπέρ της Χαμάς και των δολοφόνων της Γάζας.
Έτσι είναι.
Αλλά την ίδια ώρα ήθελε να αλλιεύσει και τις ψήφους των Εβραίων. Ρε παιδιά, ή με τον αστιφύλαξη ή με τον χωροφύλαξη.
Δεν γίνεται, καρδούλα μου. Βέβαια.
Δεν γίνεται και με τα δύο. Ο Τραμπ ήταν σαφής. Εγώ είμαι με το Ισραήλ, τελείωσε. Και είμαι με την ειρήνη. Είχαμε και μια εξέλιξη στο Ισραήλ. Απέλησε ο Νετανιάχου τον Γκάλαντ, ο οποίος ήταν ο τοποτηρητής εξωτερικών. Ήταν ο τοποτηρητής των δημοκρατικών και στη θέση του μπήκε ο Ισραήλ Κάτς, ο οποίος είναι στενός συνεργάτης του Μπίμπι. Οπότε βλέπουμε Μπίμπι, βλέπουμε Τραμπ μαζί να προχωράνε.
Το CNN μόλις ανακοίνωσε.
Ναι.
Το CNN μόλις ανακοίνωσε τον Τραμπ πρόεδρο.
Κρατούσανε μαντίλι βρεμένο εκείνη την ώρα που το είπανε.
Δεν μπορεί να σηκώσει. Βλέπω εδώ τον παρουσιαστή.
Στίβανε το μαντίλι και κλαίγανε και λένε
δεν υπάρχει. Πραγματικά, Τζόναθαν, δεν υπάρχει. Τους βλέπεις, έχουν ένα βλέμμα, ξέρεις, κοιτάνε το πάτωμα, κοιτάνε μέσα στη μουντρουχιά, μέσα στα. Δηλαδή, τι να πω ρε εσύ, υποτίθεται για το αντικειμενικό κανάλι της ενημέρωσης και τα λοιπά. Ναι. Εχθές το βράδυ, να πω ότι εχθές το βράδυ, την ώρα που κλείσαμε, έκανα ένα ζάπινγκ στα ελληνικά κανάλια. Το Open, πιο Χάρης πεθαίνεις, εντάξει δεν υπάρχει, αλλά εχθές το βράδυ μου έκανε εντύπωση στον Sky κάτι. Θα σου πω το εξής. Γιατί Sky δεν είναι όλοι, Sky είναι κυρίως ο Παπαχελάς και ο Τσίμας. Αυτοί οι δύο, εχθές το βράδυ, προσπαθούσαν να υπενθυμίσουν στον κόσμο τις αντιτουρκικές κινήσεις του Ντόναλντ Τραμπ την περίοδο που ήταν κυβερνήτη, την περίοδο που ήταν πρόεδρος.
Δηλαδή, όπως αντιτουρκική κίνηση να τους κόψει τα ανταλλακτικά για τα ένοπλες δυνάμεις. Όπως αντιτουρκική κίνηση να τους κόψει τα F-35 και τα F-16. Όπως αντιτουρκική κίνηση ήταν να τους πάει, η φιλοτουρκική κίνηση να τους πάει την τουρκική λίρα τότε με τον Μπάστορα Μπράνσον στα Τάρταρα.
Με τον Μπάστορα, μπράβο. Αυτές τις κινήσεις εχθές τις υπενθυμίζανε στον Sky.
Και φιλοτουρκική κίνηση ήταν να προτείνει στην Ελλάδα στρατιωτική συμμαχία με το Ισραήλ και την Κύπρο με ενιαίο αμυντικό χώρο, με την εγγύηση των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών, και εμείς εδώ είπαμε όχι. Γιατί δεν μας το πει η Μέρκελ.
Έτσι ακριβώς, Τζόναθαν. Εχθές λοιπόν το βράδυ προσπαθούσαν στο Sky να υπενθυμίσουν στον κόσμο τις αντιτουρκικές κινήσεις του Ντόναλντ Τραμπ. Ήταν η στιγμή που όλοι λίγο πολύ είχαμε καταλάβει, όταν ο Sky έχει μπει σε τέτοια διαδικασία, όλοι έχουμε καταλάβει ότι έχουμε κερδίσει τις εκλογές πολύ νωρίτερα.
Εμείς καταλάβαμε ότι αυτοί ουσιαστικά ρίξαν την πετσέτα που λέμε στα αγγλικά, they threw the towel, 11 η ώρα το βράδυ, όταν οι πρεσβείες κλείσανε τα πάρτι που είχαν διοργανώσει υπέρ των δημοκρατικών. Κύριε Τσούνη, θα ξαναπάτε σε LGBTQ εκδήλωση τώρα που βγήκε ο κύριος Τραμπ? Εγώ είμαι από πάνω από το θέμα της πρεσβείας, γιατί είμαι ο τοποτηρητής αυτού στην Ελλάδα πλέον. Θα πάτε σε LGBTQ? Δεν νομίζω. Θα υπαγορεύσετε στον Έλληνα Πρωθυπουργό μαζί με τον κύριο Μπλίνκεν να καθιερώσει το πολιτικό γάμο και την τεκνοθεσία των ομοφυλοφίλων? Δεν νομίζω. Για προσέξτε εκεί πέρα στην Αμερικανική πρεσβεία με ποιους κάνετε παρέα και κυρίως εσείς στην ελληνική κυβέρνηση με ποιους κάνετε παρέα. Γιατί εμείς είμαστε Αμερικανοί, δεν είμαστε Αμερικανάκια, και το σήμα του Αμερικανικού Ρεπουμπλικανικού Κόμματος είναι ο ελέφαντας. Και ο ελέφαντας έχει μεγάλη μνήμη. Θυμόμαστε και τα καλά και τα κακά. Δεν ξεχνάμε. Τίνουμε χέρι βοηθείας, αλλά αυτό το χέρι δεν είναι ένα χέρι ενός χαζού ανθρώπου, ο οποίος απλά θέλει να κάνει κάποιες business. Είναι ένα χέρι το οποίο έρχεται με γνώση και κατανόηση. Λοιπόν, για προσέξτε, γιατί η επόμενη μέρα θα σημάνει πάρα πολλά για την Ευρώπη. Δεν μιλάω μόνο για την Ελλάδα, μιλάω για τις άλλες χώρες επίσης. Κύριε Στάρμερ, δεν θα ξεχάσουμε καθόλου τι μας κάνατε. Και οι μέρες σας είναι μετρημένες. Πολύ λίγες. Και δεν είναι ο μόνος. Έρχεται ένα κύμα. Και το Ρεπουμπλικανικό Κόμμα είναι ο μπροστάρης. Και εμείς όλοι οι Ρεπουμπλικάνοι του εξωτερικού είμαστε μπροστάριδες σε αυτόν τον αγώνα. Είμαστε η αιχμή του δώρατος. Λοιπόν, μην προσπαθείτε να συνεχίσετε την πολεμική που κάνετε τόσο σε προσωπικό επίπεδο λάσπης, βρώμας, διώξεων πολιτικών μέχρι και νομικών διώξεων σε βάρος των στελεχών μας. Γιατί δεν είναι μόνο στην Αμερική που έχουν φυλακιστεί στελέχη του Ρεπουμπλικανικού Κόμματος, έχουν διωχθεί και σε άλλες χώρες. Δεν θα το σταματήσω εκεί, διότι εδώ ανακύπτει ένα τεράστιο θέμα για τις κυβερνήσεις της Ευρώπης και τη δική μας. Για προσέξτε, δεν θα είμαστε τόσο ευγενικοί. Η ευγένεια και η ηλιθιότητα έχει τα όρια της, κύριοι, εδώ. Για προσέξτε.
Αυτό. Τώρα να πούμε λίγο για την...
Δεν είμαστε λοιπόν τα σκουπίδια που μας αποκαλέσατε. Είμαστε αυτοί που σας στείλαμε στον κάδο των αχρήστων.
Έτσι πάει.
Χρήστο, επειδή βλέπω ότι σε λίγο βγαίνει ο Τραμπ, να τα πούμε λίγο γρήγορα και μετά να αφήσουμε τον πρόεδρο να έχει την τελευταία κουβέντα για σήμερα.
Μόνο ότι έχουμε σηκώσει τον πύχη ψηλά για την επόμενη μέρα. Έχει πολλά να κάνει ο πρόεδρος. Έχει και από πολύ κόπρο να καθαρίσει και έχει και πολλές κινήσεις να κάνει γεωστρατηγικά και παγκοσμίως για να επαναφέρει λίγο την τάξη η οποία ξέφυγε τελείως στα χρόνια Biden.
Και βέβαια εμείς ως σύμβουλοι του στα θέματα τα περιφερειακά και ως αντιπρόσωποι του στην Ελλάδα έχουμε επίσης πάρα πολλή δουλειά να κάνουμε. Σε αυτό το σημείο ζητάμε τη συστράτευση κάθε υγιούς ανθρώπου ο οποίος σκέφτεται λογικά. Είμαστε εδώ. Δεν θα έρθουμε εκδικητικά, αλλά δεν θα είμαστε και εντελώς
έρμεα.
Θα πω, προσπαθώ να μετρήσω τα λόγια μου, γιατί δεν θέλω να προκαταβάλω καταστάσεις οι οποίες μπορεί να είναι και πολύ άσχημες, οι οποίες θα έπονται. Εμείς στην αρχή, σε αυτό το στάδιο, ερχόμαστε με μια χείρα φιλίας και σας δίνουμε την ευκαιρία να διορθώσετε τα όσα έσχη έχετε κάνει. Και μιλάμε για έσχη. Και σε εθνικό επίπεδο και σε προσωπικό επίπεδο και σε επίπεδο σε βάρος του κόμματός μας. Έχετε λοιπόν την ευκαιρία να τα διορθώσετε. Δεν έχετε όμως πολύ χρόνο. Το ρολόι χτυπάει και μέχρι τις 20 Ιανουαρίου να φροντίσετε να τα έχετε μαζέψει όλα αυτά που έχετε κάνει τα τελευταία χρόνια, διότι η υπομονή μας τελειώνει. Το καταλάβατε κύριοι εδώ στην Ελλάδα. Η υπομονή μας τελειώνει. Λοιπόν, Χρήστο, ένα τελευταίο, διότι και εγώ πρέπει να κλείσω, να βάλουμε τη μετάδοση του Προέδρου.
Ναι. Τίποτα, Τζόναθαν, αυτό. Ο πύχης είναι ψηλά, ο Πρόεδρος έχει πολλή δουλειά για την επόμενη μέρα και εμείς έχουμε πάρα πολλή δουλειά, όλοι μαζί. Τα αποτελέσματα είναι θετικά. Η Αμερική ήθελε και όλος ο κόσμος έναν Πρόεδρο πλέον ο οποίος να κάνει σοβαρές κινήσεις και όχι αυτό το χάος που είχε προκληθεί τώρα τα 4 χρόνια. Πάμε όλοι μαζί δυνατά για την επόμενη μέρα.
Εγώ θα το πω ως εξής.
Fight.
Και όποιον δεν αρέσει ξύδι. Λοιπόν, πάμε να ακούσουμε την Προεδράρα μας.
Πάμε.
Λοιπόν, σε αυτό το σημείο, αγαπητοί μου ακροατές, τελειώνει από εμάς η μετάδοση. Μόλις τελειώσει και η ομιλία του Πρόεδρου Τραμπ, θα διακόψουμε και δίνουμε ραντεβού στις 9 του μηνός. Στις 9 η ώρα, στο καφέ Whispers στο ελληνικό. Απαγορεύονται γραβάτες και κουστούμια. Είμαστε όλοι χαλαροί, με τα t-shirt μας του κόμματος, με τις μπότες μας, με τα σπιρούνια μας, με τις Harley μας, με τα παπάκια μας και πάμε για καλύτερες μέρες να κάνουμε την Αμερική μεγάλη και την Ελλάδα μεγάλη. Και σε όποιον δεν αρέσει ξύδι. Fight! Γεια σου Χρήστο.
Γεια σου Τζόναθαν, γεια σου Πρόεδρε.
And a copycat of so much that Donald Trump did. Oh, you're going to propose a bigger child tax credit. We're going to do the same thing. You're going to propose no tax on tips. We're going to do the same thing. You did a skit with Jimmy Fallon back in 2016. We're going to do the same exact skit and pretend like nobody notices. In addition to to the realization, I think a lot of people are going to be coming to, there's a limit to how powerful money can be in politics now. I also hope we realize that there is a limit to the fake campaign that we witnessed for Kamala Harris. It was fake in so many different ways.
And wait, doesn't she have to certify the election, Kamala, in January?
She has to certify it. She can't not certify it by law because they changed that now. She can appoint somebody to do it for her. So the question is she going to pull Howard University tonight and not show up to certify the election? That's what we're going to have to wait.
There have been other vice presidents in her position. Richard Nixon was one. Hubert Humphrey was another.
Joe Biden.
Both of them lost. They were vice president. They had to do the deal. So there will be comparisons made if she chooses not to live up to her responsibilities.
Yeah, and you got to imagine what's next for Kamala Harris. I'm sure she'll be given some cushy speaking gigs and maybe a contributorship at CNN or MSNBC, something like that.
Well, John, you're in California. She's never actually lost a race. Like, this is kind of a first for Kamala Harris. She's always fallen up in her career, been sort of played the identity politics, been able to sort of go into shift into places. And this is really something she wasn't able to John's point just a moment ago. She's so inauthentic. Yeah, she can do some talking points, 9-minute speeches, even bring it out for one debate after heavy prep. This is a loss, and we don't know really what her future would hold.
You know, one of the things that will happen, I think, without doubt, is that she will become a martyr to a certain clique in her party. They will honor her for doing this. She ran, she lost. She's a great person. I mean, you can just see all of this, sort of idolize her as they have made an idol out of Hillary Clinton, for the same reason.
Yeah, and Tim Walz will remain the governor of Minnesota, but he goes back to that job badly wounded. He's been exposed basically as a pathological liar.
Well, Kamala's California and San Francisco is on full display.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bianca, you're on a roll tonight with some incisive questions about Kamala coming from California and failing up. And this is one of the problems you have when politicians come from one-party states. They don't really have to run for re-elections. They're not necessarily really good retail or modern politicians in that sense. They are just climbing the party hierarchy. Through all manner of different strategies. But that's very different from actually talking to people, from running a real campaign, from taking punches out there on the hustings. And they don't really develop those muscles when they come from those one-party states, and they just kind of climb the party secretariat, to use a Soviet analogy. And then they get exposed when they're put up against a politician that knows how to throw a punch and take punches. And that's what we saw tonight.
Yeah, and too, California has term limits too, but I think, when you have a one-party state and term limits, it sets up this kind of, they just, give it up. They just say, oh, you're next in line. We're going to basically appoint you to take over, and, that's, that's
and
what
Newsom, I wonder if he's sort of licking his lips tonight here. Governor Newsom, I'll let you both kind of weigh in on that. Him, Shapiro, Gretchen Whitmer, all of them now are maybe looking at 2028. Jeffrey, any thoughts on that?
You can bet that the Newsom staff is clustered together somewhere right now saying, now what do we do with her? She's going to come back, and what problems is she going to cause Gavin Newsom, which I think will be fairly considerable if he's not careful.
I had two different people tell me.
I have a different view on that.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I have a different view on that. I don't think she's going to become a hero at all. I think she's going to become, basically, somebody's going to have to take the blame for this. They're going to blame Biden, and they're going to blame her. The Democrat Party, there's going to be a lot of them that want to force it more to the center. Then you're going to have the AOC. Then you're going to have the AOC wing try to push it more to the left. And there's going to be it's going to be really messy. And everybody's going to have to blame someone to avoid blaming themselves and avoid blaming their policies and the things that they espouse. And I think that blame is going to fall on two people, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And I think they're going to be the proverbial skunks at the Democrat Garden Party going forward.
And someone else I think we have to throw in this mix, too, is Nancy Pelosi. She was one that orchestrated this coup and really pushed Joe Biden out the door. And I know there's been some talk, armchair quarterbacking from Democrats, that Joe Biden maybe would have done better than Kamala Harris. So that, as Nancy Pelosi maybe sunsets her career, this is her legacy, installing one of the worst candidates in the history of presidential politics.
Yeah, you can just see this coming down the road here. And, whatever you want to say about President Biden, he and his team and his family are no slouches at taking offense here. And I think they seriously resent the fact that he was, and the way that he was pushed out of the presidency in a de facto coup, as it were. And I don't think those hard feelings are going away anytime soon, and that will cause them some problems.
Yeah.
There's another interesting thing to consider here, right? Another interesting dynamic is he still has to pardon Hunter. Right? He's still got that liability hanging over.
Yes.
So one wonders, right, if Joe Biden, to try make some sort of grand gesture to say, in the interest of starting fresh, we're going to dismiss the Jack Smith cases, and we're just going to let bygones be bygones, and I'll pardon Hunter, and maybe all of this goes away for everybody. Who knows? Stranger things have happened.
I think one thing maybe, if Donald Trump can do this, is he can work it out with Joe Biden, but maybe wait and have a Rose Garden ceremony for Hunter Biden's pardoning. He can invite Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, too, and anybody else who might be worried about these, revenge tactics from Donald Trump that he's not going to employ. But they could just do it right there in the Rose Garden.
Yeah.
We could cover it live on television. It would be quite a scene.
Yeah.
We joke, but I think President Trump has mentioned that he would consider pardoning Hunter Biden. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if he did it, to really set them back on their heels.
Well, there's so much to focus on now with the future, right? And it's like part of the criticism to Donald Trump is like, oh, he has this enemy list, but he never went after Hillary. So now if there's really a fresh start here, populist movement, America has spoken, they have a leader, they have people surrounding this leader this time around. I've said that I think the Donald Trump 2.0 presidency is a lot stronger. He's battle-tested. But John, it is sort of more of a forward-looking. I think there's a lot of work to do, especially with this disaster that this 4 years and this administration has handed him.
Yeah, they're going to have their hands full trying to come up with ways to remove as many of these illegals as they can. At the same time, they've got to keep a lot of promises with regard to tax reform and extending the 2017 tax cuts, which expire by the end of next year. And I think it's going to be a Herculean task, especially with a small House majority. But they've got their hands full because they were left quite a mess. But here's the thing. The President Trump's not only he battle tested, I think they have a better understanding of what it is to take over the government and actually run it. During Trump's first term, they were stuck with all of the Obama appointees throughout the executive apparatus, and they never really removed them. This time, I think they've got a cadre of people that will go in there and really do that. And for the first time, they will actually take over the government.
Yeah, you think about guys like Alexander Vindman, in particular, the people that were able to hamstring the administration in the early days. Lessons learned then will be applied now in the transition too. I think that's something important to talk about, Jeffrey Lord. Donald Trump now goes back into the White House, thinking obviously about his legacy. And you can look back to the end of the Reagan presidency when you saw kind of the split between the neocons and the Reagan Republicans. And Jeffrey, you know this, and John, I'm sure you can comment on this as well. One of Reagan's goals was a nuclear abolition. And when you see Donald Trump, what he was able to accomplish with the Abraham Accords, we know he has a relationship with Vladimir Putin. He doesn't call him a killer. Talk to us about the reinstallation, Jeffrey, and then John, you can follow up on it, of the maximum pressure tactics that we saw with President Trump and what that looks like in the next administration.
Every president in their second term starts to think ahead about what is my legacy. And it was a serious deal. And in President Reagan's case, he was determined to put an end to the Soviet Union and the spread of communism. And of course, everybody in the day said, oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. Well, of course, he decided he wasn't going to listen to these people. He was taking a whole new, fresh approach. He did, and he won. And is revered as one of the great presidents ever since.
We are getting about a 2-minute warning. So quickly, John, what would Donald Trump's approach now foreign and national security?
So real fast, with regard to the Russians, think back to what Reagan did in 1985 when he met with Gorbachev. Reagan was an avowed hardline anti-communist. And he met with Gorbachev, and he went to break the Soviet Union and did so with the arms buildup and all manner of other policies enacted by Reagan to stop the evil empire. But he never really attacked Gorbachev personally. He tried to charm him, and that's what he did the lakeside in Geneva and later in Moscow and in D.C. when they signed the INF and a
There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I
2024.
Κατ! Ηλία, αυτό είναι για το γύρισμα.
Πρωτεΐνη. Είμαι τόσες ώρες μπροστά στο φακό.
Κι εγώ είμαι από το πρωί στο σκηνικό.
Παιδιά, μην τσακώνεστε. Έχουμε και μους. Νέο Vita Line Mousse που θα κερδίσει κάθε δραστήριο τύπο.
Προϊόν της επόμενης χρονιάς. Ουνόμιμο.
Μια καλή διατροφή ξεκινάει με Δέλτα.
Σε ταλαιπωρεί καουρά. Σε ζορίζει η δυσπεψία. Ώρα για αλμόρα. Μασόμενα δισκία αλμόρα Reflux No Burn με τριπλή δράση. Ανακουφίζει από τα συμπτώματα, ρυθμίζει την οξύτητα, προστατεύει το στομάχι. Αλμόρα Reflux No Burn. Το μασάζ, καούρα δυσπεψία, ξεπερνάς. Στα φαρμακεία από την Ελπέν.
45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest
Ώρα για έκπτωση έως 20% σε επιλεγμένα είδη στον Κοτσόβολο, 15 ευρώ στο Factory Outlet και 20%.
Dreams for the future of your children, and after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning. But he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far, and right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This was unexpected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He had a great, he's got a great career going.